Chapter 91, Green Ridge City Gym, a reunion with Ash. As Zhang Feng gazed upon the adorable little creature before him, a wave of joy surged within his heart. It was evident that these champions possessed a remarkable understanding of human relationships. No wonder they all achieved the status of champions. However, it could also be attributed to the fact that he had lost a battle beforehand, which prevented Yu Longdu and others from feeling as if they were being overwhelmed by a novice trainer like Zhang Feng. This helped maintain their composure, allowing them to exhibit a degree of magnanimity while also subtly requesting Zhang Feng to show some mercy. Otherwise, he certainly would not have received the semi-divine gift they offered him, reflecting upon the likes of Mr. Qianli, Naki, and Champion Yuanji. None had bestowed upon Zhang Feng any exceptional Pokémon, which explained why they remained merely gym leaders and Elite Four members. Qianli and Naki remarked, "Wasn't it you who used Rayquaza to battle in the gym? We never asked you to employ a legendary Pokémon." After exchanging pleasantries with the Giratina, Zhang Feng withdrew it, replacing its Pokeball with a Luxury Ball before continuing his journey towards Green Ridge City. The Green Ridge Gym was one of the few double battle gyms in the Hoenn region. The gym leaders were two individuals, Xiao Feng and Xiao Nan, who were twin siblings, a fact Zhang Feng had discovered during his previous battle against Jioka. Moreover, it seemed both were adept in Psychic-type Pokémon, though it remained unclear if they themselves were psychic. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng mused that if he were to challenge the remaining two gyms in the Hoenn region, the leaders would likely not be intimidated by his possession of a legendary Pokémon. After all, he had already revealed the truth of his legendary Pokémon, making it somewhat unrealistic to expect the same astonished reactions from gym leaders as before. Soon, as Zhang Feng accelerated towards his destination, Green Ridge City came into view. Upon arriving in Green Ridge City, Zhang Feng entrusted his Pokémon to Nurse Joy. Upon recognizing him, she produced the exclusive VIP card of the Joy family and greeted Zhang Feng with a smile. "Are you the one who saved the Hoenn region and also the boyfriend of Sakura?" Taken aback by Nurse Joy's words, Zhang Feng hesitated before responding, I suppose so." After hearing this, Nurse Joy introduced herself, revealing that she was the cousin of Zhang Feng's girlfriend, Joy Sakura, from Orange City. It was precisely this connection that made her aware of the relationship between Zhang Feng and Joy Sakura. Moreover, following the earlier remarks made by Hoenn Pokemon League champion Macaulay across various television stations, Zhang Feng had already become a celebrity in the Hoenn region. I see. However, the tale of saving the Hoenn region is merely a legend. Just as Zhang Feng finished speaking, a throng of people suddenly rushed toward the Pokemon Center. "Quick, have you heard? The trainer who saved the Hoenn region, Zhang Feng, has arrived in our Green Ridge City. Let's go see him." "Is that true? I must witness this great hero." Zhang Feng, I love you. Zhang Feng, I have a beautiful daughter at home. Why not let her be your girlfriend? As Zhang Feng listened to the enthusiastic crowd, he soon found himself encircled, unable to escape. "Wait, can you all really surround me despite my formidable psychic abilities?" Just then, the doors of the Pokemon Center swung open once more, revealing a familiar figure that caught Zhang Feng's eye. Wearing a cap with a Pikachu perched on his shoulder, who else could it be but Ash? "Hey Ash, come save me." Upon seeing Ash, Zhang Feng immediately used his psychic abilities to send a message, although he certainly could have teleported away using his powers. However, doing so would surely hurt the feelings of his fans. Besides, his Pokemon had yet to be returned by Nurse Joy. With no other option, he had to rely on Ash to come to his rescue. It's Zhang Feng. He seems to be in trouble." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's plea, Ash gallantly rushed in, followed closely by Brock, May, and Tracy. With their assistance, Zhang Feng finally managed to escape the onslaught of his fans. Save at last. Despite possessing legendary Pokemon and psychic powers, Zhang Feng found himself overwhelmed by the fervent crowd, particularly that one uncle who insisted on promoting his daughter to him. Zhang Feng nearly lost his composure. Seeing Zhang Feng's flustered expression, May could not help but chuckle softly. I never would have imagined that the great hero who saved the Hoenn region could find himself in such a predicament. Hearing May's comment, Zhang Feng retorted with a hint of annoyance. "I'm simply too popular, okay?" After sharing a collective laugh, Ash, brimming with enthusiasm, turned to Zhang Feng and declared, "Zhang Feng, let's have a battle. This time, Pikachu and I will surely not lose." Upon hearing Ash's challenge and recognizing that he had just helped him out, Zhang Feng smiled and agreed. "All right, but how about we wait until I finish my challenge at the Green Ridge Gym?" Elated by Zhang Feng's response, Ash was even more excited to hear that Zhang Feng intended to challenge the Green Ridge Gym, proclaiming that he would compete with Zhang Feng too. See who could earn a gym badge first. Thus, Zhang Feng, along with Ash and the others, made their way to the Green Ridge Gym for the gym battle. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, Xiao Feng, and Xiao Nan, wait, why do the gym leaders share a name with me? How infuriating! Realizing this, Zhang Feng helplessly addressed the two leaders. I am here to challenge the gym. Before he could finish, Xiao Nan exclaimed, Ah, you are the legendary Pokémon trainer with Rayquaza? We have met before. Regarding the gym battle, the Green Ridge Gym requires double battles, necessitating the simultaneous deployment of two Pokémon against us. This will test the trainer's experience in double battles. Nodding in agreement with the gym leader's explanation, Zhang Feng replied, All right, let's commence the match swiftly. I have never participated in a double battle before. Thus, the gym battle between Zhang Feng and the Green Ridge Gym leaders, Xiao Feng and Xiao Nan, commenced. Now, we shall begin the gym match between challenger Zhang Feng and Green Ridge Gym leaders Xiao Feng and Xiao Nan. Each side may use two Pokémon, while the challenger may utilize four. Let the match begin. As the referee's voice echoed, Zhang Feng initiated a challenge against the Green Ridge Gym, while Xiao Feng and Xiao Nan sent forth their Pokémon, which were none other than Solrock and Lunatone. Ding dong. The current attributes of Solrock and Lunatone are as follows. Pokémon. Solrock. Level, 45. Ability, Levitate. Type, Psychic Rock. Potential, Purple. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Rock Slide, Psychic, Harden, Hypnosis, Cosmic Power, Stone Edge. Pokémon Lunatone. Level, 45. Ability, Levitate. Type, Psychic Rock. Potential, Purple. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Moonlight, Lunar Dance, Psyshock, Telekinesis, Future Sight. Chapter 92. The Battle of Doubles, Groudon and Kyogre. The two Pokémon, Solrock and Lunatone, are said to be extraterrestrial visitors, not native to Earth itself. As Zhang Feng faced these two Psychic-type Pokémon, a subtle smile graced his lips as he promptly unleashed two Luxury Balls. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a flash of crimson light, two elegant Gardevoir appeared on the scene. Now, both Gardevoir had reached level 44, sufficiently prepared to engage in battle against Lunatone and Solrock. Not to mention, when it comes to double battles, who could rival the exquisite synergy of his twin Gardevoir sisters. Upon witnessing the Gardevoir, Ash and his companions beheld Zhang Feng's new Pokémon for the first time. Xiaosheng, on the other hand, was quite exhilarated, seemingly enamored with this type of Pokémon. If Zhang Feng recalled correctly, he had a special bond with a Ralts and had expressed his intention to have that Ralts as his starter Pokémon when he became a Pokémon trainer, didn't he? Solrock. Use Rock Slide. Lunatone, unleash Moonlight. As Xiaofeng and Xiaonan simultaneously commanded their Pokémon, a slight grin appeared on Zhang Feng's face as he initiated his psychic battle for the first time. By employing his psychic abilities, he directly communicated with the Gardevoir telepathically, thus eliminating the need for verbal commands and expediting their response time. In the next moment, as Solrock and Lunatone launched their attacks, the two Gardevoir remained steadfast, evading the strikes until the very instant they were about to be hit, at which point they executed a swift teleport. Seeing the Gardevoir vanish from sight, Solrock and Lunatone were momentarily stunned. At that moment, two magical leaves were unleashed, directly enveloping Solrock and Lunatone. Since Magical Leaf is an area attack, it effectively meant both Pokémon were struck twice by the assault. Faced with the barrage of magical leaves, Solrock and Lunatone had no means of escape, suffering quadruple damage due to type disadvantage. Following this strike, both Solrock and Lunatone's stamina plummeted. Ash, bewildered, questioned, why did the Gardevoir attack and respond on their own when Zhang Feng didn't he give any commands? To this inquiry, Brock squinted his eyes and replied, Ash, Zhang Feng is likely a psychic. Do you remember Nagi from the Golden Gym? Her psychic powers could even enhance Pokémon strength, allowing Gyarados to evolve. Reflecting on the Golden City Gym leader, Ash's expression shifted dramatically. So it was telepathy. Indeed, compared to the timeline in the original story, Ash had evidently made significant progress. Let us hope Zhang Feng can truly shine in the upcoming Celestial Conference, exclaimed Xiaofeng. We must not let this formidable Pokémon trainer underestimate us. Lunatone, use Stone Edge. Alright, Xiaonan. Solrock, let us unleash Stone Edge as well. With the two gym leaders issuing their commands once more, Solrock and Lunatone summoned countless sharp stones that rained down upon the Gardevoir. Gardevoir, use Psychic to block all incoming stones. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, the Gardevoir's eyes simultaneously turned a brilliant blue, tinged with a hint of purple psychic energy. As the Stone Edge attack was unleashed, the Gardevoir combined their powers to deflect all the incoming projectiles. In an unexpected turn, once the Stone Edge fell under the Gardevoir's psychic control, it redirected back towards Solrock and Lunatone. After this maneuver, both Pokémon fell, incapacitated. Ding! Gardevoir has defeated Solrock and Lunatone, leveling up to LV 45. As Solrock and Lunatone succumbed to defeat, Xiaofeng and Xiaonan exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming, "Two Pokémon defeated simultaneously. Truly a testament to the power of a Pokémon trainer, yet we shall not concede defeat." With that, the two gym leaders recalled their Pokémon and released two new challengers. Pokémon, Claydol. Level, 55. Ability, Levitate. Type, Psychic, Ground. Aptitude, Gold. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Destruction Ray, Teleport, Psychic, Power Trick, and Shatter. Pokémon, Altaria. Level, 55. Ability, Synchronize. Type, Psychic, Flying. Aptitude, Gold. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Air Slash, Teleport, Nightshade, Psychic, and Power Swap. Upon witnessing the emergence of two level 55 Pokémon from his opponents, Zhang Feng promptly recalled his Gardevoir. While formidable, they could not contend with Pokémon 10 levels higher. "Now, I entrust you with this." As Zhang Feng's voice faded, he grasped two Master Balls firmly in his hands, summoning Groudon and Kyogre to the fray. However, compared to their colossal forms during the previous legendary showdown, these two deities now stood merely 6 meters tall. As Xiaonan and Xiaofeng observed Groudon and Kyogre enter the double battle, they were momentarily stunned. The reason Zhang Feng had chosen to summon them was, in part, due to his mischievous intent. After all, how could he resist the irony of battling against a fellow gym leader sharing his name? Groudon, use Cliff Sword. Kyogre, unleash Origin Pulse. Xiaofeng and Xiaonan exclaimed in unison. Zhang Feng, are you truly human? Not only have you sent out legendary Pokémon against us, but you also unleash their ultimate moves right off the bat. Are you really treating us like mere novices? Zhang Feng retorted. Ah, you guessed correctly. Alas, there are no prizes for that. As Kyogre and Groudon roared, they unleashed cataclysmic attacks. Groudon's Cliff Sword shattered the Claydol into pieces, but no worries, as Groudon held back, knowing that Claydol could restore itself using its ground-type abilities. Meanwhile, Kyogre's Origin Pulse struck Altaria, pinning it against the wall. With that, the battle concluded. Altaria and Claydol were rendered unable to battle, granting victory to Groudon and Kyogre. With all four of Xiaofeng and Xiaonan's Pokémon incapacitated, Zhang Feng emerged triumphant in this gym battle. Chapter 93. The Mind Badge, Zhang Feng vs. Ash. Even the referee of the Green Ridge Gym, who had served for many years, was witnessing a match featuring the Hoenn deities for the first time. Therefore, despite the battle having concluded for some time, the referee remained in a state of disbelief until Xiaonan prompted him to declare Zhang Feng's successful challenge of the gym. After recalling Groudon and Kyogre into their Master Balls, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile subtly, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. One must admit, battling at the gym with legendary Pokémon was truly exhilarating. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions celebrated Zhang Feng's successful challenge of the Green Ridge Gym. Zhang Feng is incredibly strong. Pikachu, we cannot afford to lose to him. We must win in the gym battle, exclaimed Ash. Pika. As for Haruka, her gaze towards Zhang Feng grew more fervent, perhaps. In comparison to traveling with Ash, Zhang Feng appeared more like an unattainable aspiration. Such aspirations could easily transform into admiration, and on a deeper level, into affection. Following their defeat in the gym battle, Xiaonan approached Zhang Feng, holding the Mind Badge of the Green Ridge Gym. This is proof of your victory against the Green Ridge Gym. Please accept the Mind Badge. After receiving the badge, Zhang Feng placed it into his badge case. Observing the lone vacancy remaining for the final badge, invigorated by the prospect of his journey, having been on the road for nearly 6 months, there was now only a month left until the grand opening of the final Hoenn League Celestial Conference. Ash, the time has come for you. Once you obtain the Mind Badge, I shall await you at the Pokémon Center. With that, Zhang Feng stepped out of the Green Ridge Gym. Observing this scene, Ash felt a tinge of confusion as to why Zhang Feng chose not to watch his gym battle. Yet hearing his words implied that he was certain of his victory over the Green Ridge Gym, which brought him joy. Pikachu, we mustn't keep Zhang Feng waiting for too long. Let's go? As Ash engaged in his gym battle, Zhang Feng returned to the Pokémon Center, handing over Shinado to Nurse Joy. Similarly, recalling Joy Sakura, Zhang Feng decided to give her a call. After more than an hour had passed, Ash also returned to the Pokémon Center, where he found Zhang Feng seated, awaiting his arrival. Zhang Feng, I have obtained the Green Ridge Gym badge. Let us commence our battle. Upon hearing Ash's declaration, Zhang Feng smiled and replied, since you have initiated the challenge, whether it be a 1-on-1, 3-on-3, or a full 6-on-6 battle, the choice is yours. Should you wish to switch Pokémon, I can grant you time to consult with Professor Oak. Moreover, the Pokémon that battled in the gym will need time to recover their strength, correct? At this moment, Ash fell silent, deep in thought. Alright, I've made my decision. A full 6-on-6 battle, and I do not wish to switch my Pokémon. I will battle with the Pokémon I captured in the Hoenn region. Zhang Feng was not particularly surprised by Ash's decision. After all, this was merely a friendly match, and Ash need not summon his strongest Pokémon from various regions. Such an endeavor could wait until the Grand Festival. Very well, let us begin. As Zhang Feng and Ash prepared for their 6-on-6 battle, the Pokémon Center buzzed with excitement, drawing numerous trainers eager to spectate. Brock once again took on the role of referee, while Misty supported Ash but was skeptical of his chances of victory. Dawn, on the other hand, found herself torn, unsure of whom to root for. Now, let the full battle between Zhang Feng and Ash commence. Each trainer may use 6 Pokémon, with the first to lose 3 Pokémon entering a mid-match break. Now, both trainers, please send out your Pokémon. As Brock announced this, Zhang Feng produced a luxury ball. Tossing it forward, and with a flash of red light, Kabutops emerged. Ash, in turn, sent forth his Groudon. Ding dong. Current attributes of Groudon are as follows. Pokémon, Groudon, level 40, ability, shell armor, type, water, quality, purple, mega evolution, unlocked, skills, harden, crab hammer, bubble beam, knock off, shell blade, crunch. At level 40, Groudon had yet to evolve into Kingler, a feat that only Ash could achieve. Kabutops, unleash dragon breath. Groudon, use crab hammer. As both trainers issued their commands simultaneously, Groudon's claws gleamed with light before hurtling toward Kabutops. In response, although Kabutops was somewhat sluggish, its attack power was formidable, producing a verdant beam of light that struck Groudon squarely on the head, sending it flying and rendering crab hammer ineffective. Ah, Groudon. Kabutops again. Use dragon breath. Seizing the opportunity while Groudon was wounded, Kabutops executed another attack, causing Groudon to lose its fighting capability. Ding dong. Kabutops defeated Groudon, earning 537 experience points, and leveled up to level 42. Witnessing the loss of his first Pokémon, Ash gritted his teeth, recalling Groudon and sending out his second Pokémon. Now, I entrust you with this battle, Cold Turtle. As Cold Turtle entered the fray at level 44, Zhang Feng felt no pressure. However, it was evident that Ash's strength had improved significantly, and it appeared that his current Pokémon were all on the brink of reaching the elite level. Cold Turtle, unleash Flamethrower. Kabutops, use Dragon Pulse. When the flames clashed with the Dragon-type energy beam, there was a moment of entanglement, but as Kabutops summoned all its strength, the Dragon Pulse swiftly pierced through Flamethrower, striking Cold Turtle directly. Reacting swiftly, Ash commanded, Cold Turtle, withdraw into your shell. In a critical moment, Dragon Pulse still impacted Cold Turtle's shell, but relying solely on its formidable defensive capabilities to withstand Zhang Feng's Kabutops assault was merely a futile dream. Ash, offense is the best defense. You cannot always play the turtle. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Ash clenched his fists, realizing that this was precisely what he wished to convey. Cold Turtle, go all out. Burn everything away. Kabutops, unleash Dragon Breath with full force. In that instant, a ferocious blaze engulfed Dragon Breath, pouring forth all of Ash's frustration and determination upon Kabutops. However, Kabutops' sturdy armor prevented it from being knocked out immediately. Mind Crush. Cold Turtle, once more, burn everything away. Unfortunately, while the move Burn Everything Away was a powerful fire-type attack, its strength diminished with each successive use. As a Dragon-type Pokémon, Kabutops naturally possessed considerable resistance to fire-type moves. Thus, it charged forward, utilizing its massive frame to clash with Cold Turtle. Cold Turtle, Rapid Spin. Chapter 94. The full 6-on-6 battle commences. Kabutops and Cold Turtle simultaneously lost their fighting capabilities. At this moment, observing the two fallen Pokémon, Zhang Feng recalled Kabutops. Despite facing two opponents, Kabutops performed admirably. Now, it was time for you, Swellow. Ice-type Pokémon, prepare for battle. Ash's luck was not in his favor. Both trainers sent out their Pokémon simultaneously. Yet Swellow found itself at a disadvantage against Zhang Feng's Ice-type Pokémon. This presented quite a dilemma for him. Notably, Ash's Swellow currently boasted an impressive level of 48. Truly, one of Ash's ace flying-type Pokémon, Swellow. Ice-type Pokémon, unleash Ice Beam. After dodging with Quick Attack, Swellow countered with Aerial Ace. As both trainers issued their commands, the Ice-type Pokémon launched a rapid Ice Pillar, but Swellow was even swifter. Utilizing Quick Attack to evade Ice Beam's assault, it swiftly turned and lunged at the Ice-type Pokémon from behind. Ice-type Pokémon used Dig. In the next moment, following Zhang Feng's command, the Ice-type Pokémon swiftly burrowed into the battlefield, rendering Swellow's attack ineffective. After all, it couldn't just dive underground, leaving Swellow as a sitting duck. Die. As the guaranteed hit skill missed, Swellow quickly ascended into the sky, attempting to create distance, but at that moment, the Ice-type Pokémon surfaced, launching a freezing beam that struck Swellow squarely in the back. Severely wounded, Swellow plummeted. Now's the chance. Deliver the finishing blow with Ice Shard. In an instant, countless ice shards materialized before the Ice-type Pokémon, cascading towards Swellow in an unending assault. However, Ash's Swellow exhibited an extraordinary spirit. Despite enduring such relentless assaults, it valiantly persisted, frantically flapping its wings, soaring into the heavens. Even as its wings were nearly encased in ice, it continued to glide with abandon. Such commendable tenacity, yet ultimately futile. The Ice Fairy unleashed a blizzard. The majestic Swellow launched a fervent assault. As Zhang Feng's Ice Fairy executed a move that enveloped the entire battlefield, Ash understood that this might be the final blow that Swellow could muster through sheer willpower. At that moment, Swellow charged forth, its body ignited by blue-orange flames, akin to a kamikaze aircraft, hurtling towards the Ice Fairy. Simultaneously, the entire arena, including the Pokémon Center, was engulfed by the blizzard summoned by the Ice Fairy. The frigid temperature descended instantly, diminishing Swellow's charge speed by a third. Surrounding trainers rubbed their bodies together, exhaling warm breaths, feeling the harsh chill. Subsequently, an endless surge of icy energy enveloped Swellow, with snowflakes falling, melting, and falling again. Ultimately, as Swellow reached the Ice Fairy, it crashed to the ground, its eyes swirling in a daze. It had lost its combat capability, yet remained poised for attack. Such fighting spirit in a Pokémon is truly admirable. Ding dong. The Ice Fairy defeated Swellow, earning 685 experience points, leveling up to level 50. Thus, the first half concluded. Zhang Feng, at the cost of losing one Pokémon, had triumphed over 3 of Ash's Pokémon. Soon, after a brief respite, the second half commenced. To Zhang Feng's surprise, the Pokémon Ash sent out this time was Lizardin. This meant that his forest lizard had evolved into Lizardin. Upon examining Lizardin's attribute panel, it was indeed level 50, truly a testament to Ash's signature Pokémon. However, facing Zhang Feng's now champion-level Milotic, the disparity between them was immense. Pokémon, Milotic. Level, 61. Ability, Marvel Scale. Type, Water. Potential, Gold. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlockable. Skills, Water Pulse, Attract, Hypnosis, Charm, Dragon Tail, Recover. Affection, 254. Encountered in Orange City, successfully evolved Milotic through the strength of its trainer. Hobbies, becoming beautiful, its trainer. A champion-level opponent. Even Ash's Lizardin stood no chance. Strangely, Lizardin, usually aloof, appeared somewhat bashful upon seeing Zhang Feng's Milotic, even daring not to meet its gaze. Zhang Feng, what? Is Lizardin already enchanted by Milotic before the battle even begins? The effect of Marvel Scale, is that potent? If that's the case, it's best to decisively defeat Lizardin. Lizardin, use Leaf Blade. Milotic, unleash Light of Ruin. As Lizardin rapidly charged towards Milotic, it witnessed a dense orange-yellow energy column coalesce within Milotic's mouth. The next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted at close range. As the smoke gradually cleared, a fallen Lizardin was revealed in a deep crater. One strike, a swift defeat. Lizardin. Ash could hardly believe that the strongest Pokémon he captured in the Hoenn region could not withstand even a single blow against Zhang Feng's main force. Gritting his teeth, Ash recalled Lizardin and sent forth Pikachu. Pikachu, I'm counting on you, responded Pikachu with unwavering determination. Ding dong. Pikachu's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon. Pikachu, Special. Level, 60, with fluctuations. Ability, Static. Type, Electric. Potential, Crimson Gold, with fluctuations. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Thunderbolt, Electro Ball, Discharge, Iron Tail, Quick Attack, Thunder, Volt Tackle. Upon witnessing Ash's initial Pokémon Pikachu's attribute panel, Zhang Feng couldn't help but marvel. Truly, a testament to the power of Pikachu. However, the fluctuations are quite significant. At times overwhelmingly powerful, yet at others, rather feeble. It is indeed a performer. Chapter 95, Victory, a message from Jay about divine beasts. Of course, with Pikachu's current peak strength, being another champion-level Pokémon, it still stands a fair chance against Zhang Feng's Milotic. Moreover, Electric type inherently counters Water-type Milotic, giving Ash a substantial edge. Ash, Milotic is one of my ace Pokémon. If you can defeat her, you could easily reach the top 4 in the Hoenn League. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Ash adjusted his hat and displayed a determined expression. Pikachu, show Zhang Feng our strength. Use Thunderbolt. Although Ash had been a trainer for over 2 years longer than Zhang Feng, in terms of strength, Zhang Feng was entirely Ash's senior. Thus, Ash did not refute his words. Strength defines a senior. As a trainer, one naturally respects the powerful. Milotic, use Water Pulse. As Ash and Zhang Feng issued their commands in unison, Pikachu acted first, its red electric sacs shimmering with yellow lightning. Amidst the crackling explosions of thunder, a robust bolt of lightning shot forth, aimed directly at Milotic. In response to Ash's strike, Milotic let out a delicate cry, instantly summoning a torrent of water that surged forth like a cannonball. The two skills struck simultaneously, with Thunderbolt, an electric-type move, inflicting considerable damage on Water-type Milotic. The originally pristine skin now bore several charred marks from the Thunderbolt's impact. Simultaneously, Pikachu was also sent flying by Water Pulse, suffering far greater damage than from the single Water Pulse. In this initial clash, neither side could claim victory. It seems that compared to before, Ash, you have indeed grown significantly, but still, it's not enough. Milotic, unleash Ice Beam. Not good. Pikachu, dodge with Quick Attack. Although Ash understood Zhang Feng's intent, even so, under Milotic's assault, the previously dampened ground from Water Pulse compounded the situation. Thus, as Ice Beam descended, it rapidly lowered the temperature, transforming the entire battlefield into an icy arena. Pikachu's speed was swift, yet on the ice, friction was drastically reduced. When attempting to use Quick Attack, it unexpectedly skidded beyond the battlefield, out of control. Subsequently, Milotic's Ice Beam struck Pikachu directly. The once lively Pikachu was instantly encased in ice. Ash gasped in shock upon witnessing Pikachu frozen. However, Zhang Feng, upon observing this scene, felt an odd sensation. Would Ash's rallying cry trigger Pikachu to unleash a burst of power? Would they rush forward, shouting about bonds? Pikachu, don't give up. Didn't we promise to become Pokémon Masters? Can it be that you can't even defeat one of Zhang Feng's main Pokémon? Pikachu. Upon hearing Ash's rallying cry, even though Pikachu was encased in ice, it burst forth with electric sparks. Pikachu. Zhang Feng's speculation was correct. Once Ash and Pikachu's bond was invoked, their combined strength surged dramatically. This particular buff is typically employed by Ash to confront legendary Pokémon. As for Milotic, one might ponder whether it is fortunate or unfortunate to encounter Ash and Pikachu in their augmented state. Milotic, unleash your Dragon Tail with full force. Pikachu, use Volt Tackle. With both trainers issuing their commands simultaneously, Pikachu let out a mighty cry, its body enveloped in an electrifying aura, surging towards Milotic at breakneck speed. Milotic, in turn, raised its enormous tail, cloaked in potent dragon energy, and struck down fiercely towards Pikachu. Upon their clash, a cloud of dust erupted, followed by a tremendous explosion. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Feng felt a jolt of apprehension in his heart. After a long pause, as the dust settled, he beheld both Pikachu and Milotic, battered and bruised. Their gazes locked onto one another. With two resounding thuds, both Pokémon succumbed to their injuries and collapsed. Milotic and Pikachu had simultaneously lost their ability to battle. The fact that Milotic could engage Ash, a formidable trainer capable of besting legendary Pokémon, only adds to its commendable performance, especially considering Water-type Pokémon are doubly weak to Electric-type attacks. Regrettably, Milotic did not utilize its last resort, which could have guaranteed its victory. You're my last hope, Glaceon. At this moment, Ash was left with but one final Pokémon, Glaceon, while Zhang Feng still had 4 Pokémon remaining. Ding dong. The current attributes of Glaceon are as follows. Pokémon, Glaceon, level, 46, ability, Ice Body, type, Ice, potential, Purple, Mega Evolution, unlocked, skills, Headbutt, Absolute 0, Hail, Protect, Ice Shard, Icy Wind, Ice Fang. Now it's your turn, Lunala. Use Dark Pulse. Glaceon, Ice Beam. After an intense battle, Lunala effortlessly defeated Glaceon, securing the ultimate victory. Ding dong. Lunala has defeated Glaceon, earning 547 experience points and leveling up to level 47. In this 6-on-6 match against Ash, Pikachu and Sceptile naturally held their own against the main forces of Yayue, Shimizu, and Tetsuya. Moreover, with Pikachu's explosive prowess, Taking on 2 or even 3 opponents is hardly a challenge. Thus, if Ash decides to bring back his former champions, Charizard, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle, to this year's Hoenn League, it will surely be a sight to behold. Let us now take a moment to mourn for Tetsuya. His chances of winning the championship this year are, without a doubt, dashed. Due to Ash's 6 Pokémon all losing their ability to battle, the ultimate victor is Zhang Feng. Upon hearing the final results, Ash cast a despondent glance at Zhang Feng and, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "I lost, didn't I?" However, despite Ash's current disheartened demeanor, his optimistic nature suggests he will soon bounce back. In battles between trainers, winning and losing are quite normal. Since I've already secured the gym badge here, I look forward to seeing you at the Hoenn League. I hope you grow stronger by then. I eagerly anticipate a full battle with you next time, so be sure to bring your utmost strength. With that, Zhang Feng waved farewell to Ash and the others, departing from Verdanturf Town. Watching Zhang Feng's retreating figure, Ash's despondency transformed into determination. Zhang Feng, at the Hoenn League, I shall defeat you. Unbeknownst to Ash, as Zhang Feng exited Verdanturf Town, he received an urgent call from Jay, a key member of his Sky Team. "Boss, I have tracked the whereabouts of the legendary Pokémon." Chapter 96, Capturing Firebird. Journey to the Ruins. As Zhang Feng left Verdanturf Town, Jay's call prompted a shift in his destination. Initially, his next objective was to acquire the last gym badge, located in the city of Lapis. "Boss, Mizuki and I have successfully relocated all resources of the Oceanic team, and we are consolidating the remnants of the Magma team. We have also obtained intelligence on the legendary Pokémon from their confidential documents. Therefore, we request your presence at this coordinate to deal with Firebird." Upon hearing Jay's words, Zhang Feng could not suppress a smile. It was evident that Jay, a former leader of a hunter organization, along with Mizuki, had swiftly executed the transfer of all Oceanic team assets. Moreover, they had already begun to dismantle the Magma team and had acquired information on legendary Pokémon. Compared to other matters, the intelligence regarding legendary Pokémon was undoubtedly the most exhilarating news for Zhang Feng. The formation of the Sky Team was driven by his ambition to satiate his desires and ambitions, ultimately seeking to capture all legendary Pokémon. Thus, with a clear target in mind after just 1 month, how could Zhang Feng not be thrilled? With a determined focus, he utilized instant teleportation to arrive at the location provided by Jay. Indeed, with the abilities of legendary Pokémon at his disposal, Zhang Feng moved with remarkable convenience. At this moment, Jay, as a core member of the Sky Team, alongside Mizuki and a host of subordinates, had completely surrounded the last remnants of the Magma team. During this period, following Zhang Feng's orders, Jay had relied on Mizuki's intelligence channels to seize all bases of the Magma team, converting them into branches of the Sky Team. Currently, only one base remained, serving as the core stronghold of the dwindling Magma team, where the last cadre, Firebird, also resided. "Firebird, I advise you to surrender, otherwise, once our boss arrives and witnesses the power of the legendary Pokémon, you may find it difficult to even contemplate your demise." Upon hearing Mizuki's threat, Firebird seethed with fury. What a turn of fate. If it weren't for that wretched Mizuki, how would the Sky Team have discovered all our bases? How dare you demand my surrender? Dream on. Regrettably, the rivalry between their two organizations had unearthed each other's secrets. Just as Firebird prepared to resist, Zhang Feng materialized beside Jay and Mizuki. Noticing the sudden presence, the two women were immediately on high alert, but upon recognizing Zhang Feng, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Boss." After greeting Zhang Feng, Mizuki remarked with a hint of irritation, "Boss, couldn't you give us a heads up before appearing? We almost thought you were an enemy." In response, Zhang Feng smirked and inquired, "What is the current situation?" Facing Zhang Feng's query, Jay responded with a serious demeanor, reporting to the boss, "We have nearly seized all the bases of the Magma team, converting them into our organization's branches. Currently, only this location remains, and Firebird is inside, preparing to activate mechanical defenses. Should we capture this base, the Hoenn region would truly be dominated solely by our Sky Team." Upon hearing Jay's report, Zhang Feng promptly removed a Master Ball from around his neck, surveying his assembled subordinates before stating calmly, "As the leader, it is sometimes necessary to demonstrate one's might. Otherwise, how can I earn the genuine loyalty of my followers? Rayquaza, make your entrance." With a flash of crimson light, the colossal Rayquaza descended, obscuring the sky. Observing the massive dragon, stretching thousands of meters and partially veiled by the clouds, along with the palpable aura of a legendary Pokémon, everyone present could not help but gasp in astonishment. Boss truly possesses Rayquaza. Aside from Jay and Mizuki, The other members of the Sky Team were largely unaware of their boss's identity and prowess. Witnessing the emergence of Rayquaza, all present felt a mixture of fear and admiration for Zhang Feng. With such a formidable leader, surely they would find success in their endeavors. In the face of the base, Rayquaza unleashed its dragon breath. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's command, the terrifying aura emanating from the legendary beast immediately shattered the psychological defenses of the Fire Rock Team members, who were still contemplating resistance. Surely, the fact that you are called the Sky Team means you possess Rayquaza? Before the dragon breath could descend, Hoenn had already led the remnants of the Fire Rock Team outside the base. Please spare us. I am aware that the base holds information about legendary Pokémon, and I know that your Sky Team has been relentlessly pursuing us in search of these creatures. If Rayquaza's attack were to strike, everything would be reduced to ashes, and the coordinates of the legendary Pokémon would be lost forever. Upon hearing Hoenn's plea, Zhang Feng waved his hand, and Rayquaza ceased its assault. In the next moment, Zhang Feng's eyes suddenly turned violet, and a powerful psychic force surged into Hoenn's mind, supplanting her loyalty to Qi Yin's song with his own. Consequently, this last cadre of the Fire Rock Team fell under Zhang Feng's control. Witnessing Zhang Feng's enigmatic abilities, all present could not help but display expressions of dread. Offending Zhang Feng could lead to an untimely demise. Hoenn knelt before her new master, addressing him as boss. Excellent. Provide me with the information regarding the legendary Pokémon. And from now on, you shall serve as the second in command of the Sky Team, leading your subordinates alongside Izumi to seek out the traces of various legendary beings. Once you have any news, report directly to me. After receiving Zhang Feng's directive, a glimmer of violet flashed in Hoenn's eyes as she solemnly affirmed, "Yes, boss." With the remnants of the Fire Rock Team now under his command, Zhang Feng followed Hoenn to their base, where he deciphered core secrets and obtained information about the legendary Pokémon. The target lies within an ancient ruin, located in the Hoenn region. Excellent. Izumi will accompany me on this mission. Jay and Hoenn, gather all remaining supplies from the Fire Rock Team and await my command. After Zhang Feng's instructions, everyone nodded in unison. Zhang Feng then summoned his Pidgeot, and alongside Izumi, they mounted the bird Pokémon and soared toward the sought-after ruins. At that moment, however, Cynthia encountered her own predicament. Chapter 97, A Cynthia Unearthed in the Ruins? As Zhang Feng approached the ruins where the legendary Pokémon resided, the Pidgeot flew swiftly, undeterred by the weight of its two passengers. To mitigate any hindrances during flight, Zhang Feng activated his psychic abilities, enveloping both himself and Izumi in protection. Thus, any flying Pokémon or humans they might encounter would merely perceive them as a Pidgeot, oblivious to Zhang Feng and Izumi's presence. Upon reaching their destination, Zhang Feng unleashed his formidable psychic powers, scanning the vicinity for several kilometers. Given that they were dealing with ruins, the primary area of interest was naturally underground. After covering the area with his psychic abilities, Zhang Feng pinpointed the ruins nestled between Orange City and Battle Town in the Hoenn region. After dismounting from the Pidgeot, Izumi adjusted her attire, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson as she closely followed Zhang Feng. Is this truly the legendary Pokémon ruins documented by the Fire Rock Team? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's inquiry, Izumi cleared her throat and promptly retrieved her instruments, which contained records of the legendary Pokémon discovered by the Fire Rock Team. Boss, according to the records, this ruin was inadvertently found while they were searching for Groudon. It contains numerous ultra-ancient inscriptions, seemingly depicting Pokémon that have been sealed by human hands. However, the specifics of these creatures remain unknown to the Fire Rock Team, merely labeled as suspected ultra-ancient legendary Pokémon. As Izumi spoke, Zhang Feng furrowed his brow. How could Pokémon sealed by humans be deemed legendary? What kind of legendary being can be bound by humanity? If this turns out to be a wild goose chase, he would surely give Hoenn and Jay a stern reprimanding upon his return. Yet, on second thought, the mythical Pokémon Hoopa had also been sealed by humans. Perhaps it was not entirely hopeless. Come forth, Infernape. Utilize your sonic punch on the stone wall ahead and breach this ruin. Although they had discovered the ruins, entering safely required breaking through a passageway. Otherwise, the stagnant air within could pose a danger. Even though Zhang Feng possessed psychic abilities to shield against toxic substances, it was still a hassle. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Infernape thrust its right fist, enveloped in a dense aura of fighting energy. As it swung, a sonic boom erupted. With a resounding crash, the heavy stone wall was effortlessly shattered, revealing a dark passageway. Zhang Feng had instructed Infernape to attack here because he had preliminarily scanned the entire ruin, which had long since melded with the mountain. The only two entrances were significantly compromised, making this one the easiest to breach. Alright, let us wait a moment for the air to circulate before we proceed. Following Zhang Feng's directive, Izumi nodded in agreement. After a half-hour wait, Zhang Feng instructed Infernape to lead the way, illuminating the passage with its fiery mane while fully activating his psychic abilities as they ventured inside. At that very moment, within the ruins, a golden-haired woman clad in a black robe was advancing alongside her Sharpedo. After examining the ultra-ancient inscriptions within the ruins, Cynthia sighed in exasperation. So this ruin houses that fellow? The Regigigas of the Sinnoh region seems to have some connection with him. Cynthia, the champion of the Sinnoh region, had a profound passion for researching legendary Pokémon and history, essentially embodying a scholarly figure in mythological studies. Her greatest love was for myths and historical ruins. Thus, her presence in this place was indeed fortuitous. Recently, upon learning that the crisis in the Hoenn region had been averted, she had caught wind of Zhang Feng, a trainer capable of rivaling even the likes of Michael and Steven. As the champion of her region, no one in Sinnoh could challenge her, and she yearned for a worthy opponent with whom to hone her skills. Coincidentally, Cynthia had been planning to travel to the Hoenn region for exploration and to seek out Zhang Feng. However, shortly after arriving, she first indulged in ice cream in Orange City, only to find herself lost after leaving the city. Wandering into this mountain, she had discovered the ruins, driven by her curiosity and love for history, and found a passageway leading inside. Now, after navigating left and right within the ruins, Cynthia realized she seemed to have lost her way again. As she settled in to explore the ruins, being a scholar, she naturally understood the ultra-ancient inscriptions. Oh, when will I be able to leave? Upon hearing this, her Sharpedo rolled its eyes. Its trainer often exhibited moments of absent-mindedness, which in essence meant she tended to be somewhat oblivious and overly fixated on two particular matters. Therefore, it was hardly surprising. At that moment, Sharpedo suddenly perked its ears, as if sensing something, and immediately focused its gaze on a distant passageway. Noticing Sharpedo's alertness, Cynthia squinted her eyes. Is something approaching? However, as several figures gradually emerged from the passage, the first to dart out was none other than a Sinnoh region starter Pokémon, Infernape. Cynthia? Zhang Feng had never anticipated that within these ruins, there would be living beings and Pokémon present. Upon sensing the peculiarities ahead, as well as the formidable aura emanating from the fierce Tyranitar, Zhang Feng had already steeled himself for what lay ahead. If necessary, he could simply unleash his Latios. As long as it shrank in size, it would suffice. Moreover, Zhang Feng's own power had grown immensely, allowing him to potentially subdue the Tyranitar with his psychic abilities, thereby concluding the confrontation with ease. However, upon reaching the end of the passage and entering an expansive arena, he was greeted by the sight of a familiar blonde woman. Cynthia? Upon hearing her name, Cynthia was momentarily taken aback, blinking in surprise as she beheld the unfamiliar duo before her, along with the fiery monkey. Do you recognize me? Chapter 98. The Rock Pillar Regirock, the natural airhead of the Brainstorming King. After hearing Cynthia's inquiry, Zhang Feng, though surprised by her presence in this ancient ruin, understood that Cynthia and Tyranitar were not adversaries. They were both members of the Pokémon League, and Zhang Feng was a distinguished trainer of the Hoenn League, certified by various Elite Four members, champions, gym leaders, and regional professors. Moreover, given Cynthia's character, she was not one to distinguish right from wrong lightly. Retrieving his Master Ball, Zhang Feng released the psychic energy he had previously gathered. Likewise, the terrifying aura sensed by Tyranitar did not emanate from the fiery monkey, but rather from the enigmatic man standing before them. After signaling his trainer to exercise caution, Cynthia quickly grasped the intention of her most reliable partner. Thus, was it truly this man that warranted their apprehension? However, given that he had readily revealed his identity, he likely wasn't a nefarious individual, was he? Contemplating this, Zhang Feng spoke up. The renowned champion of the Sinnoh Pokémon League, Cynthia, is indeed a figure of great repute even in the Hoenn region. It is inconceivable that one would not recognize her. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, a faint smile graced Cynthia's lips. Since you are aware of my identity, that simplifies matters. Are you here in this ruin seeking the legendary Pokémon sealed within? Perhaps we should introduce ourselves. After all, while you know me, I am unaware of your identities, which may hinder our cooperation. Misunderstandings would be undesirable. In response to Cynthia's remarks, Zhang Feng calmly introduced himself. I am Zhang Feng. I came to this ruin indeed because I heard rumors of rare Pokémon residing within. This is my partner, Mizumi. When Cynthia heard Zhang Feng's name, she was momentarily stunned, then interrupted him in astonishment. You are Zhang Feng, the one spoken of by Professor Yamazaki. who triumphed over champion Steven and outperformed Wallace and Michael, the prodigy from Hoenn who saved the region's legendary Pokémon? Listening to this litany of titles, even Zhang Feng found himself somewhat uncertain. If the people from Hoenn were aware of him, it was understandable, as Michael seemed to have emphasized his own role in the legendary Pokémon conflict to promote his fame. However, how did Cynthia, the champion from Sinnoh, know so much? Was it not a bit absurd for a regional champion to be so concerned with the talents of trainers from other regions? Furthermore, given the infrequent communication between various regions, how was this information disseminated so swiftly? What had Professor Yamazaki conveyed to this regional champion? Just as Zhang Feng pondered these questions, Cynthia continued, "What a coincidence. In fact, I came to the Hoenn region partly because of you, Zhang Feng. As a trainer, one must engage with the strongest from various regions to have a chance to grow stronger. Once we exit this ruin, would you be willing to battle me, using your legendary Pokémon?" Hearing Cynthia's words, Zhang Feng found it difficult to comprehend the champion's fervor for battling legendary Pokémon. Nonetheless, if someone wished to be the victim, so be it. However, it seemed that the champions of the three major regions would all be subject to his prowess. Zhang Feng, still not at his peak strength, could not fully grasp the champion's desire for growth. After all, these trainers had no systems to rely upon. I am open to battling, but you understand the rules, right? Moreover, I must first capture the legendary Pokémon sealed within this ruin. By the way, you did not come here with designs on the legendary Pokémon, did you? As he spoke, Zhang Feng cast a skeptical glance at Cynthia, wondering if there were indeed individuals intrigued by the legendary Pokémon. Wasn't capturing legendary Pokémon a shortcut to becoming stronger? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Cynthia appeared momentarily dazed. Rules? What rules? Professor Yamazaki didn't mention any, but in the next moment, she seemed to realize something. Her gaze inadvertently darting to Mizumi, her mind racing with thoughts, and she quickly retreated, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks as she waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, no, no. It is not appropriate to rashly decide one's feelings based on a mere battle." Witnessing this scene, a large question mark appeared over Zhang Feng's head. What on earth are you thinking, Cynthia? After a moment, Cynthia finally registered that the rules Zhang Feng referred to likely did not pertain to her. Realizing she had overthought the situation, she quickly redirected the conversation. "All right, I am merely interested in the ruin itself. I have no particular interest in the Pokémon sealed within. Since you wish to capture it, go ahead." According to these ancient texts, the Pokémon sealed here should be the rock pillar Regirock. With Cynthia's words, Zhang Feng understood the ultimate existence sealed within this ruin. So, it turned out that the sealed entity was none other than Regirock, one of the legendary pillars. However, he wondered whether this Regirock was the same one that battled against the Pyramid King, as that individual also seemed fond of exploring ruins. If it were indeed the same Regirock, Zhang Feng could only apologize. First come, first served. Thus, the trio made their way to the central hall, dismantling a series of mechanisms until a stone door swung open, revealing a Pokeball that had long since turned to stone. Is this the Pokeball that sealed Regirock? Zhang Feng mused, gazing at the archaic design that was entirely unlike contemporary technology. Immediately, he utilized his psychic abilities, and with a crack, the Pokeball was unlocked. In the next instant, a colossal Regirock, towering at approximately 50 meters, emerged. The reason it was only 50 meters tall was due to the height of the temple hall. Indeed, it was entirely different from the depiction in the Pokédex. As a legendary Pokémon, it possessed the ability to alter its size. Such a massive form, akin to a mountain, was truly a hallmark of legendary Pokémon. Moreover, like Latios, this Regirock likely also had the capacity to change its size at will, albeit with a limit different from that of a first-tier deity. Ding. Current attributes of Regirock are as follows. Pokémon. Regirock. Title. God of the Rock Pillar. Level. 80. Ability. Clear Body. Type. Rock. Quality. Red. Bond Evolution. Unlocked. Mega Evolution. Unlocked. Skills. Heavy Slam. Lock-on. Hyper Beam. Electromagnetic Cannon. Explosion. Superpower. Stone Edge. Affection. 70. Experience. Guardian of the World Tree. Later sealed for millennia due to conflict. Finally unsealed by its host, expressing gratitude. Hobby. Protection. Chapter 99. Capturing Regirock. Upon examining Regirock's attribute panel, Zhang Feng found himself somewhat astonished. 4. The Regirock before him possessed a divine attribute, specifically that of the god of rock pillars, which is considered a relatively lesser divine rank. After all, when compared to the gods of sky, sea, and earth, the god of rock pillars does seem rather unimpressive. Does this imply that all second-tier deities inherently possess divine attributes? Or is it merely that this particular Regirock is unique in that regard? Perhaps only after Zhang Feng captures other second-tier deities will the truth be unveiled. With a hint of unresolved curiosity, Zhang Feng gazed at the colossal creature towering approximately 50 meters before him and declared with a smile, Regirock, I have come for you. I wish to capture you and make you my Pokémon. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Regirock immediately returned to its normal height of 3 meters, and its 7 orange dots, resembling in shape, began to flicker. This indicated that in order to capture it, one must first defeat it. Understanding the implication, Zhang Feng felt a surge of excitement. Swiftly removing a Master Ball from around his neck and hurling it forward with fervor. It must be noted that the Pokémon in this world are remarkably straightforward beings. Even legendary creatures, upon being captured, readily obey the commands of their trainers. Perhaps this is simply the rule of the Pokémon world. Naturally, the Pokémon Zhang Feng sent forth was his true ace, the mighty Rayquaza. As a flash of crimson light illuminated the scene, the roaring dragon made its grand entrance, albeit, due to the constraints of the terrain, its length was limited to merely 10 meters. Yet, this was more than sufficient. Upon Rayquaza's emergence, the sheer pressure of its divine presence left even Izumi, who had witnessed it countless times before, in awe. Meanwhile, Cynthia's eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for the impending battle against Zhang Feng upon realizing he possessed a legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza. It appeared she had not erred in her choice. This was precisely her initial objective upon arriving in the Hoenn region, to engage in combat with Zhang Feng. Truly, Cynthia embodied the essence of a strong woman, the most formidable female trainer in the Pokémon realm. In contrast, upon witnessing Zhang Feng summon Rayquaza, Regirock emitted a flicker from its shaped markings. Regirock felt a sense of gratitude towards Zhang Feng, for it was he who had liberated it from its interminable seal. Thus, when faced with the challenge of being captured, Regirock appeared surprisingly amenable. Even a creature formed of rock could harbor a heart filled with gratitude. However, when casting its gaze upon Rayquaza, Regirock exhibited no signs of trepidation in the face of a first-tier deity. Instead, it swiftly conjured boundless electricity and unleashed a thunder cannon, striking forth with immediacy. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng promptly commanded Rayquaza, Rayquaza, unleash Dragon Breath. As Zhang Feng's command echoed, Rayquaza roared, releasing a terrifying beam of dragon energy that surged forth. The ensuing collision between Thunder Cannon and Dragon Breath sparked a violent explosion. Yet, after a brief stalemate, Dragon Breath ultimately pierced through the Thunder Cannon's assault, landing squarely upon Regirock. After being struck by Rayquaza's attack, Regirock was propelled backward. The disparity between the two was evident. The chasm between a first-tier and a second-tier deity remained vast. Remarkably, despite being hit by Rayquaza's blow, Regirock did not succumb to defeat, but rather valiantly struggled to rise from the ground. However, the previous Dragon Breath had dislodged several rocks from its body, leaving it appearing quite battered. Fortunately, as a rock-type deity, Regirock possessed the ability to utilize various resources of the same type to restore its form. So this setback was not insurmountable. Seeing that Regirock was determined to continue the battle, Zhang Feng signaled to Rayquaza with his eyes, instructing it to hold back its full strength in the next attack. Rayquaza, use Dragon Tail. Complying with Zhang Feng's request, Rayquaza let out another roar. Its tail enveloped in rich dragon energy and struck out. With a thunderous crash, Regirock was once more sent flying. This time, upon landing, it finally succumbed to its injuries and lost its ability to fight. Observing this, Zhang Feng promptly tossed a heavy ball, successfully capturing Regirock within. Thankfully, having earlier prevented the fossil Aerodactyl from wreaking havoc in Lilac City, the champion of Hoenn, Michael, had gifted Zhang Feng a special set of Pokeballs. Consequently, this was the perfect opportunity to utilize them to capture Regirock. As the heavy ball released a soft click, enveloping Regirock in a beam of red light, a melodious chime resonated, ding-dong. Congratulations to the host for capturing Regirock. After securing Regirock, Zhang Feng employed his psychic abilities to retrieve the heavy ball, and subsequently recalled Rayquaza into the Master Ball, intending for Rayquaza to enlighten Regirock about the wonders of the system space. After all, the system space housed an abundance of various stones, making it quite simple for Regirock to restore its body and health. Being a legendary Pokémon, there was no need for concern regarding its recuperative capabilities. Meanwhile, Cynthia observed the floating heavy ball with a contemplative expression. She had not anticipated that Zhang Feng was also a psychic. All right, let us prepare to depart the ruins. Cynthia, will you accompany us? Or do you wish to remain here? I shall exit with you. After all, You have agreed to my challenge, haven't you? Cynthia replied, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. However, internally, she was fervently urging, hurry and take me out of here, for I do not wish to remain trapped in this ruin any longer. Upon sensing Cynthia's inner thoughts, Zhang Feng paused momentarily, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, I see now. I have uncovered your flaw, Cynthia. You wish to keep your lack of direction a secret from everyone, do you? Such is the nature of psychics. They are indeed extraordinary, especially someone of Zhang Feng's caliber, akin to a deity. Despite Cynthia's best efforts to conceal her true intentions within the ruins, Zhang Feng easily saw through her facade. Regarding Cynthia, the golden-haired beauty, Zhang Feng held admiration. Previously, he had merely recognized her as a formidable trainer. However, having interacted with her now, he perceived her as somewhat naive and adorably oblivious at times, a rare quality in a champion. Soon, with the assistance of Zhang Feng's psychic abilities, the trio swiftly exited the ruins and emerged into the open air. Breathing in the fresh atmosphere, Cynthia finally released a sigh of relief. Though she could have used her Garchomp to tunnel through the ruins and escape, her appreciation for history prevented her from doing so. Preserving this ruin was a quality befitting her as a historian. Zhang Feng, let us engage in a battle, using your Rayquaza. Chapter 100, Cynthia's Challenge, an Intense Reluctance. Upon hearing Cynthia's challenge, Zhang Feng readily acquiesced, for he had previously promised her a battle within the ruins. Now that they were outside, she sought to confront his Rayquaza directly, prompting Zhang Feng to reflect on how Cynthia was, indeed, a battle enthusiast. Given her choice to engage in combat, it was only fitting that Cynthia sent forth her most formidable Pokémon, the fearsome Garchomp. At this moment, observing the sudden shift in Cynthia's demeanor, which starkly contrasted her usual self, Zhang Feng discerned an aura that distinctly belonged to a champion-level powerhouse. The contrast was striking. How intriguing. With that, Zhang Feng accessed the system to inspect Garchomp's attribute panel. Ding dong, Garchomp's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon. Garchomp level. 86 ability. Rough skin type. Dragon. Ground potential. Red Mega Evolution. Unlocked. Skills. Quicksand Hell. Repeated Tread. Cleave. Dragon Claw. Sandstorm. Dragon God's Dive. Dragon Starfall. Upon witnessing Cynthia's Garchomp, a Pokémon endowed with a hidden ability and distinguished by its crimson aptitude, even Zhang Feng, who had encountered numerous champions and their formidable aces, could not help but marvel at Cynthia's prowess. Indeed, even among the illustrious regions of Kanto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh, her strength ranked among the very best. The power of this Garchomp surpassed that of both Stephen and Wallace, as well as the illustrious Lance. One could only say, she truly deserves the title of Sister Cabbage. Thus, I implore you, Rayquaza. As Rayquaza appeared once more, it let out a resonant snort, seemingly questioning why it had been summoned again. Was another battle at hand? With a hint of perplexity, Rayquaza turned its gaze towards Cynthia and her Garchomp. Upon recognizing its opponent, Rayquaza understood that yet another foolhardy challenger had come to test its trainer. Roar. The entrance of Rayquaza immediately instilled a sense of intimidation in Garchomp. Even this battle-hardened Pokémon instinctively placed its claws before itself to shield against the sonic assault. Just barely. It managed to withstand the force of Rayquaza's roar without being sent flying. Sensing Rayquaza's terrifying might, Cynthia's eyes gleamed with excitement. She yearned for a battle against such a formidable adversary. Garchomp, unleash Dragon Starfall. Without a moment's hesitation, Cynthia commanded the most potent move at her disposal. It must be said, her directive was exceedingly astute. For once Rayquaza executed its skills, no matter how strong Garchomp was, it would be reduced to mere seconds of existence. Following Cynthia's command, Garchomp roared fiercely, summoning forth its most powerful move, striking skyward. With a thunderous boom, brilliant fireworks erupted in the heavens, transforming into a multitude of meteor-like projectiles that hurtled toward Rayquaza. But what manner of being is Rayquaza? This creature could consume meteors in the cosmos. How could the meteors born from Dragon Starfall inflict any harm upon it? Dragon Tail? Zhang Feng uttered calmly, and Rayquaza immediately complied. In the next moment, Rayquaza swung its mighty tail, enveloped in a dense aura of dragon energy. Subsequently, the incoming meteors were sent hurtling back towards their origin, targeting Garchomp. Realizing that its own attack was now aimed at itself, Garchomp was taken aback, prompting Cynthia to swiftly shout, Garchomp, execute Dragon Dive with all your might. As Cynthia's words fell, Garchomp let out a furious roar, seemingly rallying its courage. Then, a blue draconic silhouette manifested, clashing with the returning meteors. With a single blow, Garchomp lacked the strength to resist and was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the mountainside, deeply embedded within. Ding dong, Rayquaza has defeated Garchomp. It could be considered a commendable performance. Compared to Metagross, Milotic, and Dragonite, Cynthia's Garchomp at least managed to execute 2 moves against Zhang Feng's Rayquaza. Watching her ace, a companion through many battles, succumb so easily, Cynthia, despite her mental preparations, felt a surge of turmoil within her. How could it be this strong? Unwilling to accept defeat, Cynthia recalled Garchomp and summoned a new Pokémon. I entrust you with this, Lucario. Pokémon, Lucario. Level, 83. Ability, Inner Focus. Type, Fighting, Steel. Aptitude, Gold. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Aura Sphere, Rock Smash, Metal Claw, Endure, Swords Dance, Bone Rush, Close Combat. As Cynthia unleashed another Pokeball, revealing a live Lucario, Zhang Feng comprehended the shift in her demeanor. The champion's mindset had evidently begun to shift. With this in mind, it was time to employ an even more formidable force to thoroughly conquer this proud female champion. Rayquaza, Unleash Dragon Pulse. Lucario, Aura Sphere. As both trainers issued their commands in unison, Lucario immediately coalesced a blue energy sphere and launched it at Rayquaza. Observing this, Rayquaza effortlessly absorbed Lucario's Aura Sphere and retaliated with a powerful Dragon Pulse, striking the astonished Lucario directly. Once again, Lucario faced defeat. Witnessing this, Cynthia's countenance darkened significantly. After recalling Lucario, she sent forth her next Pokémon, Togekiss. However, predictably, Togekiss too fell victim to Rayquaza's might with but a single blow, having lost 3 Pokémon in succession, each defeated in one decisive strike. Cynthia, who had never experienced such failures, felt her composure begin to unravel. After all, unlike Wallace and Steven, who had their own rivals in the Kanto and Hoenn regions, Cynthia had always been an undefeated figure in Sinnoh, facing an overwhelming defeat for the first time. Despite having faced few losses, Steven, the heir of Devon Corporation and former Hoenn champion, had numerous advantages at his disposal. In contrast, Cynthia had no such excuses to comfort herself with. As Zhang Feng sensed her faltering state, he utilized his psychic abilities to delve into Cynthia's thoughts. Chapter 101, Traveling Together. Journey to Luminous City. Thus, when juxtaposed with the defeats of her counterparts, Cynthia's mentality needed fortification. As the face of the Sinnoh region, she had never before encountered such a crushing defeat. Soon, Gardevoir, Roserade, and the final Pokémon, Wailord, all took to the field, yet were similarly vanquished by Rayquaza's overwhelming power. 1 against 6, a complete rout. Consequently, Cynthia's mental state had completely destabilized. Observing the now dazed Cynthia, who had been soundly defeated by Zhang Feng, her eyes glistened with tears, and her heart felt heavy, nearly bringing her to sob. How could a legendary Pokémon possess such might? Does this mean that capturing a legendary allows one to transcend all trainers? Have all my long-standing efforts been in vain? Perhaps, until now? Cynthia had regarded legendary Pokémon with a somewhat indifferent attitude. Indeed, due to her lack of direct confrontation with such beings, she had harbored thoughts of being capable of standing toe-to-toe with them. This mindset had led her to approach Regirock with little trepidation. Yet, after battling Zhang Feng and facing Rayquaza's overwhelming dominance, she truly grasped the formidable nature of legendary Pokémon, experiencing firsthand the pressure of a godlike presence. Subsequently, as if utterly shattered, Cynthia sank to the ground, appearing utterly defeated. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng recalled Rayquaza, and his formidable psychic energy surged into Cynthia's mind, jolting her into clarity. Cynthia, the esteemed champion of the Sinnoh region, must not abandon everything she had achieved through her arduous journey. The Pokémon that had accompanied her thus far did so because they believed in her. Facing a legendary, defeat is merely a part of the journey. To be candid, countless champion-level trainers have challenged me, yet none have crumbled so easily under pressure, allowing a single defeat to shatter their resolve. At this moment, upon hearing Zhang Feng's words and feeling the pain resonating in her mind, Sharona gritted her teeth and helplessly collapsed onto the ground, defiantly proclaiming, "I am not as fragile as you say." Zhang Feng's provocations, combined with his stimulating remarks, somewhat improved Sharona's state. After all, his words indicated that her defeat was not merely a personal loss. Champions from other regions, such as Daigo and Michi, had also succumbed to Zhang Feng. This realization lightened her mood considerably. Daigo and Michi. Indeed, she had momentarily lost her train of thought. If her and her companion's efforts over the years were all for naught, how could she possibly have become the champion of the Sinnoh region? That said, during her battle with Sharona, Zhang Feng had miscalculated his approach. He had assumed Sharona was comparable to Michi, Daigo, and others, yet he failed to allow Sharona to experience the thrill of victory first, which had led her to become somewhat irrational. A blunder indeed. Perhaps it was also Sharona's intense desire to win that had played a role. From this perspective, it was impressive that Qianli, Naki, and the others had managed to maintain their composure without breaking down. However, it was understandable that an undefeated trainer would experience a psychological imbalance when faced with a crushing defeat for the first time, and Zhang Feng could empathize with that. After probing into Sharona's thoughts further, he then spoke, "If you feel adrift without a goal, strive to become stronger, strong enough to challenge legendary Pokémon with your Garchomp. Even if it may take a lifetime to achieve such a goal." Given that he was speaking through telepathy, it felt to Sharona as though Zhang Feng was directly conversing within her mind, leaving a profound impression, almost as if it were her own thoughts. It felt somewhat peculiar. After a while, seeing Sharona gradually regain her composure, she took a deep breath and approached Zhang Feng, attempting to glare at him fiercely, but instead, she appeared rather endearing. "You must not tell anyone that I lost to you. Otherwise, you shall pay dearly," she threatened, shaking her fist at him. Soon thereafter, Sharona turned her gaze towards Izumi, who, under the pressure of being a regional champion, also looked at Zhang Feng. Upon seeing that Zhang Feng had no objections, she nodded. "All right, since you have defeated me, I shall travel with you from here on. I intend to regard you as my target to surpass. I must learn how you train your Pokémon. Furthermore, I cannot trust you. If you were to divulge this to Daigo, Michi, and the others, my undefeated legend as the Sinnoh champion would be shattered. The next time I return to the Sinnoh region, I would be too embarrassed to face Dai Tao and the others." As she spoke, Sharona's face flushed with color. Zhang Feng understood the embarrassment. Anyone would feel awkward being bested by a newcomer in the field, especially as a prominent regional champion. One could only wonder how the likes of Yolongdu, Daigo, and Michi had felt during their respective defeats. It was a pity that this group had left too quickly. One could only speculate about the aftermath. Perhaps after departing, the three of them had secretly shed tears as well. Just as Zhang Feng pondered this, the three champions in distant locales simultaneously sneezed. Thus, it was decided that Sharona would accompany Zhang Feng as they journeyed towards Luminous City. Izumi, being astute, found an excuse to depart, returning to her organization, thereby granting sufficient space for her boss and the charming yet foolish Sharona of the Sinnoh region. However, as she left, Izumi's eyes bore a hint of melancholy. Yet after Izumi's departure, Sharona felt somewhat awkward, as if her presence had been the cause of their separation. Nevertheless, thinking about the possibility of Zhang Feng exposing her humiliating defeat, she gritted her teeth and chose to remain. After all, the Elite Four often handled matters in the Sinnoh region, so it was not a significant issue. After spending a few days together, their relationship became somewhat more familiar. Zhang Feng then took out his Pokédex and flipped to a photo he had surreptitiously captured earlier, grinning mischievously at Sharona. "This esteemed champion of Sinnoh surely wouldn't want everyone to witness the disarray you fell into after your defeat, would you?" Sharona retorted, "Zhang Feng, you scoundrel." Chapter 102, Luminous Gym, the Mega Metagross makes its entrance. Ding dong, Sharona's affection level has increased. Thus, the journey continued with Sharona briskly walking ahead in a huff, while Zhang Feng laughed heartily, the two of them playfully bickering as they made their way to Luminous City. After sharing a light-hearted joke, Sharona's mood soured significantly until evening, when Zhang Feng grilled a fish and offered it to her, finally easing her ire. However, let it be said, the broken Sharona had a unique charm about her. If only that black robe were a tad tighter and more revealing, it would be absolutely perfect. Hence, these photos were ones he would never delete, no matter the cost. "Hey, I haven't seen you putting in much effort into training your Pokémon. And whose Pokémon trainer carries dozens of Pokémon around?" Upon hearing Sharona's inquiry, Zhang Feng chuckled. "That merely indicates my exceptional strength and innate talent. Have you ever seen a trainer, fresh on the scene, possess a legendary Pokémon?" Upon hearing this, Sharona was rendered speechless. Indeed, even for a top-tier champion like her, capturing a second-tier deity might be feasible, but when faced with a first-tier deity, numbers mattered little. Unless one resorted to the devious tactics employed by villainous organizations, employing various schemes and advanced technology to forcibly capture these legendary beings. Yet, even under such circumstances, these legendary Pokémon would not heed your commands and would retaliate at the first opportunity. So how had Zhang Feng achieved such a feat? This question left Sharona perplexed. But, then again, he was the first man to truly defeat her, which naturally rendered him somewhat special, and thus, it was understandable. After a winding journey, they soon arrived at Luminous City. Luminous City, home to the Luminous Gym, was also Zhang Feng's final gym challenge in the Hoenn region. The gym leader here was Adam, who was also the master of the current Hoenn champion, Michi. It was said that after Daigo reclaimed the champion title, the gym leader of Luminous City was changed to Michi. One could only wonder what tragic fates awaited those trainers who challenged the Hoenn League thereafter. Let us observe a moment of silence for them. Nonetheless, Zhang Feng had previously encountered gym leader Adam while capturing Groudon and Kyogre. After restoring his Pokémon, he headed straight for the Luminous gym. Seeing Zhang Feng approaching to challenge the gym, Sharona appeared delighted, eager to witness this fellow engage in Pokémon battles once more. Surprisingly, even Sharona herself had not anticipated that after being decisively defeated by Zhang Feng and provoked through telepathy, her heart would now hold him in such high regard. Thus, her mood was swiftly influenced by his every action. Upon their arrival at the Luminous gym, upon hearing Zhang Feng's name, gym leader Adam personally came out to greet them. At last, I've been waiting for you, Zhang Feng. I had anticipated that you would soon challenge the Luminous gym after the crisis in Hoenn. Logically, since you have previously defeated my disciple Michi, as his master, I should seek to reclaim my honor. However, I am well aware that I am not as strong as my disciple. Therefore, you may take the badge of the Luminous gym directly. As he spoke, Master Adam directly produced the Raindrop badge, intending to hand it over to Zhang Feng. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Feng was taken aback. Adam, it must be said, is indeed a shrewd individual. Perhaps he is concerned that if he sends out his Rayquaza in the battle, it may inadvertently cause destruction to his gym. Thus, he opts to present the badge instead. Alternatively, knowing he stands no chance, he may wish to avoid another humiliating defeat at the hands of Rayquaza, lest he be unable to jest with his disciple, Mikoli, in the future. Reflecting on his relationship with Mikoli, who had graciously gifted him a quasi-divine Pokémon, Zhang Feng felt it necessary to uphold Adam's dignity. However, it would be rather questionable for Adam to simply hand over the badge without a fight. Mikoli, the champion, might accuse him of lacking decorum. Therefore, let us engage in a gym battle. I assure you, I won't use Rayquaza against you. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Adam exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Zhang Feng still conferred some respect upon this old man. After all, who could withstand a gym battle against Rayquaza? Meanwhile, Cynthia, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but smile slyly. For some reason, watching Zhang Feng use a legendary Pokémon to dominate others filled her with delight, dissipating her earlier frustrations. No, it seems I must let others experience this sensation as well. The Sinnoh region cannot have me solely on the receiving end of Rayquaza's wrath. Once everyone has endured Rayquaza's merciless onslaught, then even if news of my future defeat against Zhang Feng were to emerge, it would matter little. With this thought, Cynthia suddenly had an idea. Ultimately, Master Adam agreed to engage in a gym battle with Zhang Feng. The contest between challenger Zhang Feng and gym leader Adam of the Luminous gym would commence, allowing the use of 3 Pokémon each. Thus, the battle began. As the match commenced, Master Adam immediately sent forth a Kingdra. Ding dong. The current attributes of Kingdra are as follows. Pokémon. Kingdra. Level, 60. Ability, Swift Swim. Types, Water. Dragon. Aptitude, Gold. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Water Gun, Dragon Breath, Water Pulse, Dragon Pulse, Hydro Pump, Dragon Dance. In response to Adam's Kingdra, Zhang Feng sent out his Metagross. With a resounding clash of metal, the already formidable Metagross emerged, having surpassed the elite level. Metagross, exuding an imposing presence, took the initiative as Kingdra unleashed Rain Dance. Given that this is a water-type gym, the battlefield comprised a pool with a floating platform. Thus, it was only fitting for Zhang Feng to deploy his Metagross, which could float on water. Master Adam, once one of the Elite Four from the Hoenn region and a formidable figure of his time alongside Champion Steven, felt a surge of joy upon realizing that Zhang Feng had indeed refrained from summoning a legendary Pokémon. As Kingdra commenced its actions, torrential rain fell, triggering its ability. Swift Swim, which enhanced Kingdra's speed. Metagross, let Adam witness our strength. Mega Evolve. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's declaration, Cynthia, Master Adam, and the referee all simultaneously froze in astonishment. What was happening? Can Metagross also evolve again? Chapter 103. While claiming not to use Rayquaza, he never said he wouldn't use Kyogre. As Zhang Feng's words fell, Metagross began to radiate a resplendent light. In a dazzling display of Keystone and Mega Stone, the Super Metagross emerged, captivating the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Ding dong. The current attributes of Super Metagross are as follows. Pokémon. Super Metagross, Mega Evolution. Level, 65. Ability, Tough Claws. Types, Steel, Psychic. Aptitude, Red. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Mega Metagross. Skills: Zen Headbutt, Psychic, Metal Claw, Hyper Beam, Bullet Punch, Hammer Arm, Explosion. Affection: 252. Encounter: met in the Battle Town. An exceptional member of the Metagross lineage, yearning to surpass Steven's Ace Metagross. Hobby: battle, consuming minerals. Beholding the Super Metagross, now possessing an entirely new level of power. Its four claws extended forward. This sight left both Adam and Cynthia momentarily entranced. Particularly Cynthia, who initially believed that Zhang Feng, possessing a legendary Pokémon, had already astonished her, was now utterly flabbergasted by the prospect of Metagross undergoing another evolution. If that is the case, could Garchomp also undergo a second evolution? If so, her strength would undoubtedly rise to a new echelon. Delight welled within her, and her gaze towards Zhang Feng became tinged with eagerness, causing her heart to flutter. Since her debut as the champion of the Sinnoh region, few men have ever caught her attention, yet after being decisively defeated by the legendary Pokémon-wielding Zhang Feng, the more she interacted with him, the more mysterious he seemed. An overwhelming curiosity filled Cynthia's heart, lingering and refusing to dissipate. Meanwhile, Master Adam, aware of Zhang Feng's possession of the Hoenn trio of legendary Pokémon, felt astonished by the Mega Evolution but knew he must refocus on the battle. Kingdra, unleash Water Pulse. Upon Adam's command, Kingdra emerged from the pool, its seahorse-like snout firing a rapid jet of water. Metagross, use Psychic. At Zhang Feng's command, Metagross bellowed fiercely, unleashing a powerful wave of psychic energy. In that moment, no matter how swift the water's flow, it was ensnared by the psychic force, rendering it immobile. In an instant, Metagross's eyes glowed blue as the formidable psychic energy struck Kingdra, immobilizing its attack and forcing it to falter, sending it plummeting back into the water with a pained cry. Kingdra, Dragon Pulse. Upon locating Kingdra, Metagross retaliated with Bullet Punch. The next moment, guided by psychic energy, Super Metagross plunged into the water, its four sharp and massive claws converging, glimmering with white light, directly colliding with Kingdra's Dragon Pulse. With a thunderous roar, even Dragon Pulse was shattered by Metagross's fists, which relentlessly pummeled Kingdra. Under such a brutal assault, Kingdra was propelled out of the pool. Upon landing, Kingdra was rendered completely unable to continue fighting. Ding dong. Metagross has defeated Kingdra, earning 230 experience points, leveling up to level 61, while Super Metagross reached level 66. With Kingdra's defeat, this Metagross, gifted by Steven and now possessing Red Aptitude, had fully caught up with Zhang Feng's primary forces. As Kingdra succumbed to its incapacitation, Zhang Feng awaited the next Pokémon from Master Adam. Witnessing Kingdra's swift downfall, even though Adam had mentally prepared himself, he still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Age takes its toll, and naturally, the strength of his Pokémon diminishes over time. Not to mention, as a former Elite Four member of the Hoenn region, having long been a gym leader, he had lost the fervor to ascend to greater heights. You have indeed shown the potential to ascend to champion status by defeating one of my main forces, Zhang Feng. Now for my next Pokémon. I shall summon my ace, Milotic. As Adam sent forth his ace Pokémon, gazing upon the impressive level 65 Milotic, Zhang Feng couldn't help but express admiration. Then, I shall continue with Metagross. Milotic, unleash Hydro Pump. Metagross, use Psychic. Although Adam's Milotic is nearly equal in strength to Metagross, the enhancements brought by Mega Evolution extend beyond mere level increases. There are also superior base stats and overall power. Consequently, in their clash, Psychic still redirected Hydro Pump, failing to hit Metagross. Witnessing this, Gym Leader Adam's expression shifted slightly. Milotic, execute Dragon Tail. Upon receiving Adam's command, Milotic let out a soft cry, coiling its robust tail and generating a fierce impact as it swiftly charged toward Metagross. In response to Milotic's assault, Zhang Feng immediately commanded his Mega Metagross to confront it head-on. Mega Metagross, use Metal Claw. Following its Mega Evolution, Metagross's ability transformed from clear body to tough claws, naturally augmenting the power of contact moves. Oblivious to the nuances of Mega Evolution, Adam did not comprehend that allowing Milotic to engage in a direct confrontation would only lead to its downfall. However, there was little choice, as Zhang Feng's Metagross had already thwarted Milotic's ranged attacks with Psychic. In the next moment, as the two Pokémon collided, Mega Metagross's first claw was somewhat laboriously blocked by Milotic. Yet, Milotic possessed only one tail, while Metagross had 4 arms. With a flash of white light, 3 razor-sharp metallic claws cleaved through Milotic's pristine body, causing a copious amount of blood to flow. nearly staining the entire battlefield crimson. Upon witnessing this, Adam was utterly astonished. Milotic. Use Recover. As Milotic attempted to regain its strength, Zhang Feng would certainly not permit such an opportunity. Mega Metagross, Hyper Beam. Mega Metagross swiftly gathered its 4 claws, unleashing a column of white light that struck Milotic squarely on the head. A tremendous explosion ensued, sending water splashing everywhere. Gradually, as calm returned, it became evident that Milotic lay motionless in the pool, having completely lost its battle capability. Ding! Metagross defeated Milotic, gaining 1,500 experience points, leveling up to LV 62, with Mega Evolution level at LV 67. With the battle concluded, Gym Leader Adam had lost 2 Pokémon in succession, yet Zhang Feng's Metagross remained unscathed, its body gleaming with a metallic sheen, seemingly untouched. Faced with this predicament, Adam begrudgingly withdrew his final Pokémon, Swampert. In response, Zhang Feng recalled his Metagross and produced a Master Ball. With a flash of red light, Kyogre made its grand entrance. Adam. No need for Rayquaza. Opting for Kyogre now, are we? Chapter 104. Rain Badge. All 8 badges collected. Upon seeing Kyogre, Gym Leader Adam was utterly flabbergasted. He had initially intended to bestow the Rain Badge upon Zhang Feng to avoid battling against his legendary Pokémon, having previously agreed to refrain from using legendaries. Wait, did Zhang Feng say he wouldn't use legendaries at all, or just Rayquaza? How foolish of me. As Adam recalled Zhang Feng's previous words, which only excluded Rayquaza and not other legendary Pokémon, he found himself utterly helpless. This rascal, how dare he deceive an old man like me, half buried in the ground. Adam, that Zhang Feng, lacking martial virtue, deceived and ambushed this old champion. If only my apprentice, Mikuri, were here. But wait. Mikuri has also been beaten by Zhang Feng, so that's that. Resigned, Adam had hoped that with his apprentice becoming the champion of the Hoenn region, his own status would be elevated, but it seemed that was not to be. Ding. Swampert's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Swampert. Level, 60. Ability, Anticipation. Type, Water, Ground. Potential, Purple. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Sleep, Mind Reader, Water Pulse, Waterfall, Earthquake, Future Sight. Although Swampert, being a fish Pokémon, was plump and resembled Kyogre, who would be foolish enough to use it against Kyogre? Realizing the nature of his opponent, Swampert feigned defeat, lying belly up on the water's surface, casting a desperate gaze at its trainer, Adam. There was no choice. The ability Anticipation was indeed formidable, and upon recognizing its inability to win, it immediately played dead. How could you treat me as cannon fodder against Kyogre? Just because I resemble him doesn't mean I'm a legendary Pokémon. Even if I were a legendary, who would dare face the ocean god Kyogre? Do you think I'm Rayquaza? Observing Swampert's humiliating plight, Adam wore an awkward expression, smiling ruefully. What on earth is this? Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Cynthia was equally stunned to discover that Zhang Feng possessed another legendary Pokémon, one that rivaled Rayquaza. Kyogre. Wait, you have another legendary Pokémon. One as powerful as Rayquaza. If Zhang Feng were to gauge Cynthia's mental state at that moment, he would undoubtedly quip. Actually, I have 3 legendary Pokémon in total. Aside from Rayquaza and Kyogre, there's also Groudon. Swampert has lost its fighting spirit and capability. Kyogre wins. Since Gym Leader Adam's 3 Pokémon have all lost their battle capabilities, the victor of this gym battle is Challenger Zhang Feng. Hearing the referee's declaration, Adam let out a long sigh of relief. This overwhelming match finally came to an end. Kyogre, witnessing its opponent's inadequacy, glanced at Zhang Feng as if to say, "You want me to battle against such weak Pokémon? Why not summon that clumsy Groudon instead?" Ignoring Kyogre's gaze, Zhang Feng refrained from replying and promptly recalled it with the Master Ball. Subsequently, Adam produced the Rain Badge and hastily approached Zhang Feng, forcefully handing it over. "You rascal. So you want to use Rayquaza, but opted for Kyogre instead? I'm too old to endure this youthful tumult. You initially declined my offer, insisting on a battle. And now that you've won, here's your badge. Now, please leave. I need to tend to my Pokémon." With that, Gym Leader Adam began ushering Zhang Feng out. Observing Adam's demeanor, Zhang Feng felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. It seemed rather impolite to have his legendary Pokémon bully an old man. Thus, after bidding farewell to Gym Leader Adam, Zhang Feng prepared to depart from the Lapis Gym. Indeed, Gym Leader Adam was advanced in age, although he appeared well-preserved. He was still a relic of the past. It was best not to provoke him further. Who knows, he might feign defeat like Swampert. Leaving Zhang Feng at a loss for words. After leaving the Lapis Gym, Zhang Feng looked at the rain badge in his hand and placed it into his badge case. With the acquisition of the rain badge, his qualifications to participate in the Hoenn League's Celestial Conference were now complete. All 8 badges: the Balance badge from the Orange League Gym, the Rock badge from the Naz Gym, the Fighting badge from the Battle Gym, the Electric badge from the Violet Gym, the Flame badge from the Fiery Gym, the White Feather badge from the Verdant Gym, the Mine badge from the Green Ridge Gym, and the Rain badge from the Lapis Gym, were now collected. With only half a month remaining until the commencement of the Hoenn League's Celestial Conference, Zhang Feng planned to return to Wubai Town for some well-deserved rest. Having traveled for over half a year, it was time to return and check in. Cynthia, now that I have collected all the badges, there remains a while before the commencement of the Hoenn League's colorful conference. I am preparing to return home. My hometown is in Duford Town. Would you care to accompany me? Or would you prefer to stay here, or perhaps return to the Sinnoh region? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Cynthia found herself with an abundance of inquiries. Yet, upon reflection, returning to Duford Town would mean going home with him directly. Wouldn't that be moving too swiftly? Have our relations become so transparently evident in Zhang Feng's eyes? Thus, Cynthia began to experience a sense of hesitation. Observing Cynthia's prolonged silence and her contemplative demeanor, Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. What is there to be conflicted about? Did you not express a desire to surpass me? Once we arrive in Duford Town, I can have Rayquaza serve as your practice partner. If that doesn't suffice, you can choose between Groudon or Kyogre. At this, Cynthia's spirits were instantly lifted. It's settled then. Let us embark towards Duford Town. Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre, you are impressive, aloof. And do you really consider me merely a tool for your romantic pursuits? Chapter 105. The Colossal Psychic Golem. A reunion with Ash. By the way, apart from possessing Rayquaza and Kyogre, you also have Groudon? At this moment, upon discovering that Zhang Feng had other legendary Pokémon, Cynthia's interest was piqued. She had always held a fascination for the mythical creatures of legend. However, her knowledge primarily pertained to those associated with the Sinnoh region. Stories such as that of the creation god Arceus and the Life Orb, along with the tale of how humanity initially received the Life Orb from Arceus to sustain themselves, only to later breach their covenant by refusing to return it, as well as the legends surrounding the time-space deities Palkia and Dialga, and the ruler of the distortion world, Giratina, along with the whispers of the 3 sacred mushrooms. Cynthia had merely skimmed the surface of the 3 legendary Pokémon of the Hoenn region. Since the 3 legendaries of Hoenn are now in your possession, why is it that you are not the champion of Hoenn? In response to Cynthia's question, Zhang Feng chuckled heartily, momentarily evading it. Why? That is simply because he has yet to compete in the Pokémon League. Even if he did, it was not his aspiration to be tied down by the affairs of the Hoenn Pokémon League. Thus, it would be prudent to find a competent partner, or perhaps to play the role of a nonchalant overseer. If in the future, you truly encounter these legendary creatures, could it be possible for you to capture all the legendary Pokémon of the Sinnoh region as well? Upon hearing Cynthia's words, Zhang Feng pondered for a moment. If we are speaking of the time-space deities in Giratina, there might indeed be a chance. However, as for Arceus, unless one earns his approval, capturing all the legendary Pokémon would render any confrontation with the creation god nearly impossible. Upon hearing this from Zhang Feng, Cynthia realized that he possessed considerable knowledge of the legendary Pokémon of Sinnoh, prompting her to shift the conversation. Thus, as they engaged in light banter, Zhang Feng and Cynthia once again arrived in the vicinity of Verdant Turf Town. By a stroke of serendipity, Zhang Feng encountered Ash and his companions, who had lost their way. From a distance, Zhang Feng's psychic abilities detected them, and he overheard Ash lamenting, "It's all May's fault for insisting on this path. Now look where we are, lost again. I shouldn't have trusted your sense of direction, May?" In response to Ash's accusations, May retorted indignantly, "You were the one who initially led us astray. I was merely trying to help. Who is the true culprit here?" Listening to their quarrel, Brock and Max naturally tried to mediate, and coincidentally, Zhang Feng and Cynthia crossed paths with them. "Ash, since you also bear some responsibility, you shouldn't be so disrespectful to the ladies." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's voice, everyone turned their gaze toward him. Upon recognizing Zhang Feng, May's face lit up with joy, but upon noticing Cynthia beside him, her expression dimmed, though she managed to say, "See, Ash, you truly lack charm." Brock, who had initially intended to greet Cynthia, suddenly found himself unable to move. Witnessing the closeness between Zhang Feng and Cynthia, he felt utterly disheartened. "Oh, woe is me. Zhang Feng seems to be quite the charmer, managing to win over such a beautiful lady." Seeing this scene, Max could only offer Brock a sympathetic consolation. "Oh, come on. Zhang Feng is handsome and possesses Rayquaza. It's only natural you can't compete." Indeed, Brock's inability to act was due to Zhang Feng's psychic abilities. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have undoubtedly rushed forward to confess to Cynthia. Meanwhile, Ash, upon spotting Zhang Feng, instantly cast aside his earlier frustrations. Zhang Feng, have you already obtained the badge from the Lapis Gym? Just now. Seeing Ash running towards him, Zhang Feng smiled and introduced him to Cynthia. This is Ash, an exceptional trainer from Pallet Town in the Kanto region. These are his companions, Brock, the gym leader of Pewter City, and May and Max, the children of the gym leader from Mauville City. After completing the introductions, Ash felt a sense of pride upon being called an exceptional trainer. Zhang Feng then turned to Ash and his companions. This is Miss Cynthia, the champion of the Sinnoh region, traveling with me. Hello, I am Cynthia. Upon realizing that this stunning blonde was indeed Zhang Feng's traveling companion and the champion of Sinnoh, Ash and his friends were taken aback. But in the next moment, Ash exclaimed, "Ah, Miss Cynthia, I must challenge you to a battle." In response to Ash's challenge, Cynthia smiled. You wish to challenge me, do you? That is permissible. However, before that, Ash, you must first participate in the Sinnoh Pokemon League and secure victory in the championship. Upon hearing Cynthia's words, Ash suddenly felt disheartened. Oh, then there's nothing to be done. Challenging the champion is indeed no easy feat. After a brief period of casual conversation, it was nearing mealtime, so Brock began preparing food. Zhang Feng and Cynthia, feeling hungry, joined the group for the meal. Meanwhile, the infamous trio of Team Rocket, Jesse, James, and Meowth, were covertly observing through binoculars. We've spotted the kid, Meow, but the one with Rayquaza is also here, along with an unfamiliar blonde lady. Upon hearing Meowth's words, Jesse and James instantly perked up. Oh, so we can capture both Rayquaza and Pikachu in one fell swoop? What a fantastic feeling it would be to be promoted to higher ranks. Without hesitation, Team Rocket sprang into action. However, in the midst of their operation, they accidentally triggered a nearby pedestal, causing a seal to collapse. As the pedestal toppled, an ancient Pokeball fell, and with a swift motion, the Pokeball opened to reveal an enormous psychic golem, towering at approximately 50 meters. This colossal golem, seemingly sealed by human hands, harbored a deep-seated resentment toward the trio and promptly launched an attack. Witnessing the sudden appearance of this gigantic Pokemon, Team Rocket fell into a state of panic. What in the world is that monster, Meow? Meowth, Jesse, don't just stand there, run. Run where, James? That kid over there has Rayquaza. Let us head towards him, quickly. One must admit, James displayed a bit of cleverness in that critical moment. Thus, just as Zhang Feng finished his sandwich, a resounding explosion erupted in the vicinity. As I fixed my gaze, a colossal psychic golem was charging wildly towards us, while in the front, Musashi, Kojiro, and Nyarth were frantically fleeing. Help, little brat, save us. Help us, Meow. Chapter 106, Regirock vs. Psychic Golem, Capture. At that moment, witnessing the approaching trio of Team Rocket and the enormous psychic golem pursuing them, Ash, Brock, May, and Max all turned pale. Yet Zhang Feng couldn't help but smirk slightly. Did they truly believe he returned merely to find Ash? No. His objective was undoubtedly to confront this gigantic and formidable psychic golem. In the original narrative, it seemed that Ash and his companions had little to no means of resistance against this monstrous psychic golem. By all accounts, this creature had to be of elite status. When discussing colossal Pokémon, it appeared that the Kanto region had quite a few, yet in the Hoenn region, only this psychic golem and the previous devourer were notable. However, many of these gigantic Pokémon were the unintended creations of Team Rocket's duo and their feline companion. This suggests that this trio possesses some innate talent in Pokémon genetic engineering, doesn't it? Like the enormous Tentacruel, which was indeed an accidental masterpiece of Team Rocket. Other Pokémon, such as those that naturally grew or were sealed away, include the Dragonite from the Seafloor Cavern and the ancient Alakazam, Jengar, and Jigglypuff. Capturing all these Pokémon would certainly result in unique entities within the world. For Zhang Feng, the title of champion was almost within his grasp. Thus, he set a goal to capture all the Pokémon and legendary beasts he cherished, along with those rare individuals. To achieve this ambition, Zhang Feng would undoubtedly traverse various regions. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Upon Ash issuing the command, Pikachu immediately released a massive current of electricity, yet the psychic golem, being of the ground type, was impervious to Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Ash, in his moment of panic, had overlooked this crucial detail. However, provoked by Ash's challenge, the gigantic psychic golem redirected its focus toward Ash and his companions. Its gaze turned more malevolent as it unleashed a psychic shock towards them. Realizing that Pikachu's attack was ineffective, Ash began to panic. At that moment, Zhang Feng stepped forward and, noticing the calm demeanor of Cynthia beside him, promptly retrieved Regirock's Pokeball. I beg you, Regirock. With a flash of red light from the heavy ball, a fully formed, 50-meter-tall rock pillar emerged onto the scene. Upon witnessing their savior, Team Rocket immediately sighed in relief and rushed to stand behind Zhang Feng. This little brat is truly powerful. We're saved, meow. Little brat. Is your fighting capability with Pikachu really that lacking? And you still aspire to become a Pokemon master? Musashi and her companions taunted Ash, who was infuriated. Hey, I just had Pikachu save you. Yet it was ineffective. Electric types do no damage to ground types, such a fundamental aspect of type matchups, and you weren't aware? Disregarding the playful banter among the group, Zhang Feng's attention was solely fixated on the Psychic Golem. Ding dong. The attribute panel of the gigantic Psychic Golem was as follows. Pokemon. Gigantic Psychic Golem. Special. Level, 75. Ability. Levitate. Types. Psychic. Ground. Aptitude. Gold. Mega Evolution. Unlocked. Skills. Destruction Beam. Teleport. Psychic. Power Trick. Shatter. Affection. 0. Experience. A special individual sealed by humans a millennium ago, harboring a deep-seated hatred for humanity. Hobby. Revenge. Though the level 75 Psychic Golem was remarkably powerful, it still paled in comparison to an ordinary legendary Pokemon. Regirock. Unleash Ice Punch. Even though the legendary Pokemon and regular Pokemon, albeit unique individuals, had a significant disparity, the Psychic Golem's Psychic Shock, upon striking Zhang Feng's Regirock, inflicted minimal damage. Regirock's defense effortlessly absorbed the blow. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Regirock's right arm became enveloped in a dense icy energy, and, without hesitation, the massive creature swung its fist towards the Psychic Golem. The sound of the punch slicing through the air alerted the Psychic Golem to the impending threat, prompting it to employ its skill, Earth Power. Ice types counter Psychic Golem, yet ground-type attacks also counter rock-type Regirock. In the next instant, the colossal fist slammed into the Psychic Golem, sending its enormous body crashing into the ground, nearly fracturing the earth beneath. Countless trees toppled as the Psychic Golem rolled, and Regirock suddenly found itself caught in the fissures created by the Golem's assault. After all, Regirock's considerable weight and lack of the levitate ability rendered it vulnerable on the damaged ground. Regirock, shrink your form and use Destruction Beam. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's command, Regirock immediately minimized its size and unleashed a Destruction Beam directly at the Psychic Golem's head, enduring 2 consecutive powerful attacks, especially from a legendary Pokemon. Even the extraordinary Psychic Golem struggled to endure. Seeing this, Zhang Feng swiftly tossed a luxury ball towards the Psychic Golem. With a graceful arc, the Psychic Golem's immense form transformed into a red light and was drawn into the luxury ball. Although the Psychic Golem attempted to resist, upon entering Zhang Feng's system space, a colossal azure dragon suddenly protruded its head towards it. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of dread engulfed it. As a Psychic-type Pokemon, its ability to sense peril was exceptionally keen. If the Psychic Golem continued to struggle, it might never see the light of day again. At this moment, regardless of its fierce desire for vengeance, all such intentions dissipated, for the dragon before it possessed the genuine ability to reduce it to ashes. Moreover, from other directions, the Psychic Golem also sensed the terrifying pressure exuded by the legendary Pokemon. Realizing resistance was futile, it chose to submit without further ado. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for capturing the Psychic Golem, whose affection level has increased to 100 points. Ding dong. The Psychic Golem's hobby has been changed. Current hobby, Empathy. Chapter 107. Capturing Team Rocket's trio, Special Operations members. Upon receiving the system notification, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. With a Latios by his side, it was akin to possessing a treasure. Regardless of how defiant a Pokemon might be, even the audacious legendary Pokemon like Groudon and Kyogre were subdued by Latios. Now, within Zhang Feng's system space, even though Groudon and Kyogre occasionally harbored thoughts of battling each other, they remained still, respecting Latios' presence. No sooner had such thoughts arisen than Latios would unleash a fierce roar, followed by a dragon breath attack, and even in their primal forms, Latios could mega-evolve and overpower the 2 legendary Pokemon. Ultimately, if they were unable to contend with it, submission was their only option. Moreover, after each encounter, Latios found enjoyment in the process, adding to its hobbies the thrill of thrashing Groudon and Kyogre. To this, Zhang Feng could only exclaim, well done. After capturing the gigantic Psychic Golem, Zhang Feng recalled Regirock, fully resolving the crisis. Zhang Feng is incredible. What was that Pokemon just now? Its body was astonishingly massive. Zhang Feng is truly handsome. Such a man. It is no wonder that he can captivate the affections of so many beautiful elder sisters. In comparison to Pokemon breeders, do trainers not possess greater opportunities? I have decided. I shall aspire to become a Pokemon trainer like Zhang Feng. Listening to the chatter of the crowd, Zhang Feng smiled in response. The Pokemon just now was Regirock, a legendary creature, one of the 3 pillars of Hoenn. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's answer, Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, the recently rescued Jessie, James, and Meowth exchanged glances, arriving at a unanimous decision. Very well, let us seize that brat's Latios, Regirock. And Pikachu, go, Desert Tyranitar. Ouch, not that way. Attack, Spoon Snake, unleash Poison Tail. As the words fell, Spoon Snake and Desert Tyranitar charged toward Zhang Feng and the others. How outrageous, Team Rocket. We just saved you, and you dare to repay kindness with malice? Little girl, we are an evil organization. Turning our backs is merely a commonplace occurrence. With Team Rocket's immediate betrayal, Zhang Feng was prepared. A flash of purple light shimmering in his eyes, rendering Jessie, James, Meowth, Spoon Snake, and Desert Tyranitar utterly immobile. What is happening, Meowth? I can't move. Indeed. What is going on? It seems to be that brat is doing. Could he possibly be a psychic? At that moment, as everyone began to comprehend, they noticed the transformation in Zhang Feng's gaze. How handsome. Not to mention Ash and his starry-eyed companions. Even Cynthia regarded Zhang Feng with newfound admiration. Hey, Team Rocket. To be frank, I hold you in high regard. Thus I offer you an opportunity. Leave Team Rocket and join my organization. What do you say? Should you join? Titles such as executives and board members will await you. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's proposition, both Cynthia and the members of Team Rocket, as well as Ash's group, displayed expressions of bewilderment. An organization? What organization? Could it be that the illustrious Pokemon trainer Zhang Feng, a master of legendary creatures, is affiliated with some organization? At this thought, an ominous feeling welled up within Cynthia. Surely Zhang Feng could not be the leader of an evil organization? With this thought in mind, recalling the earlier appearance of Izumi, who clearly seemed to be under Zhang Feng's command, Cynthia came to a complete realization. At this moment, Zhang Feng was acutely aware of how astonishing it was to declare the existence of an organization. However, it was common knowledge within the ranks of the Sky Team that their leader possessed a Latios. Thus, should the Pokemon League choose to investigate, they would inevitably link Zhang Feng to the Sky Team. Given this, it might be better to openly reveal himself. For Zhang Feng's ambition in forming this organization was simply to leverage its power to seek out more legendary creatures. For a trainer who possesses a Latios, what more reason is required to capture legendary Pokemon? Otherwise, to search for all legendary creatures and rare Pokemon across the globe alone would take an eternity. Nevertheless, everyone remained tactfully silent and did not inquire further. It was James, Meowth, and Jessie, however, who, upon hearing Zhang Feng's invitation, smirked in unison. Humph, do you think we are just anyone? We have long been loyal to Team Rocket. You think you can poach us with mere words? Indeed, how presumptuous. It must be said, the trio was exceedingly loyal to Team Rocket, yet according to the current timeline, they should have been expelled from the organization long ago. It was only later, when Team Rocket sought to explore the Unova or Kalos regions, that Giovanni specifically assigned them as scouts. Oh, so loyal. Yet I have heard that Team Rocket expelled the 3 of you long ago. The usual Team Rocket uniforms are black, while you still wear white. Doesn't that say it all? The organization changed uniforms without informing you. And this. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the trio was immediately shaken. Ah, so Team Rocket has expelled us? Indeed, previously, they had returned to Team Rocket's headquarters, only to find they had already been dismissed. They had even faced ridicule from Yamato and Kojiro. Now, with Zhang Feng bringing it up, and Ash rehashing the realization, they could no longer maintain their composure. Don't speak nonsense. Giovanni's favorite is Meowth. Indeed, we are elite members of Team Rocket. But at that moment, Zhang Feng utilized his psychic abilities to amplify their dissatisfaction regarding Giovanni's treatment of them. Naturally, he wouldn't hypnotize them concerning their favorite character. His psychic powers merely served as an auxiliary function. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he could simply hypnotize and manipulate Cynthia without hesitation. Yet, he refrained from doing so. The ones he truly hypnotized were the previous members of the evil organization, such as Hunter J, Izumi, and Team Magma, while the Team Rocket trio, perhaps due to their anime portrayal, were fundamentally different from other Team Rocket members, and thus did not fall under Zhang Feng's classification of evil. Then, Zhang Feng spoke again. I offer you positions as special operatives within the Sky Team. I hold no ulterior motives. I merely wish to capture all the legendary Pokémon in the world. I believe your abilities are commendable, so by joining the Sky Team, you will have your own special privileges. All I require is that you assist me in seeking information about legendary Pokémon, and furthermore, you will no longer engage in capturing others' Pokémon. If you need, I can help you retrieve Weezing and Arbok. For every trace of a legendary Pokémon you uncover, I will reward you with whatever you desire. Upon hearing this, Jesse and James were utterly swayed. Weezing and Arbok, then we accept. Chapter 108, Vice Leader of the Sky Team, Cynthia. In truth, the Team Rocket trio were indeed rare talents, highly skilled in mechanical development, biological engineering, and various specialized fields. This perhaps exemplifies the norm for antagonists in anime. Be it Grey Wolf, Baldy, or the Team Rocket trio, they all possess a proclivity for invention, deserving the title of inventors. More importantly, Jesse, James, and Meowth are sentimental and not inherently wicked individuals. Such characters are precisely those worthy of Zhang Feng's inclusion into the Sky Team. Yet what truly moved them was not Zhang Feng's tempting offer, but the memory of Arbok and Weezing, whom they had been forcibly separated from. Excellent. Henceforth, the title of Special Operations Squad within the Sky Team shall be entrusted to you. Should you require funding, as long as the purpose is reasonable, feel free to apply to me. I have but one request. Find information about legendary Pokémon and notify me. As for your personal lives, I shall not interfere. And whenever the organization requires your assistance, you shall be at our beck and call. As he spoke, Zhang Feng handed them his contact information. Upon receiving the 3 phones, a bank card, and a locator, the trio was momentarily stunned. The phones are for you to contact me. They contain my information. The bank card holds 2 million Poke Dollars as your initial funding, and the locator indicates the whereabouts of Arbok and Weezing. In fact, from the very first encounter with the Team Rocket trio, Zhang Feng had harbored intentions to recruit them. Thus, he had made early arrangements. As the leader of the organization, it is impossible for him to handle everything personally. After giving an order, he would naturally receive updates from his subordinates. Indeed, both Abigor and Schwangenwagas were originally released in the Hoenn region, making their search rather straightforward. Thus, the trio was successfully captured by Zhang Feng. After transforming foes into allies, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth saluted Zhang Feng in unison, exclaiming, "Boss." Observing their positive demeanor, Zhang Feng produced 2 Pokeballs, stating, "These contain 2 desert dragonflies, serving as a token of compensation for your combat prowess. Work diligently, and the organization will recognize your efforts." Indeed, the desert dragonflies were the evolved forms of the soundwave larvae that Zhang Feng had previously captured in Golden Town, making them a commendable reward for the organization's members. Witnessing Zhang Feng's generosity, the trio, accustomed to hardship, was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears, and promptly vowed their loyalty. At that moment, Ash could no longer contain himself. "Zhang Feng, while I have no say in your establishment of the organization, why have you included these 3? In response to Ash's confusion, Zhang Feng calmly replied, "What is wrong with that? I am guiding them to amend their ways and cease capturing others' Pokémon. Is that not a commendable endeavor? Furthermore, after having battled them for so long, do you truly relish the idea of them relentlessly pursuing your Pikachu?" Faced with Zhang Feng's reasoning, Ash found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Cynthia, perceiving the situation, spoke up. "So, that Chenmai was also one of your Sky Team's subordinates?" Noticing Cynthia's somewhat serious expression, Zhang Feng replied with composure, "Indeed, she was a former officer of the Ocean Team. After I captured Groudon and Kyogre and resolved the crisis in the Hoenn region, I established this organization. Its purpose is to capture all legendary Pokémon in the world through legitimate means." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's noble ambition, everyone present could not help but gasp in astonishment. Upon reflection, with Zhang Feng possessing Rayquaza, Kyogre, Groudon, and earlier, Regirock, he seemed uniquely qualified to pursue the goal of capturing all legendary Pokémon. Although the name of the organization might evoke an impression of villainy, do you not comprehend my character and principles? As he spoke, Zhang Feng turned to Cynthia. "You were present when I captured Regirock. Did I employ any malicious methods in that endeavor?" "No, I did not. On the contrary, I released Regirock from its seal, and it expressed gratitude towards me. I captured it honorably through strength. What could be wrong with that? Is it against the Pokémon League's laws to form an organization?" At that moment, as they contemplated Zhang Feng's words, the crowd began to see his point. Indeed, Zhang Feng's establishment of an organization to fulfill his dream of capturing all legendary Pokémon and sharing that vision with them was a cause for celebration. The Pokémon League's regulations did not contain any prohibitive clauses. As long as Zhang Feng's organization abided by the League's rules, it was entirely legitimate. As the discussion continued, Cynthia felt a sense of relief and guilt, realizing that her earlier suspicions of Zhang Feng, without knowing the full context, had been somewhat unwarranted. After a moment of silence, seemingly to redeem her image in his eyes, Cynthia hesitantly asked, may I also join the Sky Team? Zhang Feng. After pondering her request in silence for a while, Zhang Feng finally spoke. Are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. Upon hearing Cynthia's affirmation, Zhang Feng considered for a moment and replied, having a powerhouse like you join the organization would undoubtedly be beneficial, but as the leader, I must assert my authority. Do you understand? Listening to Zhang Feng's words, Cynthia began to feel conflicted internally. Eventually, her special feelings towards him quelled her other thoughts, and she nodded firmly, of course. As long as my actions within the organization do not violate the Pokémon League's regulations, I will absolutely regard you as my superior. However, outside the organization, we are equals. Moreover, I am well acquainted with the legendary Pokémon of the Sinnoh region. If you wish to capture them, I would like to participate and assist you. Chapter 109. The Expanding Organization and Ash's Inclusion. After observing Cynthia's true intentions, it became apparent that her decision stemmed from guilt over her earlier doubts about him, coupled with a desire to witness legendary Pokémon firsthand, hoping Zhang Feng would capture those mythical creatures and allow her to witness their legends. There was also a hint of a conflicting hope that Zhang Feng would not tread the path of a villainous organization. After contemplating her earnestness, Zhang Feng ultimately decided to accept her into the Sky Team. Regardless, Cynthia was genuinely considering her involvement, and for such a formidable champion, Zhang Feng naturally agreed to her joining. After all, once she became a member of the Sky Team, would this Sinnoh Pokémon League champion's actions still be subject to control? With that, he declared, in that case, I hereby appoint you as the deputy leader of the Sky Team, Cynthia. As he spoke, a unique jade token appeared in Zhang Feng's hand, engraved with the likeness of a cerulean dragon, unmistakably resembling Rayquaza. The reverse bore the word sky, and through Zhang Feng's psychic influence, the inscription of Cynthia was added, thus forming the identification of the deputy leader of the organization. This jade token represents that you are now the deputy leader of the Sky Team, serving as your identification within the organization. With Cynthia's inclusion, a new regulation was established within the Sky Team. Any champion level or above Pokémon trainer who joined would automatically attain the position of deputy leader, just as Cynthia had. Champion-level trainers would be designated as core members, such as Hunter J. Trainers on the verge of becoming champions would hold the position of elite captains, currently only occupied by Jianmei and Hoenn. Ordinary members were defined by the standard of elite trainers, and the number of elite trainers within the Sky Team had already surpassed 300. Additionally, certain exceptional talents would be categorized under a special operations team, such as Kyogre, Musashi, and Meowth. The status of these special talents would be determined by the merits they established, but at the very least, they would always rank above ordinary members. As Cynthia held the jade token representing her newfound status, she could faintly sense the aura of legendary Pokémon emanating from it, leaving her in awe of its exquisite craftsmanship. However, as the champion of the Sinnoh region, taking on the role of second-in-command in another organization did seem somewhat impulsive. Witnessing Cynthia, a champion, willingly join Zhang Feng's organization, Musashi, Kyogre, and Meowth were elated. It seemed that their newly joined organization was truly remarkable. Not only was the funding ample, but both the leader and deputy leader were top-tier powerhouses who entrusted them with significant responsibilities, and they had the opportunity to reclaim their original Pokémon. What a splendid feeling. Meanwhile, Ash, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Zhang Feng's earlier remarks, scratched his head and apologized. Zhang Feng, I'm sorry. I owe you an apology. I was mainly concerned that the Rocket Trio had ulterior motives and might cause you trouble. He then turned to Musashi, Kyogre, and Meowth, saying, Zhang Feng is my friend. And since you intend to join his organization, I hope you genuinely turn over a new leaf. Otherwise, Pikachu and I will not let you off easily. Upon hearing Ash's declaration, Pikachu raised its fist in agreement. Pika Pika. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng smiled, recognizing that Ash's concerns stemmed from genuine care, thus rendering his earlier doubts inconsequential. However, the trio was not pleased with the implications. Hey, kid, our loyalty to the boss is well known. Don't spout nonsense. Indeed, the boss has bestowed upon us not only wealth and authority, but also the opportunity to reclaim our original Pokémon. Such generosity shall earn my everlasting respect, for I, Kyogre, shall forever honor our boss. It is true, Meow. I have never experienced such fortunate days before, Meow. In a moment of nostalgia, The trio reminisced about their days as members of Team Rocket, where they often had to share a single biscuit, starve daily, and endure bullying from wild Pokémon. At this point, the three of them collapsed into tears. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not help but twitch their lips and break into a cold sweat. Only to hear Ash continue, "Speaking of which, Zhang Feng, if you wish to capture legendary Pokémon, I happen to have encountered quite a few. In the Kanto region, there's Ho-Oh, Lugia, Moltres, Articuno, Zapdos, Inei, Suicune, Latios, Latias, and I believe there's even Celebi." As Ash counted on his fingers how many legendary Pokémon he had encountered, Zhang Feng suddenly slapped his forehead. He had completely overlooked the most crucial point. If one wishes to capture legendary Pokémon, what could be swifter than following Ash, who naturally attracts them? As long as he stays close to Ash, he would have no trouble encountering any legendary Pokémon. Moreover, given that Ash is destined to become the strongest trainer in the world, it would be wise to recruit him into the Sky Team before he rises to prominence. Not to mention, merely having him contact Zhang Feng when he encounters a legendary Pokémon would be sufficient. Furthermore, considering their current relationship, as long as Zhang Feng does not become an unforgivable enemy of the Pokémon League, Ash would likely stand by his side, right? With this in mind, Zhang Feng promptly inquired, "So, Ash, would you care to join my organization?" Upon hearing Zhang Feng's proposal, Ash was initially taken aback. "Wait, can I really?" Then, joyfully, Ash responded, "Since it's your invitation, Zhang Feng, I would be delighted to join." Seeing Ash's acceptance, Xiaoyao, Brock, and Kasumi naturally shared similar sentiments, and thus, whether recruiting one or a group, they all joined the Sky Team. Xiaoyao, admiring Zhang Feng, hoped to draw closer to him, while Brock thought that, given Zhang Feng's prowess, he might learn a thing or two about winning over girls. As for Kasumi, he merely tagged along. Perhaps influenced by Zhang Feng's effortless defeat of Qianli, Kasumi now regarded Zhang Feng as his future goal. Of course, as for their roles, they would all be part of the Special Operations Squad, with Ash as the captain. "Ash, whenever you encounter a legendary Pokémon, feel free to contact me directly." With that, Zhang Feng presented Ash with a jade tablet. Afterward, the group parted ways. Musashi, Kajuro, and Meowth prepared to retrieve Arbok and Weezing before executing Zhang Feng's orders to seek out traces of legendary Pokémon. They would contact Zhang Feng as soon as they had any news. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions continued their journey to Luin City to challenge the final gym. As for Zhang Feng and Sharona, they set forth toward Mabuki Town, having agreed to compete once more at the Hoenn League's colorful tournament. The group thus parted ways. Chapter 110, Capturing the Shiny Dunsparce, Enter the Speed Dog. After parting ways with Ash and the others, Zhang Feng contemplated teleporting directly back to Mabuki Town. However, just as he had this thought, he stumbled upon a group of Dunsparce. Among them, a uniquely colored Dunsparce, resembling a shade of brown, caught Zhang Feng's attention. Ding dong. The current attributes of Dunsparce are as follows. Pokémon, Shiny Dunsparce, Special, Role, None, Level, 35, Ability, Sandveil, Type, Ground, Potential, Gold, Bond Evolution, Unlocked, Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Tackle, Thunder Fong, Fire Fong, Heavy Slam, Rollout, Earthquake, and Mega Impact. Affection, 0. Experience, a stunning beauty amongst the Dunsparce clan, drawing countless suitors, yearning for romance. Hobby, enjoys delectable berries. After observing the attributes of this Dunsparce, Zhang Feng felt compelled to capture it. As for shiny Pokémon, Zhang Feng had always found them irresistible. Thus, encountering a shiny Pokémon presented an undeniable opportunity for capture. Without hesitation, Zhang Feng prepared to summon his Pokémon. Observing this, Sharona also noticed the special Dunsparce and, seeing Zhang Feng's enthusiasm, understood his intentions. However, as a Pokémon trainer, nothing excited her more than encountering various rare Pokémon she adored. "I entrust you with this, Houndoom." Houndoom had reached level 40, and it was time for it to evolve into its final form, the majestic Houndoom. After releasing Houndoom, Zhang Feng took out a Firestone and said to Houndoom, "Prepare for your evolution and then go defeat that shiny Dunsparce." For the ambitious Houndoom, evolving into a Houndoom like its mother was a dream it yearned to fulfill. Thus, Houndoom had been diligently improving its strength. Now, the moment had finally arrived for it to evolve into its ultimate form. Once Zhang Feng placed the Firestone upon Houndoom, a dazzling silver light erupted. The evolution commenced. No matter how many times Zhang Feng witnessed evolution, he was always in awe of the wonder of Pokémon. Perhaps it was precisely this miraculous nature that earned them the title of Pokémon. Soon, as the evolution light waned, a regal Houndoom appeared. Ding dong. The current attributes of Houndoom are as follows. Pokémon. Houndoom. Role. None. Level. 43. Ability. Intimidate. Type. Fire. Potential. Gold. Bond Evolution. Unlocked. Mega Evolution. Unlocked. Skills. Flamethrower. Fire Fawn. Overheat. Extreme Speed. Play Rough. Eruption. And Flare Blitz. Affection. 252. Experience. Having wandered alongside its mother and endured hardships, it encountered a trainer after reaching Smokestack Mountain. Hobby. Desiring to protect its mother, guard its siblings, and safeguard its trainer, longing to grow stronger. At this moment, gazing at the Houndoom, which also possessed golden potential, standing approximately 2 meters tall and significantly larger than the average Houndoom, with a physique stronger than that of a lion or tiger. Calling it merely a dog seems rather unconvincing. However, this Pokémon is indeed a legendary creature, the prototype of the legendary Pokémon NEI, and its strength is unquestionable. Thus, with the evolved Houndoom at his side, Zhang Feng teleported right in front of the shiny Dunsparce and declared, "Dunsparce, let us battle. I intend to capture you." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the shiny Dunsparce remained unfazed, while the rest of the Dunsparce clan erupted in fury. After all, she was the goddess of their clan. How could a mere human take her away? In an instant, dozens of Dunsparce unleashed rollout, charging at Zhang Feng. Witnessing this, Houndoom let out a howl, its formidable presence momentarily halting the advance of the Dunsparce. Subsequently, Zhang Feng employed his psychic abilities, adopting the battle stance of a humanoid Pokémon, effortlessly sending the entire group of Dunsparce flying. "Since you are so eager to offer yourselves, go and thrive within my system space." The next moment, Zhang Feng produced dozens of ordinary Pokeballs, capturing each of the Dunsparce and bringing them into the system space. Thus, the once vast Dunsparce clan was left with only the shiny Dunsparce. Upon witnessing this scene, the shiny Donphan erupted in a fit of fury, emitting a furious howl that conveyed a challenge. Should she lose the battle, all her companions would be released. "Very well," came the reply, "but should you lose, you shall become my Pokémon. Arcanine, go forth and unleash extreme speed." With Zhang Feng's command, Arcanine let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a streak of lightning as it charged towards the shiny Donphan. In a resounding crash, its speed was so overwhelming that Donphan had no time to react and was sent hurtling away. Thus followed the Flare Blitz. As Arcanine was enveloped in fierce flames, it collided once more with Donphan. Faced with this onslaught, the shiny Donphan could muster no resistance. With a flash from a luxury ball, the shiny Donphan was captured by Zhang Feng. Ding! Arcanine defeated Donphan, gaining 485 experience points, leveling up to LV 44. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing Donphan. Ding! The host's current attributes are as follows. Host, Zhang Feng. Age, 18. Funds, 1 billion Pokémon coins, accumulated from the spoils of the Team Magma and Team Aqua, and continuously increasing. Items, 2 Master Balls, 100 Luxury Balls, 1 Lizardon Mega Stone, 1 Pidgeot Mega Stone, 1 Aerodactyl Mega Stone, 1 Blastoise Mega Stone, 1 Metagross Mega Stone, 1 Keystone. Extras, System Space. Abilities, Psychic Powers, comparable to Mutuo. Organization, Sky Team, 300 members. Special members of Sky Team: Cynthia, Jay, Mizuki, Fire Goose, Ash, Musashi, Kojiro, Meowth. Ash, Xiaoyao Brock. Level 1 Deities, Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre. Level 2 Deity, Regirock. Main Pokémon, Lizardon, Pidgeot, Milotic, Blastoise, Metagross, Infernape, Glaceon, Espeon, Sylveon, Shiny Gardevoir, 2, Aerodactyl, Colossal, Arcanine. Breloom, Charmeleon, Snivy, Totodile, Turtwig, Absol, Dragonair, Gigalith, Donphan. Chapter 111. Farewell, Joy, and the Complex Cynthia. After capturing the Donphan species and the shiny Donphan, Zhang Feng, accompanied by Cynthia, executed a teleportation and returned directly to Orange City. The purpose of this visit was, of course, to see his official girlfriend, Joy Sakura. However, bringing the Sinnoh champion Cynthia to meet his girlfriend was undeniably a bold move. Yet, upon reflection, although Cynthia held a considerable affection for Zhang Feng, their relationship had yet to progress significantly. Therefore, in meeting Joy Sakura, Zhang Feng felt no trepidation. Moreover, in this Pokémon world, even a 10-year-old boy like Green could travel with multiple girlfriends. So with Zhang Feng's current prowess, who could prevent him from seeking additional romantic interests? Isn't this supposed to be back in White Rock Town? But isn't this Orange City? In response to Cynthia's confusion, Zhang Feng explained. The Joy at the Pokémon Center in Orange City is my girlfriend, so of course, I must visit her before heading home. However, she has her duties. So it's unlikely she'll be able to accompany me back to White Rock Town. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's forthright declaration, Cynthia was momentarily taken aback. Oh, you have a girlfriend? It seemed she had not anticipated this development, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. While it could be said that Cynthia harbored strong feelings for Zhang Feng, it appeared more a reflection of her frustration at having been bested by him. Furthermore, the defeat by a man stronger than herself ignited a profound curiosity within Cynthia, compelling her to explore the limits of his potential. If there were to be someone worthy of Cynthia's admiration, they would, at the very least, need to surpass her in strength. Aside from Zhang Feng, no one else fit that description. Thus, their companionship during this journey was merely a pretext. It stemmed from a desire to be near someone formidable. For Cynthia, a trainer standing at the pinnacle of the world, encountering a man stronger than herself was an exceedingly rare phenomenon. True, the champion of the Elite Four, Dan, was also stronger. But could he dominate Cynthia in such a manner as Zhang Feng? Only such overwhelming victories could evoke profound psychological shifts in a strong-willed individual like Cynthia. Moreover, though their travels together had been brief, the experiences and day-to-day interactions had filled Cynthia with joy. Yet now, why did Zhang Feng already have a girlfriend? Well then, you go ahead. I'll wander around a bit. I haven't properly explored Orange City during my last visit, though they were merely companions on a journey. Why did the news of Zhang Feng's girlfriend evoke such sadness and complexity within Cynthia? She scarcely wished to confront it. What were Zhang Feng's true feelings towards her? Furthermore, if he was already involved with Miss Joy, then the earlier member of the organization, Mizuki, must also share a special connection with him. Increasingly agitated by her thoughts, Cynthia aimlessly roamed the streets of Orange City. Zhang Feng, noticing her state, had little to say. He couldn't very well echo Li Xuanhuan's words. You arrived just in time. After attributing a psychic label to Cynthia to prevent any untoward incidents, Zhang Feng made his way to the Pokémon Center. Upon re-entering the Pokémon Center in Orange City, Zhang Feng immediately heard his girlfriend's voice. Hello, welcome to the Pokémon Center. How may I assist you today? Followed by a standard, warm smile. Yet the next moment, upon recognizing Zhang Feng, Joy Sakura could no longer contain her longing and leapt over the counter into his embrace. Xiao Feng, seeing his girlfriend's exuberant reaction, Zhang Feng joyfully lifted her up. Meanwhile, various trainers within the Pokémon Center, upon realizing that the esteemed Joy of Orange City was taken, were left disheartened. Whoa, who is this guy? He doesn't even seem that handsome, yet he must be Joy's boyfriend. Don't be ridiculous. This is Zhang Feng, the one who saved the Hoenn region. How can you even compare? Listening to their remarks, Joy Sakura's cheeks flushed with color. You didn't even let me know you were coming. After months apart, you've become a hero saving the Hoenn region, truly worthy of my affection. Though a little bashful, surrounded by so many people, Joy Sakura was resolute in not releasing Zhang Feng's arm. Well, it's a long story, but we have plenty of time to discuss it. It was only after the Pokémon Center closed for the night that Joy Sakura entered Zhang Feng's room. The two embraced, sharing their feelings of longing during their time apart. After recounting all his adventures thus far, Zhang Feng's current identity and strength left Joy Sakura deeply moved. As a nurse, her primary duty was to ensure the health of local Pokémon. Although she yearned to accompany Zhang Feng to White Rock Town, she currently had no vacation time. However, upon seeing Cynthia, while a hint of jealousy arose within her, Joy Sakura soon recognized the advantages of befriending a regional champion like Cynthia could bring to Zhang Feng. Moreover, as a woman endowed with a sixth sense, Sakura discerned that this champion from the Sinnoh region harbored unique feelings for her boyfriend. Powerful men invariably attract numerous beautiful women, drawn to them like moths to a flame. Coming from the esteemed Joy family, Sakura recognized this truth early on. For the Joy family has established itself as a cornerstone of the Pokémon world. Wherever there is a Pokémon Center in any city, a member of the Joy family is sure to be present. The longevity of such a lineage relies heavily on intricate networks of relationships. Thus, after spending a few tender days with Sakura, Zhang Feng returned to his hometown of Weibai Town. Surprisingly, Cynthia followed him almost as if by fate. Before his departure, Sakura engaged in a light-hearted conversation with Cynthia, leaving the latter's thoughts in a state of disarray. Ultimately, her curiosity about Zhang Feng and her feelings for him took precedence, and Cynthia found herself perplexed by her own emotions. Observing Cynthia's demeanor, a smile unconsciously graced Zhang Feng's lips. It seemed that this beautiful blonde was quite captivated by him. Upon returning to his old home, Zhang Feng paid a visit to Professor Otamaki, exchanging pleasantries before retreating to his long-abandoned residence, where he released all his main battle Pokémon. Rayquaza, Kyogre, and Groudon, having all shrunk in size, sprawled leisurely in the yard, basking in the sun. Regirock served as Zhang Feng's guardian, following closely at his side, its orange glow flickering like a machine. The Colossal Alakazam, unable to reduce its size, remained confined within the system's space. Chapter 112. The champion-level trainer Zhang Feng. The Lizard King lounged beneath a tree, soaking up the sun to rejuvenate its energy. Pidgeot perched atop a branch, preening its feathers, exuding an air of nobility. Milotic spiraled gracefully around the pond, its beautiful tail shimmering with radiant colors in the sunlight. As Zhang Feng's initial trio of Pokémon, they had all grown stronger together, each now boasting a level of approximately 65. Compared to their earlier days, their progress in strength had undoubtedly slowed considerably. Boskage and Metagross stood side by side, engaging in friendly sparring of fighting techniques, while Infernape animatedly gestured, offering tactical advice. With such a martial arts master as Infernape, Zhang Feng's most formidable fighting-type Pokémon, undoubtedly. Once the powerful Combusken evolved into Blaziken, Infernape would have ample opportunity to impart its wisdom. Under Infernape's guidance, Metagross and Boskage began to practice, learning the nuances of power application. It must be said that these three Pokémon, currently the only non-legendary red-quality Pokémon in Zhang Feng's possession, shared an exceptional bond, and their rate of improvement was remarkable. In terms of level, they now stood equal to Lizard King, Pidgeot, and Milotic. It wouldn't be long before they surpassed Zhang Feng's initially acquired Lizard King and its companions, coupled with the 64-level Aerodactyl. Zhang Feng now possessed 7 Pokémon at the champion level's initial stage. At this moment, even without accounting for legendary creatures, he was indeed a true champion-level trainer. With such prowess, he could expect the utmost privileges from the official authorities in any region he visited. Not to mention, he also held 3 level 1 deities and 1 level 2 deity. With such strength, even the top-tier powerhouses of the Pokémon world would likely find Zhang Feng a formidable opponent. A few Dragon Ascent from Rayquaza, a Cataclysm from Kyogre, and the eruption of magma from Groudon. Who could withstand such might? Thus, Aerodactyl soared through the skies, surveying the landscape of Wei Bai Town with unrestrained freedom. In addition to these 7 champion-level Pokémon, Glaceon, Leafeon, Sylveon, and 2 shiny Gardevoirs now hovered around level 55. Among them, Glaceon, Leafeon, and Sylveon snuggled at Zhang Feng's feet, resting, while the 2 Gardevoirs flanked him on either side. The lively and mischievous younger Gardevoir even utilized its psychic abilities to levitate grapes from the table, gently placing them into Zhang Feng's mouth. Witnessing this scene, the elder Gardevoir chuckled, resting Zhang Feng's head upon her lap, offering him a delightful head pillow. Is it just me, or does it feel like I have fallen into an unusual state? Observing Zhang Feng's utter contentment, Cynthia couldn't help but roll her eyes. Whether it was due to the Joy family connection or something else entirely, it felt as though Zhang Feng's bond with his Pokémon was quite extraordinary. As for the Arcanine and Shelgon, they currently lingered at level 45, and it seemed it would take some time for Shelgon to evolve into Salamence. Thus, at this moment, Arcanine lay on the ground, savoring the warmth of the sun, while Shelgon gazed skyward, watching the freely soaring Aerodactyl, his eyes filled with longing, yearning for his own ultimate evolution to take flight. The remaining Pokémon were the starter Pokémon obtained from various regional professors following victorious battles. Combusken, Charmeleon, Snivy, Totodile, and Turtwig. These 5 little ones now stood at level 32, and it was anticipated that they would achieve their final evolutions before the commencement of the Hoenn League's colorful conference. At this moment, they had formed a circle, basking leisurely in the sun. Absol, currently at level 35, gathered around Zhang Feng's feet alongside the evolved forms of EV, seemingly attempting to impersonate them. Dratini trailed alongside Milotic, both being Serpentine Pokémon, perhaps sharing more common ground. With Dratini's addition, Milotic and Dratini began playfully splashing water at each other. This semi-legendary gift from the dragon family had now fully evolved, reaching an impressive level of 38, truly a rising star. Ding dong, Dratini's current attribute values are as follows. Pokémon, Dratini Roll, None Level, 38 Ability, Shed Skin Type, Dragon Quality, Gold Bond Evolution, Unlocked Mega Evolution, Unlocked Skills, Twister, Dragon Breath, Quick Attack, Water Pulse, Dragon Tail, Agility, Dragon Dance Affection, 220 Experience. The most exceptional representative of this generation from the dragon family, entrusted by the dragon family to accompany its host, now commands the power of weather following its evolution. Hobbies: enjoys eating berries and playing in water. Upon observing Dratini's attribute panel, Zhang Feng surmised that it would likely, like Shelgon, become a red-quality Pokémon upon its final evolution. Furthermore, the shiny Boskich, who had only recently joined, was still somewhat aloof, lying alone on the ground. Noticing this, Boskich, being one of the only 2 shiny Pokémon, brought the shiny Boskich close, allowing her to watch him practice his fighting techniques. Consequently, the love-struck Boskich gazed at Boskich with newfound admiration. This seemed to be the essence of affection. Sensing the thoughts of all his Pokémon, Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy. Such leisurely days, spent in the delightful company of his beloved Pokémon, were truly a blissful respite. However, the space in this home was rather limited, insufficient to accommodate so many Pokémon, resulting in a somewhat cramped atmosphere. Thus, an idea struck Zhang Feng. He resolved to purchase a plot of land in Weibai Town to construct a unique estate and Pokémon training ground. He immediately contacted Izumi to make arrangements. After all, Zhang Feng was now financially robust, with ample funds, making the establishment of his own estate, or even a ranch, entirely feasible. Only in this way could all the Pokémon within his system space emerge. The Colossal Alakazam would no longer be confined to the system space. In rare moments of leisure, after more than 6 months of diligent effort to strengthen himself, Zhang Feng naturally recognizes the necessity of a harmonious balance between work and rest. Thus, he resolved to indulge in a period of relaxation before the upcoming Hoenn League's Colorful Spirit Conference. This also serves as a well-deserved holiday for his Pokémon. Chapter 113. A Leisurely Life Before the Competition. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's directive, the Sky Team's Quan Mei promptly mobilized resources and personnel, arriving in Weibai Town to commence the construction of an opulent manor. Given Zhang Feng's regard for Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth, upon reclaiming his Pokémon, they voluntarily offered their assistance. Considering the unique production techniques of these 3 within the narrative, Zhang Feng readily acquiesced. The residents of Weibai Town, witnessing the sudden arrival of multiple construction teams, were filled with curiosity. After inquiring, they were astonished to learn that the soon-to-be-completed luxurious villa belonged to none other than Zhang Feng. Could it be that the individual who saved the Hoenn region and was publicly praised by Champion Michael is indeed our Zhang Feng? Wasn't he just on a journey for over half a year? How could he have become so formidable? The townsfolk, having watched Zhang Feng grow, eagerly anticipated his participation in the Hoenn Pokémon League's Colorful Spirit Conference, pledging their support. Undoubtedly, with his current prowess, victory is assured. It must be said that the ordinary residents of the Pokémon world are genuinely kind-hearted. Zhang Feng had previously received their assistance, and now that he has achieved substantial strength, he naturally wishes to extend some benefits to them. While direct monetary aid may be unnecessary, he has decided to gift an initial Pokémon to any young individual aspiring to become a Pokémon trainer, thereby helping them realize their dreams. After all, the Sky Team possesses a sufficient reserve of Pokémon, more than adequate for such endeavors. Indeed, before he attained the system, he found it impossible to embark on the path of becoming a Pokémon trainer. The speed of construction in the Pokémon world is remarkably swift, and within 3 days, a grand manor spanning approximately 1,000 acres was completed. 1,000 acres is roughly equivalent to 100 football fields. Given the sparse population of Weibai Town and the abundance of unclaimed land, Zhang Feng acquired the property for development. Even in the future, should his collection of Pokémon expand, he can still consider further renovations. Of course, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth played an indispensable role in this endeavor, as their speed and quality of construction made the 3-day completion a trivial task. The manor features rivers, swimming pools, lawns, and woodlands, providing ample space for all of Zhang Feng's Pokémon to rest. Within the newly established estate, Zhang Feng's Colossal Alakazam finally made its appearance. After surveying its new abode, Alakazam ambled over to a sandy area and leisurely drifted into slumber. Thus, it can be said that the trio of Meowth, Musashi, and Kojiro are, in a sense, geniuses. With the housing situation resolved, Zhang Feng selected 20 beautiful women from the organization to serve as security, housekeeping, and maids for the manor. Consequently, any of Zhang Feng's needs would be readily attended to by the staff within the villa. Observing Zhang Feng's apparent leisure, Cynthia could not help but raise an eyebrow. With less than 10 days remaining until the Hoenn League's Colorful Spirit Conference, why did he seem utterly unperturbed? Upon hearing Cynthia's remark, Zhang Feng smiled and turned to his array of Pokémon behind him, saying, "With this lineup, is there even a possibility of defeat in the Pokémon League?" Cynthia felt a flush of awkwardness at his bold assertion. Indeed, with Zhang Feng wielding Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre, and Regirock, even she, Stephen, Michael, and others were no match for him. Although the Hoenn League boasts many formidable trainers, it is unlikely that anyone surpasses Zhang Feng in strength. Moreover, even without these legendary Pokémon, with Zhang Feng's current elite-level combat prowess, few could rival his main Pokémon. However, it must be noted that Cynthia had been away for over a month. As the Hoenn League's colorful Spirit Conference approached, the Sinnoh region's Pokémon League would soon hold its own events, necessitating her return to preside over the proceedings. Additionally, a new competition between the Elite Four and Champions was on the horizon. Wusong had called multiple times, urging Cynthia to return to the Sinnoh region promptly. She might not be able to accompany Zhang Feng until the opening of the Hoenn League. Contemplating this, a sense of frustration welled up within Cynthia as she realized she could not remain by Zhang Feng's side. Sensing her inner turmoil, Zhang Feng subtly utilized his psychic abilities to guide her to voice her thoughts. With the battle between the Elite Four and Champions imminent, and the Sinnoh Pokémon League's Lily of the Valley Conference approaching, I will return to the Sinnoh Pokémon League shortly. Upon realizing she had inadvertently expressed her thoughts, Cynthia felt a pang of self-reproach for losing her composure before Zhang Feng. You're leaving? What should I do? I really don't want you to go. Cynthia's cheeks flushed slightly upon hearing Zhang Feng's reluctance for her departure, her heart swelling with joy. It was evident that she harbored strong feelings for him, and it seemed that Zhang Feng reciprocated those sentiments, making her time spent by his side worthwhile. He doesn't want to part with me. Noticing Cynthia's inner feelings, Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This charmingly oblivious champion was rather endearing, without his subtle guidance. Such words would never have crossed her lips. Given her indecisive nature, even if she truly liked Zhang Feng, she would never admit it, let alone directly reveal it to him. However, outwardly, Cynthia maintained a hint of her pride, stating, I can't just stay here. I am the champion of the Sinnoh region. Without me, Wusong and the others cannot manage the responsibilities of the championship. As Zhang Feng observed Cynthia's sudden display of pride, his thoughts triggered a response that rendered her unable to resist, causing her to tumble into his embrace. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, her face flushed a deeper shade of red. What do you mean? Are you saying that you like me? Is that why you're deliberately telling me about your departure? As Zhang Feng turned the tables, Cynthia struggled to rise, but found herself unable to escape his hold. After a prolonged moment, she finally blurted out, having been influenced by Zhang Feng's psychic power, Yes, I like you, but you receiving such a definitive confession. Zhang Feng immediately seized the opportunity. Well, if you want to give me a legendary Pokémon, then you'd better offer yourself instead. Chapter 114. If you won't provide a legendary Pokémon, then you'd better offer yourself. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Cynthia felt as though her breath had been stolen, completely losing her capacity for rational thought. It must be said that Zhang Feng indeed had an unspoken rule when Daigo challenged him with Rayquaza. To maintain his dignity and prevent Zhang Feng from sharing his defeat, he gifted Zhang Feng a steel dumbbell. Michael, having been persuaded by Daigo to challenge Zhang Feng, perhaps also found himself caught off guard, thus offering Zhang Feng a precious Dragonite, even allowing him to select any legendary Pokémon. When Gyarados challenged Zhang Feng, he similarly presented him with an exceptional Dratini. Therefore, having acquired 3 legendary Pokémon from 3 champions, it would be only fair for Cynthia, as the champion of Sinnoh, to provide a Garchomp. As fellow regional champions, surely Cynthia should grant Zhang Feng a legendary Pokémon as well? One cannot simply challenge like King Yuenji, swayed by mere words, while exposing the fact that both Macaulay and Daigo have succumbed to the prowess of Zhang Feng. Hence, in the absence of a quasi-deity, shall we consider ourselves as a gift? By the time Sharona comprehended Zhang Feng's words, she found herself nestled in his embrace, a rosy hue adorning her cheeks as she languidly remarked, "What a rascal." Yet, it was only now that she realized it was not merely Daigo who had fallen to you. Even Macaulay had tasted defeat at your hands, as well as the formidable dragon-type champion, Yolongdu, from the Kanto region. In light of this revelation, it seemed quite natural that I too would find myself vanquished by you. With this newfound understanding, Sharona belatedly grasped the situation. Compared to a quasi-deity, I, as a grand champion, have handed myself over to you. What a significant loss that is. In the following days, Zhang Feng and Sharona leisurely resided in a villa, savoring their rare moments of tranquility. Whenever the mood struck, they engaged in physical sparring, ultimately retreating into a satisfied slumber. Thus, this brief yet delightful week swiftly passed. On one particular day, Granny Jui called once more, prompting Sharona to respond with irritation. I understand. I shall return to the Sinnoh region the day after tomorrow. With no other choice, Sharona had to part ways with Zhang Feng temporarily, both agreeing to reunite after the competition. Zhang Feng then accompanied Sharona on her journey, one destined for the Sinnoh region, necessitating a crossing of the sea, while the other headed towards Kaiju City, preparing for the upcoming Pokémon League conference. Fortunately, Kaiju City had vessels sailing to the Sinnoh region, allowing Sharona and Zhang Feng to embark on their voyage together once more. After securing all her Pokémon in the system space and gathering various supplies, they set forth towards Kaiju City. The atmosphere during their journey was somewhat subdued. The recently enamored couple naturally wished to prolong their time together. However, one was to participate in the Pokémon League competition while the other was to preside over it, leaving them unable to escape their respective duties. Observing Sharona's demeanor, Zhang Feng suddenly felt that becoming a champion was perhaps not as favorable as it seemed. After all, it brought with it an overwhelming burden. Perhaps this was the very reason Daigo relinquished his title, seeking the freedom to roam and collect stones. Casting a glance at Yolongdu from the Kanto region, who, as both champion and Pokémon investigator, was perpetually entangled in the affairs of various nefarious organizations, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Upon reaching Kaiju City, Zhang Feng watched as Sharona boarded her vessel, leaving him alone to hasten towards the registration area. After entering his basic information at the Pokémon Center in Kaiju City, his participation was confirmed. Ding! Contestant Zhang Feng, hailing from Wuhai Town, aged 18, has acquired the badges of Libra, Rock, Fighting, Electric, Flame, White Feather, Mind, and Water Drop, qualifying for this year's Hoenn League Kaiju Conference. Registration complete. Zhang Feng's contestant number was 117. Upon hearing this announcement, Miss Joy at the Pokémon Center returned the Pokédex to Zhang Feng with a smile, saying, "Congratulations, contestant. There are 2 days remaining until the conference commences, during which you may reside in the accommodations designated for competitors. Following the opening ceremony, please remember to attend, as your contestant number will serve as your battle number. Do take care." Gratefully acknowledging Miss Joy's words, Zhang Feng proceeded to check into a luxurious suite at the Pokémon Center. With just 2 days left until the competition's opening, Zhang Feng began contemplating his battle roster for the upcoming matches. The Hoenn League Kaiju Conference boasted over 500 participants. The initial preliminaries were structured as one-on-one contests, with each group selecting 4 competitors for a round-robin format based on a point system. Ultimately, those with the highest scores would advance to the second round of formal competition, conducted in a 3-on-3 format. Only after determining the top 16 would the competition transition to a 6-on-6 showdown, culminating in the crowning of the champion. Currently, Zhang Feng possessed an impressive roster of 23 primary battle Pokémon, including Lizard King, Pidgeot, Milotic, Boscodora, Metagross, Infernape, Glaceon, Umbreon, Florges, Tushinado, Archeops, Kabutops, Houndoom, Blaziken, Charizard, Serperior, Croconaw, Torterra, Absol, Dratini, Gardevoir, and Dusknoir. Additionally, he had 3 legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre, along with Regirock, a total of 27 Pokémon. If all went smoothly, nearly all could take the stage. However, if his opponents were of modest strength, there would be little need to unleash Rayquaza and the others upon them. Based on current capabilities, the weakest among his ranks were Dratini and the 5 recently evolved Pokémon, Blaziken, Charizard, Serperior, Croconaw, and Torterra. Thus, he decided to entrust them with the responsibility of competing in the first round of preliminaries. After solidifying his strategy, Zhang Feng spent the night resting and then began to explore Kaiju City. It must be said, the city truly lived up to its reputation for hosting grand events. As the foot traffic was astonishing, navigating the streets felt like wading through a sea of people. Consequently, Zhang Feng lost interest and retreated to his suite to prepare for the impending competition. While it was crucial to underestimate his opponent strategically, he could not afford to do so tactically. To safeguard against the emergence of a formidable adversary akin to the Sinnoh League's Darkrai, Zhang Feng resolved to review the profiles of this year's competitors. To his surprise, he discovered many familiar faces. Aside from the likes of Yeyue, Jie, Masamune, and Ash, Shinji was also participating in this Hoenn League Kaiju Conference. Perhaps his earlier defeat in the Scientist Town had spurred his competitive spirit. This time around, the competition promised to be particularly engaging. Chapter 115, the opening of the Hoenn League Kaiju Conference. 2 days later, the Hoenn Pokémon League Kaiju Conference officially commenced, with a total of 512 trainers in attendance. Mr. Damalanki, the president of the Pokémon League, graced the event as a guest, delivering a speech during the Sacred Torch Relay, wishing all participating trainers success in their endeavors. That very evening, Zhang Feng, alongside countless other competitors, stood before the Sacred Flame, solemnly challenging the Hoenn Pokémon League Kaiju Conference before an audience of thousands. as he gazed upon the familiar faces of his rivals, an exuberant and passionate Ash, the stoic and serious Shinji, the enthusiastic and confident Yue and Jia, along with a host of other trainers. Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. The true battle was about to begin. To Zhang Feng's surprise, it appeared that Shinji, having been motivated by his previous loss in Scientist Town, had also entered this year's Hoenn League Kaiyu Conference. It seemed that Ash and Shinji, two formidable adversaries, might face off sooner than expected. Next, the tournament would proceed with random groupings, with 4 trainers per group in the initial round of preliminaries. A total of 512 contestants would be divided into 128 groups, each engaging in points battles. Winning would earn 1 point. Losing would result in a deduction of 1 point, and ties would not be counted. After dueling, the trainers with the highest points would emerge victorious, qualifying for the second round of competition. Thus, although all participants had collected 8 gym badges to advance to the second round of formal battles, they must first distinguish themselves among their 4-person groups. Trainers, I eagerly anticipate your performances. With President Damalanki's concluding remarks, resounding applause filled the arena. Simultaneously, as the details of the first round's competition format were unveiled, a colossal screen above the venue illuminated with the grouping chart. Zhang Feng, number 117, along with Xiao Ku, number 500, Xiao Wu, number 307, and Xia Luo, number 465, formed a group and were assigned to the 7th battle in the 7th arena. Tomorrow, the first match for Zhang Feng's team will be Zhang Feng against Xia Luo. Hailing from the martial arts town, Xia Luo excels in utilizing water-type Pokémon. Thus, for this one-on-one match, Zhang Feng has already determined his partner for battle. The following day, before the match commenced, Zhang Feng awoke in the luxurious suite of the Pokémon Center. Upon descending the stairs, he encountered the exuberant Xiao Ji and Masamune. Ah, it's Zhang Feng. Are you also here for a match? Upon hearing Xiao Ji's words, Zhang Feng greeted everyone with a smile. Zhang Feng, you are quite formidable, but I shall not concede easily in this tournament. In response to Xiao Ji's greeting and Masamune's competitive spirit, Zhang Feng replied with a grin, very well. Then I shall see you at the official match. Originally, Masamune and Xiao Ji intended to watch Zhang Feng's match, but as their own matches were scheduled for the morning, they had to bid farewell and head to the battlefield. After exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Ji and the others, Zhang Feng arrived at the 7th arena, where all 4 members of the group had gathered. The preliminary matches would not take place in the main arena, but rather in the surrounding 8 smaller battle venues. Furthermore, in the interest of efficiency, the group matches were to be concluded within half a day. At this pace, at least 16 groups could battle in a single day, and within a mere 7 to 10 days, the list of the top 128 competitors would be determined. Thus, the groups competing today needed to engage in 3 matches each. The first match in the 7th arena would be the battle between Zhang Feng and Xia Luo. Now, let the preliminary match of Group 7 in the 7th arena commence. The first battle features contestant Zhang Feng from Weibai Town, number 117, against contestant Xia Luo from Martial Arts Town, number 465. Each will utilize 1 Pokémon. Let the battle begin. As Zhang Feng and Xia Luo took their positions on opposite sides of the arena, the duel commenced. Go, Starmie. I entrust you, Torterra. Ding. The current attributes of Starmie are as follows. Pokémon, Starmie, level 38, ability, Illuminate, type, water, psychic, potential, purple, mega evolution, unlocked, skills, Aura Sphere, Hydro Pump, psychic, recover, harden, cosmic power. Seeing the elite level Starmie, Zhang Feng naturally brought forth his fully evolved Torterra. Starmie, use psychic. Torterra, unleash frenzy plant. Although Starmie's azure eyes emitted a glow, inflicting some damage upon Torterra, the latter, relying on its formidable defense, easily withstood the attack and seized the opportunity to retaliate. With that, numerous thick thorns and vines erupted from the ground, mercilessly assaulting Starmie. Despite Starmie's robust defenses, it could not endure the relentless barrage and ultimately succumbed. Ding. Torterra has defeated Starmie, earning 435 experience points, and has leveled up to level 40. Ding. The current attributes of Torterra are as follows. Pokémon, Torterra, role, none, level, 40, ability, overgrow, type, grass, potential, gold, bond evolution, unlocked, mega evolution, unlocked, skills, wood hammer, leech seed, leaf blade, synthesis, bite. Affection, 190. Experience, the starter Pokémon from the Sinnoh region, gentle in nature, paired with its tender trainer. Hobby, enjoys basking in the sun. In the first match, Torterra emerged victorious with ease. Sha Luo's Starmie was rendered unable to battle, resulting in Zhang Feng as the winner, earning 1 point, while Sha Luo's score was deducted by 1. Following the conclusion of Zhang Feng and Sha Luo's battle, the next match featured Xiao Ku against Xiao Wu, both of whom were astonished by Zhang Feng's formidable prowess. A stunning defeat in the preliminary match. It's clear who will advance from this group. However, the most pressing matter at hand was their own battle. With Zhang Feng and Sha Luo now relegated to the role of spectators, Xiao Ku summoned his Dreadnought, while Xiao Wu called forth his Onyx, leveraging his type advantage. Xiao Wu ultimately triumphed. Now, the next match would see Zhang Feng face off against Xiao Wu. You are strong, but I will not concede to you either. I entrust you, Agron. It appears Xiao Wu specializes in rock-type Pokémon. Ding. The current attributes of Agron are as follows. Pokémon. Agron. Level. 40. Ability. Sturdy. Type. Rock. Ground. Potential. Purple. Mega Evolution. Unlocked. Skills. Horn Attack. Earthquake. Iron Tail. Rock Slide. Stomp. Roar. Simultaneously, Zhang Feng's Blaziken had successfully appeared on the battlefield. It seems luck is on my side, facing a Fire-type Pokémon. Agron, use Rock Slide. As Xiao Wu commanded, Agron unleashed a deafening roar, summoning a cascade of rocks from above, crashing down towards Zhang Feng's Blaziken. However, as the strongest and fastest among Zhang Feng's 5-starter Pokémon, Blaziken's superior agility and speed allowed it to deftly evade the onslaught. Then, with a single, fearsome punch, Blaziken struck Agron, sending it crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Another stunning defeat. Chapter 116, Haxorus emerges, advancing. Ding. Blaziken has defeated Agron, earning 481 experience points, and has leveled up to level 42. Pokémon, Blaziken Roll, None, level, 42, ability, speed boost, type, fire. Fighting, potential, gold, bond evolution, unlocked, mega evolution, unlocked, skills, flamethrower, fire punch, blaze kick, overheat, close combat, brave bird. Affection, 200. Experience, encountered in Scientist Town, a distinguished member of the Blaziken lineage, immensely powerful post-evolution. Hobby, enjoys spicy food, loves battling, and strives to grow stronger. After Zhang Feng's swift victory once more, the remaining competitor, Xiao Ku, was left aghast. Initially, he believed Zhang Feng's Torterra had triumphed over Starmie solely due to a type advantage. Yet now, Xiao Wu's Agron, being a counter to Zhang Feng's Blaziken, had also fallen. Is this individual excessively powerful? Yet, regardless of the opponent, a Pokémon trainer must possess the courage to battle. After the conclusion of Sha Luo and Xiao Ku's match, Xiao Ku emerged victorious. Consequently, apart from Zhang Feng, who secured 2 points, both Xiao Ku and Xiao Wu stood at 1 win and 1 loss, while Sha Luo, having lost twice, had lost all hope in this competition. Soon, the third battle commenced. The following contest will take place between Zhang Feng, representing Basin, and Xiao Ku from Caillou City, utilizing their Pokémon. The match commences. As the referee's voice echoes, both Zhang Feng and Xiao Ku simultaneously release their Pokeballs. Step forth, Dugong. Xiao Ku sends out a Dugong, a formidable Pokémon of level 40, boasting the dual attributes of ice and water. In contrast, Zhang Feng unveils his Pokémon, a majestic Dragonair, with a gentle hum. A serpentine creature, shimmering like a blue gemstone and adorned with a white antenna and 2 wings, emerges into the arena. Who else could it be but the semi-legendary Dragonair? As a Dragon-type Pokémon, it faces a significant challenge against the Ice-type Dugong, which possesses a type advantage. Yet for Zhang Feng, the disparity in attributes can be effortlessly countered with strategy. Dragonair, Summon Rain Dance. With its thick, fat ability, it exhibits remarkable resistance to certain moves, and its robust physique grants Dugong an added layer of defense and vitality. Thus, a swift knockout would prove to be a challenge for Dragonair at this level. Upon issuing a cry, the blue jewel adorning Dragonair's neck radiates a brilliant light. Suddenly, what was once a clear sky transforms into a torrential downpour. Seizing the moment, Dugong unleashes an ice beam, hurtling towards Zhang Feng's Dragonair. With a deft sidestep, Dragonair evades the icy assault. Now, Dragonair, unleash thunder. At Zhang Feng's command, Dragonair springs into action. When it comes to manipulating weather-related moves, Dragonair holds a distinct advantage over its counterpart, Dragonite. As the rain dance takes effect, the white antenna atop Dragonair crackles with yellow electricity. Seeing this, Xiao Ku's expression shifts to one of alarm. Dugong, execute Blizzard to counter Dragonair's attack. Following Xiao Ku's command, Dugong roars, summoning a wave of frigid air that envelopes the battlefield. The rain transforms into snowflakes drifting down from the sky. However, it is too late. As the rain and snow blend together, ominous storm clouds gather overhead. With a deafening crash, a terrifying bolt of lightning descends. Its power amplified significantly due to the stormy conditions. As the yellow electricity erupts, Dugong is engulfed in the thunderous onslaught, falling silent. As the tumult subsides, the battlefield reveals a massive crater, with Dugong lying charred and defeated within it, having lost all combat capability. Ding! Dragonair has defeated Dugong, earning 526 experience points and leveling up to level 41. The battle concludes. With Zhang Feng's resounding victory, the subsequent matches lose their significance. For both Xiao Ku and his companions, they have all faced defeat, ensuring Zhang Feng's place at the top of the leaderboard, successfully advancing to the next round of official competition. With Dugong incapacitated and Dragonair victorious, the ultimate champion is declared, Zhang Feng. Following the flawless conclusion of the first round, Zhang Feng gently caresses Dragonair's head, feeling the warmth of a trainer's affection, to which Dragonair responds with a contented sound. As Zhang Feng successfully secures his position among the top 128 competitors, the preliminary rounds are set to continue for at least another week. While pondering how to pass the time, an unexpected communication from Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth interrupts Zhang Feng's thoughts. Boss, we have discovered traces of a legendary Pokémon. Chapter 117. The Diligent Trio, City of Water. With Zhang Feng's victorious match, news arrives from Ash, who has also advanced to the second round of the preliminary competition, thanks to the stellar performances of Pikachu, Swellow, and Torkoal. Similarly, Masamune has triumphed with the remarkable showings of Herdier, Steelix, and Medon. After the matches conclude, both immediately seek out Zhang Feng, engaging in friendly competition over who can run faster. Upon spotting Ash and Masamune, Zhang Feng chuckles. Xenia, Yue, and Shinji's matches have yet to begin. While the first day allows for battles, the subsequent days may be long and uneventful, risking a decline in competitive spirit. I plan to venture out for a few days. Hearing this, Ash had intended to invite Zhang Feng to train together, but realizing Zhang Feng's plans, he reluctantly abandons the idea. At that moment, Zhang Feng's Pokédex suddenly emits a sound. Upon opening it, he sees the familiar faces of Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth. Could it be that they have found traces of a legendary Pokémon so quickly? Zhang Feng muses, a hint of skepticism lingering. After all, the Sky Team, consisting of over 300 members, has only recently identified potential legendary Pokémon tracks from the information database of the Magma Team. Zhang Feng's formidable abilities led him to discover Regirock, but Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth have only been under his guidance for a short while. Could they have made such rapid progress? After answering the call, the excited voices of the trio come through. Boss, we have found traces of a legendary Pokémon. Zhang Feng's face lights up with joy at their announcement. Indeed, this trio has proven to be his lucky charm. It would be a waste for Team Rocket's leader, Giovanni, not to utilize their talents. Excellent work. Quickly send me the coordinates. I shall come immediately. With that, Zhang Feng ends the call. Ash, Masamune, Brock, and Dawn, who overheard Zhang Feng's conversation, initially considered joining him, but soon realized their lack of instantaneous travel abilities. Leaving Caillou City without knowing when they could return seems unwise, as the competition takes precedence. Thus, they dismissed the notion of accompanying Zhang Feng on his quest for the legendary Pokémon. Meanwhile, after receiving the news from Meowth and the others, Zhang Feng swiftly locates the coordinates in his Pokédex and, with a single thought, vanishes from the spot. Observing Zhang Feng's miraculous instant teleportation, the onlookers can't help but feel a sense of envy. Such an ability would indeed be a cherished asset. As Zhang Feng departs Caillou City, he swiftly makes his way towards the coordinates. To his astonishment, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth have already left the Hoenn region and are en route to the Johto region. The location is marked at the City of Water, Suicune City. This prompts Zhang Feng to recall a particular movie. Ash, Brock, and Misty entered the vicinity of Suicune City during their travels, encountering the two guardian legendary Pokémon, Latios and Latias. Ultimately, as a tsunami threatened the city, Latios sacrificed itself to protect it. Later, Latias transformed into a girl, seemingly kissing Ash. In the final moments, numerous Latios appeared, rescuing the originally doomed Latios. Thus, it is conceivable that what Musashi and his companions have discovered is indeed one of these two divine beasts. Although Latios and Latias are referred to as secondary deities, their base stats have reached an impressive 600 points, distinguishing them from ordinary secondary gods. Consequently, those divine beasts boasting a base stat of 600 are often referred to as mythical beasts. For instance, Mew and Darkrai are categorized among the mythical. Furthermore, in comparison to secondary deities, the power of mythical beasts tends to be superior, with some capable of rivaling first-tier gods. Filled with a mix of anticipation and curiosity, Zhang Feng swiftly arrived within the vicinity of Water City. After all, with the aid of his psychic abilities, he could teleport instantaneously to his desired location, provided he had accurate coordinates. Nevertheless, even with such abilities, the act of teleportation consumed nearly half a day of Zhang Feng's time. Upon reaching Water City, he summoned his trusty Pidgeot and, riding upon its back, activated his psychic powers, swiftly locating Meowth and the others. Boss. Upon seeing Zhang Feng once more, the trio greeted him with an energetic salute. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Feng smiled and remarked, "You claim to have found a divine beast? Surely, you cannot be referring to Latios and Latias?" At his words, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth were immediately struck with astonishment. "Boss, how did you know?" Meowth exclaimed. "This is news we just received. Can it be that the boss possesses foresight?" There was no other explanation. A transcendent being who knows the original plot is indeed invincible. Clearing his throat, Zhang Feng inquired, "So, have you pinpointed the whereabouts of Latios and Latias?" At this, Kojiro promptly produced a device, addressing Zhang Feng, "Boss. According to our investigation, the people of Water City hold Latios in high regard. It is said that a year and a half ago, a catastrophic tsunami threatened to engulf the entire city, but it was Latios who sacrificed itself to save the people. In honor of Latios, the citizens constructed a towering edifice, where it is believed that the spirit of Latios now rests. We have also interviewed numerous locals who confirmed sightings of Latias transformed into a human girl at various times. Additionally, they have witnessed a breathtaking spectacle of Latias soaring alongside several Latios in the skies. Thus, Water City is now revered as the homeland of Latios and Latias." After listening to Kojiro's eloquent recounting, Zhang Feng could not help but express his admiration. Clearly, this trio had genuinely prepared and was wholeheartedly serving his interests, which accounted for their commendable efficiency. "Well done. Once I have captured Latios and Latias, your standings within the organization shall rise a tier, equivalent to that of captain-level figures like Izumi and Hoenn." With that, Zhang Feng directed his gaze toward the distant tower, a monument erected by the people of Water City in tribute to Latios. Chapter 118. The choice reemerges, Latios and Latias. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth were instantly filled with elation. "Thank you, boss. Being appointed as group leader feels fantastic," exclaimed Meowth. "Rest assured, we shall dedicate our lives to fulfill the boss's aspirations." Just then, as if on cue, a Sudowoodo appeared, prompting Zhang Feng to contemplate capturing such a creature. Recalling its pivotal role in the original storyline, Counter Punch, Double Return, Mirror Reflect, and Link, these are all divine skills. If you perform well, perhaps you will become special officers within the organization. After painting a grand picture of their future prospects, Zhang Feng felt a sense of anticipation for their forthcoming efforts. Who knows, some of the divine beasts in Zhang Feng's possession might very well be those they discovered. Without further ado, Zhang Feng remounted his Pidgeot, cloaked his presence with psychic energy, and soared towards the tower in Water City. Observing Zhang Feng's departure, Musashi and Kojiro immediately summoned their desert dragonfly, following closely behind Meowth. Upon reaching the tower built in honor of Latios, Zhang Feng beheld a striking blue statue. Who else could it possibly be but Latios? It appeared to be the guardian statue erected by the citizens of Water City. Yet, why did it seem so lifelike? With a hint of curiosity, a flash of purple light suddenly illuminated Zhang Feng's eyes. He activated his psychic abilities, scanning the entire tower. At that moment, the statue of Latios, which had merely been a sculpture, suddenly came to life, unleashing a dragon pulse that surged towards Zhang Feng. Seeing this spectacle, the trio of Meowth immediately gasped in alarm. "Boss, watch out." Realizing the imminent threat, Zhang Feng conjured a wave of energy in the form of a pulse bomb. With a resounding crash, it collided with the dragon pulse, triggering a violent explosion. In the next instant, a blue and white divine beast emerged from the smoke. Ding! The system detected that the host encountered Latios and Latias and issued the following choices. Choice 1. Defeat Latios and Latias with overwhelming strength and capture them. Successful capture rewards the host with Latios and Latias Megastones. Choice 2. Capture either Latios or Latias to receive a random Megastone. Choice 3. Allow Latios and Latias to depart without capturing them, resulting in no rewards. Upon seeing these three options, Zhang Feng did not hesitate to select the first. Naturally, he had ventured to Water City to capture Latios and Latias, Now that he had discovered their trail, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? Moreover, capturing them would enhance their power and grant him their Mega Stones, paving the way for a new Mega Evolution. Why would he not seize such a fortuitous opportunity? However, Zhang Feng only spotted Latios. Where could Latios be? Roar. As if sensing Zhang Feng's thoughts, Latios glared at him with evident displeasure. A mere human from another realm dares to aspire to capture a deity? How audacious. Ding. The current attributes of Latios are as follows. Pokémon. Latios Divine Role. God of Water City level. 72 ability. Levitate type. Dragon. Psychic quality. Red Bond evolution. Unlocked Mega Evolution. Unlocked skills. Dragon Dance. Assist power. Self-restoration. Dragon Breath. Cleanse Aura. Healing Wave Affinity. 0 background. The deity who protects Water City. Having exhausted its power to safeguard the city from a tsunami, was later healed by its kin and attained divinity through the faith of the people. Hobby. Protecting Water City. Upon reviewing the attributes of Latios before him, Zhang Feng found himself somewhat astonished. It seems that divinity can indeed be attained through faith. This implies that Latios was not originally a divine beast. It merely gained its divine status due to its sacrifice in protecting Water City from the tsunami. After all, if it were truly a divine beast, how could a mere tsunami have drained its strength? Moreover, compared to Zhang Feng's legendary Pokémon like Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre, even that rock pillar deity, Regirock, pales in comparison to the Latios before him. Yet, since it is a divine beast, it is best to capture it. Latios, I have come to capture you. Let us engage in battle. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's challenge, Latios displayed a hint of disdain. At that moment, 2 soft calls echoed from a distance, and soon, a Latias and another Latios materialized before Zhang Feng. Observing this scene, Zhang Feng instinctively scrutinized the attributes of both Latios and Latias. To his surprise, these two did not possess divine attributes. This led him to ponder. Not all legendary Pokémon seem to bear divine traits, nor do they all possess peak strength. A considerable disparity in levels exists. With this in mind, it was hardly astonishing that the Sinnoh Pokémon League's Lily of the Valley Conference, led by Darkrai, boasted such a multitude of legendary Pokémon. Unless, of course, all of them were divine beings, which would indeed be terrifying. Ding. The current attributes of Latias are as follows. Pokémon. Latias. Divine attribute. None. Level. 70. Ability. Levitate. Types. Dragon. Psychic. Potential. Gold. Bond evolution. Unlocked. Mega evolution. Unlocked. Skills. Dragon Dance. Helping Hand. Recover. Dragon Breath. Cleanse Tag. Healing Wave. Affection. 0. Background. The guardian deity of the Water City, Latios' sister, once mourned the loss of her brother and thus aspired to grow stronger. Hobbies. Playing, traveling, becoming stronger. The other Latios also stood at level 70, slightly weaker than the divine Latios Zhang Feng had first encountered. If you wish to battle my brother, you must first defeat me. Upon the arrival of Latias, Zhang Feng distinctly heard her words. He was being challenged in return? How intriguing. Chapter 119, Bond Evolution. Enter the Bond Flame Monkey. When Zhang Feng learned that this Latias, capable of transforming into a maiden, had initiated a challenge, his interest was piqued. Although this Latias lacked divine attributes, she was still a legendary Pokémon, and under equal levels, she would certainly surpass ordinary Pokémon in strength. Moreover, in terms of legendary prowess, Zhang Feng possessed stronger beings, such as Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre, leading him to capture Latios and Latias. Ultimately, it seemed more of a collection obsession at play. After all, who among the players on Earth had not dreamt of completing the entire Pokédex while playing Pokémon games? Now that he had entered this authentic Pokémon world, Zhang Feng found little desire to collect every entry. Yet he certainly wished to have the Pokémon and legendary beings he cherished. After all, it would not be in vain for him to traverse into this realm. Since you are willing to battle, then so be it. With a snap of his fingers, both Latios, Latias, and the trio of Musashi, Kajuro, and Meowth vanished from their original location. As the residents of the Water City sensed the commotion at the Guardian Tower, they promptly informed Miss Junsha. Detecting an approach, Zhang Feng utilized his psychic powers to teleport everyone to a tranquil location. With a swift motion, they found themselves on the outskirts of the Water City's beach, an area typically deserted due to a cliff. Thus, capturing both Latios and Latias would proceed uninterrupted. Noticing Zhang Feng's abilities, Latios furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar about the human before him. This human's psychic powers seemed formidable. Not to mention, his previous attack had been effortlessly blocked, which was terrifying. If it came to a battle, Even with his newly acquired divine attribute, Latios doubted he could contend with this human. Latios intended to stop his sister, but she was headstrong and would not be deterred. In her eyes, Zhang Feng had provoked her brother first, prompting her to challenge him. Thus, the battle commenced. Facing Latios, a smirk appeared on Zhang Feng's lips as he produced an Ultra Ball, hurling it forward with vigor. In an instant, a formidable Infernape emerged. Seeing their boss opt not to summon Rayquaza or a legendary Pokémon for the fight, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth exchanged puzzled glances. However, as loyal subordinates, they would not question Zhang Feng. Infernape, your opponent is merely a legendary Pokémon without divine attributes. Engage her thoroughly, for today. You may attain the feat of slaying a god. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Infernape let out a fierce roar, the crimson flames atop its head roaring to life. Without hesitation, Infernape unleashed a sonic punch. Following Zhang Feng's command, Infernape surged forth like a flash of white light, charging at Latios. In response to Infernape's onslaught, Latios, proud of her legendary status, unleashed a cleanse tag, aimed directly at Infernape. With a thunderous boom, a colossal shockwave erupted. In this exchange, Infernape found himself at a disadvantage. Yet all was not lost. Zhang Feng had a trump card. Infernape, show them your newfound power, Bond Evolution. As Zhang Feng declared this, Infernape bellowed, and at that moment, their minds intertwined, as if they had become one. Instantly, a spectral image of Infernape surged into Zhang Feng's consciousness. Following this, an endless inferno erupted from Infernape's form. As the flames shot skyward, a massive figure emerged, towering 3 meters high, wreathed in golden flames. A mighty gorilla? At this moment, Infernape could no longer be merely called Infernape. He had transformed into Bond Infernape. Now, he radiated golden fire, wielding a staff forged from flames, reminiscent of a great sage clad in golden armor. Ding. The current attributes of Bond Infernape are as follows. Pokémon, Bond Infernape. Level, 70. Abilities, Iron Fist, Flame Body, Blaze. Types, Fire. Fighting, Potential, Red. Bond Evolution, Bond Infernape. Mega Evolution. Unlocked, Skills, Flame Punch, Thunder Punch, Sonic Punch, Heat Wave, Brick Break, Flame Vortex. Flamethrower, Affection, 255. Background. Having lived alongside his trainer since birth, he regards his trainer as family, evolving into his ultimate form to protect him with greater prowess. Hobbies, cherishing his trainer and aspiring to become the strongest Pokémon for him. Observing the newly transformed Bond Infernape, a smile crept across Zhang Feng's face. This was the first Pokémon in his possession to unlock Bond Evolution. Originally at level 64, Infernape now stood at level 70. Furthermore, after Bond Evolution, Infernape's abilities had astonishingly increased to 3. Iron Fist, a characteristic intrinsic to the fiery monkey, augments the potency of its punching skills. Additionally, the ability Blaze is a standard trait of all fiery monkeys. However, the Flame Body is a unique trait of the Bond Fiery Monkey, enhancing the power of fire-type moves and making it easier for opponents to succumb to a burn status during close combat. With the fusion of these 3 remarkable traits, an elevation in level, a transformation in appearance, and a boost in strength, the current Bond Fiery Monkey possesses the capability to confront Latios in battle. Nay, it may even surpass Latios. Observing the seemingly evolved Fiery Monkey, Latios furrowed her brow and unleashed a cleanse beam. Yet this time, the Bond Fiery Monkey faced Latios' attack with unwavering courage. As flames enveloped its form, a fierce golden blaze erupted from its hands, raising a fiery pillar to strike down upon Latios. This time, the intense flames consumed Latios' cleanse beam, and the overwhelming force retaliated, striking Latios directly. In the wake of this unforeseen turn of events, Latios plummeted from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, the Bond Fiery Monkey surged forward, its muscular, flame-imbued fist crashing down upon Latios' head. In a single blow, Latios was rendered dazed. Chapter 120. Latios' opponent, one of 3 choices? Now is the time, unleash Flamethrower. With Zhang Feng's command, the Bond Fiery Monkey ignited in flames, propelling itself toward Latios with remarkable speed. A thunderous crash reverberated as the tremendous impact sent Latios soaring. Despite being a legendary beast, even Latios could not suppress the grimace of pain that escaped her lips. Yet, true to her nature as a divine creature, her stamina remained remarkably resilient amidst the relentless assaults. Witnessing his sister's plight, Latios felt a pang of sympathy. However, as Latios regained her composure midair and prepared to strike, she was suddenly engulfed in flames and plummeted downwards. Upon witnessing this, Latios was taken aback, instinctively rushing forward, only to find Kojiro and Musashi guiding two desert dragonflies to intercept. Hey. This is a fair battle, initiated by Latias herself. You cannot interfere with my boss. If you insist on intervening, you must first contend with us. Hearing this, Latios could only feel anxious within. As a guardian deity, he naturally adhered to his own principles and ethics. Moreover, as the protector of the Water City, how could he contravene the rules of battle? The current state of Latias was indeed a result of the Bond Fiery Monkey's flamethrower. Latias had succumbed to a burn status. Observing this, Zhang Feng was secretly astonished by the Fiery Monkey's traits. Was the probability of burn not a tad excessive? Nonetheless, the priority remained to vanquish Latias, capture her, and earn the Fiery Monkey the title of God Slayer. Explosion. Upon issuing his next command, an inferno engulfed Latias entirely. Despite the continuous onslaught, even a divine beast like Latias could not withstand the might of the Bond Fiery Monkey and thus succumbed. As Zhang Feng regarded the fallen Latias with admiration, he produced an Ultra Ball and hurled it at her. With a resounding pop, the Ultra Ball opened, enveloping Latias in a crimson light. After a brief tremor, the Ultra Ball emitted a crisp sound. This signified that Latias had been successfully captured by Zhang Feng. Following the successful capture of Latias, her elder brother Latios could no longer contain himself and roared angrily at Zhang Feng, demanding the release of his sister. Meanwhile, upon entering the system space after being captured, Latias was met with an astonishing sight, an entirely new realm, akin to a world of its own. The gaze of her legendary counterpart, Rayquaza, bore down upon her, nearly taking her breath away. Not to mention, in the distance, two other formidable presences rivaled Rayquaza's might. Gulping, Latias felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Ding! Latias's intimacy level increased, now standing at 70 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhang Feng, using telekinesis, retrieved the Ultra Ball and opened it, causing Latias to reappear before Latios. True to her legendary nature, she had regained significant stamina in that brief moment and appeared lucid once more. Upon witnessing the legendary beasts, Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre in the system space after being captured, Latias fell silent. Brother, we cannot match him. Seeing his sister transformed, Latios was somewhat incredulous. While the Bond Fiery Monkey's strength was formidable, it still paled in comparison to his own. If you wish to capture me, then let us battle. Should you lose, you must restore my sister's freedom. In response to Latios's challenge, Zhang Feng smiled slyly. My primary objective here is you. Capturing Latias was merely incidental. Besides, this battle was initiated by Latias herself, so capturing her is entirely justified. However, I am willing to grant you the chance to fulfill your wish, but should you lose, you too must become my Pokémon. What say you? Initially, Latios's resistance to being captured stemmed from anger and reluctance, interpreting Zhang Feng's words as provocation. Now, with Latias captured, Latios had a genuine reason to engage in battle with Zhang Feng willingly. Only through such a captured Pokémon could one achieve true contentment. Of course, even if unwilling. Upon encountering Rayquaza, they would all transform into a harmonious family. Excellent. Upon Latios's agreement, Zhang Feng produced 3 Master Balls, gesturing to Latias to remain silent, and grinned. As a deity, your strength is greater, so ordinary Pokémon cannot contend with you. I have 3 Pokémon for you to choose from. Should you lose, do not go back on your word. At this moment, seeing Zhang Feng's confident demeanor, Latios fell into silence. Although he did not fully grasp the source of Zhang Feng's confidence, for the sake of his and Latias's freedom, he, the guardian of the Water City, would undoubtedly give it his all. I choose the one in the middle. With Latios's selection made, Zhang Feng's mischief was piqued. Chosen. Then there's no turning back. Come forth, Rayquaza. As Zhang Feng's words echoed, a colossal green dragon emerged from the Master Ball, hovering in the sky and gazing down at Latios with an air of superiority. At that moment, Latios trembled upon witnessing Rayquaza's presence. Even as a divine beast, he felt utterly devoid of the courage to resist against the sky god Rayquaza. It seemed this battle might not even require a fight. Chapter 121, Capturing the Twin Gods. The classification of divine beasts. At this moment, upon seeing Zhang Feng summon Rayquaza, the defiance that once adorned Latios's face dissipated entirely. In its place, a profound sense of helplessness arose. How on earth was he supposed to fight this? Although he too was a divine beast, Latios never imagined he would encounter a true, first-tier deity. At that moment, Latios finally understood why his sister had adopted such a demeanor after being subdued by Zhang Feng. Let us not even mention Latios. if one were to summon the Lord of the Reversal World, the Dragon Rider Giratina. Even he would be rendered powerless against Zhang Feng's Rayquaza. In a one-on-one confrontation, perhaps Giratina might hold his ground. But what about when Groudon and Kyogre join the fray? No matter how formidable one might be, they would ultimately succumb to Zhang Feng's will. Rayquaza unleashed Dragon Breath. As the ferocious Dragon Breath surged forth, the overwhelming force propelled Latios, who was paralyzed by Rayquaza's presence, into a deep pit. The might of a first-tier dragon-type deity was unmistakably displayed, exuding an aura of immense power. Subsequently, Zhang Feng produced an Ultra Ball and successfully captured Latios. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing Latios and Latias, earning the Super Evolution Stones of the dual deities. After securing the 2 divine beasts, Zhang Feng turned his attention to the remaining Latios. To be frank, having already captured Latios and Latias, he found little interest in this Latios, which was merely at level 70 and devoid of divine status. Let us bid farewell to this city. We shall reconvene here tonight before our departure. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, both Latios and Latias nodded in agreement and, alongside the unclaimed Latios, soared into the distance as if on some mission. Given 3 days to bid farewell to the people of Water City and their companions, Zhang Feng, along with Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth, began to explore the aquatic metropolis. Today was commendable. Let us celebrate with a grand feast. Without further ado, ever since being captured by Zhang Feng, this trio had proven to be exceptionally capable, not only locating divine beasts but also successfully intervening when Latios prepared to attack Zhang Feng. Although their strength paled in comparison to Latios, their willingness to protect Zhang Feng was commendable in itself. In the future, this trio would undoubtedly become Zhang Feng's most trusted subordinates and invaluable members of the Sky Team. Sakaki, your training has been exemplary. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's praise, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth were overjoyed. For them, the prospect of gourmet food was irresistibly enticing. In the original storyline, Kojiro and his companions worked for the boss during large competitions, earning nothing more than a hearty meal each day, yet they found joy in it. This illustrates the allure of culinary delights for the trio. However, now that they were with Zhang Feng, such hardships were a thing of the past. Water City, naturally abundant in seafood, offered a delightful array of dishes. After ordering squid noodles, lobster pasta, French foie gras, and raw king crab, they indulged heartily. Following their meal, Zhang Feng retrieved 2 golden-graded corfish from his system space and addressed Musashi and Kojiro. I can see that you both have been diligent in the organization. So as your leader, I present you with these Pokémon as a special reward. Nurture them well. They will become your mainstays in the future. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's words, the trio erupted in joy, pledging their loyalty to him. Currently, Kojiro possessed a Weezing, Victory Bell, Chimecho, Sandshrew, Dragonfly, and Corfish. Musashi held a Coughing, Lickitung, Farfetch'd, Snivy, Dragonfly, and Corfish. Their abilities had reached the elite level, and with Corfish and Dragonfly by their side, they were well on their way to becoming champions. Soon after, the trio, having feasted and refreshed, resumed their quest to locate the divine beasts for Zhang Feng. Observing the trio's industriousness, Zhang Feng couldn't help but reflect. I certainly didn't intend for this. They are the ones choosing to work overtime. 3 days later, upon returning to the cliffs of Water City, Zhang Feng witnessed 3 flying divine beasts approaching in unison. To his surprise, the previously unendowed Latios now bore the divine status of the god of Water City. Similarly, the Latios he had captured also possessed the same divine status. With a hint of curiosity, Zhang Feng posed the question. In response to her trainer's inquiry, Latias transformed into a beautiful maiden and smiled. Latios and Latias have been diligently guarding this ocean city. While their intent includes protecting the citizens of Water City, there is also a yearning for divine status. For beings like us, second-tier deities, acquiring a divine position is rare. Most divine beasts are born with such statuses and seldom gain them afterward. However, Water City is an exception. Its people have worshipped Latios since ancient times, and thus, the accumulated faith allows Latios to attain divine status. Since my brother and I have been captured by you, Water City naturally requires a new guardian deity. Therefore, upon receiving the faith of its people, we have gained a new protector. Furthermore, once we leave the confines of Water City, the divine power of the god of Water City will diminish significantly. Having received this clarification from Latias, Zhang Feng understood the concept of the power of faith. The divine statuses of divine beasts can be categorized into 3 types. The first is inherent divine status, as seen in Zhang Feng's Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre, wherein these first-tier deities possess such status from birth. Those divine beasts endowed with such authority are typically at their peak strength, possessing extraordinary power, even capable of creating new life and divine beasts. The second type is acquired divine status, akin to Zhang Feng's Regirock, which, although artificially created by the legendary Regigigas, inherited a portion of its divine status. While Regirock may not compare to a first-tier deity, among second-tier deities and mythical beasts, few lack divine status, making them unable to contend with him. Thus, the title of Rock God was bestowed upon him. However, divine beasts like Latios, numerous and varied, face limitations in divine status, necessitating alternative routes to strength. By fortunate coincidence, the faith accumulated by the citizens of Water City through generations allows the Latios clan to attain divine status with relative ease, albeit with apparent drawbacks. This brings us to the third method of acquiring divine status. The divine status of the god of Water City can only take effect within the bounds of Water City. Thus, should Latios accompany me away, while the divine status remains, its power would likely diminish to that of a typical second-tier deity at level 75. Understanding all of this, Zhang Feng was indifferent. For regardless of whether Latios possessed divine status, it would be a mere matter of a single dragon breath in the face of Rayquaza. Chapter 122, The Might of Super Evolution, the second round begins. Moreover, Zhang Feng now had enough divine beasts to form a team. 3 first-tier deities, Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre. 1 second-tier deity, Regirock, and 2 mythical beasts, Latios and Latias, totaling 6. With Rayquaza and the others by his side, Zhang Feng no longer placed much emphasis on the strength of divine beasts. While strength is certainly admirable, weakness is of little consequence. However, this is for the best. The new god of Water City has been born and can continue to protect its people. Otherwise, should a tsunami arise, this aquatic metropolis might find itself submerged. If the citizens of Water City were to discover that it was Zhang Feng who captured Latios, leading to the inability to avert the tsunami, they might come seeking him. Latios, Latias, if you wish to grow stronger, I happen to possess a superior method. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, both Pokémon became intrigued. Although subdued by Zhang Feng due to a lack of strength, the prospect of growing stronger under the tutelage of this trainer was certainly enticing. As he spoke, 2 shimmering stones materialized in Zhang Feng's hand. Upon witnessing these enigmatic stones, both Latios and Latias felt an irresistible pull toward them. Truly, they were filled with desire. These are the Mega Stones, specifically designated for your kind. Once you undergo Mega Evolution, your power should significantly augment. While it may not elevate you to the ranks of the highest deities, engaging in battle with them would be entirely within your capabilities. Furthermore, among the second-tier deities, few mythical beasts would stand as your adversaries. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the Latios that had not been captured felt a pang of melancholy. It had initially thought that not being caught might lead to a fortunate increase in its divine duties. Yet now, it sensed an even greater allure emanating from that mysterious stone. Thus, let us commence Mega Evolution. As Zhang Feng's words echoed, he tossed the 2 Mega Stones to Latios and Latias, and under the influence of their formidable psychic energy, the process of Mega Evolution began. As a resplendent spectrum of colors illuminated the coastline, the forms of Mega Latios and Mega Latias emerged. Ding! The current attributes of Mega Latios and Mega Latias are as follows. Pokémon. Mega Latios, Divine Role, God of the Water City level, 80 ability, Levitate type, Dragon. Psychic potential, Red Bond Evolution, Unlocked Mega Evolution, Mega Latios moves, Dragon Dance, Psychic Boost, Self-Restoration, Dragon Breath, Cleanse, Aura, Healing Wave Friendship, 150 experience, Guardian of the Water City. Yearning for greater strength after being captured by a trainer, significantly increasing its fondness for the trainer upon gaining Mega Evolution. Hobby, becoming stronger. Pokémon, Mega Latias Divine Role, None level, 78 ability, Levitate type, Dragon, Psychic potential, Red Bond Evolution, Unlocked Mega Evolution, Mega Latias moves, Dragon Dance, Psychic Boost, Self-Restoration, Dragon Breath. Mist Ball, Healing Wave Friendship, 160 experience. Sister of the Guardian of the Water City, Latios, enjoys transforming into a girl after being captured by a trainer. She harbors a unique sentiment toward him. The Mega Evolution of mythical beasts brings forth a magnitude of enhancement far surpassing that of ordinary Pokémon. For typical Pokémon, Mega Evolution results in only a 5-level increase in strength, akin to Zhang Feng's Lizard King or Pidgeot. Conversely, the first-tier deity, Rayquaza, experienced a 10-level rise in its power after undergoing Mega Evolution, reaching a staggering level of 110. The primal reversion of Groudon and Kyogre also granted them an 8-level boost. Now, as mythical creatures, Latios and Latias astonishingly experienced an 8-level increase following their mega evolution. It appears that bond evolution, a most unique phenomenon, yields the greatest enhancement. For instance, a mere Infernape can attain a 6-level boost through bond evolution and acquire 3 abilities, rendering it formidable. In this moment, as they reveled in their newfound forms, resembling 2 jet aircraft painted in shades of purple and white, Latios and Latias exchanged glances, each detecting a spark of exhilaration in the other's eyes. Indeed, aligning with this trainer presents immense advantages. Setting aside other considerations, this mega evolution alone is sufficient to transform the prowess of the sibling duo drastically. In that instant, they comprehended why this human was so extraordinary. Not only did the Pokeball contain an expansive space, but it also housed 3 legendary beasts at his command. Ding! The bond between Latios and Latias has deepened. Thus, with the aid of 2 Megastones, Zhang Feng successfully captured the hearts of Latios and Latias, marking a significant milestone in his journey. As the new god of the Water City gazed longingly at Zhang Feng's departing silhouette, it could only return to the tower to absorb the faith of the Water City as populace. Upon returning to the vibrant city of Kaiyu, 5 days had elapsed. After resting for 2 days at the Pokémon Center, the first round of the Hoenn Pokemon League Kaiyu Conference finally concluded. The list of the 128 trainers advancing to the second round was unveiled, leading to a reshuffling for the 3-on-3 battles in the second round. The second round will proceed in a 3-on-3 format, with randomly selected battle arenas, continuing until the top 16 are determined for the third round's all-out battle. Unsurprisingly, Ash, Massimian, Shinji, Yayue, and Tetsuya all advanced to the second round. Zhang Feng's opponent for the first battle of the second round also made their appearance, Mr. Sam, a renowned trainer from Kaiyu City. This man, approximately 40 years of age, had long competed in the Hoenn Pokemon League. Despite his age, his strength was not to be underestimated, as he was a peak-level elite trainer. He specialized in rock-type Pokemon, and Zhang Feng had already decided on the 3 Pokemon he would deploy against such a foe. Chapter 123, 3-on-3 Battle, Rocks vs. Arena. With the battle pairings revealed, the matchups for the second round of the Hoenn Pokemon League Kaiyu Conference were officially set. Observing the opponents' names displayed on the large screen, Zhang Feng's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. While he believed his strength would not falter against any adversary in a grand event like this, both Pokemon and trainers tend to become more invigorated, showcasing battles that far exceed their innate capabilities. Moreover, according to the current matchups, if everyone could achieve commendable rankings, familiar faces would inevitably confront one another in the top 16. Zhang Feng's match in the 128-64 round was scheduled for the following afternoon. The third battle at Arena 5. As the time approached, Zhang Feng arrived at the battle arena, where his opponent, Sam, had already been waiting. This year's opponent is a youthful lad. It appears I have a great opportunity. Upon hearing Sam's words, the referee couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at this frequent competitor of the Hoenn Pokemon League Kaiyu Conference, inwardly sighing at the futility of his repeated failures to reach the top 16, oblivious to the capabilities of his opponents while boasting so brazenly. Clearing his throat, the referee announced, "We shall now commence the battle between Zhang Feng of Wei Bai Town and Sam of Kaiyu City. Each side may employ 3 Pokemon, and the battle will take place in the Rock-type arena. Sam shall attack first. Once all 3 Pokemon on either side are rendered unable to battle, the match will conclude, and the victor will proceed to the next round, advancing to the top 64. Let the battle begin." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's name, Sam's expression froze in shock. Is it not? Zhang Feng, the renowned beast master who, as reported in the news, saved the Hoenn region from a grave crisis? Though Zhang Feng's identity had not been made public, his reputation had spread far and wide throughout the Hoenn region. Yet many found it hard to believe that the savior of the entire region was merely an 18-year-old boy. With a gulp, Sam swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "You are the illustrious Beastmaster, Zhang Feng?" Witnessing his opponent falter merely at the mention of his name, Zhang Feng could not help but inject a hint of playful banter into his tone. "No, you are overthinking it. Let us hasten the competition." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's denial, Sam breathed a sigh of relief, regaining a measure of his composure, and promptly summoned his Golem. Roar! As Zhang Feng beheld the imposing figure of Golem before him, the attributes of the creature manifested in his mind's eye. Ding dong! The current attributes of Golem are as follows. Pokemon, Golem. Level, 42. Ability, Rock Head. Types, Rock, ground. Potential, purple. Bond evolution, unlocked. Mega evolution, unlocked. Skills, rock polish, heavy slam, stealth rock, rock slide, earthquake, explosion. Golem, I entrust this battle to you, superior. With Zhang Feng dispatching his first Pokémon, a serpent-like creature adorned in vibrant green, exuding an air of regal authority, made its entrance. Superior, Leaf Storm. Golem, unleash heavy slam. As both Zhang Feng and Sam issued their commands simultaneously, although displeased by Zhang Feng's choice of a grass-type Pokémon, Sam directed Golem to launch its attack. At that moment, Superior let out a soft murmur, and an endless green tempest immediately engulfed the battlefield. In the next instant, countless leaves, sharp as blades, appeared, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Golem, yet to charge forward, found itself ensnared in the leaf storm. As the multitude of razor-sharp leaves began to carve into its sturdy body, Golem could not suppress its anguished cries. Hearing the pained wails emanating from the storm, Sam grew frantic, calling out Golem's name. Alas, you are not the protagonist. Bonds and such are of little consequence in this scenario. When the leaf storm subsided, Golem, having been severely weakened by the grass-type attack, lay defeated upon the ground. Furthermore, the rocky terrain of the battlefield, once adorned with standing stones, had been entirely flattened by Superior's Leaf Storm. Typically, the Leaf Storm ability would lower the user's special attack by 2 stages. However, Superior possesses the contrary ability, transforming a power-reducing move into a boon. Indeed, had the field been sunny or grassy, such enhancements would have been detrimental to Superior. Thus, the recent Leaf Storm not only failed to diminish Superior's special attack, but instead elevated it by 2 levels. Ding dong, Superior has defeated Golem, earning 631 experience points, and has leveled up to current level 42. Ding dong, Superior's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Superior. Class, None. Level, 42. Ability, Contrary. Type, Grass. Potential, Gold. Bond evolution, unlocked. Mega evolution, unlocked. Skills, Leaf Storm, Iron Tail, Leaf Tornado, Leaf Blade, Grass Oath, Vine Whip. Affection, 200. Experience, a distinguished member of the Superior lineage, possessing a hidden ability. Slightly haughty in nature, enjoys curling up beside its trainer for sleep after fully evolving. Hobbies, fond of sour berries. After vanquishing Sam's Golem, Sam gazed in surprise at Zhang Feng's Superior. He had never encountered such a formidable grass-type Pokémon before. However, as a middle-aged man, losing to a youth like Zhang Feng was a matter of pride, prompting Sam to summon his second Pokémon. I beseech you, Agron, crush him. This Agron, boasting a level of 45, was indeed a formidable adversary. But it was futile. Agron, use Horn Drill. Superior, once more, unleash Leaf Storm. Once again, the heavens were filled with a swirling green tempest, and when the battle concluded, Agron had long since succumbed to defeat. An instant knockout, yet again. Ding dong. Superior has defeated Agron, earning 666 experience points, and has leveled up to current level 43. Witnessing this, Sam was thrown into a frenzy. How can this be? Leaf Storm is supposed to lower special attack. Your Superior has already used Leaf Storm. How can it still possess such high offensive power? Faced with Sam's bewilderment, Zhang Feng could hardly be bothered to explain. You still have one last Pokémon. Chapter 124, Advancement, Next Opponent. Curse it, come forth, my final companion. As Sam summoned his last Pokémon, a creature resembling a grass type, but in truth a rock type, Sudowoodo made its appearance. Ding dong, Sudowoodo's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Sudowoodo. Level, 46. Ability, Sturdy. Type, Rock. Potential, Purple. Bond evolution, unlocked. Mega evolution, unlocked. Skills, Rock Throw, Hammer Arm, Fake Tears, Rock Slide, Ambush, Tackle, Rock Wrecker, Double Edge. Observing Sudowoodo, Zhang Feng was taken aback. Under Sam's watchful gaze, he recalled Superior and retrieved the Pokeball of his Feraligatr, hurling it with fervor. As the crimson light illuminated the field, a massive creature nearing 3 meters in height, resembling a prehistoric beast, emerged. Roar! Upon its grand entrance from the luxury ball, Feraligatr began to pound its chest, emitting a fierce roar, its gaze fixated intently on Sudowoodo. Its mouth, filled with razor-sharp teeth, clashed together, producing a sound akin to metal being sheared, an ominous warning. Witnessing this spectacle, Sudowoodo felt a surge of trepidation. Sudowoodo, go forth, use Tackle. Following Sam's command, Sudowoodo bounded toward Feraligatr. In response, Feraligatr's eyes gleamed with fierce bravado. Feraligatr, unleash Water Cannon. Hearing Zhang Feng's command, Feraligatr opened its cavernous maw, projecting a colossal jet of water that struck Sudowoodo with tremendous force. The impact was so great that Sudowoodo was sent flying by the sheer might of Feraligatr's attack. Excellent. Just like that, utilize Water Jet and charge forward. After delivering a blow that sent Sudowoodo reeling, Feraligatr roared as it prepared to pursue. In an instant, torrents of water enveloped Feraligatr, propelling it skyward like a rocket before it changed direction. With immense momentum, it barreled toward the beleaguered Sudowoodo. At this sight, both Sudowoodo and Sam were thrown into a panic. Sudowoodo, do not falter, use Double Edge. Just as Feraligatr was about to make contact, a red glow enveloped Sudowoodo. The Double Edge skill activated. However, Feraligatr, under Zhang Feng's command, was not deterred and instead prepared to unleash Ice Fang. Feraligatr's true strength lay not in its ranged attacks, but in its formidable jaws. Once ensnared, Feraligatr would not relent until its opponent was rendered incapable of battle. In the next moment, as Zhang Feng issued his command, Feraligatr soared from the water column, landing directly behind Sudowoodo, with its sharp teeth imbued with chilling frost. It sank its fangs into Sudowoodo's head. Even as a rock-type Pokémon, Sudowoodo felt the excruciating pain of Feraligatr's bite. Sudowoodo, it howled in agony. The earlier Double Edge rendered ineffective due to Feraligatr's relentless grip. With a surge of strength, the Hushua tree proved to be no match for the might of the powerful Croconaw. In that instant, it resembled a piece of decaying meat, effortlessly caught in Croconaw's jaws, which were thrashing wildly. Before long, Hushua tree ceased its movements, rendered incapable of further combat. With Hushua tree incapacitated, Croconaw emerged victorious. As Sam's 3 Pokémon succumbed to defeat, the champion advancing to the next round of the top 64 was none other than Zhang Feng. It wasn't until the referee's voice echoed that Croconaw reluctantly released Hushua tree from its mouth. Gazing upon the battered Hushua tree, one could discern deep bite marks etched into its rocky body, a testament to Croconaw's terrifying biting power. Ding! Croconaw triumphed over Hushua tree, earning 685 experience points, resulting in a level up to the current level of 43. Ding! Croconaw's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Croconaw. Class, None. Level, 43. Ability, Torrent. Type, Water. Potential, Gold. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Ice Fang, Hydro Pump, Water Jet, Agility, Dragon Dance, Bite, Blizzard. Affection, 203. Experience, the powerful Croconaw, endowed with immense biting strength, possesses an abundance of energy to expend daily. Once it latches on, it will not relent. Hobbies, enjoys dancing and battling. At this moment, Zhang Feng couldn't help but cast an appreciative glance at Croconaw's attributes. Upon seeing Zhang Feng's response, Croconaw grinned widely. Remarkably, the 5 little companions that had started out together had all evolved into formidable allies under Zhang Feng's guidance. Now, only Charizard remained uncalled into battle. Following Zhang Feng's victory, the audience surrounding the battlefield erupted into cheers. Truly impressive, Zhang Feng. 2 swift knockouts and 1 overwhelming victory. He is indeed a dark horse. Did you not hear that this competitor is Zhang Feng from Wubai Town? To my knowledge, he is the hero who saved the Hoenn region. Would you not agree that he is formidable? Does this imply that Zhang Feng possesses a legendary Pokémon? Zhang Feng, I adore you, just as Pikachu loves rice. Zhang Feng, you are so handsome. Listening to the audience's adoration, Zhang Feng waved back at them with a smile, while Sam finally regained his senses. It dawned on him that he was battling none other than the legendary hero. This loss was well-deserved. After the match concluded, a throng of reporters from the Hoenn Pokemon League flocked to interview Zhang Feng, eager to ascertain whether he was indeed the hero spoken of by the champion, who saved the Hoenn region. In response, the nonchalant Zhang Feng executed a swift teleportation, leaving the reporters bewildered. Yet, this only served to enhance the air of mystery surrounding him, solidifying his reputation as the savior of the Hoenn region, the Pokemon Master Zhang Feng. Oh, what a twist of fate. Upon learning this news, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Scanning the battle chart, he noted that his next opponent would be a girl named Xiao Ao from the Johto Pokemon League's Goldenrod City, a trainer skilled in Psychic-type Pokemon. Thus, Zhang Feng made preparations for his next battle. Chapter 125, the top 32 battle, the Psychic Trainer? However, before Zhang Feng's match commenced, several familiar friends and rivals were engaged in their own battles. Ash effortlessly defeated a renowned Hoenn trainer, a supposed formidable opponent, the highly popular trainer utilizing Charizard, and advanced to the top 32. Massimian also triumphed using his Metagross and Swampert, decisively defeating his opponent and advancing. Yu and Ji showcased their formidable strength, easily overpowering their rivals and successfully moving forward. Even Shinji, compared to his earlier performance in Scientist Town, exhibited enhanced power, swiftly overcoming his opponent. It seems everyone is diligently striving to grow stronger. When it was finally Zhang Feng's turn to compete, he faced off against Xiao Ao. This girl, also hailing from Johto like Ash, possessed a faint psychic ability, affirming that Goldenrod City is indeed a hub for psychic trainers. The following match is the 17th battle of the second round of the Hoenn Pokemon League's Colorful Conference, featuring Zhang Feng from Wubai Town against Xiao Ao from Goldenrod City. Each trainer may use 3 Pokemon, and the battle will take place in a grassy arena. Zhang Feng, you may attack first. As the referee introduced the combatants, the audience began chanting Zhang Feng's name. Among the spectators were Ash, Yu, Ji, Masamune, Shinji, Brock, and Xiaoyao, who couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Feng's immense popularity. It's no surprise, given that the identity of the hero who saved the Hoenn region has been fully unveiled. Moreover, Zhang Feng's prowess is undeniable. Since the outset of the competition, he has consistently defeated his opponents with swift precision. This naturally led the audience to harbor high expectations, willingly becoming Zhang Feng's fans. It appears your popularity is soaring. I hope your strength is commensurate with your fanbase. Hearing Xiao Ao's somewhat defiant tone, Zhang Feng chuckled softly and summoned Charizard's Pokeball, tossing it into the arena. Come forth, Charizard. As Charizard emerged, a thunderous roar resonated throughout the battlefield. Observing the imposing presence of Charizard, Xiao Ao produced her own Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, a Hoot Hoot appeared. Ding! Hoot Hoot's current attributes are as follows. Pokemon, Hoot Hoot. Level, 47. Ability, Synchronize. Type, Psychic. Potential, Purple. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Confusion, Telekinesis, Future Sight, Hypnosis, Reflect, Psychic. Upon seeing Xiao Ao's Hoot Hoot, Zhang Feng couldn't help but express mild admiration. This Hoot Hoot had been well raised, its telekinetic abilities evidently surpassing those of ordinary Psychic-type Pokemon. Truly, a testament to her prowess as a Psychic trainer. The battle commenced. As the referee announced the start of the match, both trainers immediately commanded their Pokemon. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Hoot Hoot, deploy Reflect, then use Teleport to evade. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames aimed directly at Hoot Hoot. In response, Hoot Hoot swiftly wielded 2 spoons, conjuring a protective membrane with its telekinesis. Then, a glimmer of blue flashed in Xiao Ao's eyes, and Hoot Hoot's speed surged as it executed Teleport, narrowly avoiding Charizard's fiery assault. Realizing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smirk. How amusing, employing psychic abilities to enhance her Pokemon right before him. Hoot Hoot now. Use Psychic. Charizard Dragon Claw. In the next moment, as Charizard roared and unleashed its attack, its claws enveloped in vibrant blue energy, forming a spectral blue claw that lunged towards Hoot Hoot. The Reflect barrier emerged first, intercepting Charizard's advance. Subsequently, Hoot Hoot's eyes glowed blue once more, channeling its psychic power alongside its trainer, intensifying their combined strength. And then struck Charizard directly. The formidable psychic force rendered Charizard unable to advance an inch against Hoot Hoot. Witnessing this, Xiao Ao couldn't help but smile, exclaiming, "That's it, Hoot Hoot. Send Charizard flying." Upon receiving Xiao Ao's command, Alakazam let out a mighty roar, unleashing its formidable psychic power that sent Charizard flying. After 2 consecutive failed attacks, the audience's cheers abruptly ceased, as no one could have anticipated that Zhang Feng, the Dark Horse trainer who had previously dominated his matches, would find himself at such a disadvantage against Alakazam. Even the onlookers, including Ash, could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for Zhang Feng. How could his strength be so limited? What could he possibly be doing? Hearing Ash's rallying cry, Masamune echoed his sentiments, urging, "Yes, show your spirit, your true spirit." Observing the antics of the 2 brothers, Brock interjected, "Ash, Masamune, do not fret. Given Zhang Feng's character, he would never reveal merely this level of prowess." At Brock's words, Ash and Masamune suddenly realized their folly. Indeed, what were they worried about? Zhang Feng was a master capable of commanding legendary Pokemon. Meanwhile, Tetsuya and Yayoi exchanged glances filled with curiosity as they considered Zhang Feng. Was he toying with his opponent? Only Shinji remained unfazed, his cold gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Zhang Feng, never straying for an instant. The once invincible Zhang Feng, who had been a force to be reckoned with throughout the competition, now seemed to be struggling against a worthy adversary. Hearing the commentator's words, the entire audience shared a collective concern for Zhang Feng. At that moment, Zhang Feng waved his hand dismissively. Continuing in this manner would prove detrimental. Since his opponent was enhancing Alakazam's strength through psychic abilities, he, as the trainer, could certainly employ his own. Charizard, unleash another big explosion. Alakazam, use teleport to evade. 7 o'clock direction, explode. As Charizard executed the big explosion, Alakazam attempted to teleport once more, only to find that Zhang Feng had already anticipated its emergence. As Charizard opened its great maw, a wave of scorching flames surged towards the 7 o'clock direction, coincidentally meeting Alakazam head-on. With a thunderous boom, the big explosion detonated upon Alakazam, engulfing it in searing flames that elicited a cry of agony. Dragon Claw, finish your opponent. Following Charizard's subsequent strike, a terrifying Dragon Claw struck Alakazam, which had previously seemed to be mocking Charizard, rendering it unable to continue the battle. The sudden reversal left all spectators gasping in astonishment. What just transpired? Chapter 126, The Showdown of Psychic Powers. Ding. Charizard has defeated Alakazam, earning 695 experience points, leveling up to level 45. Ding. Charizard's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon. Charizard. Class, None. Level, 45. Ability, Blaze. Types, Fire, Flying. Aptitude, Gold. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail, Flamethrower, Big Explosion, Steel Wing. Dragon Rage. Affection, 200. Experience, encountered in Scientist Town, carefully chosen by Professor Oak. This Charmander inherited outstanding Dragon-type talent and ultimately evolved to possess even greater strength. Hobbies, enjoys battle and flying. With Charizard's victory over Alakazam, all 5 of Zhang Feng's starter Pokémon had taken the stage, each displaying remarkable performances. Witnessing Alakazam's swift defeat, Xiao Ao was left incredulous, immediately addressing Zhang Feng. How could you possibly predict where my Alakazam would appear? It must have been a coincidence. Chuckling at Xiao Ao's inquiry, Zhang Feng replied, Do you think you are the only one endowed with psychic abilities? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ao was left speechless. As a psychic trainer who idolized the gym leader of Goldenrod City, known as the Psychic Queen, she had always relied on her psychic powers to support her Pokémon in battle, achieving unbroken success. Yet today, she encountered another psychic trainer, and more crucially, she had failed to detect any oddities about Zhang Feng. Was he also a psychic? If so, it implied that Zhang Feng's capabilities far surpassed her own. Impossible. If you are a psychic, how could I not have noticed? Clenching her teeth, a defiant Xiao Ao summoned her second Pokémon. Go, Galate. Xiao Ao's Galate boasted a formidable level of 50, and Zhang Feng countered with his own Galate. This Galate, being the elder sibling, possessed a greater overall psychic capacity compared to its younger counterpart, which was more adept at executing powerful moves. Had Xiao Ao faced anyone other than Zhang Feng, with her skills and psychic prowess, she might have advanced into the top 16. Alas, it was unfortunate that she crossed paths with Zhang Feng, where she attempted to showcase her abilities. The atmosphere suddenly grew more intriguing as both trainers summoned Galate. Although the means by which Zhang Feng had discerned the flaw in Alakazam's teleport remained a mystery, it was evident that his strength was still formidable. Listening to the commentator's words, Zhang Feng commanded, Galate, use Psychic. Unwilling to back down, Xiao Ao asserted, Galate, let's use Psychic too. As the two Galads locked eyes, two powerful psychic forces erupted in the air. However, during the clash, onlookers could not perceive the psychic energies at play, leaving them uncertain as to who held the upper hand. Moments later, as Xiao Ao's Galate sensed the overwhelming strength of its opponent, she, as its trainer, immediately channeled all of her psychic energy to assist her Pokémon. Even so, the combined efforts of both failed to match the prowess of Zhang Feng's Galate. After a brief standoff, Xiao Ao's Galate was sent hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground and clutching its head in evident distress. The collision of psychic forces had led to a resounding defeat for Xiao Ao and her Galate against Zhang Feng's Galate. This was despite Zhang Feng not exerting his full strength. Had he done so, it was likely that both trainer and Pokémon would have been left utterly incapacitated. Moreover, since Galate had sustained significant damage, Xiao Ao, who had previously supported it with her psychic powers, was also adversely affected, with both trainer and Pokémon collapsing simultaneously. The entire audience was left bewildered. Fortunately, most of the damage had been absorbed by Xiao Ao's Galate, so she herself remained relatively unscathed. Galate has lost its ability to battle. Zhang Feng's Galate is victorious. Please summon the next Pokémon, Xiao Ao. Ding. Galate has defeated Galate, earning 750 experience points, leveling up to level 58. As Xiao Ao lost yet another Pokémon, she finally grasped the reality of Zhang Feng's formidable strength, one that was far beyond her reach. Yet, even so, she was unwilling to concede outright. Therefore, suppressing the pain in her mind, Xiao Ao summoned her final Pokémon. I entrust you with this battle, Sableye. Ding. Sableye's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Sableye. Level, 48. Ability, Keen Eye. Types, Dark Ghost. Aptitude, Purple. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Skills, Confusion, Mystical Shield, Magical Shine, Reflect, Psychic. Sableye. Let us engage in this battle. With Zhang Feng once again switching out his Pokémon, a unique Duskull emerged onto the scene. Thud. After unleashing a fierce roar, the gaze of the shiny Donphan was now fixated upon the Sucker Punch doll. At this moment, competitor Xiao Ao had only one Pokémon, the Sucker Punch doll, remaining, while competitor Zhang Feng still had 3 Pokémon, all of which were yet to lose their combat capability. Moreover, until now, Zhang Feng had utilized a diverse array of Pokémon, each distinct, truly heightening the anticipation for his forthcoming battles. Upon hearing the commentator's words, the audience's King Huayue couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. This little fellow is quite the force. It seems the Hoenn Champion is about to change hands once more. If both Daigo and Macaulay are willing to become Elite Four members, does that not imply I will be ousted from my position? With this thought, Huayue could not suppress a hint of vexation. It must be said, the authority of a champion within the Pokémon League is indeed substantial. To lose such a position would undoubtedly complicate future endeavors. Donphan, utilize rollout. Commanded Zhang Feng. Sucker Punch doll, set up light screen. The simplistic defensive maneuver proved ineffective. In the face of Donphan's assault, the light screen conjured by the Sucker Punch doll shattered instantaneously. Along with it, the entire Pokémon was sent flying by Donphan's charge. The sound of a thunderous impact echoed, accompanied by the roar as Donphan rolled forth, its immense force obliterating the light screen. Subsequently, the Sucker Punch doll was struck head-on by Donphan's momentum, sending it hurtling away. Now, Donphan, unleash Hyper Beam. At the moment the Sucker Punch doll was propelled through the air, upon hearing Zhang Feng's command, Donphan transformed back into its original form mid-flight. Soon after, it began to accumulate a column of orange-yellow energy. With a tremendous shockwave erupting, an orange-yellow Hyper Beam struck the Sucker Punch doll, which was already in flight. With explosive results, the colossal explosion resonated, launching the Sucker Punch doll even further out of the battlefield. Upon landing, its stamina was critically depleted. Without a formidable will, it would have been unable to rise again. Regrettably, Donphan had been captured by Zhang Feng rather late, and, unlike Charizard and Blaziken, had not been pushed to evolve with the same fervor. Hence, it undeniably lagged in strength. Even now, Donphan was only at level 44, already outpaced by the 5 original starters. In terms of overall power, it might well be the weakest in Zhang Feng's possession, despite being a shiny Pokémon. Don't give in. Sucker Punch doll. Use Psychic. Donphan, once more with rollout, break free from the psychic restraints. As the Sucker Punch doll exerted its utmost in unleashing its psychic abilities, Donphan felt its movements begin to be hindered. However, the opponent had sustained significant damage, and their psychic powers were not at their peak. Under such circumstances, Donphan was unwilling to be ensnared. Thus, with a full throttle charge, rollout was initiated once again. Even though its speed was somewhat hampered by the psychic influence, it still crashed fiercely into the Sucker Punch doll. Those 2 massive, robust tusks pierced directly into the abdomen of the Sucker Punch doll. With this blow, the Sucker Punch doll could not rise again, losing all combat capability. Ding. Donphan has defeated the Sucker Punch doll, earning 685 experience points, leveling up to level 45. Consequently, all 3 of Xiao Ao's Psychic-type Pokémon were defeated. With the Sucker Punch doll rendered incapable of battle, Donphan emerged victorious. Given that all 3 of Xiao Ao's Pokémon had lost their combat capability, the winner, advancing to the top 32, was Zhang Feng. As the referee's voice echoed, Zhang Feng's visage illuminated the large screen, inscribed with the word win. In that moment, the entire audience rose to their feet, cheering for Zhang Feng's triumph. Oh, my fighting spirit is igniting. I can't wait to face Zhang Feng in a full battle. Pikachu, this time I must secure victory. Upon hearing Xiao Zhi's words, Pikachu clenched its fist, while beside them, Masamune, unwilling to concede, declared, "It is I who shall defeat Zhang Feng. No, it shall be me. It is I. It is me." Meanwhile, Yiyu and Ji also tightened their fists. They were well aware of Zhang Feng's prowess. Among the Pokémon that had appeared, only a shiny Gardevoir seemed to be Zhang Feng's ace. The Pokémon that had previously taken the stage were all starters acquired in the scientist's town, already boasting such strength merely from obtaining their initial forms. How could this fail to astonish everyone? It had been less than 2 months. Thus, one could surmise that Zhang Feng's true mainstay Pokémon could very well be of elite status. Not to mention, he also possessed legendary Pokémon like Rayquaza. The presence of such a formidable competitor at this year's Hoenn Pokemon League Colorful Conference indeed cast a dawning shadow. Contemplating this, the two watched Zhang Feng depart, silently vowing, "Though the pressure is immense, our growth and strength shall not stagnate. Zhang Feng, this time we shall not yield easily." Only Shinji cast a lingering glance at Zhang Feng before turning away, his thoughts a mystery to all. After vanquishing Xiao Ao, Zhang Feng officially entered the ranks of the top 32. Another day passed, and the matchups for the transition from 32 to 16 were freshly announced. In the upcoming battle, Zhang Feng would face Tiger Yu, who had been a top 4 contender in last year's Hoenn Pokemon League, narrowly missing the bronze medal and possessing notable strength. Rumored to be a high-tier quasi-elite, his trump card was a Swampert. According to this tournament bracket, following the next match, if Masamune emerged victorious, Zhang Feng's subsequent opponent would indeed be him. It was somewhat unexpected. Initially, it seemed the battle would be between Xiao Ji and Masamune. Yet now Masamune found himself pitted against Zhang Feng. Within the Pokemon Center, everyone scrutinized their battle charts. If all went smoothly, Xiao Ji and Shinji would clash in the round of 16. Zhang Feng, I will certainly defeat my opponent, and when the time comes in the round of 16, I will prevail against you. Until then, you must not lose. Upon hearing Masamune's challenge, Zhang Feng smiled. Very well, we shall meet in battle then. With the prospect of a match between Masamune and Zhang Feng looming, Xiaoji became increasingly animated. Damn it, Masamune, you faced off against him first. Haha, Xiaoji, I will definitely defeat Zhang Feng. No worries, Masamune. Before battling Zhang Feng, I must also take down that arrogant Shinji. Just don't lose to Zhang Feng. I believe he has a good chance of winning. What are you saying, Xiaoji? I will not lose. A day later, Masamune's match commenced ahead of schedule. In a 3-on-3 format, after the loss of his Kirin and Scorpion, Masamune triumphed with his Houndoom, successfully advancing to the top 16. Following the conclusion of this match, Masamune utilized a Firestone to evolve Houndoom into a Houndoom, further augmenting its power, solely for the purpose of facing Zhang Feng. Once Masamune's match concluded, it was Zhang Feng's turn. As Zhang Feng's battle began anew, he eyed his opponent, a 30-something man from Green Ridge City, Tiger Yu, and felt a surge of competitive spirit. Last year's top 4, quite intriguing. Let me see just how strong you truly are. In response to Zhang Feng's declaration, Tiger Yu chuckled heartily. Young man, while your strength is considerable, you still have a long way to go to match me. The Hoenn Pokemon League Colorful Conference. The match from 32 to 16 is about to commence. In this competition, the contenders are Zhang Feng from Waibaizhen and Hu Lu from Luling City. Although Zhang Feng is a formidable competitor, his adversary is a formidable force as well, having reached the top 4 in the previous Kaiyu conference. The anticipation for the outcome of today's match is palpable. Chapter 128, from 32 to 16, the previous year's finalists. In this battle, Zhang Feng initiates the attack, and the battlefield is set in the ice arena, allowing the use of 3 Pokemon. Let the match commence. As the referee issues the command, Zhang Feng holds a luxurious Pokeball in his hand. In the next instant, with a flash of arcane light, an Absol, known as the Disaster Pokemon, makes its grand entrance. As Absol appears, its icon lights up on Zhang Feng's panel displayed on the big screen. Absol, you shall be my companion. Go forth, Scyther. Ding. Scyther's current attributes are as follows. Pokemon. Scyther level, 52 ability, Technician, types, Bug, Flying, Potential, Purple, Mega Evolution, Unlocked, Skills, Swords Dance. Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Wing Attack, Slash, X-Scissor, Double Hit. Upon observing Scyther, Zhang Feng cannot help but express admiration. It is indeed commendable that Hu Lu's Scyther, being a top 4 contender from the previous year's Hoenn Pokemon League Kaiyu Conference, boasts a level 52 strength, nearly on par with gym leaders. However, against him, it may not suffice. Even in the second round, during the final 3-on-3 battle, Zhang Feng's opponents have yet to inspire him to deploy his strongest Pokemon. As Hu Lu sends out Scyther, its icon also illuminates beneath Hu Lu's name on the big screen. Scyther, use Swords Dance. Absol, likewise, employ Swords Dance. In unison, both Scyther and Absol elevate their attack power, performing an enigmatic dance as the Swords Dance unfolds. Scyther dashes forward in a flash of electricity and unleashes Fury Cutter upon Absol. The Bug-type move counters the Dark-type, making Hulu's choice of Scyther quite astute. Yet, a trainer who can only secure victory with Pokémon that counter their opponent's type lacks merit. Absol, use Night Slash to intercept. As Scyther speeds toward Absol, Zhang Feng commands. An Absol scythe-like horn emits a tremendous strike. With a resounding crash, it connects with Scyther. This move disrupts Scyther's attempt to execute Fury Cutter and Quick Attack. Well done. Continue the assault. Use Flamethrower. Scyther evade. In a critical moment, Scyther relies on its agility to narrowly dodge Absol's Flamethrower. Witnessing this, Hulu exhales in relief. While Zhang Feng realizes that the strength of his opponents in the top 16 has indeed escalated significantly. Now, attempting to obliterate them with non-primary Pokémon seems nearly impossible. Absol, use Future Sight. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Absol lets out a mighty roar, and a formidable thunderbolt surges into the sky. The once clear blue sky darkens ominously. As lightning flickers wildly, in 2 turns, this Psychic-type move will strike down upon Scyther. Damn it! Scyther, go for broke. Charge in with X-Scissor. Resigned to the situation, Hulu commands Scyther to launch itself forward. As Scyther's blade-like arms, enveloped in a dense bug energy, surge toward Absol, the latter stands resolute, unflinching. Once more, Night Slash. With a thunderous boom, another Night Slash is executed, colliding with Scyther. As Scyther is sent reeling, Hulu swiftly retrieves it into its Pokeball. If Scyther cannot best Zhang Feng's Absol, he must resort to a Dark-type Pokemon to counter the impending Future Sight. In the next moment, after switching Pokemon, a formidable Groudon makes its entrance. Observing the imposing creature brandishing its pincers, Zhang Feng promptly examines its attributes. Ding! Groudon's current attributes are as follows. Pokemon. Groudon. Level. 55. Ability. Adaptability. Types. Water. Dark. Potential. Purple. Mega Evolution. Unlocked. Skills. Aqua Jet. Bubble Beam. Swords Dance. Knock Off. Bite. Blizzard. Dark Pulse. With Groudon's arrival, Absol's Future Sight becomes ineffectual, as Dark-type Pokémon are immune to Psychic-type moves. Furthermore, Groudon's might far surpass that of the previous Scyther, rendering it difficult for Absol to maintain an advantage. Realizing this, Zhang Feng also switches his Pokémon. After recalling Absol, he sends out his Ice-type Pokémon. Compared to Absol, now at level 49, the Ice Pokémon is part of Zhang Feng's secondary main team, and currently stands at the pinnacle of the semi-elite level. Faced with the more imposing Ice Pokémon, Hulu's demeanor shifts. He no longer feels pride in being a previous top 4 contestant. An unsettling feeling creeps in. His journey in the Hoenn Pokémon League may soon come to an end. Groudon, use Crabhammer. Ice Pokémon, unleash Ice Beam. Given that the battlefield is an ice arena, the Ice-type Pokémon enjoys a slight advantage, thriving in its element. With an eruption of frigid power, Ice Beam swiftly encases Groudon in ice. With a single strike, it is defeated. Yet, Groudon, in the throes of executing Crabhammer, succumbs within the ice, losing its battle capability. Ding! The Ice Pokémon has defeated Groudon, earning 857 experience points, with no change in level, now at LV 59. Groudon has lost its ability to battle. The Ice Pokémon emerges victorious. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, Hulu, resigned, releases Scyther once more. In the next instant, the Future Sight descends from the sky, unleashing a torrent of lightning upon Scyther. As the sky clears once more, Scyther lies charred, incapacitated. Chapter 129. Crossing the Elite. The 3rd round begins. Ding! Absol has defeated Scyther, earning 758 experience points, leveling up to LV 50. 2 consecutive defeats. Ultimately, Scyther falls to Zhang Feng's Absol, vanquished by the earlier Future Sight. Thus, Hulu is left with only his final Pokémon, his starter Pokémon, a high-tier pseudo-elite, Swampert, one of Hoenn's legendary trio. Interestingly, Zhang Feng realizes he has yet to capture Swampert from the Hoenn region. He has always held a fondness for this dual water and ground-type Pokémon. Alas, despite his extensive travels, he has never encountered one. Ding! Swampert's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Swampert, level, 56, ability, torrent, types, water, ground, potential, purple, mega evolution, unlocked. Skills, earth power, water cannon, exploding fist, earthquake, water jet, ice punch. Observing the formidable level 56 Swampert before him, Zhang Feng chose not to substitute his Pokémon, but instead urged his Glacian to continue the battle. Glacian, unleash Ice Beam. He commanded. Swampert, do not concede easily. Charge forward and strike Glacian with exploding fist. As both trainers simultaneously issued their commands, Glacian and Swampert sprang into action. In an instant, Glacian emitted a delicate cry, gathering icy energy, and unleashed a powerful ice beam directly towards Swampert. In response to Glacian's assault, Swampert swiftly glided over the icy surface, evading the ice beam, and quickly retaliated with a punch aimed at Glacian. As that fierce fighting-type fist bore down upon Glacian, a shimmering green barrier materialized, thwarting Swampert's sole chance for a comeback. This was, indeed, a defensive maneuver. The fighting-type move, coupled with Swampert's formidable strength, posed a significant threat to the ice-type Glacian, potentially leading to a decisive victory. Yet now, all of that was rendered futile. Witnessing the failure of his attack, Swampert displayed a look of indignation, while the trainer, Hu Xiao, felt a sense of frustration. Yet they were left with little recourse. The moment for a counterattack had arrived. Glacian used Quick Attack. Although this move bore moderate power, under the 4 times effectiveness against Swampert, it swiftly drained Swampert's health bar. At such close quarters, Glacian's full-force strike was nearly impossible to withstand. For the final blow, Glacian executed Iron Tail. With a radiant flash, the attack connected, sending Swampert soaring away. The immense force propelled Swampert out of the battlefield, only halting upon crashing into the surrounding barriers. At that moment, Swampert had completely lost its ability to continue fighting. Ding! Glacian has defeated Swampert, earning 972 experience points, and has leveled up to level 60. Ding! Congratulations to Glacian for breaking through to the elite level. Thus, within the second tier, Glacian became the first to achieve this milestone, marking Zhang Feng's 8th elite Pokémon. Ding! Glacian's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Glacian. Level, 60. Ability, Snow Cloak. Type, Ice. Potential, Gold. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Yawn, Curse, Charm, Ice Shard. Ice Beam, Ice Fong, Iron Tail. Affection, 254. Experience. Met in the Golden Town Sanctuary, successfully evolved with the trainer's assistance, and after significant training, finally reached the elite level. Preferences, Gluttonous, enjoys sleeping by the trainer's feet. Congratulations, Glacian, your strength has improved significantly. Keep up the hard work. After receiving praise from Zhang Feng, Glacian immediately approached him, nuzzling against his leg, displaying an expression of delight. With Swampert incapacitated and Glacian victorious, Hu Xiao's 3 Pokémon had all succumbed. Therefore, the winner of this match is Zhang Feng, advancing to the top 16, earning the right to compete in the main arena for a comprehensive battle. Upon hearing the announcement, the audience erupted in cheers. The 3-on-3 battles took place in the 4 auxiliary battlefields, each accommodating nearly 20 to 30,000 spectators. However, the main venue, where the top 16 would engage in full battles, could house over 100,000 viewers, and all subsequent matches, leading up to the finals, would occur there. The atmosphere of competition in that arena would be entirely different from the current setting. After several days of battles, the final 16 contenders were officially confirmed. The first match, Ash from the Kanto region's Pallet Town versus Shinji from the Sinnoh region's Veilstone City. The second match, a battle between 2 bystanders. The third match, Jie from the Hoenn region's Lilycove City versus a bystander. The fourth match, 2 minor characters. The fifth match, Zhang Feng from the Hoenn region's Lilycove Town versus Massimian from the Hoenn region's Verdunturf Town. The sixth match, Xiaolan from the Kanto region's Cerulean City versus a bystander. The seventh match, Yiyu from the Hoenn region's Lilycove Town versus Lucier from the Hoenn region's Verdunturf City. The eighth match, 2 ordinary trainers. Upon seeing this lineup, Zhang Feng cast a surprised glance at Yiyu. He too hailed from Lilycove Town, yet Zhang Feng had never encountered him before. Seemingly understanding Zhang Feng's thoughts, Yiyu chuckled. Indeed, I originate from Lilycove Town, but after acquiring my starter Pokémon, Torchic, I have never returned. I have been traveling extensively. So it's no surprise you weren't aware of me. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhang Feng found it intriguing that they were, after all, fellow townsfolk. As the competition progressed, the first match was Ash against Shinji, prompting Zhang Feng to join Xiaoyao and Brock in spectating. When asked whom he believed would win, Zhang Feng confidently proclaimed Ash's name. Although in the original narrative, Shinji had always been Ash's formidable rival in the Sinnoh region and had rarely emerged victorious in earlier encounters, Ash had shown remarkable growth and strength recently. Observing his recent matches, Zhang Feng noted Ash's return to using many of his previous Pokémon. With the likes of Bulbasaur and Squirtle making a comeback, even if Shinji were to give his all, he would likely face defeat. As expected, when the battle commenced, Shinji sent out his Machamp first. In response, Ash deployed his Swellow. The flying type easily countered the fighting type, securing a victory against Machamp. and astonishingly, with sheer determination, defeated Shinji's Torterra as well. Zhang Feng could only remark, truly a bug Pokémon. Chapter 130 vs Masamune, a full 6-on-6 battle. After swiftly defeating 2 of Shinji's Pokémon, Swellow was ultimately worn down and defeated by Shinji's Nidoking. At this juncture, Ash sent out his Groudon, yet it failed to inflict significant damage on Nidoking before being taken down. Subsequently, Glalie made its entrance and, with absolute dominance, vanquished Shinji's Nidoking. As the first half concluded, Ash held an advantage with Glalie remaining. However, in the latter half, Glalie was defeated by Shinji's Boscodora, followed by Ash losing his Colossal, placing him at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Sceptile made a valiant comeback, defeating Shinji's Boscodora and ultimately perishing in a mutual knockout with Shinji's Charizard. Thus, both trainers were left with a final electric-type Pokémon. Pikachu vs. Electabuzz. In a desperate clash, Pikachu emerged victorious, making Ash the first to advance to the top 8. With Shinji's defeat, Ash's strength had been validated. Interestingly, he had not swapped his battle lineup, a decision Zhang Feng found unsurprising, yet it was quite unexpected that Shinji had also not changed his Pokémon, sticking to the same few he had initially used. It appeared that his character had not deteriorated since his debut in Sinnoh. After all, following Ash's victory, Shinji cast a lingering gaze upon him, stating, "You have won. I retract my previous words from the scientist's town. You are indeed formidable." With that, Shinji turned and departed, leaving Ash and Pikachu watching his retreating figure. The subsequent matches saw Jia winning effortlessly, leading to the showdown between Zhang Feng and Masamune. As both approached the main battle arena, Zhang Feng and Masamune exchanged distant glances. Masamune declared, "Zhang Feng, I know you are formidable, but I am determined to triumph over you." In the face of Masamune's challenge and fervent battle spirit, Zhang Feng could not help but envision his figure overlapping with that of Ash. The current Masamune bears a striking resemblance to the Ash from the beginning. Very well. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Come forth, Masamune. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we witness 2 trainers, Zhang Feng and Masamune, brimming with combat zeal, preparing for their impending clash. Who shall emerge victorious? As the commentator speaks, the referee interjects. We now commence the 5th match of the 3rd round of the Hoenn Pokemon League's colorful conference, featuring the trainers Zhang Feng from Weibei Town and Masamune from Levine Town. Each side may deploy 6 Pokemon, and once either trainer's 3 Pokemon can no longer battle, a brief intermission shall ensue. During the match, Pokemon may be swapped, with Zhang Feng designated as the first attacker on the grassy battlefield. As soon as the referee's words concluded, Zhang Feng promptly unleashed a Pokeball. In the next moment, the dashing Arcanine made its grand entrance. In response to Zhang Feng's Arcanine, Masamune expressed enthusiasm and similarly released his own Arcanine's Pokeball. Zhang Feng, I too possess an Arcanine, step forth. Thus, on the grassy battlefield, the 2 Arcanines prepared to engage in their own internal conflict. Zhang Feng's Arcanine stood at level 55 with the Intimidate ability, while Masamune's Arcanine was also at level 55, boasting the Flash Fire ability. At first glance, it seemed Zhang Feng's Arcanine held no advantage. However, in terms of potential, Zhang Feng's Arcanine possessed golden quality, whereas Masamune's was merely purple. As soon as it emerged, Masamune's Arcanine was struck by the Intimidate ability, resulting in a decline in its attack power by 1 level. Arcanine, unleash Flame Wheel. Upon Masamune's command, his Arcanine ignited with flames, and with the enhancement of its Flash Fire ability, it self-ignited, thereby amplifying the power of its Fire-type move. Consequently, the Intimidate ability's effect on the opponent was significantly mitigated. Arcanine, utilize Quick Attack. With the Fire-type move rendered ineffective, Zhang Feng's Arcanine was effectively cornered. Following Zhang Feng's command, his Arcanine executed a Quick Attack, its forepaws moving with such speed that they became imperceptible to the naked eye. The 2 Arcanines clashed ferociously, resulting in a massive impact that caused both to be thrown back and sustain damage. Arcanine, employ Bite. Arcanine, Thunder Fang. In the next instant, Masamune's Arcanine revealed its sharp fangs, unleashing a surge of Dark-type energy that surged towards Zhang Feng's Arcanine's neck. In response to this onslaught, Zhang Feng's Arcanine was equally undeterred. A crackling current of electricity danced in its mouth before it lunged directly at Masamune's Arcanine. The 2 legendary Pokemon were now locked in a fierce battle of mutual bites. Arcanine, execute Overheat. Realizing that the prolonged biting would yield no immediate victor, Masamune swiftly adjusted his strategy. In response to Masamune's attack, Zhang Feng commanded, Arcanine, use Solar Beam. A moment later, a fierce and blazing inferno erupted from Masamune's Arcanine, hurtling towards its opponent. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng's Arcanine gathered energy for Solar Beam, absorbing the impact of overheat before unleashing its powerful attack. With a thunderous boom, a deafening sound echoed as an enormous explosion engulfed Massamune's Arcanine. This strike dealt a devastating blow to Massamune's Arcanine. However, due to the side effects of Solar Beam, Zhang Feng's Arcanine was unable to immediately deliver a finishing blow, granting Massamune's Arcanine a moment to recover. Struggling to rise, Massamune's Arcanine, once regal in appearance, now bore a disheveled mane, yet its eyes still sparkled with fierce determination. Arcanine, use Flare Blitz, show your spirit. Arcanine, utilize agility. As the commands echoed, both Arcanines charged fiercely at one another, one ablaze with flames, and the other moving with astonishing speed. With another resounding crash, Massamune's Arcanine was sent flying. Despite sustaining successive attacks, Zhang Feng's Arcanine remained steadfast, firmly planted in its position. The earlier Solar Beam had inflicted significant damage on Massamune's Arcanine, resulting in its loss of combat capability. Ding dong, Arcanine defeats Arcanine, earning 1,000 experience points, leveling up to current level 56. Following this initial victory, Massamune gritted his teeth and summoned his next Pokémon, a Kirin. Come forth, Kirin. Faced with the normal and psychic-type Kirin, and noting that his Arcanine had exhausted considerable stamina, Zhang Feng opted to switch his Pokémon. I entrust this to you, Shelmet. Chapter 131, Evolution, the Overconfident Bloodwing Dragon. Observing Massamune's newly deployed Kirin, Zhang Feng could not help but inspect its attribute panel. Ding dong. Kirin's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon. Kirin. Level. 54. Ability. Inner Focus. Type. Normal. Psychic. Quality. Purple. Mega Evolution. Unlocked. Skills. Psychic. Pursuit. Confusion Ray. Double Hit. Signal Beam. Tackle. Trick. Baton Pass. Kirin, I place my faith in you for this battle, Shelmet. Having replaced his Pokémon and recalled his fatigued Arcanine, Zhang Feng summoned Shelmet's Luxury Ball. With a flash of red light, a robust Shelmet appeared on the battlefield. As the Pokémon was swapped, the screen displayed Massamune's Arcanine icon dimming, while the second Pokeball position illuminated with Kirin's image. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng's Arcanine icon turned gray, indicating it was merely recalled and had not lost its combat capability. Simultaneously, Shelmet's icon emerged in the second Pokeball slot. Kirin, use Psychic against Shelmet. Upon hearing Massamune's command, Kirin emitted a piercing cry and unleashed a formidable psychic attack towards Shelmet. Shelmet utilized Dragon Breath. Facing Kirin's Psychic, Shelmet fixed its gaze intently on the opponent and unleashed a devastating Dragon Breath. The powerful impact surprisingly allowed this move to reach Kirin before the psychic attack could connect. Under the assault of Dragon Breath, Kirin cried out in pain, causing the psychic energy that had been directed at Shelmet to dissipate. Thus, Dragon Dive, once you defeat him, you can evolve and soar through the skies. Without a moment's hesitation, Shelmet roared, enveloped in a rich blue energy, gradually forming the silhouette of a colossal blue dragon. It seemed to understand that defeating the opponent would lead to its long-awaited evolution after this battle. The dream of soaring through the heavens was finally within reach. And Shelmet bellowed, channeling its utmost strength. Concurrently, the phantom dragon roared as it collided fiercely with Kirin. Enduring relentless strikes, Kirin began to falter. At this moment, even its spirit could not sustain its will to continue battling. Then, engulfed in a searing flame, Kirin succumbed completely. Ding dong, Shelmet defeats Kirin, earning 997 experience points, leveling up to current level 56. Following Shelmet's upgrade, a brilliant light of evolution shone forth. In this grand arena, which can accommodate over 100,000 spectators, amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, the form of the armored dragon began to expand gradually in the radiant white light, until a pair of blood-red wings emerged. And as the white light gradually dissipated, a dragon-type demigod, exuding an aura of dominance and majesty, finally unleashed its formidable might. Roar! The earth-shattering roar of the dragon echoed, causing the entire audience to momentarily hold their breath. Observing the newly transformed Bloodwing Dragon, Zhang Feng immediately began to examine its attributes. Ding dong! The current attributes of the Bloodwing Dragon are as follows. Pokémon, Bloodwing Dragon, Divine Role, None, Level, 56, Trait, Overconfidence, Types, Dragon, Flying, Qualification, Red, Bond Evolution, Not Unlocked, Mega Evolution, Not Unlocked, Skills, Dragon Dive, Tornado, Dragon Breath, Dragon Claw, Headbutt, Crunch. Flamethrower, Affection, 251, Experience. A distinguished member of the Bloodwing Dragon lineage, it has finally evolved to soar through the skies, its power undergoing a transformation. Hobbies, delectable food, free flight. At this moment, gazing at the fully evolved Bloodwing Dragon, Zhang Feng was filled with elation. Congratulations, Bloodwing Dragon, you have finally evolved. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the Bloodwing Dragon immediately flapped its wings and dove into the sky, emitting a joyful roar. The trait of overconfidence also enhanced its attack power after defeating Masamune Kirin. Naturally, Zhang Feng would not recall the Bloodwing Dragon, but instead urged it to continue battling. At this sight, the commentator exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "What an astonishing turn of events! Zhang Feng's armored dragon has evolved after defeating Masamune Kirin. Now, let us observe how Masamune will respond to Zhang Feng's Bloodwing Dragon." Witnessing this scene, Ash and his companions were filled with mixed emotions. Although they believed Zhang Feng would certainly triumph, seeing Masamune in such a disadvantageous position tugged at Ash's heartstrings. At this moment, facing Zhang Feng's evolved Bloodwing Dragon, Masamune gritted his teeth and summoned his third Pokémon. "I entrust you with this, Metagross." Metagross, level 56, also a demigod, was considerably weaker compared to Zhang Feng's Metagross. Its qualification was golden, which was commendable. What a delightful surprise! As Masamune unleashed his Metagross against Zhang Feng's Bloodwing Dragon, the battle between two demigods was about to commence. Truly exciting. The most renowned demigods in the Hoenn region are Metagross and Bloodwing Dragon. Now, due to the encounters in Scientist Town, Masamune Steelix has also achieved its final evolution, and his Electrike has transformed into a Manectric. In terms of strength, Masamune had indeed become significantly more powerful compared to his former self. Moreover, possessing a demigod Pokémon, few could be considered weak. Metagross unleashed Psychic. After receiving Masamune's command, Metagross struck first, enveloping the Bloodwing Dragon in a shimmering blue light. Feeling the disconcerting binding upon its body, the Bloodwing Dragon let out a furious roar. The Bloodwing Dragon used Crunch to shatter the psychic attack. Though lacking a dark type, it could still harness dark energy to achieve the same effect. Immediately, the Bloodwing Dragon opened its gaping maw, gathering a dense surge of dark energy, significantly diminishing the impact of the psychic attack. Consequently, the binding on the Bloodwing Dragon almost vanished. Now, unleash Flamethrower. With a resounding roar, a searing flame surged towards Metagross. In the next instant, the grassy battlefield was engulfed in flames, blazing fiercely, as Metagross found itself helplessly trapped in a fiery inferno, utterly consumed by the flames. Chapter 132, The Invincible Form. The Unseen Fairy Pokémon. Metagross lost its combat capability, and the Bloodwing Dragon emerged victorious. With all three of Masamune's Pokémon incapacitated, the first half of the match concluded, leading to a 10-minute intermission. After the evolution of the Bloodwing Dragon, it showcased its overwhelming advantage against Masamune's Metagross, securing victory. One must acknowledge that demigods truly live up to their status, as their true power erupts following their final evolution. Though Masamune's Metagross was not weak, in terms of qualification, attributes, and speed, it was utterly overwhelmed by the Bloodwing Dragon. Thus, the final outcome of defeat was entirely expected. The Bloodwing Dragon thus became Zhang Feng's fourth primary battle Pokémon with a red qualification. During the break, Masamune clenched his fists, gazing at his remaining three Pokémon, gritting his teeth as if resolving himself. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and amidst the cheers of the audience, Zhang Feng and Masamune emerged from their respective battle corridors, facing each other. Observing this scene, the referee promptly announced, "Masamune, please send forth your Pokémon first. The battlefield for the second half will be the Rock Combat Arena." "Well then, I entrust you with this, Steelix." As Masamune threw his Pokeball, a Colossal Steelix made its grand entrance. Ding dong. The current attributes of Steelix are as follows. Pokémon, Steelix, level, 56, trait, sturdy, types, steel, ground, qualification, purple, mega evolution, not unlocked, skills, bind, rock slide, dragon breath, sandstorm, dig, stone edge, iron tail. Steelix, you shall take the stage in this battle, fairy Pokémon. As Zhang Feng sent forth the fairy Pokémon, the audience erupted in astonishment, as even the large screen failed to illuminate the fairy Pokémon's silhouette. Because the fairy Pokémon, while an evolution of EV, is a Pokémon that only appears in X and Y, and is certainly not documented in the current Hoenn Pokémon League. Thus, the commentator remarked, "Wow, a Pokémon not recorded in the Pokédex has appeared." Zhang Feng refers to it as the fairy Pokémon. Could it be another evolution of Eevee? It seems the mysteries of Pokémon are still far beyond our understanding. Observing this, the surrounding trainers displayed solemn expressions, particularly those who considered Zhang Feng a rival, such as Ash, Takea, and Yiyu. Furthermore, Zhang Feng's future opponents wore expressions of concern as well. A Pokémon that has never appeared in the Pokédex? What a mysterious individual. Steelix, regardless of what opponent you face, go forth and unleash Dragon Breath. Upon hearing Masamune's command, a smile crept upon Zhang Feng's lips. The fairy Pokémon is of the fairy type, which has yet to be officially discovered, leaving trainers unaware that fairy types are immune to dragon-type moves. Masamune, why would you choose Dragon Breath? Even if it strikes the fairy Pokémon, it would be utterly ineffective. Fairy Pokémon, pay no heed, unleash Moonblast. With Zhang Feng's words, the fairy Pokémon emitted a melodic cry, its elegant form radiating a captivating glow, and a pink moon materialized. Under the fairy Pokémon's control, it came crashing down upon Steelix. In pain, Steelix roared, its dragon breath intensifying. However, no matter how hard Steelix tried to launch its attack, the dragon breath had no effect on the fairy Pokémon. Witnessing this scene, Masamune's expression drastically changed. How can this be possible? How can a fairy-type Pokémon be immune to the attacks of Steelix? In that moment, witnessing the fairy-type Pokémon appearing invincible, Masamune couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. He truly believed that this fairy-type Pokémon, a newly discovered evolution of EV yet to be uncovered by the researchers, could indeed be immune to various skills. Continue Magical Shine, accompanied by another burst of pink energy. Steelix's eyes transformed into pink hearts before it collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Ding Dong, the fairy-type Pokémon has defeated Steelix, earning 1,000 experience points, and leveling up to level 56. Steelix, one of Masamune's formidable Pokémon known for its immense defensive capabilities, failed to inflict any significant damage and was soundly vanquished. This left Masamune in a state of profound shock, momentarily lacking the courage to deploy another Pokémon. Observing this scene, the commentator expressed astonishment. What has transpired? It seems that contestant Masamune is in a peculiar state. Has he lost his fighting spirit against Zhang Feng's powerful Pokémon? At that moment, hearing the commentator's words, Masamune was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes tightly shut. From the stands, Ash was visibly frustrated. Masamune, what are you doing? Meanwhile, Zhang Feng, noticing Masamune's apparent loss of fighting spirit, couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. Contestant Masamune, you have 1 minute remaining. If you do not send out a new Pokémon, you will be declared the loser. Upon hearing the referee's words, Masamune gritted his teeth. I. Masamune, haven't you always claimed you would defeat me? Now that I stand before you, having lost a few matches, have you lost the courage to continue battling me? After hearing Zhang Feng's taunt, Masamune sank to the ground, tears flowing uncontrollably. I have let down my Pokémon's efforts. I am useless. In response, Zhang Feng continued. A true trainer dares to face an unbeatable opponent. In this regard, you fall far short of Ash. Seemingly provoked by Zhang Feng's words, Masamune sprang to his feet, shouting in anger, I do not lack courage. If you do not, then take out your Pokeball and continue battling me. Ash has lost to me multiple times, yet he does not display the weakness you do, even lacking the strength to summon a Pokemon. Motivated by Zhang Feng's challenge, Masamune regained his composure and angrily released his Scizor's Pokeball. It turned out that during the break, Masamune had evolved his Scizor using a sharp claw. Now, his opponent was indeed Scizor. Chapter 133, defeating Masamune and advancing to the top 8, adding a champion level. Ding Dong, Scizor's current attributes are as follows. Pokemon, Scizor. Level, 56. Ability, Technician. Type, Bug Steel. Aptitude, Purple. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Skills, Poison Jab, Thunder Fong, Ice Fong, Fire Fong, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, X-Scissor, Crab Hammer, Swords Dance. Scizor, Fairy-type Pokemon. Continue the battle. Noticing that Zhang Feng had no intention of switching Pokemon, the Fairy-type Pokemon emitted a charming cry. Though she had not been with Zhang Feng as long as the previous two EV, she had seen him since hatching from her egg, and now, the gap between her level and that of Glacian and Sylveon was minimal. Scizor, dive down and use Poison Jab. Masamune refused to believe that since Dragon Breath had failed, could this Fairy-type Pokemon also be immune to Poison-type moves? With a defiant expression, Masamune's Scizor rapidly dove from the sky, charging directly at the Fairy-type Pokemon. Fairy-type Pokemon. Use Drain Kiss. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, the Fairy-type Pokemon immediately unleashed a skill resembling a pink heart, launching it towards the Scizor, soaring in the sky. In the next moment, Scizor broke through the Drain Kiss, draining a significant amount of its vitality and restoring the Fairy-type Pokemon's strength. Feeling weakened, Scizor let out a roar, its purple venom surging from its claws and crashing down upon the Fairy-type Pokemon. With a single Poison Jab, the Fairy-type Pokemon cried out in distress. her once enchanting alabaster sheen instantly tainted by purple poison. Clearly, the fairy-type Pokémon had been poisoned. Similarly, the moment Scizor and the fairy-type Pokémon made close contact, the fairy-type Pokémon's alluring form activated. Triggering its ability, Scizor's eyes transformed from steely resolve to hearts. Losing its fighting spirit, Scizor could not regain its composure despite Massamune's shouts, ultimately succumbing to the fairy-type Pokémon's Moonblast, losing its ability to fight. Ding dong, the fairy-type Pokémon has defeated Scizor, gaining 1,005 experience points, level unchanged. With Scizor incapacitated, Massamune was left with only his ace Pokémon, Swampert. It must be noted that many trainers from the Hoenn region initially chose Mudkip as their starter Pokémon, which made Zhang Feng feel that these excellent trainers almost all possessed a Lizard King or Swampert. In contrast, Blaziken was relatively rare, possibly due to its scarcity in the wild. Quite peculiar, Massamune's Swampert was his ace Pokémon, boasting golden aptitude and a level of 58, indicating that his strength had significantly increased after his time in the scientific town. Due to the fairy-type Pokémon's poisoning, Zhang Feng recalled it, knowing that he had antidote berries in the System S storage, along with Milotic to heal the fairy-type Pokémon. Thus, for this final battle, it would be you, Sylveon. With a flash of red light, Sylveon gracefully entered the fray, her gaze fixed intently on Swampert as she emitted a low growl. Swampert, seeing his opponent had transformed into Sylveon, wore a serious expression. As the final battle commenced, Massamune seemed to have set aside his inner turmoil, pouring everything into Swampert's full power. Consequently, Swampert's strength was unleashed to its fullest potential. Swampert, use Rain Dance. At Massamune's command, the weather shifted, and Swampert thrived, raising its robust arms and striking towards Sylveon. Sylveon unleashed Dark Pulse. In an instant, dense dark energy converged into a wave of energy, filled with malice, rushing towards Swampert. Unfazed by Sylveon's assault, Swampert raised its explosive fist to meet the Dark Pulse head-on. Boom! A massive explosion resounded, causing Swampert to stagger backward, but at that moment, hearing Massamune's command reignite its spirit, Swampert, Water Gun. In the next moment, encouraged by Massamune, Swampert erupted in a torrent of water, rocketing skyward like a rocket before diving straight at Sylveon. Flower Shield. This skill's power increased with the opponent's attack, making it all the more potent. As Swampert charged forth, the two Pokémon clashed fiercely. Although Swampert's raw physical strength provided an advantage, Sylveon's higher level and agility allowed her to evade and mitigate the force. In the end, Swampert, on the receiving end of Flower Shield's damage, found itself momentarily tormented. Seizing this opportunity, Sylveon struck, sinking her fangs into Swampert's vital spot. Feeling immense pain, Swampert let out a wail. After a prolonged struggle, Swampert fell with a resounding crash, losing its ability to fight. Thus, the outcome of the battle between Zhang Feng and Massamune was decisively determined. Ding dong, the Moon Spirit has vanquished the Giant Marsh, earning a commendable experience of 1,237 and has ascended to level 60. Ding dong, the Moon Spirit has transcended to the champion level, with the following attributes: Pokémon, Moon Spirit, level 60, ability, Synchronize, type, Dark, aptitude, Gold, Bond Evolution, unlocked, Mega Evolution, unlocked, skills, Strange Light, Flower Gift, Malevolent Pursuit, Wave of Darkness, Bite, Meditation, Affection, 253, experience, encountered in the Golden Town Sanctuary, evolved into its preferred form, and now possesses champion-level strength. Hobby, mischievous, enjoys teasing its trainer. Following the battle, the referee also announced that Massamune's 6 Pokémon had all succumbed in battle, resulting in Zhang Feng's successful advancement. Considering Massamune's prowess, managing to incapacitate one of Zhang Feng's key fairy-type Pokémon with poison is quite commendable. After all, even excluding legendary Pokémon, Zhang Feng is now a true champion-level powerhouse. Once Mega Evolution and Bond Evolution are activated, he could even contend with the Elite Four. Moreover, even now, Zhang Feng has yet to unleash his strongest Pokémon. One can only hope that the forthcoming opponents will allow Zhang Feng to truly showcase his abilities. Chapter 134. A new opponent, Xiaolan? At this moment, gazing at the defeated Massamune, Zhang Feng intended to offer some words of consolation. However, as the dust settled, he found not confusion in his eyes, but rather a fervent combat spirit as he declared to Zhang Feng, "Next time, I will surely defeat you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Well, isn't that quite delightful? Following Zhang Feng's victory, the results of the subsequent matches were gradually revealed. The final list of the top 8 was thus confirmed. If all goes smoothly, Ash and Jia would face each other in the semifinals, while Zhang Feng's next opponent would naturally be Xiaolan from the Kanto region. Upon seeing this opponent, Zhang Feng was somewhat taken aback. For, in both appearance and name, she bore a striking resemblance to the female protagonist from the first installment of the Pokémon Special Series, alongside Xiao Qi and Xiao Lu. The only peculiarity was her origin from Hualan City in the Kanto region, rather than from Masera Town, which puzzled Zhang Feng. Meanwhile, Yu also successfully advanced. And if all goes well, he might become Zhang Feng's opponent in the semifinals of this year's Hoenn Pokémon League. As the matches commenced, Ash, the first to reach the top 4, secured victory. Facing his opponent this time, Ash triumphed using only 3 Pokémon, Pikachu, Swellow, and Snorlax, defeating all 6 of the opposing Pokémon. Following suit, Jia also put forth a strong effort, utilizing Lizard King, Dunsparce, and Meowth, also successfully defeating the opposing 6 Pokémon, thus advancing to the top 4. With the conclusion of the first day's matches, it was now time for Zhang Feng to face Xiaolan in the third battle. On the morning of the second day, Zhang Feng and Xiaolan emerged from their respective battle tunnels. As soon as the audience caught sight of Zhang Feng, they erupted into cheers, their fervent shouts almost lifting the entire battleground. Zhang Feng, I love you, like Rattata loves rice. Zhang Feng, I love you, like goldfish can't live without water. Zhang Feng, go for it. Hearing these supportive chants, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smirk slightly. The most amusing part was when Ash, Xiaoyao, and Pikachu donned cheerleader outfits, fervently cheering from the stands. Despite Zhang Feng's opponent also being a contestant from Ash's hometown, a trainer from Hualan City in the Kanto region. The third match of the quarterfinals commenced, featuring Xiaolan from Hualan City in the Kanto region against Zhang Feng from Weiba Town in the Hoenn region. Each participant could utilize 6 Pokémon, with the first half of the battle taking place in a water-type arena, and Xiaolan would attack first. With the referee announcing the start of the match, Xiaolan smiled slightly, producing a Pokeball from her hand and throwing it forth. Go, my sweetheart. As the crimson light flashed, a formidable Blastoise emerged. Kame. Hearing the powerful voice of her Blastoise, Zhang Feng realized that his opponent was indeed a formidable contender. Who would have thought that such a seemingly gentle girl possessed such a fierce Pokémon? Since this is a water-type arena, it is my domain. Zhang Feng. Today I shall emerge victorious. Seeing Xiaolan's unwavering confidence, Zhang Feng chuckled. Very well, let us see the true mettle of this battle. I entrust it to you. Ice Spirit. The water-type arena undoubtedly favored Xiaolan, a trainer specializing in water-type Pokémon, hence her confidence was well-founded. However, excessive confidence at times can lead to missteps. As the Ice Spirit took the stage, the battle was set to erupt. The Ice Spirit unleashed a blizzard, completely encasing the water-type arena in ice. At Zhang Feng's command, the Ice Spirit roared, causing the temperature to plummet, snowflakes swirling down. Witnessing this scene, Xiaolan immediately commanded, Blastoise, don't let them have their way, use Rain Dance. As the battle for weather commenced, Blastoise and the Ice Spirit vied for dominance. Ultimately, the Ice Spirit prevailed. The overwhelming ice-type energy transformed the entire arena into a fortress of ice. Consequently, the arena, which had previously favored Xiaolan, became Zhang Feng's Ice Spirit's stronghold. Ice Spirit. Now unleash Ice Beam. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Following a series of fierce exchanges, the Ice Spirit, showcasing its immense power, single-handedly overcame Xiaolan's Blastoise, Starmie, and Dugong. With Xiaolan's 3 Pokémon rendered unable to battle, the match entered a halftime break. Soon after, as the second half commenced, the battleground transformed into a grass-type arena, and Xiaolan's 4th Pokémon, a formidable Gyarados, took the stage. Ding dong, Gyarados' current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Gyarados. Level, 57. Ability, Intimidate. Type, Water, Flying. Aptitude, Purple. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Skills, Dragon Rage, Hydro Pump, Waterfall, Ice Fang, Bounce, Dragon Dance, Twister. Xiaolan had initially assumed that Zhang Feng would deploy an Electric-type Pokémon. 4 Electric types would have a quadruple advantage over Gyarados. In the Pokémon world, many trainers typically excel in one specific type. Whether they are gym leaders or members of the Elite Four, this is nearly always the case. It is only through this specialization that their strength can rapidly amplify, with a single Pokémon breaking through to champion level, subsequently empowering others. Xiaolan, being a water-type specialist, possessed evident vulnerabilities, particularly against electric and grass-type Pokémon. Yet, Zhang Feng sent forth none other than Shinado. Indeed, this time it was the younger sister of the Shinado siblings, with the elder sister having already made her appearance. It was now the younger sister's time to shine. Shinado, Thunderbolt. Without further ado, a powerful electric-type move was unleashed, and Gyarados fell. With Shinado's level now matching her sister's at 58. Xiaolan's final two Pokémon stood no chance against Shinado, who effortlessly claimed victory. Thus, if one were to assess strength, Masamune and Shinji would likely surpass Xiaolan and the other trainers in this quarterfinal round. Yet, fate dictated they would fall short at the top 16, which could only be attributed to luck. As Xiaolan's 6 Pokémon lost their ability to battle, the victor was declared to be Zhang Feng. After the outcome had been determined, Zhang Feng waved goodbye to the audience with a smile and departed from the battlefield. In the next match, Yiyu emerged victorious. Consequently, the final list for the semifinals was officially announced. As the Fangyuan Pokémon League's colorful Ghost Conference approached its climax, the 4th round of competitions was set to commence following the determination of the top 4 competitors. In the upcoming battles, irrespective of who wins or loses, each contender will face the victor or the vanquished from the other group, ultimately deciding the champions, runners-up, 3rd place, and 4th place. The first match featured Ash versus Zhiyi. The second match pitted Zhang Feng against Yiyu. In Chapter 135, the semifinals commenced. Prior to the onset of the matches, Dr. Xiaodian made a phone call to encourage Zhang Feng and offer words of motivation to Zhiyi and Yiyu. After all, these individuals had received their initial Pokémon from Dr. Xiaodian. In essence, Zhang Feng, Yiyu, Zhiyi, and Masamune could all be considered half-disciples of Dr. Xiaodian. Notably, Dr. Xiaodian held a keen interest in the yet-to-be fully discovered Fairy-type Pokémon, to which Zhang Feng shared the evolution method of the Fairy-type with him. If one genuinely wishes to conduct research, why not evolve one's own Pokémon? This would save Dr. Xiaodian the trouble of studying Zhang Feng's Fairy-type Pokémon. Despite his gratitude towards Dr. Xiaodian, Zhang Feng preferred that others refrain from conducting any research or exploration on his Pokémon. Having acquired the evolution method of the Fairy-type Pokémon from Zhang Feng, Dr. Xiaodian eagerly began cultivating an EV. As the semifinals began, the morning match featured Ash and Zhiyi. Previously, during the competition in Scientist Town, Zhang Feng had battled against Shiro, while Zhiyi had also fallen to his prowess. However, Yiyu and Zhang Feng had yet to engage in a true confrontation, hailing from the same region. Had it not been for Ash being the main protagonist of the Pokémon saga, Yiyu would have been the original hero of the Fangyuan region. With a champion Blaziken capable of defeating Ash's Charizard, Yiyu's strength was undeniably formidable. As their match took place in the afternoon, Zhang Feng took a seat in the audience, eager to ascertain who his ultimate opponent would be, the awakened Ash, now stronger than ever, almost rivaling the strength exhibited at the Sinnoh Lily of the Valley Conference, or the original champion of the Fangyuan Pokémon League, Zhiyi. When the battle commenced, Ash released Pikachu first, while Zhiyi opted for his Meowth and Boots. In a fierce clash, both Pokémon ultimately succumbed to exhaustion simultaneously. Subsequently, Ash sent forth his Swellow, who, through unwavering determination and type advantage, triumphed over Zhiyi's Cunning Honchkrow. Yet, with Zhiyi's Metagross entering the fray, both Swellow and Torkoal fell in defeat. By the end of the first half, Ash found himself at a disadvantage. As the second half commenced, Ash unleashed his Sceptile, showcasing its might by defeating both Zhiyi's Metagross and Shuckle in rapid succession, only to be ultimately brought down by Zhiyi's Conkeldurr. At this juncture, each competitor had 2 Pokémon remaining. Witnessing this, Masamune, Xiao Yao, Brock, and Xiaoxing began to cheer fervently for Ash. Faced with Conkeldurr, Ash, the master of type advantages, summoned his Snorlax, which decisively vanquished Conkeldurr with overwhelming force. As the battle progressed, Zhiyi was left with but one Pokémon, his starter, Sceptile. With its formidable strength and weather-based abilities, Sceptile swiftly overcame Snorlax. Confronting a powerful adversary, Ash's final trump card, Charizard, made its grand entrance. Under the constraints of type advantages, Charizard unleashed its might, delivering a finishing blow to Zhiyi's Sceptile with a dramatic earthquake, securing its place in the finals. With Sceptile incapacitated, Ash emerged victorious. As all 6 of Zhiyi's Pokémon had been rendered unable to battle, Ash was declared the winner, having triumphed and reached the finals. With at least a runner-up position guaranteed, Ash and Charizard embraced in celebration. After years of relentless effort, Ash finally showcased his true capabilities. Free from the constraints imposed by the narrative. Following the conclusion of the morning matches, Zhiyi felt a tinge of disappointment but joined Ash in watching the afternoon battles. For regardless of the outcome between Zhang Feng and Yiyu, one would ultimately face Ash or Zhiyi in the quest for the championship and 3rd place. As the crowd erupted in cheers, both Zhang Feng, and Yi made their entrance. Yi, a distinguished trainer from the Fangyuan region, had garnered a substantial fan base. Even though Zhang Feng had his own supporters. Zhang Feng, we love you. Yi, go for it. The fervent cheers from the audience invigorated both Zhang Feng and Yi. Zhang Feng, I have long awaited this battle against you. Finally, the day has come. Rest assured, I will give my all today. Upon their declarations, the referee promptly announced, now, we shall commence the second semi-final match of the fourth round of the Fangyuan Pokémon League's colorful Ghost Conference, featuring Zhang Feng from Weibai Town and Yi, also from Weibai Town. Each trainer may utilize 6 Pokémon, and Zhang Feng will strike first in this rocky battlefield. As the referee concluded, the commentator exclaimed in astonishment. It is truly remarkable that both Zhang Feng and Yi hail from the same region, Weibai Town. A single town producing 2 exceptional trainers is indeed a source of wonder. Who among them will emerge as the victor and advance to face Ash in the finals? Responding to the atmosphere, Zhang Feng produced a luxury ball. Then, for the first match, I choose you, Aerodactyl. As the luxury ball emitted a radiant glow, a fierce Aerodactyl soared into the sky, glaring menacingly at Yi while emitting a thunderous roar. Upon witnessing Zhang Feng unleash a Pokémon of an entirely different caliber, Yi's expression turned grave. Aerodactyl, I entrust you with this battle. I choose you, Mismagius. Pokémon, Mismagius. Level, 59. Ability, Pressure. Type, Ghost Ice. Potential, Purple. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Moves, Quick Attack, Ice Shard, Metal Claw, Icy Wind, Hoenn Claws, Dark Pulse. Mismagius, a pinnacle of the Quasi-King tier. Undoubtedly, such a Pokémon stands as an impressive presence among the competitors, even among gym leaders. Yet, against Zhang Feng, it still might not be sufficient. Mismagius, unleash Icy Wind. Following Yi's command, Mismagius sprang into action, summoning a chilling torrent of icy energy. In an instant, a multitude of freezing gusts surged towards Aerodactyl. As a flying-type Pokémon, Aerodactyl was ultimately vulnerable to ice-type moves. In response, Aerodactyl unleashed Flamethrower. Even when confronted with the frigid power, Aerodactyl expelled a scorching flame that melted the icy wind, subsequently striking Mismagius. The force of the attack elicited a painful cry from Mismagius. Following that, Aerodactyl unleashed a Dragon Breath, completely incapacitating Yi's first Pokémon, Mismagius. Ding! Aerodactyl defeated Mismagius, earning 1437 experience points, with its level remaining unchanged at 64. In Chapter 136, the dominance of Mega Aerodactyl was evident. Mismagius's defeat cast a shadow over Yi's countenance. As the icon of Mismagius faded into darkness on the large screen, Yi withdrew his second Pokémon. Your fossil pterodactyl is indeed formidable. However, I shall not concede defeat so easily. Come forth, Desert Dragonfly. As Yi summoned his second Pokémon, he was taken aback to witness the Desert Dragonfly, astonishingly at the elite level. It seemed that the strength of this group had advanced remarkably since their time in Scientist Town. With a level of 61 and a golden aptitude, the Desert Dragonfly, coupled with Yi's ace, the Blaziken, which had surely also surpassed the elite level, indicated that he possessed at least 2 elite-tier Pokémon. Such prowess, after some training, might genuinely yield elite-level combat capabilities. Fossil Pterodactyl, do not underestimate him. Your opponent is also an elite-tier Pokémon. Execute Stone Spike Attack. Following Zhang Feng's command, the Fossil Pterodactyl let out a fierce roar, conjuring a multitude of stones that materialized in midair, hurtling towards the Desert Dragonfly. The Desert Dragonfly unleashed Dragon Breath, a sweeping assault. Under Yi's command, the Desert Dragonfly retaliated immediately against the Fossil Pterodactyl's barrage. In the next moment, a powerful surge of Dragon-type energy surged forth, obliterating the stones aimed at it, and the Dragon Breath skill continued unrelentingly, charging towards the Fossil Pterodactyl. Fossil Pterodactyl unleashed Destruction Beam to obliterate the Desert Dragonfly. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's command, the Fossil Pterodactyl let out another mighty roar. As a top predator from the ancient era, it possessed extraordinary strength, and upon revival, only the legendary beasts instilled an insurmountable pressure upon it. How could other Pokémon dare to be arrogant before such a creature? The mere Desert Dragonfly was but its prey. Then, a piercing sound sliced through the air as an orange-yellow beam of energy shot forth, colliding with the Desert Dragonfly's Dragon Breath. After a brief stalemate, the destruction beam shattered the Dragon Breath, striking the Desert Dragonfly with tremendous force. Overwhelmed by the impact of the destruction beam, the Desert Dragonfly could no longer maintain its form and plummeted from the sky. Witnessing this, Yi's expression darkened, realizing the gravity of the situation. However, since the fossil pterodactyl had executed the destruction beam, it must have incurred a recoil effect, potentially allowing the desert dragonfly to recover swiftly and continue battling. Yet, to Yi Yu's disappointment, Zhang Feng's fossil pterodactyl, being a primeval apex predator, ignored the recoil effect after unleashing both the destruction beam and the megaton impact. Thus, as the desert dragonfly fell, the fossil pterodactyl charged forth like a rampaging dragon, with its body enveloped in purple-white spiraling waves. It released a thunderous shockwave that sent the desert dragonfly hurtling away. The audience beheld the desert dragonfly being struck like a cannonball, embedding itself deep into the steel floor of the battlefield. The sight elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Yet even so, the elite-tier combat prowess of the desert dragonfly did not yield easily. For the finishing blow, the fossil pterodactyl unleashed Dragon Pulse. As an intense wave of dragon-type energy surged forth, the helpless desert dragonfly could only watch as the attack descended upon it. Following a deafening explosion, the desert dragonfly fell from the steel floor, utterly incapacitated. Observing the dragonfly's glazed eyes, Yi Yu clenched his teeth in frustration. Ji Yi and Ash, witnessing this, could not help but gasp in disbelief. Is this truly Zhang Feng's genuine strength? A single fossil pterodactyl effortlessly vanquished Yi Yu's two primary Pokémon while seemingly sustaining no injuries. It was nothing short of terrifying. Ding! The fossil pterodactyl has defeated the desert dragonfly, gaining 1,579 experience points, leveling up to LV 65. Wow! This is astounding. Zhang Feng's exhibited prowess is even more terrifying. With Yi Yu having lost two Pokémon in quick succession, what will he do next? Hearing the commentator's words, Yi Yu exhaled deeply and summoned his third Pokémon. Steelix, I entrust you with this battle. As his voice fell, a near-elite pinnacle Steelix emerged onto the scene. Upon its arrival, Steelix obeyed Yi Yu's command and burrowed underground, leaving a substantial hole in the battlefield to evade Zhang Feng and his fossil pterodactyl's targeting. Steelix proceeded to conjure a sandstorm from below. Following Yi Yu's command, the Steelix roared, and a fierce sandstorm began to swirl, enveloping the entire battlefield. Using sandstorm before the fossil pterodactyl is quite intriguing. Fossil pterodactyl, let the world witness your true strength. Mega Evolution. This marked Zhang Feng's first instance of commanding his fossil pterodactyl to undergo Mega Evolution in battle. As a brilliant rainbow light illuminated the arena, the stunned exclamations of tens of thousands of spectators filled the air. Wait, the fossil pterodactyl can evolve? What is Mega Evolution? Zhang Feng is quite mysterious. Not only does he possess legendary beasts, but he also commands such formidable strength and has showcased a new form for EV. What other surprises does he hold? Observing the fossil pterodactyl's impending Mega Evolution, Yi Yu's complexion paled. Steelix, charge forth and execute self-destruct. As Yi Yu commanded Steelix to emerge from underground, the fossil pterodactyl had already undergone a complete transformation. The Mega Fossil Pterodactyl, building upon its original form, was now adorned with numerous sharp black stones. Ding! The current attributes of the Mega Fossil Pterodactyl are as follows. Pokémon. Mega Fossil Pterodactyl Role. None level. 70 ability. Hard Claws types. Rock. Flying aptitude. Red Bond evolution. Unlocked Mega Evolution. Mega Fossil Pterodactyl skills. Primordial Force. Stone Spike Attack. Wing Attack. Rock Collapse. Destruction Beam. Mega Ton Impact Friendliness. 254 experience. Revived Ancient Aerial Overlord. Once unruly, now obedient after meeting its trainer. Possesses even greater strength post-Mega Evolution. A true apex predator. Hobbies. Hunting. Battling. Chapter 137. The Shock of Mega Evolution. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the fossil pterodactyl initiated its Mega Evolution, prompting countless trainers observing the battle to erupt in astonished exclamations. Many researchers present at the competition were equally astounded by the phenomenon of Mega Evolution. It became evident that even Pokémon that had completed their final evolutions could manifest in entirely new forms, thus obtaining even greater strength. Particularly, some well-informed individuals were already aware that Dr. Bratano from the Kalos region had been researching Mega Evolution. Although the Pokémon League had yet to officially incorporate Mega Evolution battles into their combat system, with Dr. Bratano's assistance, this system was nearing completion. At that time, the power of many strong trainers would undergo a profound transformation, potentially altering their rankings within the world and region. However, Chairman Damalanki had not anticipated that a trainer in the Hoenn region would be the first to activate this Mega Evolution mode. Wasn't this currently a battle style exclusive to the Kalos region? Chairman Damalanki, watching Zhang Feng from the screen, couldn't help but display an unusual expression. This trainer not only possessed a legendary beast, but also discovered evolutionary forms from other regions and had Mega Evolution at his disposal, truly a top-tier genius of the Pokémon League. Just as Chairman Damalanki pondered this, the Mega Fossil Pterodactyl, wielding its overwhelming strength, effortlessly felled the Steelix. Ding dong, the Fossil Pterosaur has triumphed over the Steelix, earning a commendable 100 experience points. As the first half of the match concluded, the Fossil Pterosaur effortlessly claimed victory against 3 opponents. Observing the forlorn silhouette of Yu as he turned away, Zhang Feng gently shook his head before stepping into the battle corridor. It appeared that the current crop of exceptional trainers posed little threat to his true mainstay. However, when it came to facing these Pokémon against the Elite Four and champions, Zhang Feng still found himself at a slight disadvantage. Unless, of course, he unleashed a legendary Pokémon. As the second half commenced, Yu summoned his Blissey S Pokeball. Pokémon of the Blissey type rarely possess the strength to become formidable adversaries. Many trainers regard Blissey primarily as a backup support figure, a healer of sorts. Ding dong. The current attributes of Blissey are as follows. Pokémon, Blissey, level, 59, ability, natural cure, type, normal, potential, purple, Mega Evolution, unlocked, moves, rollout, minimize, heal bell, psychic, body slam, seismic toss, hyper beam. In response to Yiyu's Blissey, Zhang Feng released his Infernape's Pokeball. With a flash of crimson light, the robust and battle-hungry Infernape made its grand entrance. Blissey, use minimize followed by rollout, charge forward, commanded Yiyu. At that moment, upon receiving Yiyu's directive, Blissey executed its combination move, charging fiercely toward Infernape. Witnessing Blissey's approach, Infernape couldn't help but smirk contemptuously. In the next instant, a sonic boom erupted from Infernape's right fist. The sonic punch was unleashed in a flash. The rapid fist struck Blissey, sending the hefty Pokémon soaring through the air. One hit, a swift knockout. In a battle between a Quasi-King and a King-level opponent, compounded by type advantages and a potential disparity of 2 levels, such a swift defeat was entirely expected. Ding dong. Infernape defeated Blissey, earning 1,000 experience points. Observing this turn of events, Yiyu fell silent, quietly recalling Blissey before sending forth his Houndoom. This particular Pokémon, if it could find its Mega Stone and undergo Mega Evolution, would possess substantial power. Alas, it seemed that Yiyu currently lacked the Mega Stone for Houndoom. Houndoom unleashed bite upon Infernape. Infernape, once more with the sonic punch. With another resounding crack, as Infernape's fist collided with Houndoom's fangs, the latter, much like Blissey before it, was sent flying. Upon landing, it too succumbed to its inability to continue fighting. Ding dong. Infernape defeated Houndoom, gaining 1,005 experience points, its level unchanged, remaining at level 66. With yet another Pokémon down, Yiyu exhaled deeply. The consecutive knockouts were nearly shattering his composure. Recalling Houndoom, he finally unleashed his ace, Blaziken. As a flash of red light illuminated the battlefield, Blaziken's agile form emerged prominently. 2 fire-type Pokémon, both starters, locked eyes, igniting a fierce competitive spirit between them. Upon noticing the glimmering stone embedded in Blaziken's arm, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. It seemed that everyone had their own fortunes. Yiyu had concealed such a trump card, a Mega Evolution Stone for Blaziken, no less. Noticing Zhang Feng's gaze, Yiyu finally broke into a smile. Thanks to you, Zhang Feng, Blaziken and I have discovered our own Mega Evolution Stone. Let our opponent witness our true strength. Blaziken Mega Evolve. With a dazzling burst of light, a Blaziken enveloped in flames, its form dramatically transformed, took the stage. Ding dong. The current attributes of Mega Blaziken are as follows. Pokémon, Mega Blaziken, Roll, None, Level, 68, Ability, Speed Boost, Types, Fire, Fighting, Potential, Gold, Bond Evolution, Unlocked, Mega Evolution, Mega Blaziken, Moves, Flamethrower, Fire Punch, Blaze Kick, Overheat, Fire Spin, Sky Uppercut. With Yiyu now capable of Mega Evolving Blaziken, all present couldn't help but be intrigued. Even the Elite Four, including Champion Macaulay, felt a stir of excitement. If they could acquire such an evolutionary ability, would their own strength not also ascend to new heights? At this moment, gazing at Yiyu's Mega Blaziken, Zhang Feng murmured to himself, indeed, otherwise the previous battles would have been rather mundane. Infernape, let Yiyu and Blaziken witness our true prowess. Bond Evolution. As Zhang Feng issued his command, a harmonious connection formed between trainer and Pokémon, initiating the Bond evolution. Not merely a mega evolution. Was Zhang Feng presenting an entirely new form of evolution? Yi Yu, overwhelmed with curiosity, found it hard to contain himself. Who exactly was Zhang Feng? How did he possess knowledge of so many undisclosed evolutionary methods? He had already showcased mega evolution previously, but what was this Bond evolution now? In that moment, Huaiwe Ferong, Bonnie, Yuanji, and even Champion Mikoli, along with former champion Dahu, all bore expressions of fervent interest. Such a remarkable phenomenon, they must seize it. If their ace Pokémon could Mega Evolve, the power gained would propel them further. Chapter 138, Mega Blaziken vs. Bond Infernape. As the flames soared skyward, a monkey wielding a staff fashioned entirely from fire strode confidently from the inferno. Its gaze upon Mega Blaziken radiated with an intensified fervor. Thus, Bond Infernape and Mega Blaziken took their positions on opposite sides of the battlefield. The clash of Mega Evolution and Bond Evolution was set to commence. What Pokémon is that? What is Bond Evolution? The more I watch Zhang Feng's battles, the less I understand Pokémon. Bond Evolution, Mega Evolution. What level of mastery is required to achieve such feats? As the crowd was engulfed in confusion and curiosity, they desperately sought answers, yet none were forthcoming. For at this moment, the only one privy to the truth, Zhang Feng, was fully engaged in his battle. Bond Evolution? A new form of evolution? Yi Yu whispered to himself, yet trusting in his partner Blaziken, he promptly commanded, Mega Blaziken. Unleash Blaze Kick. Indeed, true to its reputation as Yi Yu's ace, upon Mega Evolution, it had surged to level 68, boasting formidable strength. However, Bond Infernape had already reached level 72. Rare evolutionary methods often signify even greater power. Infernape, Unleash Fire Punch. As the trio of abilities converged upon Infernape, its immense combat prowess erupted forth, the intent of its fist radiating an unmatched offensive might as it swung toward Blaziken. An explosive surge of flames erupted between Mega Blaziken and Bond Infernape. Infernape, adept in martial arts, while Blaziken prided itself on its kicking techniques. Being both fire-type starters from the same region, the intense desire to win compelled both Pokémon to unleash their full power. Yet, the disparity in strength remained palpable. After an intense clash between two Pokémon, the stalemate lasted merely 10 seconds, during which the Super Blaziken could distinctly sense the increasing power of its adversary, the Infernape. One misstep led to a direct hit from Infernape, sending the Super Blaziken soaring through the air due to the immense impact. This marked the first time Blaziken was outmatched in sheer strength. However, buoyed by its natural agility and the significant boost from its speed boost ability, Super Blaziken quickly regained its composure and charged once more at Infernape with a flurry of punches. In a dazzling display, the two fiery figures engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Super Blaziken unleashed its powerful blast burn, declaring, "If it's a battle of firepower you seek, so be it." In response, Infernape retaliated with its own flamethrower. In an instant, searing fire energy coalesced around both Pokémon, causing the temperature in the entire arena to rise substantially. Nearby, Yi Yu was drenched in sweat, while Zhang Feng remained unfazed, thanks to his psychic ability to shield against heat. The poise exhibited by the trainers during this battle was unmistakably evident. What a thrilling duel it was. As competitors Zhang Feng and Yi Yu showcased the formidable combat prowess of their Infernape and Blaziken. The sheer intensity of the heat emanating from the two Pokémon seemed poised to melt the battlefield itself. With the announcer's voice echoing through the arena, the battle between Zhang Feng and Yi Yu reached a fever pitch. Infernape, use Flare Blitz. Super Blaziken, we shall also employ Flare Blitz. Under the commands of Zhang Feng and Yi Yu, both Pokémon erupted in flames, charging fiercely towards one another. Despite Super Blaziken's comparative weakness, its speed boost ability afforded it ample opportunity to evade defeat. To truly subdue Blaziken's speed, Infernape would have to bide its time and strike decisively. If Super Blaziken continued to dance around the arena, Zhang Feng might struggle to bring it down swiftly. However, Yi Yu's decision to have Blaziken engage Infernape in close combat inadvertently granted Zhang Feng the upper hand. In this instance, Yi Yu's downfall lay in his tactical oversight. As Zhang Feng's voice rang out, Yi Yu felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. Yet it was too late. Just as Blaziken attempted to retreat after colliding with Infernape, it was ensnared by Infernape's powerful grip around its waist. In the next moment, Infernape roared, unleashing a torrent of might. Fire Punch, Sonic Punch, Drain Punch, and Thunder Punch all struck Super Blaziken in rapid succession. Under such relentless assault, Blaziken had no chance to evade, helplessly watching its stamina plummet. For the final blow, it was time for close combat. Observing Blaziken's rapidly dwindling energy, Infernape bore a grin, mirroring Zhang Feng's expression. Then, an onslaught of punches rained down like a tempest. Ding-dong. The bond between Infernape and its trainer triumphed as it defeated Super Blaziken, earning 637 experience points, elevating its level to 73, while Infernape's typical level stood at 67. With Blaziken rendered unable to battle, Infernape emerged victorious. And as Yi's 6 Pokémon succumbed, Zhang Feng was declared the winner of this semi-final match. As the referee announced the outcome, the audience erupted in cheers. Even in the semi-finals, after unleashing his full potential, Zhang Feng managed to defeat Yi's 6 primary Pokémon with just 2 of his own, showcasing his extraordinary prowess. Yet, despite this victory, Infernape was somewhat out of breath, since gaining its current strength, capable of defeating legendary Pokémon. The fact that Super Blaziken could contest at such a level was a source of pride. Witnessing this scene, Yi couldn't help but sigh, realizing how far he still had to go to match Zhang Feng. Now, with Yi having secured the Mega Evolution Stone for Blaziken, he had already surpassed Yi. Meanwhile, Ash's determination to battle Zhang Feng the next day grew ever stronger. Pikachu, we must win tomorrow. Chapter 139, The Black Rayquaza, the final opponent. With the conclusion of the 2 semifinals, the finalists for the championship match were officially determined. They were Zhang Feng from Littleroot Town in the Hoenn region and Ash from Pallet Town in the Kanto region. The defeated Yi and Yi would now compete for 3rd place in this year's Hoenn Pokémon League. The competition was set for the following day, and Zhang Feng had already formulated a strategy for his Pokémon. His initial companions, Sceptile, Pidgeot, Milotic, Shiny Beldum, Metagross, would each make an appearance. As for the final Pokémon, it was naturally time for Rayquaza to take the stage. As a Pokémon master, it would be rather dull not to showcase a breathtaking legendary Pokémon moment during the tournament. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Feng swiftly fell into slumber, preparing to rejuvenate himself for the upcoming match against Ash. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ash found himself restless, tossing and turning. In his quest to fully challenge Zhang Feng, he had assembled his strongest 6 Pokémon. Gazing at the familiar faces, Ash solemnly declared, "Everyone, I'm counting on you for tomorrow's battle." In response, his Pokémon expressed their excitement in unison. The following morning, the battle between Yi and Yi commenced first. For once the champions were determined, the audience might lose interest in the 3rd place match. Thus, to retain the spectators' attention, the battle for 3rd place kicked off. After an intense exchange, both trainers were left with their final ace Pokémon, Blaziken versus Sceptile. In terms of type advantage and Yi's access to Mega Evolution, victory seemed assured for him. The outcome, of course, aligned with Zhang Feng's expectations. Blaziken decisively overpowered Yi's Sceptile, securing a commendable 3rd place finish in this year's Hoenn Pokémon League. Following this appetizing match, Zhang Feng and Ash appeared amidst the audience's cheers. Simultaneously, one of the Elite Four of the Hoenn Pokémon League, Flannery, graced the podium. Dear audience, the grand finale of the Hoenn Pokémon League is about to commence, featuring contestants Zhang Feng and Ash. Today marks the birthday of our champion, so we have invited the esteemed Flannery to judge the performance of our 2 competitors. Upon hearing the announcer's words, Flannery chuckled, glancing at Zhang Feng. Judging is unnecessary, ahem. For I perceive the strength of both competitors is formidable. Perhaps by next year, I shall no longer be among the Elite Four. The audience erupted in laughter at Flannery's jest. She was indeed one of the Elite Four of the Hoenn Pokémon League. Even the renowned strongest gym leader, Mr. Steven, was no match for her, so there was no need for such modesty. Only Flannery understood the underlying challenges of the announcer's words. Zhang Feng possessed a legendary Pokémon, and had previously captured both Groudon and Kyogre before the very eyes of the gym leaders, Elite Four, and the champion. With Zhang Feng's prowess, it was certain he would claim victory in this year's league tournament. Thus, Zhang Feng was granted the privilege to challenge the Elite Four and the champion. Given the young man's disposition, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to confront them, especially since Huaiwe held the unfortunate position of being the lowest ranked among the Elite Four. Should Zhang Feng triumph over Macaulay, Huaiwe would be automatically disqualified from the Elite Four. It was truly a situation that evoked feelings of frustration and helplessness. Therefore, it would be wiser for him to acknowledge his inferiority to Zhang Feng, rather than boast grandly only to face the jeers of the audience later on. Soon enough, as the match commenced, the referee waved his flag and announced, "We shall now proceed to the finals of the Fangyuan Pokémon League Colorful Ghost Conference. Each participant may utilize 6 Pokémon, with Zhang Feng as the first attacker, and the battle will take place in the grass battle arena. As the referee's words faded, Zhang Feng promptly unleashed his luxury ball. In the next moment, the formidable Metagross made its grand entrance. Upon the arrival of Metagross, Ash proclaimed with delight, "Zhang Feng, I have long awaited the opportunity to engage you in an all-out battle on such a grand stage. Today, I shall surely defeat you." It's settled, Lizard King. For the first battle, Ash summoned his strongest card from the Fanfic region, the Lizard King, who had reached the level of a champion. Indeed, Ash's growth and strength was commendable. It was no wonder he could best Ji. After praising Ash, Zhang Feng suddenly chuckled. Ding dong. The system detected that the host was engaged in the finals of the Fanfic Pokemon League Colorful Ghost Conference and presented the following options. 1. Defeat Ash with absolute strength, illustrating the disparity between them, and reward the host with a shiny Black Rayquaza, the one from the movie where it battled 6, and a Master Ball. 2. Achieve a draw with Ash, earning a random shiny level 2 legendary Pokemon. 3. Lose to Ash, receiving a shiny Pokemon. At that moment, as Zhang Feng and Ash stepped onto the battle stage, the Long Quiet system finally issued a new selection reward. Ecstatic at the 3 options, Zhang Feng exclaimed, "System, I choose option 1. Ding dong. Host selection successful. After decisively defeating Ash, the host will receive a shiny Black Rayquaza." Zhang Feng was naturally elated at the system's reward, particularly since the system noted that this Black Rayquaza was the one that single-handedly mega-evolved to combat Groudon, Kyogre, the Dark Lord Dialga, Palkia, and Kyurem in the movie. Not to mention, if you split Kyurem into 3, the Super Rayquaza would be contending with 8 level 1 legends. This clearly demonstrated the true power of the Black Rayquaza. Now, with such a formidable legendary Pokemon within his grasp, how could Zhang Feng contain his excitement? Ash, today, I shall make you truly comprehend the disparity of our strengths. Metagross, go forth and unleash Psychic. Lizard King, dash in with a quick strike and unleash Leaf Blade. Chapter 140, Zhang Feng vs. Ash. As the Lizard King rushed towards Metagross with astonishing speed, Metagross's eyes gleamed blue, channeling an overwhelming force instantly. Feeling the binding pressure, the Lizard King gritted its teeth. As the green leaves on its arms extended into blades, Ash's Lizard King, enduring the pain, struck Metagross's head with crossed blades. Just so, the metallic cross-shaped emblem atop Metagross's head was lightly scratched by this blow. Struck on its metallic head, Metagross briefly staggered. Nonetheless, even so, its Psychic immobilized the Lizard King in place. Infuriated by the assault, Metagross's power surged. Taking advantage of the Lizard King's immobility, Metagross unleashed Comet Punch, striking with an unstoppable force directly at the Lizard King. The Lizard King, which had dashed in with such speed moments ago, was now sent flying back even faster. Boost. With the Lizard King's cry, Metagross sprang into action again, unleashing a barrage of swift attacks, like raindrops, all landing squarely upon the Lizard King. After enduring Metagross's relentless assault, the Lizard King rose in fury. Now, Ash's Lizard King had officially reached the champion level, boasting a formidable level of 61. Though slightly weaker than Zhang Feng's Metagross, it could still hold its own in a fierce exchange. Metagross, Fire Cannon. Lizard King, unleash Seed Bomb. In the next moment, as both Zhang Feng and Ash issued their commands, the Lizard King opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of golden seeds. Meanwhile, Metagross braced itself against the Seed Bomb attack, beginning to gather Steel-type energy. Once the Fire Cannon was fully charged, it was unleashed. Lizard King, dodge with a quick movement. In a critical moment, the Lizard King successfully evaded, but just then, the Fire Cannon curiously veered off course due to psychic influence, curving sharply to strike the Lizard King directly. As a violent explosion erupted, the Lizard King was sent hurtling away. The flames from the blast inflicted considerable damage upon the Lizard King. Witnessing this, Ash clenched his teeth. He had not anticipated that the Fire Cannon could be manipulated in such a manner, altering its trajectory with Psychic. Oh wow, Zhang Feng's move was truly brilliant. He actually thought to use Psychic to modify the attack's trajectory. This spells trouble for Ash. Comet Punch. Lizard King, once again unleash Leaf Blade. As the Lizard King closed in once more on Metagross, both Pokemon unleashed their respective skills in a fierce clash. The Lizard King's speed was remarkable, and its attack power was not to be underestimated. Thus, it consistently posed a challenge for Metagross. However, with its formidable defense and the assistance of Psychic, Metagross could predict the Lizard King's movements. In this back-and-forth exchange, a clear disparity emerged. after Metagross immobilized the Lizard King with another Psychic. It followed up with a devastating beam of destruction that sent the Lizard King flying, rendering it incapable of continuing the fight. Ding dong. Metagross defeated the Lizard King, earning 785 experience points, and leveling up to level 67. Upon witnessing the Lizard King's defeat, Ash felt a twinge of disappointment, yet his fighting spirit remained ablaze. Then, it's your turn, Bulbasaur. To Zhang Feng's surprise, Ash's second Pokémon was none other than his original veteran, the Bulbasaur that had stubbornly refused to evolve. Although Bulbasaur still retained its initial form, it had impressively reached the champion level. Ding dong. Current attributes of Bulbasaur are as follows. Pokémon, Bulbasaur, Class, None, Level, 60, Ability, Chlorophyll, Types, Grass, Poison, Potential, Purple, Bond Evolution, Unlocked, Mega Evolution, Unlocked, Skills, Vine Whip, Seed Bomb, Poison Powder, Solar Beam, Power Whip, Leaf Blade. A champion-level Bulbasaur. If Ash's Bulbasaur were willing to evolve, its strength would surely be formidable. What a pity. Since it's Bulbasaur, you shall take the stage. With that, Zhang Feng recalled Metagross, and Pidgeot made its entrance. Pidgeot. Upon Pidgeot's arrival, it gazed at the little one in the grass battle arena. Its interest peaked. Bulbasaur. Use grassy terrain. This time, before launching an attack, Ash directed Bulbasaur to utilize a recovery skill, boosting its stats. Furthermore, the battlefield itself was a grass-type arena, naturally advantageous for Bulbasaur. Pidgeot, don't give it a chance. Quick attack. The speed of Pidgeot was already remarkable, but after unleashing its speed-related abilities, it appeared even swifter. All onlookers witnessed a flash of white light, and before they knew it, Bulbasaur was captured in Pidgeot's grasp and soared into the sky. Bulbasaur. As it was hoisted high like prey, Bulbasaur began to struggle desperately. In this critical moment, Ash shouted, Bulbasaur, don't panic. Use Vine Whip to ensnare Pidgeot's wings. In the next instant, Bulbasaur promptly obeyed. Countless vines began to wrap around Pidgeot, attempting to hinder its flight. As anticipated, after being disturbed, Pidgeot's form became unstable in the air. Pidgeot, brave bird. Once Pidgeot was engulfed in crimson flames, the vines Bulbasaur had conjured were inevitably set ablaze. Moreover, given that Pidgeot was enveloped in fire and Bulbasaur was a grass-type Pokémon, it naturally possessed a low resistance to fire-type moves. With this double disadvantage, Pidgeot freed itself from the constraints of the vines and unceremoniously dropped Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip to reduce your descent. Just as Bulbasaur was about to plummet, Ash's order was issued. Seeing this, Bulbasaur immediately executed Vine Whip, hoping to negate its falling inertia. But at that moment, Pidgeot charged forth. The brave bird attack, ablaze with scorching flames, collided directly with the helpless Bulbasaur in midair. The flames erupted, scattering everywhere and igniting the entire grassy arena. Bulbasaur was struck down by Pidgeot's fierce attack, crashing violently to the ground. Bulbasaur, don't give up. Hearing Ash's fervent cry, despite its injuries, Bulbasaur summoned the strength to rise slowly from the flames. Such indomitable willpower, yet in the face of absolute strength, it was all in vain. Pidgeot, Solar Beam. In the next moment, Pidgeot opened its mouth, and an orange-yellow beam of energy began to coalesce, crashing directly into Bulbasaur. The explosive force from the blast toppled Bulbasaur over. As the dust settled, Bulbasaur was left utterly incapacitated. Chapter 141. The Arrival of Charizard and the Triple Strike. Ding dong, Pidgeot defeated Bulbasaur, gaining 659 experience points, leveling up to LV 68. After 2 consecutive victories, Ash gritted his teeth and recalled Bulbasaur. This time, he had truly brought forth all his strongest allies, dispatching primarily his initial companions, the 6 most formidable Pokémon at his disposal. If this could not secure victory, it would mean betraying the efforts of his partners. Feeling an immense pressure within, Ash summoned forth his most powerful Pokémon. I'm counting on you, Charizard. Ding dong, Charizard's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Charizard. Level, 65. Ability, Blaze. Types, Fire, Flying. Qualifications, Gold. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Dragon Claw, Earthquake, Flamethrower, Fire Spin, Steel Wing, Dragon Rage. A level 65 Pokémon of champion caliber. Charizard truly deserved its reputation as the king of Charizard Valley, its strength undoubtedly Ash's number 1. This Charizard was indeed formidable. Thus, my choice is clear. As Zhang Feng recalled Pidgeot, he took out the Pokeball for Sceptile. This surprised Ash, filling him with a mix of excitement and astonishment. Although Sceptile was perceived as Zhang Feng's starter Pokémon, Its deployment clearly indicated his acknowledgement of Charizard and Ash. Even against Yu, Zhang Feng had only used 2 Pokémon. Sceptile, your opponent is strong. Let us initiate Mega Evolution. Since he was to defeat Ash with overwhelming strength, facing Ash's most powerful Pokémon should not be excessive, right? Thus, amidst a dazzling radiance, Mega Sceptile made its grand entrance. After Mega Evolution, Sceptile gained the Dragon type, and its ability transformed into Lightning Rod, rendering it immune to Electric-type moves. Initially, Zhang Feng had intended for Mega Sceptile to counter Ash's ace, Pikachu, due to the advantageous nature of its ability. But now, it was still applicable. Sceptile would face Charizard while Pikachu could engage with Latios. After all, they were each wielding their respective trump cards. Pikachu, feed me some peanuts. Mega Sceptile unleashed Dragon Pulse. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, the Mega-evolved Sceptile emanated a fierce battle intent, unleashing a powerful Dragon-type move. Observing the incoming assault, Charizard stood undaunted. Roar. After emitting a thunderous roar, Charizard, under Ash's command, unleashed Dragon Rage. The spherical energy orbs collided, resulting in a violent explosion and billowing smoke. Seizing the opportunity as the smoke cleared, Charizard dashed towards Sceptile, aiming to capture it with Earthquake. But Zhang Feng would never grant him such an opportunity. Sceptile used Dragon Tail. As Charizard surged forward, Mega Sceptile swung its massive tail, cloaked in a dragon's silhouette, striking out. The tremendous force sent Charizard soaring backward. Excellent. Rush in and execute Leaf Blade. As Charizard sustained injuries, Sceptile swiftly maneuvered in front of Charizard, extending its blades to deliver a fierce cut across Charizard's neck. The razor-sharp Leaf Blade nearly severed Charizard's flesh, inflicting considerable damage and sending it into a state of frenzy. Charizard, give it everything you've got. Use Burnout. Witnessing Charizard on the verge of collapse, bleeding profusely, Ash shouted in pain. With its final ounce of strength, Charizard unleashed its most potent move. At close range, the powerful Burnout struck. But Mega Sceptile had no means to evade, facing the brunt of the attack head-on. Fortunately, bolstered by its Dragon-type affinity, this Burnout could not bring Mega Sceptile down. Otherwise, without Mega Evolution, the Fire-type Burnout might have truly rendered the Grass-type Sceptile incapable of further combat. Yet, there are no what-ifs. On the contrary, with the explosion and the injuries from Leaf Blade, Charizard was now on the brink of demise. Thus, the triple strike was executed. Ash's first half had concluded in defeat. Ding dong, Mega Sceptile defeated Charizard, gaining 2,000 experience points, leveling up to LV74, while Sceptile rose to LV69. Charizard lost its combat capability, and Sceptile emerged victorious. With Ash's 3 Pokémon incapacitated, the first half came to an end. At this moment, witnessing the bloodied Ash, with the entire grassy battlefield ablaze, he swiftly recalled Charizard and entrusted Xiaoyao to urgently take Charizard to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Then, Ash looked up at Zhang Feng. Why was this man always beyond his reach? As the second half commenced, Ash retrieved the Pokeball for Snorlax. Observing the agile behemoth, Zhang Feng produced the luxury ball containing his shiny Blastoise. Once both Pokémon emerged, acknowledging each other's weight, they nodded in mutual respect. They were indeed worthy opponents of heavyweight caliber. Upon seeing Zhang Feng's Blastoise in an unusual coloration, both the commentator and King Huaiwei could not help but exclaim simultaneously. The remarkable Zhang Feng has consistently surprised us, first with a radiant shiny Donphan, and now with a dazzling shiny Boscodora. When did the probability of encountering shiny Pokémon become so high? Upon hearing the commentator's words, the Flower Moon King concurred. The outcome seemed quite evident. Yet both trainers are formidable contenders capable of challenging the Elite Four and even claiming the championship. I await your clash in the Battle of the Kings. Ding dong. The current attributes of Snorlax are as follows. Pokémon, Snorlax. Level, 61. Ability, Thick Fat. Type, Normal. Potential, Gold. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Moves, Rollout, Belly Drum, Rollout, Hyper Beam. Ice Punch, Finger Flick, Heavy Slam. Ash's Snorlax is indeed of Elite Four caliber. Including Charizard, Lizard King, and Pikachu, Ash now possesses 4 Pokémon of Elite Four strength. Though they are all at the initial stage of the Elite Four, he is merely 2 Pokémon away from being a complete elite trainer. In the next version, he could venture to the Sinnoh region to capture Infernape, followed by Greninja, thereby granting Ash the strength of an elite trainer, perhaps even that of a champion. Certainly, in this lifetime, Ash's rate of power augmentation should be swifter. Snorlax, unleash Belly Drum, then roll out with all your might. As Ash called out multiple moves for Snorlax, as if reciting a menu, Zhang Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. This battle is indeed a serious endeavor. The belly drum move sacrifices half of Snorlax's stamina to unleash its full power. Thus, even if Snorlax's level is lower than that of shiny Boscodora, it is more than capable of putting up a fight. Boscodora, after using Iron Defense, employs superpower to halt Snorlax's advance. Chapter 142, Total Defeat, Ash's Reluctance. At this moment, as Ash's Snorlax summoned all its strength, the agile rotund creature transformed into a perfectly rounded ball, rolling forth with an overwhelming force. The resultant attack was undeniably formidable. However, as Boscodora lifted its right leg and raised its arms in a stance to meet the oncoming challenger, it unleashed all its might to confront Snorlax's charge. Snorlax, a nimble behemoth, became a perfectly round sphere, hurtling towards Boscodora, resulting in intense friction. Despite Boscodora's immense strength, it was pushed back repeatedly by Snorlax's collision. Boscodora, hold your ground and utilize Brick Break. Witnessing Boscodora muster all its strength to barely withstand Snorlax's assault, Zhang Feng swiftly altered his strategy. Undoubtedly, Snorlax, now unleashing its full power, had attained a terrifying level of attack. Should Snorlax's rollout succeed, Boscodora would face increasingly insurmountable pressure. The next moment, Boscodora's right claw suddenly glowed, expelling fighting-type energy. Under the double effectiveness, Snorlax let out a pained cry as its speed diminished. Snorlax, endure and continue using rollout. Upon receiving Ash's command, Snorlax roared in defiance, unleashing a powerful cry, and its speed surged once more. In an instant, the two colossal beings found themselves in a stalemate. The battle continued, and ultimately, after half a minute, their confrontation reached a conclusion, with Boscodora emerging victorious. Another Brick Break skill abruptly disrupted Snorlax's rollout attack. The next moment, seizing the opportunity as Snorlax collapsed to the ground, Boscodora unleashed a furious roar and executed a force palm with unyielding ferocity. One hit, and it was a knockout. While Snorlax possessed ample stamina, its use of belly drum had halved its originally robust vitality. In such circumstances, Boscodora's barrage of fighting-type moves swiftly overwhelmed it. Of course, had it not been for Boscodora's formidable power, Snorlax's rollout might have been insurmountable for other Pokémon. If it truly had not endured, Ash would have had a chance at a comeback. It can only be said that Ash, in this moment, truly embodies potential. Ding dong. Boscodora defeated Snorlax, earning 985 experience points and leveling up to level 66. Following this defeat, Ash fell into a profound silence. After a while, encouragement from Pikachu revived Ash's spirits, prompting him to tilt his hat back in determination. You're the one, Squirtle. Ding dong. The current attributes of Squirtle are as follows. Pokémon, Squirtle. Level, 59. Ability, Torrent. Type, Water. Potential, Purple. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Moves, Water Gun, Hydro Pump, Rapid Spin. Withdraw, Hydro Cannon, Water Jet, Wave Motion. In this fifth battle, Ash summoned the final member of the original starter trio, the leader of the Squirtle squad. Yet, it must be noted that this is merely a flaw in the narrative. Otherwise, Charizard, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle, having always accompanied Ash, should have long since attained mid to high-level elite strength. As for Squirtle, since the opponent is a water-type Pokémon, I entrust this battle to you, Milotic. As Zhang Feng once again withdrew Boscodora and summoned Milotic's Pokeball, the audience erupted in astonishment. Previously, in Zhang Feng's matches, he had not been known for frequently switching Pokémon. Only in the finals against Ash did he exhibit such a strategy. Is this a testament to Zhang Feng's respect for Ash, or merely a playful taunt towards his opponent? Regarding this matter, Zhang Feng could only express that he simply wished for all his main battle Pokémon to have an opportunity to participate in the Pokémon Championship. After all, the Colossal Psychic Golem, Regirock, Latios, Latias, Kyogre, and Groudon had not yet had their chance to shine. However, in the upcoming challenges against the Elite Four and the Champion, they would surely have their moments. Squirtle, execute Hydro Cannon against Milotic. Following Ash's command, Squirtle donned its glasses, and its demeanor shifted dramatically as it charged toward Milotic. If there were illustrations here, it would undoubtedly depict, taste my turtle head. In response to Squirtle's assault, Milotic let out a gentle cry, then swung its magnificent, flowing tail. The water-covered tail collided directly with Squirtle's head. Instantly, Squirtle felt an immense force strike down upon it, causing its head to retract into its shell. Subsequently, the entire Pokémon was sent flying by Milotic's water tail. Upon landing back on the ground and spotting Milotic, Squirtle's eyes had turned a shade of pink. It turned out that, being a water-type Pokémon, and due to the difference in gender combined with Milotic's ability, Cute Charm, the earlier contact in battle had triggered its effect. Consequently, Squirtle found itself entranced by Milotic's allure, unable to execute any moves. Then, finish it off, Milotic, unleash Ice Beam. With a blast of frigid power, Squirtle was immediately encased in ice. Ding dong. Milotic defeated Squirtle, earning 685 experience points and leveling up to level 68. With Squirtle's defeat, Ash was left with only one Pokémon remaining. Alas, it seems that Ash is now down to his final Pokémon. Will he manage to mount a comeback against the odds? At this moment, Ash stood resolutely before the seemingly invincible Zhang Feng, gritting his teeth as he addressed Pikachu. Pikachu, I implore you. Upon receiving Ash's command, Pikachu leaped energetically into the battlefield, spiritedly challenging Zhang Feng and his Milotic. Chapter 143, The Arrival of Rayquaza, Unrivaled Divine Might. Indeed, both Pikachu and Ash were undeniably formidable. If this dynamic duo charged forth, fueled by their bond, they might truly turn the tide and seize the chance to defeat Milotic. In their previous encounter, Ash and Pikachu had perished alongside Zhang Feng's Milotic. Thus, Zhang Feng resolved that this time, he would grant Ash no opportunity to stage a comeback. Otherwise, his prized Black Rayquaza might slip from his grasp. With Milotic returned to its Pokeball, Zhang Feng retrieved the Master Ball that hung around his neck. At the sight of this, Ash's pupils dilated in alarm. Hey, someone's cheating here, Ash exclaimed, fully aware of Zhang Feng's intentions. The moment Zhang Feng removed that Master Ball, it was unmistakably a sign that he intended to unleash a legendary Pokémon. Moreover, this was no ordinary legendary. It was assuredly one of the immensely powerful beings capable of world destruction. After all, whether it was Latios, Latias, or Regirock, they were all special Pokeballs. But none necessitated the use of a Master Ball. The thought of confronting a top-tier legendary Pokémon filled Ash with both excitement and a profound sense of helplessness. Did Zhang Feng truly overestimate Ash's capabilities to believe he could pit Pikachu against a legendary? In the next instant, with a resounding pop, the Master Ball opened, revealing a majestic azure dragon that blotted out the sky. Its roar shook the heavens and the earth, an overwhelming force that seemed poised to consume everyone present. Upon witnessing Zhang Feng's Rayquaza, the audience, trainers, and even the Elite Four realized what it meant to be a true legendary Pokémon master. At this moment, even if the renowned legendary Master Darko from the Sinnoh Pokémon League were to stand before Zhang Feng with his Latios and Darkrai, it would be utterly futile against Rayquaza. Darko, while demonstrating formidable strength in the tournament, was ultimately no match for a true powerhouse such as a regional champion. Was this truly the mightiest legendary of the Hoenn region? Such divine prowess was terrifying indeed. To think there existed a trainer capable of commanding such a being. It was no wonder that Champion Macaulay had declared Zhang Feng the savior of the Hoenn region's great crisis. Do you think Champion Macaulay could defeat Zhang Feng's Rayquaza? Someone mused. That seems highly unlikely. If so, it would imply that the 4 elite members and the champion of the Hoenn region might soon be replaced. With a hint of confusion, the onlookers turned their gazes back to the battlefield. The Elite Four member Huayue and the commentator, after a moment of astonishment, began to comprehend why Huayue had been so amiable in Zhang Feng's presence. It was essential to note that Huayue was the Dark-type champion of Hoenn. How could someone capable of commanding Dark-type Pokémon be anything but formidable? The respect and fear he exhibited towards Zhang Feng hinted at the sheer terror of Zhang Feng's prowess. Contemplating this, the commentator let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he had been praising Zhang Feng throughout the match, hoping he wouldn't be remembered unfavorably. Glancing at the colossal dragon whose body nearly vanished into the clouds, everyone swallowed hard. Who among them would dare provoke Zhang Feng? Even if someone did, they would be blissfully unaware of how many lives they might possess. At this moment, as Ash and Pikachu found themselves facing Rayquaza as true adversaries, even the most seasoned newcomers broke out in a cold sweat. Pikachu trembled, gazing at the unyielding presence of Rayquaza, forcing itself to stand firm and prepare for battle. Pikachu, despite facing a legendary like Rayquaza, do not be afraid. Use Thunderbolt. Upon hearing Ash's command, Pikachu steeled itself against its fear, its cheeks charging with electrical energy, unleashing a powerful current towards Rayquaza. Yet, this seemingly robust electric-type attack appeared as insignificant as a mere hair against Rayquaza's immense form. The strike left Rayquaza entirely unscathed. Now, it is our turn. Rayquaza, use the least powerful move, Draco Meteor. Pikachu gasped, Are you seriously using Draco Meteor on me? Following Zhang Feng's command. Although Rayquaza recognized its opponent's weakness, it executed Zhang Feng's order without hesitation. In an instant, the sky darkened, and a tangible storm swept over the city of Kaiju, sparing all structures, humans, and Pokémon from harm. Soon after, the terrifying tempest engulfed the entire battlefield. After a brief cry from Pikachu, Ash, filled with concern, dashed into the storm. Observing this, Zhang Feng immediately signaled Rayquaza to cease. Once the colossal storm dissipated, Pikachu lay unconscious but appeared unharmed, as Rayquaza had merely exhausted all of Pikachu's stamina. Furthermore, Ash had sustained no injuries. Ding! Rayquaza has defeated Pikachu. Since Rayquaza has reached maximum level, no experience points are gained. The battle is concluded. Pikachu has lost. Upon announcing the final outcome, the referee waved the two colored flags, declaring the ultimate result. Pikachu was rendered unable to battle, and Rayquaza emerged victorious, as all 6 of Ash's Pokémon had succumbed. Thus, the final victor was Zhang Feng. As the referee's voice echoed, Zhang Feng's visage expanded on the large screen, accompanied by the word win. Subsequently, a shower of petals and ribbons erupted, raining down upon the entire arena. The crowd erupted in cheers, heralding the emergence of the new champion of the Kaiju Conference. Chapter 144, Zhang Feng, champion of the Hoenn Pokemon League's Kaiju Conference. At that moment, in the main arena of the Hoenn Pokemon League's Kaiju Conference, countless ribbons and flowers cascaded as if celebrating the triumph of the competition's victor. Zhang Feng had triumphed, claiming the championship of the Hoenn Pokemon League's Kaiju Conference. This victory signified that Zhang Feng had, in the truest sense, earned the opportunity to challenge the Elite Four and even the champion. Should he succeed in his challenge, Zhang Feng would become the regional champion of the Hoenn Pokemon League, standing alongside the likes of Kanto's Lance, Sinnoh's Cynthia, Unova's Alder, Kalos's Diantha, Galar's Leon, and Paldea's Gita. As for Alola, that was a challenge Ash had yet to undertake. With the victory, the system's prompt resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Ash with an overwhelming advantage. You have received 1 Master Ball and have automatically been awarded a Black Rayquaza. Ding! The Black Rayquaza has been captured with the Master Ball and is now available in the host system space for immediate access. At this moment, upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhang Feng concentrated his thoughts, and a brand new Master Ball materialized in his hand. Given that the match had just concluded, Zhang Feng refrained from releasing the Black Rayquaza immediately. Soon, President Damalanki, accompanied by Champion Mikoli of the Hoenn region, ascended to the podium, gazing at the victorious Zhang Feng with a complex expression in his eyes. The emergence of a new hero signifies that the older generation of formidable trainers will be swept aside, their legendary tales fading into obscurity. Nevertheless, Mikoli still regarded Zhang Feng with a measure of admiration. His greatest aspiration was to see the Pokémon contest flourish and to dedicate himself to that endeavor. In fact, he held greater anticipation for the title of top coordinator in Pokémon contests than for being a regional champion. After all, Mikoli himself was the most powerful and distinguished Pokémon coordinator in the world. If Zhang Feng were to clinch the championship in the Hoenn region, Mikoli could finally retire and focus on his own coordination. However, President Damalanki was particularly intrigued by Zhang Feng, a mere 18-year-old youth, who had only been in the field for a year, yet he possessed divine Pokémon and was capable of defeating not just one, but multiple Elite Four members and champions. Among those known to Damalanki were the likes of Ryoji, Daigo, Mikoli, and Cynthia, some of the strongest trainers in the Pokémon League. Thus, it was imperative to cultivate a talent like Zhang Feng. Consequently, at the Hoenn Pokemon League's Contest Spectacular, the prestigious trophy was personally awarded to Zhang Feng by President Damalanki. After Zhang Feng, Ash, and Yu took their places on the podium representing the top 3 positions. The Flower Moon King presented a medal to the 3rd-place Yu, while Champion Mikoli bestowed the runner-up award upon Ash. President Damalanki, holding the illustrious trophy of victory, presented it to Zhang Feng, proclaiming, "Zhang Feng, congratulations on becoming the champion of this Hoenn Pokemon League Contest Spectacular." Upon receiving the championship trophy from President Damalanki, Zhang Feng, Ash, and Yu basked in the cheers of the audience, marking the conclusion of the competition. The Hoenn Pokemon League Contest Spectacular had drawn to a close. After the event, Zhang Feng was invited by President Damalanki, Champion Mikoli, and the Elite Four members, Yuan-Ji, Bonnie, Fuyuki, and Flower Moon, to the conference room at the Hoenn Pokemon League headquarters. Zhang Feng, President Damalanki began, "Now that you have secured victory in the tournament, you are eligible to challenge the Elite Four. However, Organizing a live broadcast for the entire region requires time to build anticipation. Therefore, we must ask you, do you truly wish to challenge the Elite Four and the champion? Upon hearing Macaulay's words, Zhang Feng responded promptly, of course. Challenging the Elite Four and the champion is my initial goal. Macaulay smiled upon hearing Zhang Feng's affirmation. Excellent. We shall wait for a period, and when everything is prepared, we will showcase your challenge to the entire Hoenn region. Rest assured, it will not exceed 1 month. Zhang Feng nodded in understanding at Macaulay's statement. Shortly thereafter, President Demalanki continued, while the competition will proceed shortly, becoming one of the 4 elite members and the champion of a region is no trivial matter. Firstly, the trainers who serve as elite members must be exceptionally powerful and possess a heart dedicated to safeguarding the populace. Otherwise, even if you were to defeat Flower Moon and the others in the Elite Challenge, or even triumph over Macaulay, you would not be able to become the champion who protects a region. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng furrowed his brow slightly. However, President Damalanki continued, nevertheless. You have already saved the Hoenn region, resolved the conflicts between Team Magma and Team Aqua, and captured the battling Kyogre and Groudon. Based solely on this, your path to becoming the Hoenn champion will encounter no obstacles. However, if you truly wish to become the regional champion, you will have your work cut out for you. Zhang Feng. Understanding the implications of President Damalanki's words, Zhang Feng realized that gym leaders must ensure the safety of their cities, while the Elite Four must handle dangers and foes that gym leaders cannot address. Thus, the responsibilities of a regional champion are even greater. If a regional champion does not have the well-being of the world at heart, caring for the lives of the people and Pokémon, such a person cannot fulfill the role of champion or elite member. It is best that you understand this, President Damalanki added. However, regarding the privileges and rights enjoyed by regional champions, they are quite substantial. Aside from adhering to the arrangements of the Pokémon League headquarters when necessary, at all other times. As long as the Hoenn Pokémon League remains stable, the regional champion essentially holds supreme authority, akin to an ancient emperor. Similarly, champions and elite members undergo evaluations every 4 years. If they pass, they continue to serve, but if they fail, the mantle will naturally pass to someone more capable. Upon hearing President Damalanki's words, which seemed to suggest that he had firmly secured the position of regional champion, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a mixture of amusement and incredulity. Yet, for Macaulay, Yuan Ji, and others, Zhang Feng becoming the regional champion was evidently a foregone conclusion. Well then, with all that settled, I will notify you when the Elite Challenge begins. Zhang Feng. In the meantime, I have a task for you to undertake. Many gym leaders across various regions, Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh, Unova, and Kalos, are due for evaluations. You may freely choose to conduct assessments for the gym leaders. After reporting your findings, the Pokémon League headquarters will make new arrangements for the gym leaders. Chapter 145, The Black Rayquaza and the Twin Dragons. At this moment, upon hearing President Damalanki's directive, Zhang Feng pondered carefully. This aligned perfectly with his own goals of traveling through various regions to capture divine, Pokémon, and rare creatures. He readily accepted the task, for in Kanto, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Galar, and Paldea, there were numerous Pokémon and divine beings that Zhang Feng cherished. Thus, serving as a gym evaluator provided Zhang Feng with a valid reason to journey to different Pokémon leagues, which was quite advantageous. However, Zhang Feng was somewhat perplexed. Given the substantial authority and elevated status of a regional champion, why were the 2 champions of the Hoenn region so reluctant to fulfill their duties? Former champion Daigo seemed only interested in mining, neglecting his champion responsibilities for his passion, and even refusing to return home to inherit his family's legacy. The current champion, Macaulay, appeared solely focused on promoting his Pokémon contest, reportedly organizing the Macaulay Cup, hailed as the highest honor in the contest world. It was evident that Macaulay had little desire to fulfill the role of champion in the Hoenn region. It seemed there was an undisclosed reason behind this reluctance. Having set a date for the challenge against the Elite Four in a month, received a new assignment from the Pokémon League headquarters, and become a gym evaluator. Zhang Feng departed from the Hoenn Pokémon League headquarters and returned to his lavish estate in Meibai Town. Upon arriving back at his grand manor, Zhang Feng released all of his Pokémon. Finally, grasping the Master Ball containing the Black Rayquaza, he tossed it forth. In an instant, a colossal black dragon materialized before him. Sensing the presence of this formidable creature, Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre, Hoenn's 3 legendary Pokémon, simultaneously directed their gazes toward it. Rayquaza fixed its eyes intently on the newcomer, seemingly ready to engage in battle at the slightest provocation. The Black Rayquaza that had appeared before Zhang Feng was now staring back at him with wide, unblinking eyes. The essence of the matter is, are you my trainer? Ding dong. The attributes of the Black Rayquaza are as follows. Pokémon. Black Rayquaza, Shiny. Role, Guardian Deity. Level 100. Ability, Airlock. Types, Dragon, Flying. Potential, Colorful. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Mega Rayquaza. Skills, Dragon Ascension, Destruction Ray, Air Slash, Dragon Pulse, Rest, Outrage, Fly, Hyper Voice. Extreme Speed. Affection, 255. Experience. Once revered as the leader of the 6 heroes, it accompanied the ancient explorer Lucius in safeguarding various regions and seeking the idyllic land of Palkia, and now it has a new master. Hobby, maintaining balance. At this moment, upon witnessing the attribute panel of the Black Rayquaza before him, Zhang Feng could not help but extend his hand to touch the magnificent creature's form. In the latest version of Pokémon, Black Rayquaza, alongside Pokémon such as Primal Kyogre and Galarian Moltres, embarked on adventures with the ancient explorer Lucius, preserving the peace of the Palkia region. Subsequently, Lucius mysteriously vanished, leading to the disappearance of the 6 Pokémon known as the 6 Heroes. It must be said, this is quite the grand entrance, indeed, a true beginning with Black Rayquaza. Chapter 1. Twin Dragons at Hand, Journey to Sinnoh. Knowing the storyline of the Palkia region, Zhang Feng, upon observing the attribute panel and introduction of Black Rayquaza, came to a realization. Thus, this Black Rayquaza is indeed the former leader of the 6 heroes from the Palkia region, also later summoned by Hoopa to confront the ancient Groudon, ancient Kyogre, Giratina, Palkia, Dialga, and Kyurem. Whispering to himself, it seemed that Rayquaza also sensed Zhang Feng's thoughts. Regarding the former, it naturally acknowledged the truth. However, the latter events have yet to unfold, and both Groudon and Kyogre now belong to Zhang Feng. Even if he were to encounter that rascal Hoopa, such a situation would not arise. The former Black Rayquaza had been imprisoned within an ancient Pokeball, only able to move thanks to Hoopa's summoning. Otherwise, it might have had to wait until the plot of Pokémon Horizons to make an appearance. Speaking of Pokémon Horizons, this new storyline unfolds after Ash wins the championship of the Master 8. Furthermore, the original protagonist Ash no longer takes center stage, which indeed evokes a sense of regret. Zhang Feng's own Rayquaza, however, is exceedingly curious about this new companion. Is there truly another Rayquaza existing in this world? Moreover, a shiny one at that? Thus, the two Rayquazas faced each other, exchanging glances, and drew closer to converse. At this moment, gazing at the two Rayquazas, Zhang Feng felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. With 2 dragons by his side, both divine beasts capable of mega evolution, such formidable strength ensures that no legendary Pokémon could surpass him. In an instant, the 2 Rayquazas soared into the sky, with Zhang Feng riding atop the newly acquired Black Rayquaza, reveling in the vast expanse of the heavens. Relishing this invincible stance, Zhang Feng's heart brimmed with joy. The world is vast, and he could venture anywhere. With 2 dragons at his side, even if the creator deity Arceus were to appear, Zhang Feng would dare to engage in battle. A few days later, Zhang Feng stepped out of White Town once more, accompanied by all his Pokémon. Having attained the status of Gym Evaluator bestowed by the Pokémon League, and mounted Rayquaza, setting his course for the Sinnoh region. Of course, after becoming the champion of the Hoenn Pokémon League's colorful Ghost Festival, Ash had once inquired of Zhang Feng regarding his next travel destination. To this, Zhang Feng had initially set his sights on the Johto region. However, upon contemplating Cynthia, he altered his plans to the Sinnoh region. Originally, Zhang Feng intended to journey to Johto, as the battle frontier lies therein, and Ash had indeed accepted Mr. Yoshida's recommendation to head towards the battle frontier. Simultaneously, Mr. Yoshida had invited Zhang Feng, but Zhang Feng had no interest in pursuing the path of the battle frontier, thus he declined for the time being. In the future, should he feel inclined, challenging the battle frontier and becoming the 8th frontier brain is not out of the question. However, now that he has accepted the task of heading to the Sinnoh region to evaluate the gym, Zhang Feng naturally prepared to proceed there first. After bidding farewell to Ash and his companions, Zhang Feng made his way toward the Sinnoh region, once again releasing Black Rayquaza and Rayquaza. Utilizing their psychic abilities to conceal the whereabouts of the 2 dragons and himself, Zhang Feng mounted Black Rayquaza. The green Rayquaza accompanied Zhang Feng at his side, as both dragons roared in unison and soared towards the direction indicated on the Pokédex map. En route to the Sinnoh region, Zhang Feng found himself pondering inexplicably. How do legendary Pokémon have their offspring? Do they also emerge from the hatching of Pokémon eggs, resulting in smaller versions of themselves? and through growth in strength and time, transform into their colossal forms? Or must they undergo a progression in power to truly become legendary Pokémon? Since the dawn of creation, have these legendary beings ever been replaced? Or are they merely the original ones? However, it is worth noting that even the Prince of the Sea, Manaphy, emerged from a Pokémon egg. Yet as the Prince of the Sea, it could summon Kyogre to its side in celebration. It seems that the authority of legendary Pokémon is indeed a formidable force. And fortunately, both of Zhang Feng's Rayquazas bear divine roles. Subsequently, Zhang Feng could not help but direct his gaze toward his two Rayquazas. Could it be that Black Rayquaza and Zhang Feng's original Rayquaza could unite as partners and eventually produce a brood of Rayquazas? Imagining himself commanding a team of 6 Rayquazas in battle competitions, Zhang Feng could not suppress a grin. Noticing his thoughts, the Rayquazas simultaneously glanced at their trainer, who has a legendary Pokémon that can produce offspring in such a manner. The Rayquaza's speed was remarkable. Upon arriving in the Sinnoh region, Zhang Feng promptly recalled them into their Master Balls, storing them within the system's space. Of course, through his interactions with the Rayquazas, he discovered that these two indeed differed in gender and could potentially be paired together, and if they were to unite, they could certainly have offspring. Zhang Feng's original Rayquaza is male, while Black Rayquaza is female. So perhaps Zhang Feng's grand dream of leading a squad of Rayquazas into battle against the Master 8 is not entirely far-fetched. After all, in the original storyline, Lugia also had its own offspring, as its mother was captured by Team Rocket while trying to protect little Lugia. Therefore, the existence of gender among legendary Pokémon and the possibility of producing offspring within the same species is indeed plausible. It is merely that the overwhelming strength of legendary beings may diminish their reproductive capabilities. To this, Zhang Feng could only express that everything is destined to unfold as it should, after adjusting the environment to suit the needs of the Rayquazas. Allowing them to foster their bond and cultivate their feelings, Zhang Feng prepared to head toward the headquarters of the Sinnoh Pokémon League. As the gym evaluator of the Pokémon League headquarters, Zhang Feng could freely travel to any region and evaluate any gym. As long as the true strength of a gym leader is at the level of a quasi-champion, they can be deemed qualified. Otherwise, if the evaluated gym leader fails to reach the quasi-champion level, the evaluation will be deemed a failure, and the Pokémon League headquarters will appoint a stronger trainer to take their place. In the Sinnoh region, as the gym leaders prepared for their evaluations, Zhang Feng, the gym assessment officer, had to make a trip to the Sinnoh Pokémon League headquarters to meet with Cynthia. Chapter 2. Gym Assessment Officer Zhang Feng arrives at the Sinnoh headquarters, situated in the towering Tian Crown Mountains. Upon Zhang Feng's arrival at the Sinnoh Pokémon League headquarters, he was greeted by a striking architectural ensemble that bore no resemblance to the headquarters of the Hoenn Pokémon League. The latter, located in the vibrant city of Saito, consisted primarily of tall buildings with a distinctly Western European aesthetic. In contrast, the Sinnoh headquarters was majestically perched atop the mountains, adorned with statues of the legendary Pokémon Dialga and Palkia scattered throughout. This was indeed something that the Hoenn League could take note of, utilizing statues of legendary Pokémon to showcase the regional league's formidable presence seemed quite commendable. When discussing the histories and mythologies of various regions, each Pokémon League naturally boasts its own guardian deities. However, in the Sinnoh and Johto regions, the guardians truly embody their roles as protectors. On the other hand, the legendary Pokémon of Hoenn would have long been reduced to ruins by the destructive forces of Groudon and Kyogre, were it not for the protective presence of Rayquaza. Zhang Feng mused that the titles of God of the Sea and God of the Land seemed more aptly suited to the monikers of the destructive deities. Who among the benevolent deities engages in battles to the death, disregarding the suffering of the local populace? Fortunately, the inhabitants of the Hoenn region possess remarkable resilience, having survived countless tsunamis and volcanic eruptions to continue their existence. In comparison, the life deity Ho-Oh of Johto and the sea deity Lugia appear to be far more reliable. Ho-Oh rejuvenated the charred bell tower, transforming 3 lifeless Pokémon into the legendary beasts Inei, Raikou, and Suicune to protect the Johto region. Meanwhile, Lugia intervened during the chaos wrought by the deities of fire, lightning, and ice, rescuing the island's inhabitants and the world, even as it faced its own demise. The creator deity of the Sinnoh region is indeed magnificent. Not only did it lend its life orb to humanity for a better existence, but it also succumbed to a deep slumber for this very cause. However, with Zhang Feng having successfully captured both Groudon and Kyogre, he felt confident that the Hoenn region would thrive under his future reign as champion. In a month's time, when he ascended to the title of regional champion of the Hoenn League, he envisioned placing a statue of Rayquaza at the entrance of his own league headquarters. Upon reaching the Sinnoh Pokemon League headquarters, Zhang Feng noticed that beneath the imposing statues of the legendary beasts, security personnel were patrolling. Upon spotting Zhang Feng, they approached him promptly. "Hello, sir. This is the Sinnoh Pokemon League headquarters. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. Please present your identification or kindly vacate the premises." Hearing this from the security personnel, Zhang Feng furrowed his brow. He then retrieved his Pokédex and calmly stated, "I am the gym assessment officer dispatched by the Pokemon League headquarters, and I need to speak with Cynthia." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the security personnel exchanged doubtful glances, finding his claims somewhat far-fetched. Since when did gym assessment officers take the form of such youthful trainers? After all, to evaluate the gym leaders of a region, one must possess the strength to command respect from them. Otherwise, how could one expect these esteemed leaders to yield? It was well known that those who held the title of gym leader were the creme de la creme, possessing extraordinary abilities to safeguard their territories. Moreover, within the Sinnoh League's gym leaders, there was a formidable Fire-type Elite Four member, Dai, whose prowess was said to be on par with that of his peers. He served as the leader of the Lakefront Gym, specializing in Electric-type Pokémon. Given this context, it was only logical that a gym assessment officer should possess strength surpassing that of the Elite Four, making Zhang Feng's youthful appearance and audacious claim all the more incredulous to the security staff. The gym leaders and champions undergo evaluations every 4 years, and the last evaluator to visit Sinnoh was the former Elite Four member of the Kanto region, the current champion of Kanto, Yulong Du. Given Zhang Feng's obscurity, lacking any noteworthy reputation as an Elite Four or champion, how could he possibly be a formidable evaluator sent by the league headquarters? While the Pokédex could indeed validate his identity, the security personnel felt compelled to warn him, impersonating a gym assessment officer could lead to serious trouble. Even if you are a trainer of the Pokemon League, the Sinnoh headquarters is not a place you can enter at will, let alone impersonate someone else. Their condescending demeanor was infuriating, as they dismissed Zhang Feng despite his clear display of the Pokédex, convinced of his deception. It seemed that no matter where one went, the gatekeepers were always a challenge to confront. While the security personnel were tasked with safeguarding the Pokemon League headquarters, their attitude was wholly unwarranted. Zhang Feng recalled that when President Damalanche appointed him as gym assessment officer, he had been informed that this position was on par with that of the Elite Four, intended to give him valuable experience before he assumed the title of champion in Hoenn. Thus, Zhang Feng promptly stowed away his Pokédex and produced a Pokeball from his hand. Unappreciative fools. Ding. Host's emotional fluctuations detected. In response to the provocation from the Sinnoh Pokemon League staff, the following choices are presented. Option 1. Utilize overwhelming strength to subdue these individuals and gain entry into the Sinnoh Pokemon League headquarters, receiving a random tablet from the creator deity Arceus. Option 2. Engage in polite dialogue with these individuals, after which, upon locating Cynthia, handle them according to League protocol, receiving a random Mega Evolution Stone. Option 3. Grovel and plead with these individuals, only to be expelled from the Tian Crown Mountains, receiving a Dusk Stone. Having considered these options, Zhang Feng had already made his decision and swiftly chose the first one. In the next moment, a brilliant red light enveloped the area as a colossal Metagross descended from the sky, standing 50 meters tall. Subsequently, an immense psychic force radiated from the Metagross, immobilizing the security personnel atop the Tian Crown Mountains, rendering them helpless. Sensing the disturbance, the Sinnoh Pokemon League headquarters immediately sounded alarms that echoed throughout the Tian Crown Mountains. Chapter 3. Surrounding the fiery Elite Four Dai. Trouble. Someone has invaded the headquarters of the Sinnoh Pokemon League atop Tian Crown Mountain. A trainer appeared outside, accompanied by a 50-meter-tall Metagross, binding all patrolling security personnel at the summit. How terrifying. This individual must be looking for trouble. Quickly, notify the Elite Four and Champion Cynthia. Is there any strong trainer present at the headquarters? We must have them intervene to resolve this provocation. With an intruder on the premises, chaos erupted within the Sinnoh Pokemon League headquarters as the alarm echoed through the Tian Crown Mountains. Given that just a few days prior, the Sinnoh Pokemon League's Lilac Conference had concluded, Champion Cynthia was personally at the event, presenting trophies to the victors. The timing of this intrusion, with the champion absent from the headquarters, was indeed fortuitous for the assailant. Currently, only the Fire-type Elite Four member Dai remained at the Sinnoh Pokemon League headquarters. Quickly, summon Elite Four member Dai. At this moment, outside the grand entrance of the Sinnoh Pokemon League headquarters on Crown Mountain, a throng of trainers surged forth from within. encircling Zhang Feng and the colossal psychic golem. Who on earth are you? What business do you have at the Sinnoh Pokemon League headquarters? Do not be so arrogant. Although your Pokemon appears formidable, this is the headquarters of the Sinnoh Pokemon League, where many powerful trainers reside. We have already informed Champion Cynthia and the Elite Four. And even Elite Four member Dai Yi is present. Do not act recklessly. As Zhang Feng listened to their clamorous remarks, he felt a sense of annoyance. Perhaps it was due to the warm respect he received from everyone in the Hoenn Pokemon League that his comparatively obscure reputation led to such petty harassment upon his arrival at the Sinnoh League. It seemed he was destined to make a name for himself here, and he must swiftly ascend to become the champion of the Hoenn League, gaining recognition worldwide. After reflecting on this, Zhang Feng commanded, "Golem, unleash your psychic powers." Upon receiving the order, the massive psychic golem's eyes glowed a brilliant blue, binding the hundreds of trainers surrounding Zhang Feng in a grip of psychic force. Witnessing the futility of their numbers against Zhang Feng, an irate voice rang out, "Incompetent fools." With that, a man sporting a fiery red afro emerged from the doors of the Sinnoh League headquarters, his gaze fixed intently upon Zhang Feng. The personnel left behind at headquarters are growing increasingly useless. They cannot even fend off a mere child, allowing him to single-handedly take on hundreds. What a disgrace. This man was none other than Dai Yi, the second-ranked Fire-type Elite Four member of the Sinnoh League. His face was aflame with fury as he hurled a Pokeball, summoning a fearsome fire Pokemon. Ding dong. The current attributes of the fire Pokemon are as follows. Pokemon. Fire Pokemon. Level, 71. Ability, Blaze. Type, Fire. Potential, Gold. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Skills, Flare Blitz, Baton Pass, Teeter Dance, Fire Fong, Fire Spin, Smoke Screen, Flare Blitz. A level 71 fire Pokemon had already reached the realm of champions, illustrating the prowess of those elevated to the ranks of the Elite Four, all boasting peak-level strength. Some were even champions in their own right. As the second-in-command of the Sinnoh Elite Four, Dai Yi's strength was indeed formidable. Yet, it seemed he still fell short in the face of Zhang Feng. Psychic Golem, unleash your psychic force. As Zhang Feng's words fell, the colossal psychic golem glanced down at the diminutive adversary, and a surge of even more potent psychic energy erupted forth. In response to the golem's onslaught, Dai Yi commanded his Fire Pokemon, use Bite to thwart his psychic abilities. Upon receiving Dai Yi's command, the Fire Pokemon sprang into action. Despite its diminutive size, it moved with remarkable speed, charging toward the psychic golem and sinking its teeth into the golem's form, infused with dark energy. The restrained attack, albeit minor, inflicted pain upon the psychic golem, halting its actions and allowing the throng of trainers previously immobilized by psychic force to regain their mobility. You wretched scoundrel. With Dai Yi here, no matter your petty stature, I command you to leave. The audacity of a single individual daring to assault the Sinnoh Pokemon League headquarters was met with collective outrage. It appeared that Zhang Feng had incited the wrath of the entire Sinnoh League. Humph. As Zhang Feng listened to their taunts, his eyes turned a deep purple. In the next instant, a wave of psychic energy, mightier than that of the colossal psychic golem, swept across the entire Sinnoh League. At this moment, whether it was Dai Yi of the Elite Four, the ordinary trainers, or even the aspiring elite-level experts, all were thoroughly intimidated by the pressure emanating from Zhang Feng, akin to that of a divine beast. Summoning another Pokemon as his trump card, a level 75 Infernape stood defiantly before Dai Yi, allowing him to regain some semblance of strength. No wonder he is so arrogant. He is indeed a psychic powerhouse. Aside from Dai Yi, the others found themselves overwhelmed by a terrifying aura, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The scene mirrored the Conqueror's Haki from One Piece, crushing the ranks of the lesser foes. Dai Yi was able to withstand Zhang Feng's psychic assault only because Zhang Feng had intentionally held back. After all, how could an ordinary human possibly endure such divine, beast-like psychic prowess? Infernape, go forth and unleash Fire Punch. Fire Pokemon, use Fire Spin. In a moment of pressure, the two Fire-type Pokemon advanced toward the towering psychic golem, but even they found it arduous to move under Zhang Feng's mental influence. Despite Infernape's prowess in battle, as Dai Yi's ace, he had faced numerous formidable foes, yet against this human's psychic abilities, he found himself unable to act effectively. Consequently, the massive psychic golem unleashed a devastating beam of energy, sending Infernape and the Fire Pokemon flying. Realizing he was unable to defeat Zhang Feng, Dai Yi's expression shifted dramatically. As a member of the Elite Four, even the top-ranked Wusong should not be more formidable than Zhang Feng, should he? Did this imply that only Cynthia could match his strength within the entirety of the Sinnoh region? Wusong, another powerful trainer specializing in Psychic-type Pokémon, had exerted pressure on Dai Yi, but it paled in comparison to what Zhang Feng had unleashed. Just then, Infernape and the fire Pokémon miraculously rose from the ground, feeling rejuvenated as the bonds that had previously restrained them vanished. In the next moment, the two Pokémon cast joyful glances at Dai Yi. Observing this, Dai Yi's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening as he watched Zhang Feng retrieve yet another Pokeball, a look of apprehension crossing his face. What was this man planning? Had he suddenly lifted the psychic restraint merely to toy with him? At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Bronzong, unleash your Hyper Beam. Chapter 4. The Elite Four battle Zhang Feng, bonding with Milotic. Bronzong, unleash your Hyper Beam. Swampert, use Earthquake. Scyther, execute Swords Dance. When a Bronzong materialized from the void, a man with blue hair, glasses, and a red suit stood atop it, his eyes glinting with determination. Clearly, this was Wusong, the top-ranked Psychic-type Elite Four member of the Sinnoh League. Before Wusong, a Sun Pokemon bore a fierce expression, flanked by an older woman and a young man with green hair. Representing the remaining two members of the Elite Four, the Ground-type Elite Four-member Granny Ju and the Bug-type Elite Four-member Ailu. Alongside the fiery-haired Dai Yi, the four elite members of the Sinnoh Pokemon League were now assembled. 10 minutes prior, upon learning of Zhang Feng's assault on Crown Mountain, Wusong had dispatched his Sun Pokemon to hasten back. Unable to reach Dai Yi, he feared for his safety. Recognizing the formidable strength of this new adversary, Dai Yi had enlisted the aid of the Sun Pokemon to summon the other two elite members, Granny Ju and Ailu, before returning to Crown Mountain using Wusong's psychic powers. Just as they arrived to witness Dai Yi struggling against Zhang Feng, Wusong and his companions' voices resonated through the air. Subsequently, the devastating light from the bronze bell struck fiercely upon the colossal psychic clay doll. Following this tremendous impact, the gigantic figure emitted a mournful cry, and its previously levitating form came crashing down to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Granny Kiku swiftly dispatched a sand hippopotamus to unleash an earthquake, delivering a direct blow to the immense psychic clay doll. After enduring consecutive assaults, the giant clay doll succumbed to a frenzy. Simultaneously, King Ailu's flying scyther swooped in like an assassin, executing a series of sword dances and slashes to relentlessly deplete the clay doll's stamina. Observing the giant psychic clay doll being besieged by the four heavenly kings, resembling a living target due to its massive size, Zhang Feng promptly retrieved his heavy ball. The 7 Pokemon that emerged were Zhang Feng's most formidable 7 mainstays: Lizard King, Pidgeot, Milotic, Metagross, Infernape, Golden Boscodora, and Aerodactyl, making their grand entrance. The notion of overwhelming an opponent with numbers was rather intriguing. He yearned to witness the true strength of the 4 heavenly kings of the Sinnoh Pokemon League. Since engaging in battle with the 4 heavenly kings was now inevitable, he resolved to give it his all. This would allow Zhang Feng to gauge his current capabilities and determine the optimal lineup for the forthcoming challenges against the Elite Four of the Hoenn Pokemon League. Upon witnessing Zhang Feng summon his 7 Pokemon, King Wusong deployed an Ailuroido, while Granny Kiku brought forth a Scorpy, and King Ailu sent out a Drapion. Thus, the scene was set. Dai Yi's level 75 Infernape and level 71 Fire Pokemon, Wusong's level 78 Bronze Bell and level 78 Ailuroido, Granny Kiku's level 72 Sand Hippopotamus and level 70 Scorpy, and King Ailu's Flying Scyther and Drapion both standing at level 69. Hence, the power of the 4 heavenly kings was confirmed, with the chief possessing the pinnacle of champion-level strength, while the remaining 6 were primarily at the champion level as well. It was no wonder that the chief of the 4 heavenly kings could contend with regional champions in decisive battles, often engaging in fierce exchanges. The vice-captain among the 4 heavenly kings possessed advanced champion-level Pokemon, while the others ranged from beginner champion level to peak king tier, lacking a full roster of champion-level Pokemon. The third member of the 4 heavenly kings combined both beginner champion and peak king tier Pokemon. The final member typically featured peak king tier Pokemon. Therefore, with Zhang Feng's current prowess, he was more than capable of taking on Ailu, even if he solely relied on his non-legendary forces. Lizard King, Pidgeot, Metagross, Aerodactyl, Boscodora, Mega Evolution, let us commence. As Zhang Feng's words resonated, 5 radiant beams of multicolored light illuminated the arena. In the next moment, the Super Lizard King, Super Pidgeot, Super Metagross, Super Aerodactyl, and Super Boscodora made their grand debut. Meanwhile, Infernape was eager to enter its Bond evolution state. Milotic was equally keen, for not long ago. It had also unlocked its bond evolution effect with Zhang Feng's assistance. Understanding the intentions of his two Pokémon, Zhang Feng nodded in agreement. Instantly, two figures began to merge with him, the potency of their psychic abilities rendering Zhang Feng's mental strength formidable. This allowed him to simultaneously initiate Mega Evolution and Bond Evolution for all 7 of his Pokémon. In the next moment, Infernape emerged from a towering pillar of fire. Milotic began to serenade a melodious tune, appearing from a waterfall that seemingly materialized out of thin air. Compared to its previous form, which was as pure as jade, the Bond-evolved Milotic now exuded an even more captivating allure. At that moment, Milotic's form extended over 20 meters, sporting a white antenna atop its head reminiscent of a Haxorus. Its body now more immaculate, with 2 flowing red tendrils dancing in the wind, resembling a pure white dragon without claws. Ding dong. The current attributes of Bond-evolved Milotic are as follows. Pokémon, Bond Milotic. Level, 76. Abilities, Charming Body, Mystic Scales, Water Veil, regenerates health slowly during battle. Type, Water. Aptitude, Red. Bond Evolution, Bond Milotic. Mega Evolution, Unlockable. Skills, Water Pulse, Captivating Voice, Hypnosis, Charm, Dragon Tail, Self-Restoration, Hydro Pump. Affection, 255. Experience, met in Orange Flower City. Successfully evolved into Milotic through the power of its trainer, now possessing an even more perfect form, with a significant increase in strength. Hobbies, becoming beautiful, adoring its trainer. Chapter 5. He single-handedly suppresses the 4 Heavenly Kings? At this moment, as Zhang Feng's 7 strongest main Pokémon emerged, bolstered by Mega and Bond evolutions. None of his Pokémon were below the champion level. The Super Lizard King, at level 71, reached level 76 after Mega Evolution. Super Pidgeot, Bond Milotic, Bond Infernape, Super Metagross, Super Boscodora, and Super Aerodactyl all attained levels 75 and 76 as well. Comparatively, Zhang Feng's current strength far surpassed that of the typical 4th-ranking Ailu among the 4 Heavenly Kings. Even without activating Mega Evolution, Zhang Feng could engage in battle with formidable opponents like Granny Kiku and emerge victorious. However, if he were to face the chief and second-in-command of the 4 Heavenly Kings, then after activating Mega Evolution, Dayu would undoubtedly fall short against Zhang Feng. As for Chief Wusong, he might need to bring in a legendary Pokémon as reinforcement. After all, even in an all-out battle, Zhang Feng could utilize Bond Evolution or Mega Evolution only once. Yet now, amid the chaos of battle, with all 7 Pokémon activating Mega Evolution, the displayed strength was astonishing. What is this phenomenon? Pokémon that had already reached their final evolutionary forms could still evolve. Quite fascinating. At this moment, Dayu was most exhilarated. Seeing Zhang Feng's Infernape transform into a more powerful form ignited a fiery ambition within him. If his Infernape could attain such a level, with his own strength, perhaps he could defeat Wusong and become the chief of the 4 Heavenly Kings. As Zhang Feng unleashed his psychic abilities, directly implanting his commands into the minds of his Pokémon, the Super Lizard King was the first to spring into action. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying energy beam, Dragon Pulse, which struck directly at King Ailu's Drapion. The formidable power shattered upon impact, leaving the Drapion unable to unleash its skills. One strike, a decisive victory. Ding dong, Lizard King defeated Drapion, earning 785 experience points. Seizing this moment, Bond Milotic unleashed a surf attack, sending all opposing Pokémon flying. Under the weight of type disadvantage, the Sand Hippopotamus and Fire Pokémon lost their fighting capabilities. Ding dong. Bond Milotic defeated Sand Hippopotamus and Fire Pokémon, gaining 900 experience points, leveling up to level 77, while Milotic reached level 71. Witnessing the prowess of Zhang Feng's Pokémon, Super Boscodora executed a rock slide attack, a group assault targeting the 4 Heavenly Kings. Bond Infernape, brimming with enthusiasm, charged directly at Dayu's Infernape, delivering a powerful punch that sent Dayu's ace Pokémon flying. Observing this scene, King Wusong's expression changed dramatically, immediately ordering his Bronze Bell to intervene, being the strongest. The Bronze Bell managed to protect Dayu's Infernape, preventing it from losing its fighting capabilities. Ailu Rado charged forth, engaging in close combat with Zhang Feng's Super Lizard King, the clashing of blades resonating like a continuous symphony. Meanwhile, the Super Fossil Pterodactyl soared above, observing the helplessness of the Scyther below before swiftly diving down to seize it in an unrelenting assault. Afterward, it hurled the Scyther from the sky, unleashing a cataclysmic beam of destruction that rendered the Scyther incapable of continuing the fight. Recognizing Ailuredo's limitations in the confrontation against Zhang Feng, Wusong promptly withdrew him from the battlefield. Witnessing this scene, Ailuredo, one of the Elite Four of the Sinnoh Pokémon League, was visibly shaken. How infuriating to discover that my strength is so feeble. His eyes were filled with resentment, yet powerless to assist his teammates due to his own inadequacies. He could do nothing but aid the injured members of the Pokémon League. Consequently, Zhang Feng was left to face only 3 opponents. The Super Metagross, noticing Ailuredo's departure, activated its supercomputer-like intellect to unleash a powerful psychic attack against the Scorpion King. Seizing the opportunity, the super fossil pterodactyl struck with its tail, defeating the Scorpion King. With no other options, Old Lady Kiku withdrew from the fray as well. With the exit of 2 elite trainers, Wusong and Day released all their remaining Pokémon to maintain their formation. Wusong's lineup consisted of a level 78 Bronzong and Ailuredo, a level 76 Alakazam and Solrock, and a level 75 Drifblim and Kyogre. Day's main team included a level 75 Infernape, a level 74 Porygon-Z and Rapidash, and a level 72 Houndoom and Manectric. As for the weakest Fire-type Pokémon, it had already been rendered incapable of battle. Thus, Zhang Feng now faced a total of 11 Pokémon. Infernape unleashed a flamethrower, Manectric, Houndoom, and Rapidash executed a Fire Blast, Porygon-Z, consumed by flames. Bronzong fired a beam of destruction, Ailuredo employed Leaf Blade, Kyogre and Drifblim activated Mirror Code and Light Screen, while Alakazam and Solrock cast Illusion. In comparison, Wusong proved to be the most formidable, as his tactical arrangement of 6 Pokémon included attackers, support, and defenders, creating a remarkably cohesive strategy. As the Super Lizard King charged ahead, Ailuredo met it head-on, both unleashing Leaf Blades simultaneously, resulting in a stalemate. Simultaneously, Drifblim and Kyogre executed their mirror move, while Drifblim's light screen shielded every one of Wusong's Pokémon, mitigating the effectiveness of Zhang Feng's attacks. Next, Alakazam and Solrock combined their psychic energy to counter Zhang Feng's Super Metagross. Together, they barely managed to stall the advance of Zhang Feng's formidable Pokémon. On the other side, Day's Infernape was being overwhelmed by Zhang Feng's bonded Infernape, prompting Porygon-Z to step in. The two coordinated seamlessly against Zhang Feng's Infernape. In a short span, they discovered the effectiveness of their combined assault, preventing the bonded Infernape from swiftly overpowering them. Meanwhile, Milotic, showcasing its true form for the first time in front of an audience, activated Aqua Ring to restore its vitality, while Kyogre unleashed a Thunderbolt, enabling it to withstand the onslaught effortlessly. Shortly thereafter, a devastating Hydro Pump struck Manectric, leading to its downfall. As Ailuredo and Kiku revived the unconscious members of the Pokémon League, they were met with a shocking sight. Zhang Feng single-handedly dominated the 4 elite trainers of the Sinnoh Pokémon League. Chapter 6. One man's strength overwhelms the Sinnoh Pokémon League. After Day recalled the defeated Manectric, Houndoom and Rapidash circled around Milotic, charging toward Zhang Feng's Metagross. With flames consuming everything, they unleashed their assault. The Super Metagross, already locked in a stalemate with Wusong's other 2 Pokémon, Alakazam and Solrock, was taken aback by the sudden fiery onslaught. In a moment of peril, Super Boscodora intervened, launching a rock slide to envelop Metagross, successfully shielding it from the fire-type attack. Thus, the defense held. The fiery assault merely shattered the rocks, failing to touch Metagross. In the next instant, the Super Metagross unleashed its strength, overpowering Solrock and Alakazam, then converged its 4 arms, channeling fighting-type energy into a hammer arm directed forward. Faced with this onslaught, Solrock and Alakazam instantaneously teleported away. Alas, the Super Metagross's attack was not aimed at them. In the horrified gaze of Rapidash and Houndoom, the Super Metagross charged before them, delivering a devastating hammer arm that sent them flying. Beside them, Boscodora unleashed a barrage of energy beams. Consequently, Day, the Fire-type elite trainer, suffered the loss of 2 more Pokémon. Ding Dong. Metagross and Boscodora defeated Rapidash and Houndoom, gaining 900 experience points and leveling up to level 71. Thus, Day was left with only 2 Pokémon, Infernape and Porygon-Z, battling against Zhang Feng's bonded Infernape. In a 1-on-2 confrontation, Zhang Feng's Infernape maintained an upper hand, making it merely a matter of time before it eliminated its adversaries. Simultaneously, the long-prepared Super Pidgeot seized the moment to strike with a brave bird on Infernape. Receiving support from its partner, the bonded Infernape grew even more ferocious. With a single drain punch, it sent Porygon-Z flying, as Day's Pokémon faced near-total defeat. The onlookers from the Sinnoh Pokémon League were left in disbelief. Who was this individual? How could he single-handedly defeat the Elite Four of the Sinnoh Pokémon League? And now even overpower Day? Does this mean Wusong is the only one capable of standing against him? At this moment, someone seemed to recognize Zhang Feng's identity. After all, Zhang Feng was a celebrated hero who had saved the Hoenn Pokémon League and the victor of the Hoenn League's prestigious tournament. People from the Sinnoh region occasionally followed competitions from other regions, and the more they watched, the more familiar Zhang Feng appeared, especially with his choice of Pokémon. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "I know who he is. Zhang Feng, the winner of this year's Hoenn League tournament, the youngest champion in history." The Hoenn Pokémon League is currently rallying support for him to challenge the Elite Four in a month. Upon hearing this, the members of the Sinnoh Pokémon League headquarters were enraged. What? He is also a member of the Pokémon League? Why is he attacking us, the Sinnoh Pokémon League? Is the Hoenn Pokémon League challenging us? How audacious. Wusong, make him pay. Yes, Wusong, bring this guy down hard. Is he here to test his strength before challenging the Elite Four of the Hoenn League? How outrageous. In light of the crowd's comments, both Wusong and Day understood Zhang Feng's identity, though they were unsure why he had come to confront them. However, if their Sinnoh Elite Four were truly challenged by someone from the Hoenn Pokémon League, wouldn't that be a tremendous embarrassment? In the future, when the trainers from the Sinnoh Pokémon League encounter those from the Hoenn Pokémon League, such matters will undoubtedly be discussed. Just like Suqiao, the Sinnoh Pokémon League will be branded with the same ignominy as the Shaolizard of Gyao Province. However, despite this grim reality, Wusong found himself utterly incapable of fending off Zhang Feng. Although he still possessed 6 Pokémon, with all of Day's Pokémon having been defeated, he was inevitably at a disadvantage. Facing Zhang Feng alone, with a fierce roar, the bonded Infernape suddenly extended its hands, and a tangible flame materialized into a flaming staff. In the hands of the bonded Infernape, the fiery staff danced with an impressive vigor. The next moment, a thunderous crash echoed as the flaming staff struck Infernape with tremendous force, overwhelming Day's Infernape, which succumbed to the blow and lost its fighting capability. Ding dong. The bonded Infernape triumphed over Infernape, earning 3,000 experience points, leading to a level increase, now standing at level 78, while Infernape remained at level 72. Seizing the opportunity, the Mega Pidgeot unleashed a devastating Hyper Beam, dispatching the Ducklet. Ding dong. The Mega Pidgeot defeated Ducklet, gaining 2,937 points of experience, resulting in a level up, now at level 77, while Pidgeot remained at level 72. Thus, Zhang Feng's only remaining opponent was Wusong. Observing this turn of events, Wusong, the champion, adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Since you are also a member of the Pokémon League, why do you seek to assault our Sinnoh League? Is it because you believe we have no one to defend us, especially with champion Cynthia absent?" Knowing he was likely no match for Zhang Feng, and with the other 3 champions having been subdued or even defeated, Wusong had no choice but to adopt a tactical retreat, ceasing his battle with Zhang Feng. Hearing Wusong's words, Zhang Feng merely scoffed, "You twist the truth. Your Sinnoh League is quite adept at that. Furthermore, there is no need to invoke Cynthia to intimidate me. Had she been here, this battle would never have occurred." As he spoke, Zhang Feng fixed his unwavering gaze upon Wusong, declaring, "Let us not dwell on such matters. I shall eliminate you first." With that, he bellowed to his increasingly invigorated companions. Chapter 7. The legendary beasts emerge, the twin dragons appear, and dominate the arena. The Mega Lizard King unleashed a solar flare that swept across the battlefield. The bonded Milotic surged forward with a powerful surf, engulfing the entire arena. The Mega Aerodactyl unleashed a titanic shockwave, obliterating the Sucker Punch Pokémon. The Mega Blastoise fired a barrage of energy beams. The Mega Pidgeot launched a ferocious aerial assault against the Kirin. The bonded Infernape engaged in a staff battle that shook the very earth. The Mega Metagross unleashed a powerful psychic force. This technique, the staff battle of the bonded Infernape, was a skill created by Zhang Feng, inspired by the legendary Monkey King. As the bonded Infernape itself is a monkey-type Pokémon, coupled with its exceptional fighting skills and innate talent, it birthed this unique ability, wielding its fiery staff to dominate the battlefield. Faced with Zhang Feng's relentless assault, Wusong realized persuasion was futile, and thus, he too mustered all his strength. Solar Pokémon. Sucker Punch Pokémon, Alakazam, Psychic. He commanded. Kirin, unleash thunder against Milotic. Bronzong, use Hyper Beam. Aegislash, employ Sacred Sword. In an instant, 13 Pokémon clashed violently. Under the enhancements of Mega Evolution and Bonded Evolution, the lower-level Pokémon, such as Wusong's Kirin, fell first. After the Mega Pidgeot dispatched Kirin, its gaze fixated on the next adversary. The Solar Pokémon was the second to fall, succumbing to the Mega Aerodactyl's Hyper Beam. The Sucker Punch Pokémon, having been restrained by the Mega Metagross's psychic prowess, was then smashed away by the bonded Infernape. With 3 Pokémon lost in quick succession, Wusong's expression grew grim. Nevertheless, the attacks from the remaining 3 Pokémon still struck Zhang Feng's team, and despite their fervor, the damage sustained could not be ignored. Due to their immense size, the Blastoise and Metagross absorbed the brunt of the onslaught, prompting Zhang Feng to strategically position them in the rear to recover their depleted stamina. Although the bonded Infernape was formidable, it too began to tire from its numerous engagements. Zhang Feng directed it to confront Bronzong, recognizing it as an easy target due to its lack of mobility and substantial size, perfectly suited for the bonded Infernape's strengths. Meanwhile, the Mega Lizard King and Aegislash continued their evenly matched duel, while Pidgeot and Aerodactyl, being flying-type Pokémon, evaded attacks with agility, swiftly countering. The bonded Milotic displayed its terrifying prowess. Many of Day's Pokémon had fallen to its might, and in its new bonded form, it unleashed a relentless barrage of water cannons. The abilities Water Veil and Hydration continuously replenished Milotic's health, rendering it the undisputed monarch of the battlefield, nearly unscathed. With a resounding crash, Alakazam was sent flying by Milotic's water cannon, collapsing in defeat. At this juncture, Wusong lost all desire to continue the battle. Now, he was left with only 2 Pokémon, both at level 78, the pinnacle of champion status, Bronzong and Aegislash. Yet Zhang Feng showed no signs of halting. He pressed on, forcing Wusong to steel himself for the fight ahead. Witnessing this scene, Day was incensed. What a scoundrel! All trainers from the Sinnoh Pokémon League, heed my command. Release all your Pokémon and launch a full-scale assault on Zhang Feng's team. I refuse to believe that so many hundreds of Pokémon cannot overcome your 7. As Day's fury boiled over, Wusong sensed impending disaster. However, he found himself powerless to intervene. Thus, under Day's command, Alai and Grandma Kiku exchanged glances and unleashed their remaining 4 Pokémon. With the 2 champions leading the charge, a multitude of bright red lights flickered, surrounding Zhang Feng and his Pokémon in a formidable barrier. At that moment, Zhang Feng merely chuckled. How amusing. This battle has truly invigorated me. After a fit of laughter, the onlookers perceived a hint of madness in Zhang Feng's demeanor. Did he still possess hidden cards, even at this juncture? The next instant, Zhang Feng removed the Master Ball from around his neck, simultaneously conjuring another Master Ball seemingly from thin air. Witnessing this, the 4 champions felt a collective dread wash over them. A Master Ball, as 2 radiant beams of light flashed, 2 colossal dragons, one emerald and the other black gold, spiraled majestically around the summit of Tian Crown Mountain. With a thunderous roar, the overwhelming presence of these dragons sent all Pokémon in the vicinity into a frenzy, seeking refuge in their lairs. Dragon might radiated in all directions. Is this Rayquaza? Or perhaps 2 of them, one of which is a shiny variant? Dread consumed them, for the pressure exerted by Rayquaza was so potent that the Pokémon lost the will to continue fighting. As the 2 Rayquazas made their grand entrance, the trainers of the Sinnoh Pokémon League were left aghast. Even the 4 champions of the Sinnoh League stood dumbfounded before the might of Zhang Feng's dual Rayquazas. This individual, having nearly obliterated the 4 Heavenly Kings with a mere 7 Pokémon, not to mention the 2 legendary beasts, Rayquaza, possesses such formidable power that the annihilation of the Sinnoh Pokémon League is not an inconceivable feat. How could the victor of the Hoenn Pokémon League Conference wield such terrifying strength? The bonded Infernape dispatched the Bronze Bell with an explosive flare blitz. The Lizard King, after the skies cleared, unleashed Solar Flare upon Galade. With Zhang Feng's command issued, the Super Lizard King and the bonded Infernape surged into action, utilizing their overwhelming might to vanquish the last 2 Pokémon of Champion Wusong. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance. From that moment forth, a legend emerged within the Sinnoh Pokémon League. On that fateful day, a mysterious powerhouse single-handedly challenged the entirety of the Sinnoh Pokémon League headquarters. The 4 Heavenly Kings were dispatched with effortless ease. Upon the revelation of this news, Pokémon Leagues across the land were engulfed in trepidation, fearing they might follow in the footsteps of the Sinnoh League. Chapter 8. A Surge in Power, Causes and Consequences. At this moment, as Zhang Feng summoned forth 2 mighty Rayquaza, the elite members of the Sinnoh Pokémon League gritted their teeth, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. In that instant, sheer numbers seemed futile. Initially, They had believed that the combined forces of the four kings would surely subdue Zhang Feng, yet collectively they were dispatched with ease. Now, even with hundreds of trainers launching their attacks, their Pokémon numbering in the thousands, it proved utterly ineffective. The adversary possessed Rayquaza, gazing upon the colossal dragon form. Spanning tens of thousands of meters and nearly encircling the entire Crown Mountain, no one doubted that any further action would prompt Zhang Feng to unleash Rayquaza's dragon breath, annihilating the Sinnoh Pokémon League entirely. Under the oppressive aura of the two legendary dragons, Zhang Feng observed the thousands of Pokémon encircling him and promptly released all of his primary battle Pokémon. In an instant, the ground was awash with crimson light. Ice Pokémon, Moon Pokémon, Fairy Pokémon, two shiny Gardevoir, Bloodwing Dragon, Weevil, Blaziken, Charizard, Serperior, Feraligatr, Torterra, Absol, Dragonair, and the massive Psychic-type Claydol all made their entrance. Under the pressure of Rayquaza, Zhang Feng's Pokémon became akin to battlefield harvesters, defeating all adversaries in a mere 10 minutes. Thus, the power dynamics shifted dramatically. With the primary Pokémon of the four Heavenly Kings, Wusong, Day, Gieno, and Aliu, rendered incapable of battle, the seven main Pokémon Zhang Feng had previously deployed experienced a significant surge in their levels. The Lizard King, currently at level 74, upon Mega Evolution, could reach level 79, fully stepping into the realm of mid-tier champions. Post-Mega Evolution, it possessed peak champion-level strength. Pidgeot, also at level 74, similarly ascended to level 79 upon Mega Evolution. Milotic, at level 74, surpassed the Lizard King through Bond Evolution, attaining the true pinnacle of champion status, as Bond Evolution surpasses Mega Evolution by one tier, reaching level 80. Aerodactyl, at level 74, also reached level 79 post-Mega Evolution. The Infernape proved even stronger, currently at level 75, and through Bond Evolution, could achieve level 81, reaching master-level prowess. Metagross and Boscodora, too, reached level 75, attaining peak champion status post-Mega Evolution. The newcomers excelled due to the superior potential of Infernape, Metagross, and Boscodora, all boasting red-tier potential, thus surpassing Zhang Feng's initial companions. Similarly, the other Pokémon experienced a meteoric rise in levels. The Ice Pokémon, Moon Pokémon, Fairy Pokémon, and Gardevoir had all achieved elite-level strength, with levels soaring to 66 post-battle. If dissected further, they resided within the higher echelons of elite-level power. The Bloodwing Dragon excelled even more, currently at level 70, rapidly closing in on Zhang Feng's first-tier Pokémon. Zhang Feng could only remark that the red-tier semi-divine Pokémon, having traversed its initial two forms, indeed wielded terrifying strength. Weevil had officially ascended to the elite level, achieving level 61. Blaziken, Charizard, Serperior, Feraligatr, Torterra, Absol, and Claydol now resided at the pinnacle of near-elite status, all at level 59. Dragonair, too, finally evolved into its ultimate form, Dragonite. Consequently, Zhang Feng now possessed a fifth Pokémon with red-tier potential. Ding! Dragonair has evolved into Dragonite. Current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Dragonite Roll, None Level, 60 Ability, Inner Focus Type, Dragon, Flying Potential, Red Bond Evolution, Unlocked Mega Evolution, Unlocked Skills, Hurricane, Dragon Breath, Extreme Speed, Water Pulse, Dragon Tail, Agility, Dragon Dance Affection, 254 Experience, the most exceptional entity of the current generation from the Dragon Tamers. Having followed the host under the trust of the Dragon Tamers, it evolved to possess even more formidable power. Hobby, enjoys eating berries and playing in the water. With Dragonite completing its ultimate evolution, all of Zhang Feng's Pokémon are now at their final evolutionary stages. Subsequently, Zhang Feng surveyed the assembly of Sinnoh Pokémon League members and the multitude of fallen Pokémon, proceeding to recall his partners one by one, leaving only the two Rayquaza to intimidate the entire arena. Zhang Feng, you have now achieved your purpose. It is time to relent. Having already suffered defeat, Champion Wusong began to accept his fate. After all, the entire Sinnoh Pokémon League had succumbed to Zhang Feng, their dignity long lost. It mattered little that the opponent possessed Rayquaza. Reflecting on this, it seemed better for Zhang Feng to ascend Crown Mountain with Rayquaza. At least that would provide a narrative that he was bested by a legendary beast. After all, it was a loss to a divine creature. Yet, who could have foreseen that the combined might of the four Heavenly Kings and numerous near-elite trainers, totaling hundreds, would be bested by a single individual? And that too without the utilization of legendary power. 7 Pokémon toppled the 4 Heavenly Kings, a situation entirely devoid of justification. Thus, Champion Wusong now sought clarity on the matter, questioning why this immensely powerful trainer from the Hoenn Pokemon League sought to challenge the Sinnoh Pokemon League. At this moment, faced with Wusong's inquiry, Day, Jieno, Aliu, and the gathered trainers of the Sinnoh Pokemon League cast furious glances at Zhang Feng, eager for an explanation. Observing the scene, Zhang Feng's eyes shimmered with intent. A purple light erupted, and a vivid image from earlier materialized in the sky. Haha, you dare impersonate a gym test officer? Where did you come from? And where should you return? With your meager strength, do you believe you could meet our champion, Cynthia? If you do not depart, I shall be forced to throw you from Crown Mountain. In that moment, gazing upon the faces filled with dissatisfaction, provocation, and even disdain in the projection, the expressions of Wusong, Day, Jieno, and Aliu turned pale. They had initially believed Zhang Feng's incursion was a deliberate act by the Hoenn Pokemon League. Now, upon uncovering the truth, it became evident that their own ranks had erred first. Moreover, Zhang Feng had come under the directive of the Pokemon League headquarters to serve as a gym test officer in the Sinnoh region. He even presented his Pokédex. Essentially, possessing a Pokédex was sufficient to validate his identity. What a foolish assembly. In retrospect, the battle at Tianguan Mountain was entirely unnecessary. Chapter 9. The Genesis Plate, Fire. At long last, reveals Cynthia. At this moment, whether it be Wusong, Day, or the multitude of trainers gathered at the Sinnoh Pokemon League headquarters, they all harbored a deep-seated resentment towards those security personnel. Had it not been for their brazen and tyrannical treatment of Zhang Feng, he would not have been provoked into action, single-handedly challenging the entire Sinnoh Pokemon League. Now, the League's reputation lay in tatters, and given the number of witnesses present, it would be utterly unrealistic for them to keep this incident under wraps. Consequently, it seems that the Elite Four of the Sinnoh League are destined to gain worldwide notoriety. In future encounters with rivals, or during elite gatherings, one can only imagine the remarks they will face. I hear that the headquarters of the Sinnoh Pokemon League, under the watch of the Elite Four, was taken on by a single trainer? Just envisioning such a scenario would surely leave everyone consumed by shame. With these thoughts, the expressions of the onlookers turned grim. Yet, gazing upon the two colossal dragons before him, Wusong took a deep breath and spoke. I see now, my sincerest apologies. You must be Zhang Feng, the gym evaluator dispatched by the League headquarters. It appears there has been a grave misunderstanding. Upon hearing Wusong's words, Zhang Feng merely raised an eyebrow. Though he acknowledged the apology, it was worth noting that Day had initially attacked him without hesitation. Likewise, the return of Wusong and the others was predicated on Zhang Feng's overwhelming strength, which had quelled any inclination to resist in the presence of the two dragons. How else could he have received such an apology? Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on overturning the Sinnoh Pokemon League with absolute power and acquiring one Genesis Plate of Arceus with the attribute of Fire. Ding dong. The Genesis Plate has been placed into the system space. At the sound of the system's notification, a smile broke upon Zhang Feng's face. The Genesis Plate is undoubtedly one of the most formidable items in the Pokemon world. According to the lore surrounding Arceus, the creator god, he is the origin of all things within the Pokemon realm, having spawned virtually all legendary Pokemon. The World Tree and the mythical Pokemon Mew, once regarded as the progenitor of all Pokemon, were also creations of Arceus. Moreover, even if all legendary Pokemon were to unite in an attempt to confront Arceus, it is unlikely they would stand a chance against the creator god. Especially when Arceus is equipped with all 18 elemental plates, he can be deemed invincible. One can only imagine the terrifying utility of the Genesis Plate he now possesses. The Fire-type plate, without a doubt, will bestow a tremendous enhancement to Fire-type Pokemon. Zhang Feng already commands a notable number of Fire-type Pokemon: Infernape, Blaziken, Charizard, and Houndoom, 4 in total. Once trained under the auspices of the Fire-type Genesis Plate, their power will escalate to unfathomable heights. Moreover, the most formidable ally at Zhang Feng's disposal is undoubtedly the Infernape awarded by the system. Following its bond evolution, it possesses an astonishing level of strength. Should the Fire-type Genesis Plate amplify Infernape's capabilities further, it could very well evolve into a regular Pokemon. Alternatively, it might advance even further, akin to the legendary Pokemon created by Arceus, acquiring the divine status of Fire. With a glimmer of hope, Zhang Feng summoned his Fire-type Pokemon to gather before the Fire-type Plate in the system space, urging them to train diligently. At that moment, in a distant corner of the Pokemon world, a creature resembling an alpaca seemed to sense something, opening its eyes. Is that the aura of a plate? After murmuring to itself, It noted the location of the plate's appearance and fell back into a deep slumber. It was not yet time for it to awaken. So, where is Cynthia now? After obtaining the Fire-type Genesis plate, Zhang Feng's anger had subsided. After all, he had already dealt with the entirety of the Sinnoh League. And given that Cynthia was his companion, it was unnecessary to harbor animosity. If the conflict persisted, it would only place Cynthia in an awkward position. Thus, Zhang Feng magnanimously decided against holding a grudge against this group. When inquiring about Cynthia, as if summoned by fate, she appeared atop Tianguan Mountain, escorted by a Togekiss, clad in her familiar black cloak. From a distance, the sight of two majestic Rayquazas encircling Tianguan Mountain caught her eye. Observing this scene, Cynthia pondered whether Zhang Feng had arrived in the Sinnoh region. However, as soon as she descended to the ground, an unusual sight met her eyes. Countless Pokémon lay scattered. While the Elite Four regarded Zhang Feng with solemn expressions, was it not apparent that Zhang Feng had just engaged in a fierce battle with Wusong and the others? Upon seeing Cynthia, the formidable trainers of the Sinnoh League seemed to find their resolve, for their champion had never tasted defeat since her debut. Their trust in Cynthia led them to believe that, even when facing legendary Pokémon, she would possess the strength to contend. Just as Day was about to speak, he witnessed Cynthia smiling brightly as she rushed towards Zhang Feng. Cynthia, no, what am I witnessing? Shouldn't the champion be furious and confront Zhang Feng to restore the league's honor? Why this joyful expression? Oh, Cynthia has embraced Zhang Feng, and they, oh dear. I am utterly shattered. My goddess has found another man. How could this be? It must be said that with Zhang Feng's prowess, they make quite the pair. At that moment, countless men from the Sinnoh Pokemon League shed tears of anguish, for the very one who had just decimated their ranks was none other than Cynthia's boyfriend. When Cynthia introduced Zhang Feng to the others, Wusong, Day, and Ailu displayed expressions of resigned disbelief. What a surprise! The radiant flower of Sinnoh, a goddess among women, has been swept away by a character from the Hoenn Pokemon League. The most crucial point remains that they could not hope to contend with Zhang Feng, leaving them powerless to voice their grievances. After sharing a heartfelt moment with Cynthia and learning about the events that transpired, she expressed her indignation. The patrol officers lacked discernment. And so do all of you. Now, the Sinnoh Pokemon League headquarters is in utter disarray. Everyone, return and reflect on your actions. If such an incident occurs again, you will resign from your positions as Elite Four members. With that, Cynthia turned her gaze upon the instigators of this debacle, dismissing them outright, as if sending them off the Tianguan Mountain as Zhang Feng had instructed. Henceforth, they would have no ties to the Sinnoh Pokemon League headquarters. After resolving these troublesome matters, Wusong began to wrap up the situation, while Zhang Feng and Cynthia departed together, heading to Cynthia's hometown, Xinhua Town. Chapter 10. The Legend of Xinhua Town. Xinhua Town, nestled within the Tianguan mountain range, is the birthplace of Cynthia. Here, many mythological tales intertwine with the Sinnoh region. It can be said that all legendary Pokémon in the Sinnoh region share a connection with the Tianguan mountain range, and Xinhua Town serves as their nexus. Upon their arrival, Zhang Feng and Cynthia first returned to her home, where the two, after a prolonged separation, engaged in a primal display of affection. Following an exhilarating battle, they embraced, recounting the events that had transpired in their lives recently. When Cynthia learned that Zhang Feng had emerged victorious in the conference and earned the opportunity to challenge the Elite Four of the Hoenn Pokemon League, as well as becoming a gym evaluator, her joy was palpable. Thus, it can be said that for the foreseeable future, you shall remain within the Sinnoh Pokemon League, correct? Upon hearing this from Cynthia, Zhang Feng responded with a smile. At the very least, for the next month, that is true. However, after some time, I shall return to the Hoenn Pokemon League to participate in my Elite Four challenge. Once the challenge concludes and I emerge as the champion, I will need to find a reliable aide, much like Wusong, to assist me in managing the affairs of the Hoenn Pokemon League. Otherwise, toiling away incessantly is simply not my style. Understanding her beloved's capabilities, Cynthia felt no pressure regarding Zhang Feng's potential victory, her eyes filled with unwavering trust. However, when Wusong was mentioned, Cynthia pondered for a moment. It seemed indeed that this champion of the Sinnoh region often travels extensively, enjoying a leisurely existence, as she delegates tasks to Wusong, her assistant. Now, Zhang Feng shared this sentiment, yet he was left wondering who would become the next victim of this arrangement. Therefore, in the future, she, Cynthia, would be the champion of the Sinnoh region, while her partner, Zhang Feng, would hold the title of champion in the Hoenn region. Just imagining it brings a delightful feeling. In the town of Xinan, there exists a human named Hina, who possesses the power of overcoming. This woman, whose name is but one character different from Cynthia's, wields this power, which is one of the four great forces in the Pokemon world, alongside Aura, psychic ability, and the power of eternity. However, the power of overcoming is, relatively speaking, a diluted version of psychic ability. Its function lies in establishing communication with the hearts of Pokemon. Yet if a Pokemon's anger reaches excessive levels, the power of overcoming becomes ineffective. In this regard, Zhang Feng's psychic abilities are equally capable. In the movie, with Ash's assistance, Hoenn calmed the fury of Giratina and, during Arceus's wrath, utilized the power of overcoming to communicate with Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, summoning them to battle. As Zhang Feng and Cynthia strolled together in Sinnoh, they arrived at a temple where a stone tablet was enshrined, recounting the legends of the Sinnoh region. Cynthia, who harbored a deep interest in myths, legends, and ruins, began to explain to Zhang Feng the origins of Sinnoh upon noticing his curiosity. According to legend, a millennium ago, the creation deity Arceus fashioned the world, and eventually, humanity came into existence. To foster peaceful development between humans and Pokemon, Arceus lent the life gems synthesized from 5 of his 18 tablets, water, grass, electricity, dragon, and ground, to the leader of humanity at that time. However, when the time came, humanity betrayed this trust and launched an assault on Arceus. Thus, Arceus declared that when he next awakens, he would ensure humanity faces the consequences of its actions. To avert humanity's potential extinction, the early humans began to disperse. Subsequently, a group of migrating humans established a village in Sinnoh, forging a connection with the divine beasts Palkia, Dialga, and Giratina. Henceforth, the origins of Sinnoh were established. The stone tablet within this temple records the legends of Sinnoh, specifically the legends of the 3 deities. These 3 Pokemon are Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf. According to the tablet, after Arceus created the material world with the deities Dialga, Palkia, and the abyssal dragon Giratina, he subsequently fashioned the 3 deities, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, to shape the spiritual realm. Typically, the 3 deities reside in the depths of lakes, with Uxie being the deity of knowledge in Lake Verity, Mesprit as the deity of emotion in Lake Valor, and Azelf as the deity of willpower in Lake IQ. Each of the 3 divine beasts possesses unique abilities. Thus, by observing this in Sinnoh, one can ascertain the locations of the 3 deities, enabling their capture throughout the Sinnoh region. However, under normal circumstances, the 3 deities remain in a dormant state, revealing their true forms only to those deemed worthy. To successfully capture them, one must gain their acknowledgement. The very reason the headquarters of the Sinnoh Pokemon League is established atop Mount Coronet is due to its mythological significance as the connection point between the real world and the distortion world. Here, in times of crisis within the Sinnoh region, Giratina, Palkia, and Dialga will emerge from the summit of Mount Coronet. Consequently, both Sinnoh and the Pokemon League headquarters are situated in this region. After Cynthia's enlightening explanation, Zhang Feng expressed his understanding. However, while the 3 deities are rare, their actual combat prowess is rather mediocre, primarily as they are centered around knowledge, disseminating mental power, resulting in lower combat capabilities. Otherwise, they would not have been captured by Team Galactic. It would be more advantageous to venture into Zhang Feng's system space. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Feng planned to capture the 3 deities if he passed by Lake Valor, Lake IQ, and Lake Verity. Zhang Feng then rested in Sinnoh for a few days. Having accepted the gym challenge task, he naturally had to proceed. After spending a few days with Cynthia, Zhang Feng set his sights on the first destination, Lakeside City. The gym leader of Lakeside City is Electivire, a close friend of the Fire-type elite 4-member Dia. It is said that this gym leader possesses formidable strength, at least at the pinnacle level of the Elite 4. Therefore, facing him in a formal battle would allow his Pokemon to continue growing stronger. Having made up his mind, Zhang Feng headed straight for the Lakeside Gym, with Cynthia accompanying him. After all, as the champion of the Sinnoh Pokemon League, her presence alongside Zhang Feng, the gym challenge official, posed no significant issue. Chapter 11. The challenge begins at Lakeside Gym. Lakeside City, a metropolis characterized by elevated bridges, is situated near the coast, rendering the roads rather inconvenient, hence the construction of these elevated pathways to facilitate transportation. The gym leader, Electivire, is a highly popular figure within the Sinnoh Pokemon League. He is known as the shining star of the Sinnoh League, the most formidable gym leader, due to his overwhelming strength. He has not encountered a strong challenger for a considerable time, leading to a lack of interest in battles. Having never lost a gym battle, he prepared to challenge the Elite Four, even offering his Lighthouse badge for free at the entrance of his gym. In the later Unova region, one of the Elite Four. The Ghost-type specialist, Drayden, mentioned that Electivire once challenged her, though the outcome remained unspoken. It is highly probable that Electivire emerged victorious. Otherwise, why would Drayden not openly declare her own triumph? Clearly, it is only when one loses that they find it difficult to voice their defeat. It is easy to imagine that, compared to Dia, Electivire's strength may indeed be greater. This thought ignited a fervent fighting spirit within Zhang Feng. Upon arriving in Lakeside City, Zhang Feng made a beeline for the Lakeside Gym, while Cynthia donned a pair of sunglasses to disguise her identity. After all, the residents of the Pokémon world have a notoriously poor ability to discern appearances. The disguises of Team Rocket's trio, Jessie, James, and Meowth, have rarely been uncovered. So those in the know understand. Upon arriving at the Lakeside Gym, as the staff was about to say something, Zhang Feng presented his Gym Challenge official certificate. I am a Gym Challenge official from the Pokémon League headquarters, here to conduct an evaluation battle at the Lakeside Gym. May I inquire if Leader Electivire is present? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the staff promptly went to seek out Leader Electivire. This gym leader, known for his formidable strength and perceived boredom with battles, finally revealed a glimmer of excitement upon learning of the Gym Challenge official's arrival. For trainers challenging the Pokémon League typically possess rather average strength. Facing him as a gym leader has generally been akin to receiving free offerings. Moreover, unlike other gym leaders, Densei will not bestow his gym badge unless he is defeated. It was only later, in a fit of indifference, that he began to offer the gym badge freely at the entrance of the gym. For Densei, what he truly yearns for is a battle against top-tier opponents. Reflecting on the last time, 4 years prior, when he faced the current champion of the Kanto region, Gyarados, the encounter reignited Densei's interest. After enduring such a long period of monotonous battles, the arrival of a formidable adversary was nothing short of exhilarating for him. Thus, as Densei eagerly approached the battlefield of the gym, he laid eyes upon Zhang Feng and the champion of the Sinnoh Pokémon League, Cynthia. To his surprise, the champion had accompanied him. It seemed that this gym examiner would not be lacking in strength. He certainly hoped not to be disappointed. Upon seeing Densei, he instantly recognized the disguised Cynthia. Although he was unfamiliar with Zhang Feng, the moment he laid eyes on Cynthia, Densei understood that her prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Not to mention, the news of the Elite Four being toppled at the Sinnoh Pokémon League had been spreading like wildfire, hinting at a possible ripple effect into other regions. Had Densei not been one to disregard such news, he would have been fully aware of Zhang Feng. The role of the gym examiner is to assess the strength of the gym leader, and if one can defeat the examiner, there is no need to prove their abilities further. However, if one were to lose, they must possess at least the strength of a quasi-elite four to continue holding the position of gym leader. Should neither standard be met, the Pokémon League headquarters would appoint a new gym leader to take over. In the narrative of Pokémon, champions across various regions seldom change. When replacements do occur, it is typically due to personal choices or age compelling them to step down. Take, for instance, the rock collector Daisuke, who later returned to represent the Hoenn region in the World Strongman Tournament after the emergence of the 8 Masters. Likewise, Adak from the Unova region retired due to age. Normally, once a champion and the Elite Four are established, they remain a permanent fixture. With Densei having confirmed the rules of the Gym Challenge, the gym leader renowned as the Thunder of Sinnoh was palpably eager. Let us commence swiftly. I have long awaited a battle of this caliber. As Densei's words echoed, the referee waved the flag, signaling the commencement of the match. A flash of red light illuminated the arena as Densei's first Pokémon appeared. It was a unique Pokémon from the Sinnoh region, resembling a blue lion adorned with a black mane. Ding dong. The current attributes of Lantern are as follows. Pokémon, Lantern. Level, 75. Ability, Intimidate. Type, Electric. Aptitude, Gold. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Electric Terrain, Roar, Bite, Volt Tackle, Thunderbolt, Lightning Strike. Lantern, a Pokémon of champion level middle tier. It appears that Densei's strength indeed rivals that of the second seat among the Elite Four. Lantern, I entrust you with this battle, Boshikadora. With Zhang Feng summoning his own Pokémon, out came a magnificent golden Boshikadora, a steel and rock-type combination, also at level 75. Both Pokémon sensed the formidable might emanating from one another upon their entrance. Witnessing this scene, Densei finally wore an expression of excitement. What a worthy opponent. After such a long wait, I can finally engage in a thrilling battle. Lantern unleashed Thunderbolt towards Boshikadora. Following Densei's command, Lantern became invigorated, unleashing a fierce blue electrical current. Unlike other electric-type Pokémon, Lanten's attack manifested as a blue current rather than yellow. Perhaps this type of electrical assault possesses greater potency? Boshikadora, however, responded with iron defense. In an instant, as the metallic sheen of Boshikadora intensified, its defensive capabilities were significantly bolstered. Subsequently, a powerful electric current struck Boshikadora with great force. Chapter 12. In search of an opponent, what about Rayquaza? Boshikadora retaliated with Rock Blast. Although Lanten's swift attack collided with Boshikadora, the latter's metallic armor, augmented by the iron defense, ensured that it sustained minimal damage. After enduring Lanten's strike, Boshikadora roared in defiance, launching Rock Blast that enveloped Lanten in a whirlwind of destruction. With a resounding boom, a massive cluster of rocks erupted around Lanten, unleashing a barrage of explosions. In the next moment, countless fragments struck Lanten with tremendous force. Though subjected to heavy damage, Lanten managed to evade much of the impact thanks to its superior jumping ability. Truly exhilarating, Lanten prepared to unleash Volt Tackle once more. Boshikadora, however, retaliated with a mega impact. Observing Lanten daring to engage in physical confrontation with the colossal Boshikadora, Zhang Feng seized the opportunity. Lanten became enveloped in blue light, crackling with electricity, while Boshikadora unleashed a ferocious roar, a spiral of purple and white energy enveloping its form. With a thunderous clash, the lion and the metal beast collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. As the cries of both Pokémon echoed, they staggered back, though Boshikadora, owing to its robust physique, emerged with the advantage. Seizing the moment as Lanten was propelled backward, Boshikadora unleashed a photon cannon, delivering a devastating blow to Lanten. Realizing that he was somewhat outmatched by Zhang Feng, Densei felt an unexpected surge of joy. It had been far too long since he had encountered a worthy adversary. His tenure as a gym leader had become almost mundane. Now, having found an equally matched opponent, the thrill of a visceral battle was invigorating. Lanten, the opponent is formidable. Let us go again with Volt Tackle. Sensing the fervor within its trainer's heart, Lanten responded with unwavering determination. With a resounding roar that resonated throughout the lakeside gym, Lanten surged forward with renewed speed, unleashing its electric-type energy. Despite sustaining damage, Lanten adeptly landed on its feet, ready to charge at Boshikadora with reckless abandon. Excellent fighting spirit. Boshikadora, meet it head-on with a body slam. Once again, an intense clash ensued, as Zhang Feng and Densei's Pokémon engaged in an exhausting exchange. Boshikadora, utilizing Metal Claw. Lanten, employing Iron Tail. In this latest confrontation, Boshikadora seized Lanten's tail with a powerful grip. Sensing imminent danger, Lanten emitted a startled cry. Observing this, Zhang Feng exclaimed with delight. Just like that, Boshikadora, throw Lanten away. Harnessing its immense strength, Boshikadora roared defiantly, swinging Lanten with ferocious force. The ground trembled beneath the weight of their clash as a series of impacts resonated through the air. Once the flurry of attacks subsided, Lanten succumbed, losing its ability to battle. Ding dong, Boshikadora has triumphed over Luminous, earning 3,500 experience points, resulting in a level up to the current level of 76. After defeating Luminous, Densei was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, reflecting on how he had once yearned for an equally matched adversary, refusing to engage with weaker opponents. Now, as Zhang Feng decisively vanquished his main Pokémon, Luminous, it paradoxically rejuvenated Densei. Indeed, he too had risen from humble beginnings. Having chosen the path of a gym leader, he must embrace the duty of mentoring the younger generation. Thus, after exhaling deeply, Densei smiled and declared, "Thank you for reminding me of my responsibilities as a gym leader. Now, allow me to present my ace, Electivire." With a flash of crimson light, a formidable Electivire, nearing the pinnacle of champion-level prowess at level 77, emerged. Observing this opponent, Zhang Feng responded with a playful tone. "Since you have summoned your ace, I cannot disappoint you either. Allow me to reveal my own." Upon uttering these words, Cynthia couldn't help but smirk. The thought of Densei, with his haughty demeanor, soon being ruthlessly defeated by Zhang Feng's Rayquaza provoked an irresistible urge to chuckle. It must be said, although Zhang Feng had stirred quite a commotion within the Sinnoh Pokemon League, the memory of the Elite Four members, Wusong, Day, Juhong, and Aliu, being thoroughly defeated by him alleviated Cynthia's previous discomfort over her own loss to Zhang Feng. After all had fallen. Who could cast judgment? In fact, Cynthia now relished witnessing those long-established top-tier trainers succumb to Zhang Feng. Alright then, let me see just how powerful your ace truly is. Upon hearing Densei's words, Zhang Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. I hope you will be just as delighted in a moment. With that thought in mind, Zhang Feng, as always, retrieved a master ball from around his neck. The next moment, amidst a flash of red light, a verdant, golden Rayquaza appeared before Electivire. Roar! As a wave of menacing energy surged forth, Electivire plunged its hands into the battlefield, narrowly avoiding being swept away by the force of that roar. Upon seeing Rayquaza, Dianzi was instantly stunned. Although he longed to battle a more formidable trainer, no one had informed him that this gym test officer was, in fact, a master of a legendary Pokémon. Electivire, remain calm and unleash a full-powered Volt Tackle. With that command, Rayquaza was poised for action. Rayquaza, execute Dragon Tail. As Zhang Feng and Dianzi issued their commands, Rayquaza gazed at Electivire, rhythmically pounding its chest. Then, an overwhelming current surged into Electivire's form. As Electivire unleashed its formidable strength and charged forward, Rayquaza flicked its tail, infusing a hint of Dragon-type energy. The Dragon Tail brutally slammed Electivire, along with its attack, into the ground. Instantly, the arena fell into a profound silence. Chapter 13, Lakefront Gym, Champion-level Dianzi. After both of Dianzi's strongest Pokémon had fallen, facing Zhang Feng's Rayquaza, he produced yet another Pokeball. Was this the same sense of helplessness that those challengers felt when they approached my lakefront gym? He mused, suddenly empathizing with their plight. It was not that Dianzi was exceptionally powerful. Rather, as a gym leader, he had grown weary of those weaker challengers who fancied themselves strong. If he were truly invincible, with no worthy opponents, Dianzi would at least be a regional champion, dominating the Elite Four. Yet here he was, encountering a gym test officer as formidable as Zhang Feng, and experiencing a swift defeat. Contemplating this, Dianzi gained newfound clarity. A strong individual must first possess a strong heart. Losing is not to be feared. But losing interest in Pokémon battles afterward is truly daunting. With a renewed sense of purpose, Dianzi reignited his passion. Raichu, I entrust you with this battle. As a flash of red light illuminated the arena, a plump and undeniably adorable Raichu appeared before Zhang Feng and Rayquaza. In Zhang Feng's eyes, Raichu's plumpness made it even more endearing compared to Pikachu. If he were to capture an electric-type Pokémon, he would undoubtedly choose Raichu over Pikachu. Alas, Ash's Pikachu was reluctant to evolve. Ding dong. Raichu's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Raichu, level, 73, ability, static, type, electric, potential, gold, bond evolution, unlocked, mega evolution, unlocked, skills, Electro Ball. Charm, thunder, Volt Tackle, light screen, agility, thunder punch. In response to Dianzi's Raichu, Zhang Feng refrained from issuing commands, patiently awaiting the opponent's initiative to attack. Observing this, Dianzi promptly instructed, Raichu, unleash a full-powered thunder. He understood well that when facing Zhang Feng's Rayquaza, if he did not initiate with his strongest move, the chance for a subsequent attack would be utterly futile. Thus, he commenced with Raichu's most formidable technique. In the next moment, the arena was engulfed in a tempest of yellow electricity, as Raichu's wild roar heralded a devastating bolt of lightning hurtling towards Rayquaza. Observing this, Rayquaza merely cast a casual glance at Raichu and Dianzi. Then, with a powerful dragon breath, it effortlessly dissipated the electric current overhead. Following that, Dragon Breath struck Dianzi's Raichu, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Witnessing Rayquaza's derisive gaze, Dianzi felt as though he had been struck by lightning, experiencing a wave of exhaustion. With this, all three of Dianzi's Pokémon lay defeated. At this juncture, continuing the battle seemed unnecessary, and after assessing the levels of Dianzi's remaining three main Pokémon, this examination of the Lakefront Gym leader concluded. Dianzi, the gym leader of Lakefront Gym, classified as champion level. Electivire and Luminous were high-tier champions, while Raichu, Electrode, Electabuzz, and Ampharos were classified as beginner champions. Thus, Dianzi's true strength resided within the champion tier, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Day, the second member of the Elite Four in the Sinnoh region. In fact, Dianzi's prowess might even surpass Day by a small margin. This individual, possessing such formidable strength, remained merely a gym leader of a region. Had he any ambition, he would undoubtedly be among the Elite Four, for he would certainly best Aliu and Jiuhong. After the assessment concluded, Zhang Feng addressed Dianzi. Before arriving here, I had heard much about the Lakefront Gym. As a gym leader, while you wield the authority of the land, responsibility is also paramount. If you neglect the duties of a gym leader for an extended period, even if you possess immense strength, the Pokémon League headquarters will replace you. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Dianzi offered a sheepish smile. Understanding, I see now. I will earnestly engage with gym challengers moving forward. After saying this, Zhang Feng retrieved his Pokédex, confirming the strength evaluation of the lakefront gym leader, uploading the data, and concluding this assessment. Before departing, Zhang Feng addressed Dianzi once more. If you truly believe your opponent lacks strength, why not challenge the Elite Four and the champion? It seems that with your addition, the Sinnoh Pokemon League's Elite Four could become even more formidable. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Dianzi was momentarily taken aback. However, when he turned his gaze towards Cynthia, the champion of Sinnoh, and noticed her nodding with a glimmer of expectation in her eyes, he felt a surge of motivation. Perhaps it was Zhang Feng's statement that would bring about a new transformation in the lineup of the Sinnoh Pokemon League's Elite Four. After departing from Lakefront City, Zhang Feng and Cynthia returned to the Pokemon Center. After a night of rest, Zhang Feng opened his Pokédex to examine the distribution of Pokemon in the Sinnoh region. As a powerful trainer, Zhang Feng's primary goal was, of course, to seek out legendary Pokemon and rare species from various regions. He needed to ascertain whether there were habitats of his favored Pokemon in the vicinity of Lakefront City. Zhang Feng found that he had a limited fondness for the Pokemon of the Sinnoh region. He already possessed two of the starter Pokemon, Infernape and Torterra. Other Pokemon, like the quasi-legendary Garchomp, were indeed captivating. Moreover, the extraordinarily rare and formidable Lucario was also among his favorites. In addition to these, he had his sights set on capturing Scizor, Electivire, Tyranitar, and Leafeon. However, both Electivire and Tyranitar were notable for their final evolutionary forms residing within the Sinnoh region. Their pre-evolved forms were not exclusive to this area. After conducting a search, he discovered that a group of Trapinch was residing near the Lakefront City Gym. Trapinch is the pre-evolution of Garchomp, so having arrived at Lakefront City, Zhang Feng had every reason to capture one. With his target identified, Zhang Feng and Cynthia ventured into the Lakefront Forest. However, while the Pokédex provided information on Pokemon distribution, the actual encounters would ultimately depend on fate and luck. Naturally, as a player with extraordinary abilities, Zhang Feng activated his psychic powers, immediately gaining insight into the entire distribution of Pokemon within the Lakefront Forest. How intriguing. It seems such creatures exist here. Chapter 14. The Shiny Riolu, captured. At that moment, under the powerful influence of Zhang Feng's psychic abilities, the entire distribution of Lakefront Forest and all the information regarding the Pokemon inhabiting it became perceptible to him. Thus, wanting to capture his favorite Pokemon was undoubtedly a remarkable skill. He had previously captured Latios and Latias using the same method. For any Pokemon discovered by Zhang Feng, escape from his pursuit was utterly impossible. After all, his psychic prowess was comparable to that of Mutuo. Upon confirming the identity of his target, Zhang Feng and Cynthia teleported to a rocky area. This region featured a cliff where a river cascaded down, creating a waterfall due to the significant drop in elevation. The rocks washed down by the river gradually accumulated, forming a rocky site. In such an environment, a yellow canine Pokemon, adorned with black and red accents, was training its fighting skills against the rocks. Observing this little creature, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. Upon seeing this Pokemon, Cynthia also grasped the situation. You came here specifically for this little one, didn't you? In response to Cynthia's inquiry, Zhang Feng nodded with a grin. Just then, the little creature, having exhausted itself from training, sat down to rest. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Feng strode confidently from the trees. Such a diligent little one. Riolu, would you be interested in becoming my Pokemon and embarking on an adventure to become the strongest Lucario in the world? At that moment, upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Riolu was taken aback. Indeed, what Zhang Feng had encountered was a shiny Riolu, whose final evolution is Lucario, a Pokemon inherently endowed with the ability to sense aura. Riolu's astonishment stemmed from the fact that it had not detected the presence of two humans approaching it within its aura perception. How could this be? Its aura was wide open. Seemingly understanding Riolu's confusion, Zhang Feng chuckled. I am a psychic, possessing a range of abilities including search, concealment, and teleportation. Therefore, it is entirely normal that you did not notice my presence. After hearing Zhang Feng's explanation, Riolu felt a sense of defiance arise. As a wild Pokemon, it was naturally competitive, training diligently beneath the waterfall to hone its fighting skills and strength. Consequently, it found Zhang Feng's bold claims to be rather audacious, leading Riolu to challenge him. Riolu. This exclamation implied that Riolu was indeed seeking to test Zhang Feng's abilities, curious to ascertain just how formidable he truly was. Indeed, the object of Riolu's challenge was not Zhang Feng's Pokemon, but Zhang Feng himself. Seeing Riolu's determination, Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy. A formidable fighting spirit is the foundation for growth. Riolu, I admire your tenacity. So be it as you wish. Ding. Riolu's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon. Shiny Riolu. Special. Profession. None. Level. 28. Ability. Inner Focus. Type. Fighting. Potential. Gold. Bond Evolution. Unlocked. Mega Evolution. Unlocked. Skills. Force Palm. Metal Claw. Quick Attack. Rock Smash. Vacuum Wave. Swords Dance. Bullet Punch. Affection. 0. Background. A special shiny Pokémon abandoned by its parents, living alone in Lakefront Forest, thus harboring hostility towards the outside world while seeking to challenge strong opponents to grow stronger. Hobby. Becoming stronger and yearning for a family. Upon observing the background of shiny Riolu, Zhang Feng found himself less concerned about its potential. Such a pitiful little creature. By following me, you shall no longer endure such hardships. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng extended his hand, signaling Riolu to attack. The next moment, Riolu let out a fierce cry and unleashed a vacuum wave directed at Zhang Feng. In the face of Riolu's assault, Zhang Feng merely smiled faintly, extending his hand as a surge of purple psychic energy began to manifest. Just as the vacuum wave was coalescing, it was enveloped by Zhang Feng's psychic force, sending it back along its original path. Witnessing this scene, Riolu was utterly astonished. It had never anticipated that this human could possess such incredible strength. Was this truly a human? It felt as though it were facing a Pokémon. Filled with doubt, Riolu executed Quick Attack in an attempt to evade the vacuum wave's onslaught. Yet, how could Zhang Feng allow such an opportunity? Good battle instincts, but regrettably, it is of no use. As Zhang Feng's words echoed, the vacuum wave struck Riolu with even greater force than it had originally unleashed, sending it hurtling backward. Of course, to prevent Riolu from sustaining any injuries, Zhang Feng utilized his psychic powers to halt its momentum at the last moment. This series of actions left Riolu in awe of Zhang Feng's might. So, are you convinced now? Upon receiving Zhang Feng's inquiry, Riolu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Since you initiated the challenge, should you lose, you must become my Pokémon. Fear not. By following me, your aspirations of becoming stronger will undoubtedly be fulfilled. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Riolu verified the authenticity of his promise through its aura and nodded earnestly. The Waveguide spirits possess the remarkable ability to perceive the thoughts of others, discerning genuine intentions from deceitful ones. Thus, when Zhang Feng withdrew the veil of his supernatural powers, the shiny Riolu could effortlessly glimpse into Zhang Feng's most authentic heart. Consequently, the shiny Riolu, yearning for family and strength, became Zhang Feng's Pokémon. Splendid. Another shiny Pokémon added to his collection. After capturing this vibrant yellow canine with a luxury ball, Zhang Feng entrusted him to the tutelage of two formidable mentors, Infernape and Blaziken. Presently, both Blaziken and Infernape had successfully crossed the threshold into the champion tier, making them more than capable of guiding a mere level 28 Riolu. Furthermore, all three Pokémon, Infernape, Blaziken, and Riolu's ultimate evolution, Lucario, were fighting type, renowned for their swiftness in battle. Thus, under the guidance of Blaziken and Infernape, this little creature's power was bound to flourish rapidly. With the shiny Riolu now in his possession, Zhang Feng set his sights on a group of Scyther located 10 kilometers away, for there were Pokémon there that he wished to capture. Chapter 15, Scyther, the Pokémon of the system space. Since capturing the shiny Duskull and her clan, it had been quite some time since Zhang Feng acquired a new Pokémon group. Encountering a clan of his preferred Pokémon was an opportunity he could not let slip away. Thus, after securing the shiny Riolu, Zhang Feng, accompanied by Cynthia, ventured into the territory inhabited by Scyther. Upon a cursory glance, he noted that the population of Scyther in this area exceeded 300, and astonishingly, not a single Scyther was present, an unusual sight. It appeared that the wild Pokémon in the lakeside forest lacked significant strength. With a sigh of contemplation, Zhang Feng utilized his telekinesis to search for the leader of the Scyther clan. Soon enough, a Scyther, towering at over a meter and considerably larger than its kin, emerged from the group, brandishing its robust, venomous tail and fixing its gaze intently on Zhang Feng and Cynthia. The intruders dared to encroach upon their territory? After assessing the leader's attributes, Zhang Feng found them quite impressive. He decided to make this Pokémon his primary combat companion, believing that with proper training, it could swiftly grow stronger and achieve its ultimate evolution. Ding. The current attributes of Scyther are as follows. Pokémon. Scyther role. None. Level. 35. Ability. Battle armor. Type. Bug. Poison. Potential: Purple, Bond Evolution. Unlocked, Mega Evolution. Unlocked, Skills: Poison Jab, Fury Cutter, Toxic Spikes, Bug Bite, Toxic Fong, Night Slash. Uproar, Affection, 0. Experience: The leader of the Scyther clan residing in the Lakeside Forest, possessing strength superior to ordinary Scyther, always wielding its thick tail as a symbol of its leadership. Hobby: Combat, flaunting its tail. Having reviewed the attributes of the Scyther leader, Zhang Feng retrieved the Pokeball of Shiny Duskull. With a flash of red light, an extraordinary Shiny Duskull, who had already surpassed the champion level, materialized. Boom. Aside from the newly captured Shiny Riolu, Shiny Duskull was the weakest Pokemon in Zhang Feng's possession. Nevertheless, it was still a Pokemon of champion caliber. With a fierce roar, Duskull swung its massive trunk, producing a sound that sliced through the air, its overwhelming aura instilling fear in the Scyther clan. This was an intimidating presence they had never encountered before. Consequently, a multitude of Scythers surrounded Zhang Feng, Cynthia, and Duskull, while the leader of the Scyther fixed its unwavering gaze on Zhang Feng. As the leader, burdened with the responsibility to protect its clan, it was the first to launch an attack. Its opening move was Poison Jab. As a barrage of poison needles rained down, Duskull immediately countered with Rollout, deftly blocking all incoming attacks. Subsequently, the immense force surged forward, overpowering the Scyther leader and toppling numerous Scyther in its path. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Feng unleashed a surge of purple energy, promptly capturing all the Scyther in attendance into his system space. The Scyther leader was ensnared by a luxury ball thrown by Zhang Feng. Witnessing the capture of over 300 Pokemon left Cynthia astonished. Curious as to where all these Pokemon would ultimately reside, I have constructed a space with my psychic powers, allowing my Pokemon to rest and thrive. Hence, all my Pokemon can remain close by? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's explanation, Cynthia was equally bewildered. It seemed that the pinnacle of psychic abilities could indeed create such a formidable domain, akin to the powers of a deity of space. How extraordinary was her partner? After capturing the Scyther clan, Zhang Feng and Cynthia emerged from the Lakeside Forest, heading towards their next destination, Snowpoint City. Since he was not challenging the Pokemon League, oh no. It should be noted that the Sinnoh Pokemon League had long since been navigated swiftly by Zhang Feng. The champion of the Sinnoh Pokemon League, Cynthia, along with her Pokemon and herself, had been thoroughly defeated and conquered by Zhang Feng. The headquarters of the Sinnoh Pokemon League, comprising the Elite Four, Aaron, Bertha, Flint, and Lucian, were effortlessly subdued by Zhang Feng. Thus, aside from the gym challenges that still required assessment, the strongest 5 had all been bested, allowing for a rapid passage through the league. Upon arriving at Snowpoint City, Zhang Feng discovered that the city lived up to its name. Even in summer, it remained perpetually blanketed in snow. The existence of everlasting ice within Snowpoint City allowed Eevee to evolve into its ice-type form. Of course, aside from the everlasting ice, ice stones could also facilitate the evolution of ice-type Pokemon. So Zhang Feng, already possessing an ice-type evolution, had no need to rely on the city's eternal frost. However, although Zhang Feng had reached Snowpoint City, he did not immediately proceed to challenge the gym leader, Candace. After all, a task is a task, but life is life. Rarely encountered, the snowy landscape of the Hoenn region deserved to be admired. Moreover, the city was home to numerous ice-type Pokemon, which might yield unexpected treasures. After resting for 2 days in Snowpoint City, Zhang Feng turned his attention to his system space. Following extensive development, the Pokemon residing in his system space were experiencing a significant surge in growth. Notably, the Eevee clan, which had expanded from 18 to 108 members, now boasted 5 Pokemon of purple potential. These 5 Eevee were precisely the little creatures Zhang Feng intended to train next. After all, with Eevee's evolutions, he currently possessed ice, moon, and fairy types, yet lacked water, fire, electric, leaf, and sun types. The emergence of these 5 purple potential Eevee was fortuitous, as each could evolve into a final form. Certainly, at present, the levels of the Eevee evolutions remain relatively low, making immediate evolution impossible. They still require diligent training. As for the ultimate forms they aspire to embody, that decision lies solely with the Eevee evolutions themselves. Regarding Eevee, should a partner Eevee appear in the future, it would undoubtedly be a delightful addition. The populations of Pidgey and Trico have experienced a significant surge in their evolutionary forms, with the likes of Pidgeot and Sceptile numbering in the dozens, while Pidgey and Forest Lizard are simply countless. These Pokemon can be nurtured to serve within Zhang Feng's aerial team. For instance, if Musashi and Kojiro manage to uncover traces of legendary Pokemon, Zhang Feng will undoubtedly reward them. However, despite the high potential of the Doduo population, none have ultimately evolved into Dodrio yet. Chapter 16, Mega Tyranitar and Blaziken. Previously, Zhang Feng had merely captured a Ponyta in Golden Town for swift traversal through the nature reserve, and that once small Ponyta has now evolved into a Rapidash, boasting a considerable number of offspring. Regrettably, their innate talents remain somewhat lacking, predominantly comprising of blue and green potentials. Thus, Zhang Feng ultimately refrained from selecting a Rapidash as a primary battle Pokémon, allowing them to thrive within his system space instead. After all, Zhang Feng has secured numerous mates for the Rapidash, ensuring a fulfilling equine life. Furthermore, with the acquisition of the Genesis tablet, Fire, this represents a tremendous boon for Fire-type Pokémon. Perhaps this tablet will usher forth a promising individual from the Rapidash lineage, at which point it could be designated as a primary battle Pokémon. To this end, Zhang Feng has permitted the Rapidash and Houndoom populations to inhabit his space, potentially enhancing the prowess of these Fire-type Pokémon through subtle influences. The Swablu has similarly evolved into an Altaria, albeit with a slower reproductive rate due to its Dragon-type lineage. Hence, Zhang Feng regarded the first batch of Swablu merely as charming pets rather than selecting them for battle. The Desert Dragonfly, much like the Doduo, will not be trained as Zhang Feng possesses the Bloodwing Dragon and Shiny Dodrio, making a lower-tier alternative unnecessary. Consequently, for those exceptional individuals, Zhang Feng opts to find them skilled trainers, rewarding his outstanding subordinates. Should they choose not to battle, they may continue to reside in his system space. Nidoqueen and Nidoking have seen the birth of several offspring, yet unfortunately, either their potential is lacking or their traits are not hidden, leading Zhang Feng to abandon any intentions of nurturing this particular lineage. As for other populations, such as Houndoom, Skarmory, and Dusknoir, Zhang Feng either possesses primary battle Pokémon or lacks suitable candidates for cultivation, thus allowing these groups to develop autonomously. Notably, among the initial population of Rhydon, an impressive Mega Tyranitar has emerged, boasting purple potential. Once it completes its final evolution, augmented by a potential evolution stone, it should attain golden potential. Within the Blaziken population, there exists another remarkable Blaziken, also of purple potential. With this in mind, Zhang Feng promptly retrieved these two Pokémon from his system space. As an evaluator for the Pokémon League headquarters, coupled with Zhang Feng's elevated status, power, and wealth, acquiring the Lava Amplifier for Blaziken's evolution into Blaziken, as well as the protective gear for Tyranitar's evolution into Mega Tyranitar, proves to be a rather simple endeavor. Upon his request, the Sinnoh Pokémon League swiftly delivered the items to Snow Peak City. Having obtained the necessary items, Zhang Feng released the two Pokémon. After equipping Mega Tyranitar with its protective gear and Blaziken with the Lava Amplifier, Zhang Feng produced two evolution stones, recalling them into luxury balls before dialing Dr. Otamaki. For even with the evolution items, the final evolution requires a trade connection to be completed. Upon learning of Zhang Feng's intentions, Dr. Otamaki gladly agreed. Following the trade connection, two luxury balls appeared in Zhang Feng's hands. Inside the Pokémon Center, upon opening the luxury balls, the Pokémon that had undergone their final evolution, completely transforming in size, strength, and appearance, materialized before Zhang Feng. Blaziken, compared to its pre-evolution form, had grown significantly larger and mastered the art of flame manipulation to an extraordinary degree. The once slender figure had now transformed into a robust fire powerhouse. Ding dong. The current attributes of Blaziken are as follows. Pokémon, Blaziken Roll, None, Level, 50, Ability, Flame Body, Type, Fire, Potential, Gold, Bond Evolution, Unlocked, Mega Evolution, Unlocked, Skills, Smokescreen, Fire Punch, Flamethrower, Overheat, Sunny Day, Blast Punch, Affection, 170, Experience, a little one that grew stronger within the system space. Now having completed its final evolution and possessing formidable power. Hobby, Soaking in Magma Baths. Indeed, following its ultimate evolution, Blaziken has ascended to the level of a quasi-champion, reaching level 50 and surpassing both Scyther and Riolu in prowess. It has become Zhang Feng's fifth primary fire-type Pokémon. Mega Tyranitar, in comparison to Tyranitar, has grown even larger, standing at an impressive height of 2.8 meters, a testament to its formidable strength. However, it now resembles a boulder-like ball of flesh, appearing considerably rounder. Ding dong. The current attributes of Mega Tyranitar are as follows. Pokémon, Mega Tyranitar, Roll, None, Level, 50, Ability, Reckless, Type, Ground, Rock, Potential, Gold, Bond Evolution. Unlocked. Mega Evolution. Unlocked. Skills. Hammer Arm, Stomp, Rock Slide, Drill Run, Body Slam, Earthquake. Super Horn Attack. Affection. 170. Experience. Encountered in Golden Town, having now completed its final evolution and possessing immense strength. Hobby. Sleeping. Though both boast golden potential. Mega Tyranitar possesses a hidden ability, Reckless, which enhances the power of recoil moves. At this moment, gazing at his newly acquired Pokémon, Zhang Feng is filled with joy. There is nothing more exhilarating for a trainer than receiving new Pokémon and witnessing their evolution. Thus, the number of quasi-champion level Pokémon in Zhang Feng's possession has increased once more. It is time to diligently strive to become the strongest. Following the evolution of these two Pokémon, Zhang Feng prepares to challenge the Snow Peak Gym. Henceforth, Mega Tyranitar and Blaziken shall serve as his representatives in this assessment. Chapter 17. Challenging the Snow Peak Gym, Quasi-Champion Xiaosong. In Snow Peak City, at the Snow Peak Gym. Upon revealing his identity and entering the Snow Peak Gym, the gym leader, Xiaosong, promptly came forth to welcome Zhang Feng. However, upon realizing that Zhang Feng had arrived alongside the Sinnoh Pokemon League champion, Cynthia, Xiaosong immediately expressed his concern, exclaiming, "I was unaware that the champion and evaluator would be visiting, and I apologize for the lack of preparation." Hearing Xiaosong's words, Zhang Feng chuckled and replied, "No need for concern, gym leader Xiaosong. It matters not that you were not informed in advance. If you are ready, shall we commence the gym assessment battle?" With Zhang Feng's encouragement, Xiaosong's fighting spirit ignited, and he declared, "We can begin at any time." Soon, as the crowd entered the dojo, the assessment battle for the Snow Peak City dojo commenced. In essence, the dojo assessment battle is primarily a means for the Pokemon League headquarters to dispatch representatives to evaluate the capabilities of dojo masters across various regions and to ensure they are fulfilling their responsibilities as leaders. Most notably, there exists an unspoken rule regarding this position. The individual serving as the dojo examiner is typically a champion poised to take over a particular region or one of the Elite Four. For years ago, it was the illustrious Yolongdu, who, at the time, had yet to assume the title of Kanto Region Champion, still holding the position of the foremost Elite Four member. This time, however, it is Zhang Feng. On another note, over the course of 4 years, regional dojo masters have acted like local tyrants, unchecked and unmonitored. Should an unscrupulous dojo master cause turmoil, the citizens of that region would undoubtedly suffer immensely. This is why, upon arriving in a new city, Zhang Feng does not merely engage in the dojo battle assessment or seek out the dojo master, but instead conducts his own investigations. Should he uncover any instances of corruption or oppression among the dojo masters, he would not hesitate to take action against them. Fortunately, both Dianci from Lake City and Xiaosong from Snow Peak City are not such individuals. Under their stewardship, both cities have flourished, showcasing vibrant vitality and a thriving environment. Simply put, Dianci believed himself exceptionally strong and had grown complacent about engaging in dojo battles. However, with Zhang Feng's prompting, he has rediscovered his purpose. The issue was resolved splendidly. This also serves to highlight Zhang Feng's capabilities, allowing him to accumulate valuable experience as he transitions into his role as the Hoenn Region Champion. Now, the battle between the dojo examiner Zhang Feng and the Snow Peak City dojo master Xiaosong is about to unfold, with the entire match being recorded. The competition begins. As the referee announced this, Zhang Feng swiftly released his Pokémon, the recently evolved Dazzling Dracozolt, taking the lead. Upon witnessing the imposing figure of Dazzling Dracozolt and its fiery attributes, Master Xiaosong furrowed his brow in concern. "I'm counting on you, Abomasnow." With that, Xiaosong unleashed a Pokeball, revealing a massive Pokémon, entirely snow-white but adorned with a few greenish-white leaves. From a distance, it resembled a colossal ice sculpture crafted from snow. Ding. Current attributes of Abomasnow are as follows. Pokémon. Abomasnow level, 56 ability, Snow Warning type, Grass. Ice potential, Gold Bond Evolution, Unlocked Mega Evolution, Unlocked skills, Haze, Leaf Storm, Leaf Blade, Ice Wind, Root, Wood Hammer, Blizzard. Despite the level advantage of Abomasnow over Dazzling Dracozolt, the latter has a fourfold advantage in terms of type effectiveness. Therefore, this battle is far from unwinnable. Moreover, since the first Pokémon is merely of quasi-elite level, Xiaosong's strength likely does not reach that of an Elite Four member, even though she is the 7th dojo master of the Sinnoh region. As Abomasnow made its entrance, snow began to fall across the battlefield, providing a significant boost to its performance. Dazzling Dracozolt. Use Inferno Overdrive. Abomasnow. unleashed the Light of Ruin. Understanding the disadvantage of his type, and realizing that the skill damage against Dazzling Dracozolt would be minimal, Xiaosong adapted her strategy, aiming to secure a decisive victory with overwhelming force. However, regrettably, Inferno Overdrive struck Abomasnow first, engulfing the Pokémon in flames and eliciting a cry of anguish. Even with its higher level, it could not disregard the substantial damage inflicted by the fourfold type disadvantage. Consequently, the Light of Ruin was forcibly interrupted. Now, rush in and execute Fire Punch. Dazzling Dracozolt's ability, Flame Body, means that upon close combat, there is a high probability it will inflict a burn status on Abomasnow. Aware of this, Xiaosong directed her Abomasnow to employ ranged attacks. Yet, the Light of Ruin requires considerable charging time, making it easy for Dazzling Dracozolt to disrupt Abomasnow's offensive. If this continues, Abomasnow will be slowly worn down by Dazzling Dracozolt. Abomasnow, use Aura Sphere. Oh, so you've opted for a fighting-type move? With that intention, Dazzling Dracozolt charged forward. As the two Pokémon engaged in close combat, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. Following a powerful Fire Punch landing on Abomasnow, it let out a pained cry, but the Aura Sphere was still unleashed, sending the massive Dazzling Dracozolt flying. Yet, the close-quarters battle inadvertently caused Abomasnow to succumb to a burn status. The Flame Body ability of Dazzling Dracozolt activated. In the next moment, a conflagration erupted around Abomasnow, and its condition deteriorated significantly due to the burn. This provided Dazzling Dracozolt with an opportunity to rise. Burn away. A torrent of searing flames struck Abomasnow, and the relatively formidable Pokémon finally succumbed. Ding! Dazzling Dracozolt defeated Abomasnow, earning 500 experience points and ascending to level 52. With Abomasnow defeated, Dazzling Dracozolt's level increased by 2. However, despite this, Dazzling Dracozolt had expended considerable energy, prompting Zhang Feng to recall it. Rest well. Next, Xiaosong sent forth her second Pokémon. I'm counting on you, Mamoswine. Mamoswine, one of Xiaosong's ace Pokémon, boasted a level even higher than Abomasnow. Ding. Current attributes of Mamoswine are as follows. Pokémon. Mamoswine level. 57 ability. Thick Fat type. Ice. Ground potential. Gold Bond evolution. Unlocked Mega evolution. Unlocked skills. Double hit. Ancient power. Ice Fong. Ice Shard. Blizzard Earthquake. As Mamoswine is the evolved form of Piloswine, possessing considerable bulk, it would undoubtedly overpower Dazzling Dracozolt. Thus, Zhang Feng had no choice but to release his main Pokémon. You're the one. With the emergence of Glacian, an even more formidable aura enveloped the battlefield. Previously, Xiaosong had been puzzled, wondering how the dojo examiner Zhang Feng, who had previously selected the strongest from the Sinnoh Pokémon League headquarters, could deploy such seemingly weak Pokémon against her. However, after witnessing her Abomasnow's defeat at the hands of Dazzling Dracozolt, her dismissive attitude towards Zhang Feng vanished. It became evident that Zhang Feng possessed powerful Pokémon. He merely chose to triumph with lesser ones. Glacian was clearly of elite-level caliber. The mere presence of this Pokémon was enough to instill a sense of dread in Mamoswine. Chapter 18. The Figure of Lake Valor, Arceus. Glacian, use Ice Beam. A terrifying ice-blue beam coalesced from Glacian's mouth, striking Mamoswine and transforming it into an ice sculpture. Mamoswine has lost its fighting capability. Glacian wins. Please, Master Xiaosong, send out your next Pokémon. Subsequently, Glacian faced off against Maril and Frostless, both at level 54. Yet, even so, they could not withstand a single attack from Glacian. Thus, Xiaosong was left with only her final Pokémon. I'm counting on you, Frostless. As Xiaosong's last Pokémon emerged, Zhang Feng recalled Glacian and readied the Pokeball for his Tyranitar. After all, Frostless was the weakest among Xiaosong's 6 Pokémon. Ding dong. The current attribute values of the Snow Fairy are as follows. Pokémon, Snow Fairy, level, 53, ability, Snow Cloak, types, Ice. Ghost, aptitude, Gold, Bond evolution, unlocked, Mega evolution, unlocked, skills, Crunch, Ice Fong, Ice Shard, Drain Kiss, Snowy Terrain, Strange Light, Shadow Ball. The combination of Ice and Ghost types makes it the perfect adversary for the Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus's inaugural battle. As the Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus made its grand entrance, the two Pokémon locked eyes, and thus, the battle commenced. The Snow Fairy unleashed Strange Light upon the Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus. In response, the Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus countered with Rock Smash. Just as the Snow Fairy was gathering its energy, the assault from the Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus arrived. encircling it with a barrage of explosive rocks. A tremendous explosion resonated, and the Snow Fairy's strange light was thwarted, failing to strike the Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus. The Snow Fairy then attempted to use Drain Kiss. The Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus retaliated with another rock smash. Following a series of exchanges, the Snow Fairy found its vitality dwindling to the brink. With a single sharp stone attack from the Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus, the beleaguered Snow Fairy succumbed. Ding dong. The Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus triumphed over the Snow Fairy, earning 100 experience points, and leveling up to level 51. The battle concluded, leaving all 6 of Master Xiaosung's Pokémon defeated. The final evaluation rated him at the champion level. After uploading the battle footage, including Zhang Feng's score of the Snow Peak Gym leader, the assessment of the Snow Peak Gym came to an end. After bidding farewell to Master Xiaosong, Cynthia received an urgent mission regarding the nefarious Team Galactic, which has recently been wreaking havoc across various regions and requires assistance. Consequently, Cynthia parted ways with Zhang Feng and returned to Mount Coronet to lead the operation against Team Galactic. Upon hearing the news of Team Galactic, Zhang Feng couldn't help but reflect on the original plot, where this so-called evil organization ultimately pursued a singular goal and plan. In truth, every regional evil organization shares a common ambition to control the legendary Pokémon of their respective areas and create their envisioned world. Team Galactic is no exception, seeking to harness the powers of Dialga and Palkia through the lustrous and adamant orbs to forge their utopian reality. However, has Team Galactic already begun their activities this early? Isn't Ash currently traveling in the Kanto region, challenging the battle frontier, and hasn't he even arrived in Sinnoh yet? With a degree of uncertainty, Zhang Feng dismissed the threat of Team Galactic, as they had yet to acquire the legendary orbs they sought. Nevertheless, the news of their activities only heightened his interest in the 3 sacred mushrooms. What if Team Galactic managed to capture them first? In addition, the operational pace of these evil organizations is typically sluggish, and Zhang Feng was reluctant to wait for Team Galactic to make the first move. If he were to find Dialga and Palkia, he would rather place his hopes on the trio of Jessie, James, and Meowth. If memory serves, the lustrous orb was indeed obtained by this trio in the original storyline, wasn't it? After determining that his next gym destination was the Water's Edge Gym in Water's Edge City, adjacent to Lake Valor, Zhang Feng executed a swift teleportation, arriving at Lake Valor. Utilizing his extraordinary psychic abilities, upon reaching Lake Valor, he discovered the slumbering legendary Pokémon, Azelf, beneath the lake's surface. Ding dong. The current attribute values of Azelf are as follows. Pokémon, Azelf, Role, God of Will, Level, 75, Ability, Levitate, Type, Psychic, Aptitude, Red Bond Evolution, Unlocked, Mega Evolution, Unlocked, Skills, Psychic, Rest, Confusion Ray, Seal, Telekinesis, Future Sight, Mysterious Power, Affection, 0, Background, one of the legendary Pokémon created by Arceus. It has been slumbering in Lake Valor since bestowing the power of will upon the people of Sinnoh. Hobby, spreading the power of will. At that moment, upon examining Azelf's attribute panel and gazing at the azure-hued Pokémon, Zhang Feng felt a surge of thought. Through his psychic senses, Azelf detected Zhang Feng's power and began to awaken. However, for its own safety, Azelf did not directly present itself before Zhang Feng, instead manifesting in a shadowy form above Lake Valor. Simultaneously, the entire lake shrouded itself in a thick mist as a cascade of white fog enveloped the surroundings. Zhang Feng then witnessed a phantasmal Azelf gliding before him, seemingly scrutinizing why a mere human possessed the power to awaken it. Just then, a dozen individuals clad in white uniforms appeared, led by a blue-haired individual named Cyrus. Finally, Azelf has awakened. Kid, scurry away quickly, or you won't be able to escape later. Chapter 19. Team Galactic? Let us annihilate them. Observing the sudden emergence of the blue-haired figure, Zhang Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. If memory serves, this white uniform belongs to Team Galactic, and it appears that this individual is one of their executives. It seems that Team Galactic has already made a preemptive strike for the 3 sacred mushrooms. Realizing that Team Galactic was already targeting the legendary Pokémon, Zhang Feng felt a sense of urgency. As he contemplated the implications of Team Galactic's intentions, Cyrus addressed Zhang Feng, exclaiming, "Hey, how dare you act so brazenly in front of Team Galactic? Kid, if you don't leave, you can stay here." With that, Cyrus tossed a Pokeball, summoning a Toxicroak into the fray. Toxicroak, Skuntank, and Espurr are all Pokémon well known to Team Galactic. Are these executives truly oblivious to their own insignificance? How dare a mere wannabe champion challenge Zhang Feng? With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng resolved to engage Cyrus in a delightful contest. Then I entrust you with the task, Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus. Ding dong. The current attribute values of Toxicroak are as follows. Pokémon, Toxicroak, level, 50, ability, anticipation, types, poison, fighting, aptitude, purple, bond evolution, unlocked, mega evolution, unlocked, skills, poison jab, scare, swagger, sludge wave, poison fong, toxic, mud bomb. Upon deploying the Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus, the members behind Cyrus released their Pokémon as well. Team Galactic has certainly made a name for itself in the Sinnoh region. And in the original plot, their leader indeed leveraged Dialga and Palkia to realize his ambitions, harnessing the powers of the time-space deities. He created his ideal world and vanished into the temporal rift. Faced with the onslaught from Team Galactic, Zhang Feng found himself in a 1-against-10 battle. How intriguing. Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus, use Stone Edge. Following Zhang Feng's command, a multitude of sharp stones materialized from the Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus, hurtling toward Team Galactic. The Pokémon of the ordinary members succumbed to the attack, rendered incapable of battle, unable to withstand the onslaught. Only Toxicroak, with its type advantage, managed to endure the Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus's assault. Witnessing this, Cyrus grew anxious and immediately commanded Toxicroak, use low sweep against the Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus. Naturally, fighting type moves pose a threat to the Mega Steel Tyrannosaurus, but as Toxicroak charged forward, Zhang Feng smirked and declared, Earthquake. Upon receiving the command from Zhang Feng, the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus let out a deafening roar. Its colossal form began to harness the energy of the earth. Consequently, the once tranquil lake of aspiration began to tremble violently. The intangible waves relentlessly bombarded the poison skeleton frogs, and under the immense power of the earthquake, which doubled its effectiveness, the poison skeleton frogs were rendered incapable of continuing the battle. With a chime, the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus triumphed over the poison skeleton frog, Charmeow, and other Pokémon, earning an impressive 700 experience points, and ascending to level 53. The defeat of the Galactic Team's Pokémon caused a noticeable change in Jinxing's demeanor. How is this possible? Who are you? How could you so effortlessly overpower all of our Galactic Team's Pokémon? Meanwhile, Hoenn, who had been observing the battle between Zhang Feng and the Galactic Team, quietly returned to the lake's depths, using its psychic abilities to sense the tumultuous conflict above. It seemed that this little creature, despite being a second-tier deity and possessing divine responsibilities, exuded a sense of timidity and appeared to lack combat prowess. The Galactic Team dared to meddle with divine beasts. They must be eradicated. After Zhang Feng voiced this sentiment, his formidable psychic powers activated instantaneously, causing dozens of Galactic Team members, including Jinxing, to fall into a state of unconsciousness. Subsequently, Zhang Feng activated his Pokédex and initiated a call to Jay of the Sky Team. Within 3 seconds, Jay's visage appeared on the device, followed by a familiar voice. Boss, what are your orders? Upon hearing Jay's words, Zhang Feng promptly inquired, have there been any recent reports from all Sky Team members regarding sightings of divine beasts? After a brief moment of contemplation, Jay replied, Boss, Hoenn and Quan Mei are currently leading 2 teams to the ruins in the Johto region, which we preliminarily believe to be the remnants of the 3 sacred pillars. However, we cannot confirm whether any divine beasts are present. Therefore, they are still conducting investigations and have yet to report back to you, boss. Upon hearing Jay's response, Zhang Feng nodded in approval. Finally, it seemed that his organization, with its myriad members, was making strides in the search for divine beasts. Thus, allow Quan Mei and Hoyann's teams to proceed with their original plan, while you immediately lead the elite members of the organization to the Sinnoh region, collaborating with Cynthia to eliminate the Galactic Team. Simultaneously, covertly gather information regarding the Galactic Team's knowledge of Dialga and Palkia, and ascertain the whereabouts of the Adamant Orb and Lustrous Orb. Having received Zhang Feng's directives, Jay promptly acknowledged. Subsequently, Zhang Feng also contacted Cynthia, informing her that he had captured several members of the Galactic Team at Lake of Aspiration. Given this situation, it was highly probable that the Galactic Team had operatives at both Lake of Harmony and Lake of Wisdom. After coordinating with Jay and Cynthia, the Sky Team and the Sinnoh Pokemon League would work together to dismantle the Galactic Team, while also investigating whether they possessed the Lustrous Orb or the Adamant Orb. Zhang Feng then turned his attention to Hoenn. After the battle by Lake of Aspiration concluded, Zhang Feng used his psychic abilities to soothe Hoenn's emotions, allowing it to reveal its true form before him. Hoenn, you possess psychic powers as well. How astonishing. Upon their first encounter, Acunum circled around Zhang Feng in awe, clearly taken aback. Given its psychic abilities, Zhang Feng's affinity was exceedingly high for the 3 sacred mushrooms, and it bore no suspicion towards him. Moreover, Zhang Feng had just assisted Acunum in defeating the galactic team members who sought to capture it. Thus, for these reasons, Acunum felt emboldened to unveil its true nature before Zhang Feng. With a chime, Acunum's intimacy level increased, now standing at 70. Chapter 20. Capturing Acunum. The reappearance of orb choices. At that moment, upon hearing of Acunum's increased intimacy, Zhang Feng smiled. It seemed that with the presence of psychic powers, these psychic-type divine beasts were rather easily swayed by him. Contemplating this, Zhang Feng addressed Acunum. Acunum, you, along with Uxie and Mesprit, as the spiritual divine beasts of the Sinnoh region, have bestowed upon humanity willpower, knowledge, and emotions. However, given the lack of concealment in your habitat, ambition-driven groups like the Galactic Team will inevitably target you. For your safety, why not accompany me on a journey, becoming my Pokémon and residing in the special space I create, where you will be assured of your safety? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's proposition, Acunum found itself in a state of contemplation. Ever since it imparted its spiritual power of will to the people of the Sinnoh region, Acunum had remained dormant at Lake of Aspiration. It would only awaken upon encountering individuals with unwavering resolve. Just like Ash from the original storyline, as the protagonist, he naturally possessed exceptional willpower, having had the fortune to witness Acunum's presence. In facing Zhang Feng, Acunum awakened, recognizing him as a trainer of great willpower. Otherwise, even with psychic abilities, Acunum would not have shown such intimacy. Now, with Zhang Feng's proposal on the table, Acunum found itself in deep thought. After a moment of deliberation, Acunum, sensing the comfort emanating from Zhang Feng, spoke. If you wish to capture me, you must also take my 2 companions along. As you mentioned, if I am in danger, then Uxie and Mesprit must also be at risk, and you must protect them. Although we are divine beasts, we are arguably the weakest among second-tier deities in terms of combat prowess, and even a formidable human trainer could easily defeat us. Upon hearing Acunum's words, Zhang Feng grinned. Of course, it is my duty. Initially, Zhang Feng had pondered how to communicate with Uxie and Mesprit after capturing Acunum, but now, Acunum had inadvertently resolved that dilemma for him. When he next encountered the other 2 of the trio, Zhang Feng would convey that he was there to assist them at Acunum's behest. Having received Zhang Feng's agreement, Acunum assumed a battle stance before him, declaring, although my combat strength may not match that of ordinary second-tier deities, out of respect for the dignity of divine beasts, I shall not be easily captured. Come, let us battle. Defeat me, and I shall follow you. After all, the Sinnoh region no longer requires us 3 sacred mushrooms to spread the power of will. Humans have their own lives. Hearing Acunum's declaration, Zhang Feng took out the Pokeball containing Latios. As a flash of red light illuminated the scene, Latios appeared before Acunum. When facing divine beasts, it was only fitting to summon another divine beast. While it was true that Zhang Feng's primary Pokémon should have the strength to defeat the 3 sacred mushrooms, this was merely a capture battle, and there was no need for Acunum to suffer excessive harm. As for Latios, it was even less necessary, was it not? Is that Latios? No wonder I sensed the presence of many divine beasts emanating from you. Given that so many divine beasts have chosen to follow you, it appears my decision is indeed correct. As Acunum spoke these words, its eyes instantly transformed into a deep azure hue, and a surge of formidable psychic power surged forth. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng immediately commanded Latios. Latios, unleash the cleanse aura. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Latios shot forth like a jet plane, swiftly evading the onslaught of psychic energy. Subsequently, as it approached Acunum, a blue-violet beam of light surged forth, striking towards Acunum. As Latios unleashed its assault, Arceus deftly dodged with a graceful maneuver, narrowly avoiding the impending strike. Almost immediately, a more potent psychic move, Illusion Ray, enveloped Latios in a shimmering embrace. However, as a fellow psychic-type mythical creature, Latios possessed a combat prowess that undoubtedly surpassed that of lesser Pokémon such as the trio of mushrooms. Seizing the opportunity, as Arceus began to tire, Cleanse Aura was unleashed once more, striking directly at Arceus. After sustaining a heavy blow, Arceus was sent hurtling backward. Capitalizing on this moment, Latios swiftly approached, delivering a jet-like collision empowered by the self-sacrificial move, crashing directly into Arceus. Observing Arceus in a precarious position, Zhang Feng produced a luxury ball. With a precise flick of his wrist, Arceus was drawn into the Pokeball. After a couple of shakes, the luxury ball emitted a crisp sound. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for capturing Arceus. Ding dong. It has been detected that the host is preparing to capture the trio of mushrooms. Thus, the following options are presented. Option 1. In sequence, capture the trio of mushrooms, Arceus, Uxie, and Mesprit, within 3 days. Thwart the schemes of Team Galactic, obtain the Platinum Orb, and receive the coordinates to the entrance of the Distortion World. Option 2. Capture the trio of mushrooms without time constraints, receiving the Adamant Orb, granting the authority to summon the legendary Pokémon Dialga. Option 3. Capture the trio of mushrooms without time constraints, receiving the Lustrous Orb, granting the authority to summon the legendary Pokémon Palkia. At this moment, upon witnessing the sudden emergence of options from the system, Zhang Feng found himself once again faced with a choice among the 3 illustrious orbs. The first option, the Platinum Orb, symbolizes the most formidable entity among the 3 deities of the Sinnoh region, the Lord of the Distortion World, the mighty Giratina. Even when confronted by both Palkia and Dialga in unison, Giratina's might would remain unrivaled. The other 2, naturally, are the deities of time and space. The god of time, Dialga, with Dialga merely being a translation issue, wields the power to manipulate time, regarded as the higher deity over Shalebi. The god of space, Palkia, commands the power of spatial manipulation. As the deities of time and space, various forms of literature often proclaim, space is sovereign, time is emperor. This illustrates the terrifying might of time and space. This scene mirrored the initial decision involving the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre, exhibiting no significant difference. Moreover, summoning these 3 legendary beings still relies on distinct orbs, the lustrous, adamant, and platinum orbs, each corresponding to one of the legendary Pokémon. After a moment of hesitation, analyzing the merits and demerits of the 3 legendary Pokémon, Zhang Feng ultimately made his choice. Chapter 21. The Choice, Uxie of Lake Acuity. Gazing at the 3 options presented on the system panel, Zhang Feng decisively selected the first. Ding dong, the host has chosen option 1. Upon capturing the trio of mushrooms within 3 days, the Platinum Orb will be automatically granted, along with the revelation of the entrance to the Distortion World. The reasoning behind selecting the first option mirrors Zhang Feng's earlier rationale for choosing Rayquaza. For Giratina is not only stronger, but also more visually striking. As the sovereign of the Distortion World, possessing strength that rivals the combined might of Dialga and Palkia, Zhang Feng would undoubtedly not opt for the comparatively weaker legendary Pokémon. Time and space deities, do you dare to call us weak? Let us have a battle and see. Zhang Feng, how about a duel between 2 Rayquazas? Perfectly. While seeking the Platinum Orb to summon Giratina, the Lustrous Orb and Adamant Orb could at least be procured by Team Galactic. Thus, Zhang Feng could effortlessly gather the 3 Sinnoh legends. Having made his decision, Zhang Feng chose the first option. The next task was to capture the remaining 2 mushrooms within the next 2 days. Resolute in his intent to complete the task of option 1 with utmost efficiency, Zhang Feng utilized his psychic abilities, directly locking onto Lake Acuity, and swiftly headed for Uxie. Naturally, he paid little mind to the Team Galactic members left at Lake Valor, as he had already informed Cynthia of the unfolding events. Therefore, members of the Sinnoh Pokémon League would soon arrive to retrieve the unconscious individuals, including the Guardian of the Lake. Although the Sinnoh region may appear small in the game, it remains an extensive area in reality. Even with transportation and foot travel, it could take a year to achieve the feat of conquering all 8 gyms and participating in the championship competition. Thus, by the time Zhang Feng arrived at Lake Acuity, he had already spent nearly half a day gazing upon the serene waters of Lake Acuity and sensing Uxie's presence. Zhang Feng released Arceus, with a companion by his side. Capturing Uxie and Mesprit would undoubtedly be much easier. Unlike the disjointed legendary birds, who would engage in battle upon meeting, these 3 mushrooms are, in fact, family and allies. After all, capturing Pokémon necessitates forging a bond with them. Otherwise, if one were to forcefully capture them against their will, they would surely resist following commands. Of course, the colossal psychic-type golem that Rayquaza threatened does not fall under this category. Hence, with Arceus's assistance, the endeavor became significantly more manageable. At Arceus's call, Uxie, who had been slumbering at the depths of Lake Acuity, emerged, floating gracefully above the water's surface. Upon seeing Arceus, Uxie emitted a sound of delight. After Arceus recounted the events that had transpired, Uxie's gaze shifted toward Zhang Feng. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng began inspecting Uxie's attribute panel. Ding dong. Uxie's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon. Uxie Divine Role. God of Emotions level, 75 ability, Levitate type, Psychic potential, Red Bond evolution, Unlocked Mega evolution, Unlocked skills, Rest, Wish, Sweet Kiss, Mimic, Future Sight, Mystical Power Friendship, 70 background. One of the deities created by Arceus, Uxie has slumbered in Lake Acuity, awakening at the call of companions after imparting the power of emotions to humans in the Sinnoh region. Interest, spreading emotions, helping people and Pokémon understand feelings. Upon witnessing the pink, mushroom-like Pokémon conversing with the Azure Arceus, Zhang Feng finally comprehended why these three Pokémon were affectionately dubbed the Trio of Mushrooms. Indeed, these three legendary beings bear a striking resemblance to mushrooms. Understanding the events surrounding Arceus, Uxie then approached Zhang Feng, circling him in flight. Uxie remarked, "Human, your scent is quite pleasant. It seems we resonate well together. No wonder Arceus chose to follow you." Hearing Uxie's words, Zhang Feng smiled and replied, "I promised Arceus to protect him and his companions, which includes you, Uxie, and Mesprit. Given that Team Galactic has appeared at Lake Valor to capture Arceus, they will surely dispatch personnel to Lake Acuity and Lake Verity to pursue you and Mesprit. Perhaps your appearance will draw them out." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Uxie's ears perked up. Subsequently, Uxie gazed into the distance, surprised, and said, "You were correct. They are coming." Following Uxie's gaze, Zhang Feng looked ahead, and indeed, a contingent of Team Galactic, led by their commander, was heading straight for Lake Acuity. It appears that Team Galaxy has indeed discerned the location of the three holy mushrooms. With their movements now known, they have commenced their plan to capture these elusive beings. However, upon the emergence of Team Galaxy, Zhang Feng had already alerted Sharona, who promptly sent one of the Elite Four, Wusong, to Lake Heart. Upon encountering Huoxing, a cadre of Team Galaxy, Wusong, accompanied by his Alakazam, effortlessly apprehended Huoxing and his associates without Zhang Feng needing to lift a finger. Subsequently, Wusong approached Zhang Feng with a smile, expressing gratitude for the successful capture of Team Galaxy, while also noting that they had already dispatched personnel to Lake Wisdom. According to reports, Suashing of Team Galaxy, alongside other members, was preparing to apprehend the mythical being, Mesprit. Just moments ago, Day conveyed the news that Suashing had been captured, thus bringing the three major cadres of Team Galaxy to justice. Upon hearing Wusong's remarks, Zhang Feng merely waved his hand. While his objective was indeed to dismantle Team Galaxy, his ulterior motive was to secure personal gain. By capturing the three holy mushrooms and utilizing Team Galaxy's information, he aimed to locate Palkia and Dialga, thereby earning the system's reward, Platinum Gem. Should this plan succeed, the three majestic dragons of the Sinnoh region would all be within his grasp. However, uncertainty loomed over whether Team Galaxy's leader, Cheery, had already acquired knowledge of the whereabouts of the Platinum and Diamond orbs. If not, the endeavor to capture the temporal and spatial deities, Palkia and Dialga, might need to be postponed for some time. Chapter 22. Capturing the Second, the response of Team Galaxy. After concluding the handover with Wusong, the esteemed champion of the Sinnoh Pokémon League hastily departed from Lake Heart, as if there were an unspoken presence that left him at a loss for words. After all, Zhang Feng had previously bested him, and Wusong felt a certain awkwardness standing before him. Were it not for this mission being a direct order from Sharona, he would have undoubtedly refused to accept such a task, and would have preferred to avoid any encounter with Zhang Feng, regardless of the circumstances. Being outmaneuvered by one individual at the very headquarters of the Sinnoh Pokémon League was an embarrassment Wusong could hardly bear. It is worth noting that champions from various regions, no matter how formidable their prowess, would find it nearly impossible to overpower the Elite Four in a one-on-four confrontation. Wouldn't you agree, Dodrio? Thus, after apprehending Huoxing and his cohorts, Wusong departed hastily, leaving no time for lingering. Once Wusong and the members of the Sinnoh Pokémon League had vacated the area, Arceus and Imrit revealed themselves. They had concealed their forms while Wusong and the members of Team Galaxy were present, successfully avoiding any complications. Indeed, it seems the secret of the three lakes can no longer be kept hidden for long. With this in mind, Imrit turned his gaze toward Zhang Feng. Observing the situation, Zhang Feng inquired of Imrit, "What is your decision? Will you accompany me, remain with your companions, or continue to linger in this Lake Heart?" Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Imrit, influenced by Arceus, replied with a smile, "Since my companions have departed, staying here in Lake Heart would serve little purpose. Moreover, the bond between humans and Pokémon in the Sinnoh region has long been established. This land no longer necessitates the presence of the three holy mushrooms." As he spoke, Emrit gazed wistfully at the lake he had known for a lifetime, then glanced at the luxury ball in Zhang Feng's hand. With a resounding pop, the luxury ball was activated by Emrit's psychic powers, allowing him to enter Zhang Feng's luxury ball. Upon the crisp sound of the ball's capture, Emrit became Zhang Feng's ally. In the realm of divine beasts, aside from the 2 legendary Pokémon awarded by the system, this marked the first instance of Zhang Feng encountering a divine beast willingly choosing to follow him. At this moment, Zhang Feng felt a sense of joy akin to that of Ash. Indeed, rare Pokémon come to him voluntarily, witnessing his companion's choice to follow Zhang Feng. Arceus offered a smile before entering Zhang Feng's Pokeball as well. With this, the collection of the 3 holy mushrooms reached 2/3 completion. Now, only the last of the wisdom deities, Uxie, remains. As Emrit and Arceus reveled in Zhang Feng's system space, the 2 divine beasts glanced at the 2 imposing Rayquazas emanating an aura of boundless menace from the sky, as well as the Kyogre continuously spouting water from the ocean, and Groudon luxuriating in the magma. They also observed a multitude of Pokémon thriving in this realm. Noting this, Emrit spoke to Arceus. Do you see? This space resembles the Sinnoh continent at its inception, as if we are starting anew. Upon hearing Emrit's words, Arceus chuckled in agreement. Indeed, it does. However, since we have chosen to follow this human, he shall henceforth be our trainer. Watch as I instill unwavering determination in his Pokémon. With that, Arceus approached Zhang Feng's lead Pokémon and began to impart his willpower. One could say he truly embodies the essence of the God of Will. Perhaps, through the influence of the God of Will, Zhang Feng's Pokémon in future battles will grow ever more steadfast and formidable. Meanwhile, oblivious to the developments occurring within the system space, Zhang Feng set his sights on the final target, Uxie of Lake Wisdom. Once he successfully captures this last wisdom deity, he shall be rewarded with the Platinum Gem, enabling him to summon the ruler of the distortion world, Giratina. Just as Zhang Feng tirelessly pursued his objectives, the cadre of Team Galaxy, led by the enigmatic Dr. Galactic, received news of the failed attempt to capture the 3 holy mushrooms. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. At this moment, within the headquarters of Team Galaxy, Dr. Galactic seethed with indignation upon receiving reports from agents across various regions. The capture of the 3 holy mushrooms had been orchestrated under his directive. Now, with Team Galaxy's leader, Chiri, occupied with pressing matters elsewhere, all affairs had been entrusted to Dr. Galactic. The collective capture of the 3 major cadres and the failure of the 3 holy mushrooms capture plan left him pondering how to face the leader, Chiri. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Dr. Galactic was about to devise a remedy when his base was suddenly breached by a fearsome dragon-type attack. With a thunderous explosion, a massive hole was blasted open, revealing a striking blonde woman atop a terrifyingly powerful Garchomp, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Dr. Galactic. Half a day prior, at the headquarters of the Sinnoh Pokémon League, upon receiving Zhang Feng's report, Sharona had made swift arrangements. She dispatched the Elite Four's chief, Wusong, to Lake Heart to confront the Team Galaxy cadre, Huoxing, while the Elite Four member, Aliu, was sent to Lake Valor to apprehend the cadre, Jinxing. Initially, Aliu had anticipated encountering Zhang Feng. However, by a stroke of fortune, Zhang Feng's pace was swift, and instead, it was Wusong who crossed paths with him. Simultaneously, Day had proceeded to Lake Wisdom, defeating the last cadre of Team Galaxy, Suixing, with the champion, Orangefield, stationed at the headquarters. Sharona herself hastened to Team Galaxy's base to execute a decisive strike. Under the concerted efforts of the Sinnoh Pokémon League, Team Galaxy suffered a significant blow. Regrettably, it seemed their leader was absent from the base. Certainly, apart from the Sinnoh Pokémon League, Zhang Feng's Sky Team, under the leadership of the formidable champion Jay, swiftly advanced to the Sinnoh region. Collaborating with the Sinnoh Pokémon League, they dismantled the various branches of Team Galaxy within the region. From this endeavor, they unearthed some confidential information regarding Team Galaxy's schemes, as well as the secrets between Dialga and Palkia atop the Crown Mountain. Upon witnessing this data, Jay immediately encrypted it and transmitted it to Zhang Feng. As their leader sought the mythical beasts, this information was precisely what Zhang Feng required. Thus, within a mere half-day, all visible cadres and bases of Team Galaxy were obliterated, leaving only a solitary leader wandering in the shadows. Chapter 23. Summoning Palkia, Capturing Uxie. How could this be possible? How could the Sinnoh Pokémon League ascertain the location of our Team Galaxy headquarters? At this moment, Dr. Nebula, gazing at the encroaching Cynthia and the multitude of Sinnoh League members alongside several officers led by Miss Jun Sha, was suddenly overtaken by a flicker of madness and despair. He could hardly fathom that his usually concealed base had suffered such devastating blows within a single day. Not only had the three main cadres of Team Galaxy been apprehended, but all of their bases had been uprooted. Now, even the headquarters was compromised. Reflecting on the gratitude he owed to his superior, the blazing red sun, and the extensive data stored within the base, Dr. Nebula bellowed in fury. I shall not be captured by you. You will not succeed. After uttering these words, Dr. Nebula hurled a pokeball, and with a flash of red light, a self-destructing magneton emerged. The magneton prepared to unleash a self-detonation, aiming to obliterate all information within the Team Galaxy headquarters, including himself and the intruding members of the Pokémon League. However, as elite trainers seasoned in countless battles, they were well prepared for such suicidal attacks from a nefarious organization like Team Galaxy. Following Dr. Nebula's command, the magneton attempted its skill, yet nothing transpired. How is this possible? At this moment, Dr. Nebula wore an expression of disbelief, utterly perplexed by the failure of the magneton's self-destruction. Just then, Miss Junsha remarked softly, "We anticipated your self-detonation. My Swampert's ability, Damp, was designed to counteract such tactics." As she spoke, a robust Swampert stirred its fins, displaying a hint of a smile. Seizing the opportunity, Cynthia's Garchomp unleashed a Dragon Pulse. Struck by this powerful blow, the magneton succumbed to defeat. With the self-destruct skill no longer in play, the Team Galaxy headquarters was easily seized by the Sinnoh Pokémon League. Dr. Nebula was captured by Cynthia. Thus, Team Galaxy was nearly annihilated. With their primary cadres lost, and their leader untraceable, the once mighty Team Galaxy in the Sinnoh region could no longer stir any turmoil. Upon learning of Team Galaxy's downfall, their leader, a man with blue hair and piercing blue eyes, exuded a flicker of malice. "The Sinnoh Pokémon League, was it? I had no intention of confronting you. But since you have provoked me, do not blame me for what ensues." Murmuring these words, the blazing red sun clutched a precious orb, his gaze flickering with determination. The reason he was absent from the base was that he had acquired the coveted white orb. The white orb possesses the capability to summon the Lord of Space, Palkia. After years of scheming, Team Galaxy had finally obtained one of the powers required to create a dream world. However, to open a rift in space-time, merely possessing the white orb is insufficient. A diamond orb is also required. Contemplating this, the blazing red sun pondered briefly before reaching a resolution. Soon, drawn by some unseen force, the white orb in his grasp radiated a brilliant light, and the Palkia statue before him shimmered with a flash. It seemed to come to life. Gradually, a rift appeared in the void, and a Pokémon adorned in hues of white and purple emerged. If Zhang Feng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this mythical creature as Palkia, one of the Sinnoh's legendary dragons, associated with water and time. Upon witnessing Palkia, the blazing red sun finally broke into a smile. "Palkia, I require your strength. Together, let us seek the diamond orb and vanquish your nemesis, Dialga." Hearing these words and sensing the white orb in his hand, Palkia, influenced by its essence and harboring grievances against Dialga, inexplicably nodded. Observing this scene, the blazing red sun promptly declared, "Then, our first stop shall be the headquarters of the Sinnoh Pokémon League. For obliterating my Team Galaxy, you shall pay the price." Just as Team Galaxy faced annihilation and their leader, the blazing red sun, prepared for his final act of vengeance, Zhang Feng finally arrived at the last lake, Wisdom Lake. Inhabiting this lake was the final member of the trio of mushroom Pokémon, revered as the god of knowledge, Uxie. After using his psychic abilities to sense Uxie's presence, Zhang Feng released both Azelf and Mesprit. Sensing the aura of his companions, a mushroom-like Pokémon appeared on the surface of Wisdom Lake. This creature could only be Uxie. Ding dong. Uxie's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon. Uxie Divinity. God of Knowledge level, 75 ability. Levitate type. Psychic potential. Red Bond evolution. Unlocked Mega evolution. Unlocked skills. Psychic, Healing Wish. Last gift. Yawn, Future Sight. Mystical power affinity. 70 history. One of the legendary beasts created by Arceus, it brings knowledge to the people of Sinnoh, aiding in their evolution, and has long slumbered in Wisdom Lake, awakening at the call of its companions. Hobbies, disseminating knowledge and fostering human cognitive abilities. Upon encountering Uxie, Azelf and Mesprit recounted the preceding events. Following this, the process became quite straightforward. Since both companions chose to accompany Zhang Feng, Uxie naturally would not be left behind. "It seems that henceforth, you shall be my trainer, so let us proceed directly." With that, Uxie fixed its gaze intently upon Zhang Feng, and a surge of formidable energy emerged. drawing forth a pristine luxury ball from Zhang Feng's being. In the next moment, Uxie willingly entered the luxury ball. As the ball emitted a crisp sound, it returned to Zhang Feng's hand. Thus, Uxie was captured by Zhang Feng. All 3 mushroom Pokémon were now assembled. Chapter 24. The trio of mushrooms acquired. The Platinum Orb emerges. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the first task, capturing the trio of mushrooms, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, within 3 days, earning a Platinum Orb and gaining access to the reverse world. Ding dong! The entrance to the reverse world lies atop Crown Mountain. Only those in possession of the Platinum Orb can perceive the gateway. Ding dong! System notification. The reverse world contains wild Pokémon of considerable strength. Please exercise caution, host. The 3 consecutive system notifications piqued Zhang Feng's interest. In his previous life, while playing the Pokémon Platinum game, he recalled that venturing into the reverse world led to encounters with many powerful Pokémon. The creatures encountered within the reverse world typically ranged from levels 50 to 60. Zhang Feng distinctly remembered capturing numerous formidable high-level Pokémon during his explorations in the reverse world. Thus, it can be inferred that within the realm of reality, there exists a counterpart world where such mystical beings, or fairies, are present. This notion only serves to heighten Zhang Feng's intrigue. While it is not Zhang Feng's ambition to rely on these fairies to augment his own strength, capturing a few tribes would certainly be within the realm of possibility. Even if he were to fail, they would serve as excellent training companions for his Pokémon. After all, Zhang Feng's true prowess, excluding the divine beasts, is currently at an advanced champion level. Engaging the Elite Four would pose no challenge. However, facing off against top-tier masters such as Macaulay, Daigo, Cynthia, or Yolongdu would still prove somewhat daunting. Unless, of course, he were to unleash a divine beast, then he might stand a chance against them. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Feng addressed the system. System, please display my current attributes. Ding. The current attribute panel for the host is as follows. Host, Zhang Feng. Age, 19. Funds, 2 billion Poke Dollars, continuously increasing. Special items, 2 Master Balls. 1 Mega Evolution Stone for each main battle Pokémon. 1 Keystone. 1 Creation Plate. Fire. Platinum Gem. Bonus. System Space. Ability. Psychic Power. Comparable to Mutuo. Organization. Sky Team. 500 members. Special members of Sky Team. Cynthia, Jay, Izumi, Hoenn, Ash, Musashi, Kojiro, Meowth, Xiaoyao, Brock. Tier 1 Divine Beasts. Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre, Black Rayquaza. Mythical Beasts. Latios, Latias. Tier 2 Divine Beasts. Regirock, Ushia, Azelf. Mesprit. Main Pokémon. Sceptile, Pidgeot, Milotic, Shiny Bagon, Metagross, Infernape, Aerodactyl, Glacian, Espion, Florges, Shiny Gardevoir, 2, Honchkrow, Houndoom, Blaziken, Charizard, Serperior, Croconaw, Torterra, Absol, Dragonite, Gigantamax Gengar, Shiny Steelix, Shiny Riolu, Sizer, Tyranitar, Magmortar, Eevee, 5, Tribal Pokémon, Pidgey, Trico, Bagon, Ponyta, Eevee, Tyranitar, Swablu, Trapinch, Nidoqueen, Nidoking, Magmar, Zangoose, Skarmory, Steelix. Dratini. After reviewing his attribute panel, a pure platinum gem appeared in Zhang Feng's hand, emanating a faint warmth. Under the sunlight, this platinum gem radiated a dazzling brilliance, within which was etched the shadow of a colossal dragon, interwoven with golden and black hues. Gazing at the seemingly animate figure of the Requiem Dragon within the platinum gem, Zhang Feng could not help but softly murmur, Requiem Dragon, Giratina. As Zhang Feng uttered this forbidden name, the reverse world underwent a monumental transformation. Previously desolate, the realm was inhabited solely by Giratina, the banished lord of the reverse world, cast away by Arceus. As the sovereign of this realm, Giratina had once contemplated preying upon the spacetime deities, Dialga and Palkia. Yet, due to their formidable powers, they evaded Giratina's pursuit by manipulating time and space. Of course, one of the mythical beasts, Shaymin, had also inadvertently wandered into the reverse world. Had Giratina harbored true intentions of devouring her, instead of merely toying with her, Shaymin would have long since become a meal. In terms of raw power, Giratina might not fall short of Rayquaza. However, against the legendary Black Rayquaza in Zhang Feng's possession, it would undoubtedly struggle. Just as Zhang Feng acquired the Platinum Gem, the reverse world suddenly blossomed with vitality. Powerful Pokémon began to awaken and exude their presence. They were once formidable beings who had perished, now reappearing in the reverse world in spectral form. It was as though they had been reborn from the underworld. The reverse world, inherently opposed to the reality, could easily be described as a realm of death. Sensing the shift in the reverse world, Giratina seemed to perceive a disturbance. Unfurling its colossal form within this realm, the unique aura emanating from the Platinum Gem alerted Giratina to Zhang Feng's existence. "A human has acquired the Platinum Gem?" it murmured, before bursting into laughter. "Finally, after countless years, I can escape this wretched reverse world. Arceus, I shall seek my vengeance upon you. I will repay you for this interminable solitude." At that moment, the vast expanse of the reverse world echoed with Giratina's thunderous roar. The Pokémon that had only just materialized within this realm were struck dumb by Giratina's imposing presence, too terrified to utter a sound. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng prepared to return to the summit of Mount Coronet. Little did he expect that, after a circuitous journey, he would ultimately find himself back at the Sinnoh Pokémon League headquarters. However, this posed little issue, as only those who possessed the Platinum Gem could enter the reverse world. As long as he could use his psychic powers to mask his aura, entering the reverse world would present no difficulties. With a surge of psychic energy, Zhang Feng teleported multiple times, returning to the pinnacle of Mount Coronet. Once back, clutching the Platinum Gem, he gazed at the hazy black vortex entrance before him, immediately comprehending that this must be the portal to the reverse world. Under the influence of his psychic powers, Zhang Feng swiftly maneuvered to the entrance. As if sensing the presence of the Platinum Gem, the black-purple vortex began to writhe, seemingly eager to engulf Zhang Feng. "Intriguing, let's proceed." Zhang Feng, confident in his abilities, with several Tier 1 divine beasts at his disposal and the Black Rayquaza capable of facing 6 foes simultaneously, felt no trepidation. Moreover, he himself was akin to a humanoid divine beast. Though Giratina, the lord of the reverse world, was indeed formidable and possessed the unique skill Shadow Force, capable of bypassing even protective states to strike with bug-type moves, Zhang Feng remained undaunted, boldly stepping forth into the reverse world. To an outside observer, it appeared as though the portal vortex had eagerly swallowed Zhang Feng whole. Chapter 25. Entering the reverse world, the powerful Pokémon. Upon stepping into the reverse world, an overwhelming darkness enveloped Zhang Feng. Immediately, an intense sensation of weightlessness surged through his being, threatening to plummet him into an abyss. Had it not been for his psychic powers, he would have surely fallen into an endless void. In this reverse world, there was no sun, no source of light, only the dark purple sky and an infinite expanse of shadowy hues. It was a desolate realm, utterly devoid of life. Nevertheless, despite the dark purple ambience, Zhang Feng was still able to perceive his surroundings, bolstered by his psychic abilities, which allowed him to scan the area. However, even his formidable psychic powers were considerably diminished within this reverse world. What once could encompass hundreds of kilometers was now limited to a mere 10-mile radius. This presented quite a conundrum. Within the reverse world, his strength was evidently curtailed by the very essence of the realm, while Giratina, as its sovereign, would undoubtedly have augmented its own power. It appeared that in a one-on-one confrontation, Rayquaza might not be a match for this entity. Contemplating this, Zhang Feng devised a strategy. If a solitary battle proved unfeasible, then perhaps summoning both dragons to simultaneously activate their mega evolutions could ensure that Giratina would not escape. Upon arriving in the distortion world, Zhang Feng undoubtedly sought to capture the majestic Giratina. This embodiment of the underworld, Zhang Feng had already deemed as his for the taking, and he would not afford it any opportunity to escape. Otherwise, in the vast expanse of the distortion world, should this creature employ its shadow force to flee, Zhang Feng might never perceive its presence again. Therefore, it was prudent not to unleash the legendary beast prematurely, lest he inadvertently alert the creature. After all, if this timid dragon caught sight of the imposing Rayquaza and chose not to engage in battle, it would be quite troublesome. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng harnessed the power of his psychic abilities to advance, each teleportation covering approximately 10 miles. After marking the exit of the distortion world, he set his course eastward. After what felt like an eternity of teleporting, which left a slight throbbing in his head, he finally beheld a cluster of buildings. To his surprise, a town existed in the distortion world. Approaching the dark purple structures with caution, Zhang Feng released both Latios and Regirock to mitigate any potential danger. With a swift phantom beast and a robust second-tier deity by his side, he felt assured as long as Giratina did not make an appearance. Upon entering this town, Zhang Feng noted the absence of any human presence, a stark contrast to the reality he knew. The city appeared to float in midair, seemingly tethered by gravity, preventing it from plummeting. Under the scrutiny of his psychic search, a Dusknoir soon captured Zhang Feng's attention. Was this the formidable Pokémon the system had mentioned as abundant in the distortion world? Upon examining its attributes, he discovered it was a level 59, at the pinnacle of the semi-champion tier, leaving Zhang Feng astounded. In the real world, semi-champion level trainers were exceedingly rare. Even the leaders of various gyms would not dare claim to possess such prowess. Yet here, in the distortion world, wild Pokémon they encountered boasted such formidable strength, truly terrifying. Blaziken, take it down, Zhang Feng commanded, and with the release of a Pokeball, Blaziken emerged, effortlessly overpowering the Dusknoir. Ding! Blaziken has defeated Dusknoir, gaining 700 experience points, and has leveled up to level 62. Now, with nearly all the Pokémon encountered being above level 50, Zhang Feng consistently deployed suitable challengers to vanquish them. Thus, his team's strength surged exponentially. It appeared that only within this town could one find the wild Pokémon of the distortion world. Soon, Zhang Feng encountered an Electivire. Ding! Electivire's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Electivire, type, none, level, 60, ability, motor drive, element, electric, quality, gold bond evolution, unlocked, mega evolution, unlocked, skills, thunder wave, screech, thunder punch, volt tackle, thunder, light screen, final impact, affection, 0, once a powerful being in life. It has awakened in the distortion world due to a unique circumstance, having forgotten its past, but retaining formidable strength. Its passion lies in battle. Seeing this king-level Electivire before him, Zhang Feng's heart raced. He had long desired to capture a powerful Electivire in the Sinnoh region, and now that he had encountered one, he had no reason to let it slip away. Come forth, Superior. As Superior appeared, Electivire roared and unleashed a fearsome Volt Tackle. Superior, Leaf Storm. At the moment the Volt Tackle approached, Superior whipped its tail, summoning a tempest of green leaves that surged toward Electivire. After a barrage of leaf-like blades whistled by, Electivire bore numerous wounds but, bolstered by its indomitable will, remained standing. Superior, Dragon Tail. In response to Superior's Dragon Tail, Electivire defiantly swung its right arm, unleashing a fire punch. With a resounding crash, flames erupted as the two forces collided, sending Superior reeling from the attack. Yet its powerful tail still managed to send Electivire flying. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Feng hurled a luxury ball. After shaking 3 times, the luxury ball emitted a crisp sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing Electivire. With another companion added to his roster, Zhang Feng continued to wander through the town. Subsequently, he captured 2 more king-level Nidoking and Nidoqueen, both possessing golden quality, thus completing his sweep of all Pokémon in the area. As these were singular Pokémon, Zhang Feng only captured those with golden quality and king-level strength. There was no need to capture other semi-champion Pokémon. After all, these were meant to serve as his main battle Pokémon, not mere additions to his collection. Moreover, aside from the newly acquired ones, all the Pokémon in Zhang Feng's possession were above king level, rendering the pursuit of semi-champion strength unnecessary. Thus, he chose not to capture every Pokémon he encountered. After resting for a moment in the town and replenishing his energy with food from his system space, Zhang Feng resumed his journey eastward. The distortion world was indeed vast. According to Zhang Feng's pace, he had already traversed over 1,000 kilometers straight east, yet still saw no end in sight. Little did he know, as he moved, a pair of eyes were intently watching him from afar. This human certainly bore the aura of a platinum treasure, yet why could I not sense its presence on him? Chapter 26, Capturing King-Level Pokémon, a Transformation in Sinnoh. After half a day's travel, fatigued, Zhang Feng rested atop Latios, and after a while, he discovered yet another town. This time, however, the architectural style was markedly different. If the previous town, where he captured Electivire, Nidoking, and Nidoqueen, embodied the essence of Sinnoh's style, then the current structures distinctly reflected the aesthetics of the Hoenn region. Could it be that the distortion world encapsulated not only the reflections of Sinnoh, but also those of other regions? With a hint of curiosity, Zhang Feng instructed Latios to descend into this new town. As expected, similar to before, a host of formidable Pokémon surged toward Zhang Feng. After scanning the area and finding no Pokémon of his interest, he commanded Regirock, Latios, and Latias to defeat them all. Ding! Regirock is currently level 80. Latios is level 78, and Latias is level 75. After clearing the town, Zhang Feng proceeded onward, soon encountering a Snorlax that was soundly asleep in the distortion world. Ding! Snorlax's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Snorlax, type, none, Level 65. Ability Thick Fat. Element Normal. Quality Gold Bond Evolution. Unlocked. Mega Evolution. Unlocked. Skills Rest. Body Slam. Giga Impact. Belly Drum. Ice Punch. Rollout. Affection 0. Having possessed champion-level strength in life, it has revived in the distortion world due to the system's influence. Forgetting its past, but retaining immense power. Its passion lies in slumber. Facing this obstructive Snorlax, Zhang Feng showed no hesitation and immediately dispatched Blaziken. Blaziken, use Aura Sphere. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Blaziken let out a fierce cry, unleashing its formidable fighting prowess in a blue wave that struck Snorlax's massive belly. Awakened by the ferocious assault of the fiery chicken, Snorlax finally roused from its slumber. Infuriated by the unexpected disturbance and the grievous wounds it sustained, Snorlax cast a furious glare at Zhang Feng and the fiery chicken. Subsequently, it opened its enormous mouth, conjuring a terrifying surge of orange-yellow energy. With a thunderous roar, a colossal shockwave erupted forth. Fortunately, the fiery chicken, possessing remarkable speed, leapt away just in time to evade Snorlax's onslaught. Following this, it executed a fiery kick, descending from the heavens and striking Snorlax squarely on the head. With a pained Snorlax, its body became even rounder, accentuating its immense girth. Before it rolled forward in a fit of rage, seemingly intent on crushing the fiery chicken. Fiery chicken, stand your ground. After buffing yourself up, unleash your monstrous strength. Upon uttering these words, the fiery chicken was enveloped in crimson light, its muscles bulging as if solid, activating its bodybuilding skill. Having bolstered its power and condition, the fiery chicken let out a mighty roar, channeling its formidable strength to confront the oncoming Snorlax. It extended its arms, poised to intercept, as intense friction ensued. The fiery chicken's claws turned crimson, sparks flying. Consequently, Snorlax's rolling speed began to wane. At last, with the fiery chicken's relentless exertion, Snorlax's momentum dwindled to a halt, allowing the fiery chicken to unleash a million-ton flying kick, propelling Snorlax away. Ding! The fiery chicken triumphed over Snorlax and gained 200 experience points, elevating its level to 65. Seizing the opportunity while Snorlax lay defeated, Zhang Feng produced a luxury ball, capturing Snorlax. In the span of less than a day, Zhang Feng had successfully captured 4 formidable Pokémon of the champion level within this inverted world: Electivire, Nidoqueen, Nidoking, and Snorlax, each a Pokémon he held a particular fondness for. It seemed that this inverted world was indeed a treasure trove. Should he capture Giratina, he could effortlessly enter the inverted world with it whenever he desired to seek out other beloved Pokémon. Zhang Feng estimated he would surely encounter more champion-level Pokémon. As for Snorlax's extraordinary resurrection, it was evidently a consequence of the system's influence. It was no wonder, considering that the inverted world typically harbored only Giratina, devoid of towns or Pokémon. The arrival of the system's power was what triggered the upheaval within the inverted world. Thus, even if Zhang Feng managed to capture Giratina, it appeared the inverted world would remain unscathed. Just as Zhang Feng pondered his newfound fortune and the impressive array of rare and powerful Pokémon he had captured, the Sinnoh region experienced a sudden climatic shift. Whether in Lake Verity, MT Coronet, or Jubilife City, extreme weather events unfolded. Thunderstorms, sweltering heat, and blizzards descended upon the land. Perceiving the strange conditions, Cynthia, who had just returned to the Sinnoh Pokémon League headquarters with Giratina and the Galactic team leaders, overheard Giratina's ominous proclamation. "Ha! The apocalypse has arrived in the Sinnoh region. Our leader has succeeded." Upon hearing this, Cynthia, Wudong, and Daya all exchanged alarmed glances. What could this mean? Was the chaotic weather in Sinnoh connected to the Galactic team's leader? In a fit of rage, Daya stomped on Giratina's head, demanding answers. At this juncture, Giratina felt there was little to conceal and, with a hint of mania, divulged, "The legendary Pokémon of Sinnoh, Dialga and Palkia, have long been targeted by our Galactic team. Although your bases have been obliterated, our leader has located Palkia's orb during his travels. And now the tumultuous weather across Sinnoh is undoubtedly a manifestation of the legendary Pokémon's power. How could this not demonstrate that our leader, Chiri, has acquired a legendary Pokémon? Thus, who in the Sinnoh region could stand against our Galactic team?" Daya, inflamed with anger, could not help but recall the figure of Zhang Feng, who had previously subdued the Sinnoh Pokémon League with his dual draconic presence. Damn it, he cursed, ready to unleash his fury upon Giratina, only to be restrained by Cynthia. Immediately alert all gym leaders in the Sinnoh region and issue a level 1 alert. A storm is brewing in Sinnoh. With that, Cynthia attempted to contact Zhang Feng, only to discover he was out of service range. Chapter 27. Giratina, the Dragon of the Underworld, emerges at last. Oh, another Machoke, a splendid Pokemon indeed. Charizard. You shall be the one. With Zhang Feng encountering yet another champion-level Pokemon with golden attributes, he prepared to engage Machoke. There was no other choice, after all. Zhang Feng had been fortunate enough to encounter numerous exceptional Pokemon in the inverted world. Moreover, this was all due to the power of the system. To let such an opportunity slip away would be a true waste. Ding. Machoke's current attributes are as follows. Pokemon. Machoke Roll. None level. 62 ability. Guts type. Fighting quality. Gold Bond evolution. Unlocked Mega evolution. Unlocked moves. Low kick. Focus energy. Revenge. Seismic toss. Cross chop. Bodybuilding. Dynamic punch. Cross slash. Friendship. 0. History. Once possessed champion level strength. Revived in the inverted world due to the system's influence. Having forgotten its past, but retaining formidable power and combat experience. Hobbies. Fighting. Indeed, every Pokemon resurrected in the inverted world appeared to owe its existence to the system. Although Zhang Feng was still uncertain of the system's ultimate purpose, he began to form a hazy understanding and suspicion. Originally, Giratina's presence in the inverted world was to prevent its collapse. Dark matter is also a crucial component of the real world. Where there is light, there must be darkness. This cannot be entirely eradicated. Now, with so many powerful Pokemon saturating the inverted world, it seemed to breathe life into it, alleviating some burden from Giratina. However, it would ultimately require an encounter with Giratina to fully comprehend the ramifications of the Pokemon's emergence within the inverted world. Charizard, unleash your flames. With Charizard's thunderous roar, a searing blaze surged forth, enveloping Machoke. In response to Charizard's assault, Machoke fiercely pounded its chest, exuding a palpable aggression and excitement. In the next moment, it unleashed a dynamic punch with ferocity. The overwhelming fighting-type energy seemed to possess the potential to shatter Charizard's fiery attack. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng commanded Charizard, use Air Slash. As Charizard began to flap its wings, executing a flying-type move, it managed to withstand Machoke's formidable fighting prowess due to the type advantage. Machoke charged headlong into the Air Slash, shattering it with brute force. However, despite Machoke's strength and experience, it gradually succumbed to the long-range attrition from Charizard, its stamina rapidly depleting. Then, a powerful blast burn erupted, striking Machoke directly, causing a massive explosion and intense heat that elicited a pained cry from Machoke, forcing it to retreat. Go, Luxury Ball. Seizing the moment as Machoke was incapacitated by Charizard's strike, Zhang Feng swiftly tossed a Luxury Ball. The ball glimmered with crimson light as it ensnared Machoke within, shaking a few times before emitting a crisp sound. Thus, this champion-level Machoke was captured by Zhang Feng. Upon entering the reverse world for merely a day, Zhang Feng had already captured 5 Pokemon of the legendary tier, which filled him with immense joy. Just as he was in the midst of capturing Machoke, the ever-impatient Giratina, the Dragon of the Underworld, finally revealed its colossal head before him. In truth, the moment Zhang Feng set foot in the reverse world, the passage to this realm had been opened, and Giratina had sensed Zhang Feng's presence. As the sovereign of the reverse world, possessing terrifying power, and within its own dominion, Giratina's abilities and senses were undoubtedly heightened. Initially, Giratina awaited the arrival of Zhang Feng, the human who wielded the Platinum Orb, intending to use its formidable strength to defeat him and reclaim the orb. After all, it was common knowledge among the divine beasts that when a human summoned them, it was either to control them or to capture them. There could be no third option. Thus, securing the Platinum Orb within the reverse world would grant Giratina the freedom to traverse in and out of this realm at will. Given that the reverse world was devoid of living beings, only one who possessed the Platinum Orb could freely enter and exit. By reclaiming the orb, Giratina could render Arceus's prison a mere illusion. This was the reason for Giratina's exhilaration upon detecting Zhang Feng and the Platinum Orb. However, who would have thought that this human, having acquired the orb and entered the reverse world, would instead enthusiastically pursue the capture of weaker Pokemon, showing no interest in the divine beast before him. This led Giratina to take matters into its own hands, manifesting before Zhang Feng after he successfully captured Machoke. At this moment, as Zhang Feng felt a powerful presence suddenly emerge, his psychic abilities also sensed it. Upon witnessing the enormous head that had suddenly appeared before him, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. Look, within just a day, the Dragon of the Underworld has grown impatient and come to him directly. This spared Zhang Feng the trouble of searching for it. If Giratina were to discover that Zhang Feng was merely playing a game of bait, it would surely regret its current decision and greed. Ding. Giratina's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon. Giratina. Divine Role. God of Antimatter. Sovereign of the Reverse World. Level 100. Ability. Pressure. Type. Dragon. Ghost. Aptitude. Colorful. Bond Evolution. Unlocked. Origin Form. Unlocked. Skills. Shadow Sneak. Dragon Breath. Shadow Claw. Pain Split. Aura Sphere. Shadow Force. Destiny Bond. Friendship. 0. Experience. Exiled by the creator god Arceus due to its brutality, Giratina became the ruler of the reverse world, with its lifelong goal being to escape this realm and seek vengeance on Arceus. Hobby. Combat, slaughter, revenge. At this moment, gazing upon the dragon-like Pokémon before him, adorned in hues of gold, black, gray, and red, with a pair of demonic wings sprouting from its back and 6 legs beneath, Zhang Feng held a Master Ball in his hand. Finally, I have awaited your arrival, Giratina. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's declaration, Giratina fixed its blood-red gaze intensely upon him and declared, Human, surrender the Platinum Orb, and I may allow you to leave. Chapter 28. Rayquaza vs. Giratina. Human, surrender the Platinum Orb, and I may allow you to depart. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise here today. At this moment, Zhang Feng stood before the colossal form of Giratina, which nearly overshadowed his entire field of vision. Coupled with the murderous intent in its words and the restless movements of its 6 appendages, Zhang Feng understood why Giratina was rife with brutality, prompting its expulsion by Arceus. This creature was akin to a prisoner imprisoned for countless years within the reverse world. Divine beasts possess extraordinarily long lifespans, nearly as eternal as the heavens themselves. Yet, it was precisely this fact that drove Giratina to the brink of despair. The unending solitude and the anguish of being unable to escape the reverse world had transformed Giratina's existence into a quest for vengeance against Arceus, the architect of its suffering. Thus, Giratina, in its current state, was far more frenzied than before. Naturally, Giratina understood that Arceus was immensely powerful, and even at full strength, it would never be a match for the creator god. Hence, Giratina had devised alternative plans. However, the crux of this scheme hinged upon its ability to exit the reverse world and traverse freely between reality and the reverse world. At long last, having detected the aura of the Platinum Orb, the very artifact that could summon it and facilitate its escape from the reverse world into reality, Giratina had sensed Zhang Feng's possession of it from the moment he obtained it. During that time, Giratina yearned for Zhang Feng to summon it directly. If only Zhang Feng had acted sooner, Giratina would not have harbored resentment towards him. Now, an opportunity had finally presented itself. If Zhang Feng were to comply and relinquish the Platinum Orb, it could enable Giratina to execute its revenge. After all, it was because of Zhang Feng that Giratina could potentially escape the confines of the reverse world. After years of imprisonment, freedom was finally within reach. Upon hearing Giratina's ultimatum, Zhang Feng suddenly thrust the Master Ball forward. Giratina, do not be so arrogant. I am here to capture you. Upon uttering these words, the Master Ball gleamed with a crimson light, and instantly, an enormous azure-green dragon emerged. This creature could only be Rayquaza, Zhang Feng's loyal companion. With a fierce roar, Rayquaza unleashed its might, and Giratina finally snapped back to reality. It had not anticipated that this human possessed another divine entity of equal caliber. This just became increasingly intriguing. Defeating this human, subduing Rayquaza with its overwhelming power, and then gathering countless divine beasts to confront Arceus. What a perfect plan. In the next moment, Giratina's blood-red eyes gleamed ominously, resembling mountains as they blinked. Had there been anyone else present, they would surely have deemed Giratina a terrifying monstrosity. It appears you wish to die here. Prepare to meet your end. Following Giratina's furious roar, a searing dragon breath gathered in its maw and was unleashed towards Rayquaza. Rayquaza, upon realizing that its opponent was finally a worthy adversary, was exhilarated. It swiftly executed a dragon dance to enhance its strength and deftly evaded Giratina's attack. Subsequently, a well-charged dragon pulse materialized in the void. Upon witnessing Rayquaza's assault, Giratina roared furiously, flapping its wings to swiftly escape the reach of the attack. After all, both were deities of their respective realms, each capable of overpowering lesser beings. Hence, determining a victor would not be an affair resolved in a short span. Nevertheless, this domain belonged to Giratina. Leveraging its environmental advantage, it frequently evaded Rayquaza's abilities, only to reappear and deliver a devastating blow. This left Zhang Feng's Rayquaza feeling quite frustrated. Observing this spectacle, Zhang Feng activated his psychic abilities. There was no alternative. Giratina possessed an exceedingly fearsome skill, Shadow Force. This particular skill is nothing short of infallible. And within the inverted world, the formidable Giratina thrives like a fish in water. Once this maneuver is executed, its massive form seems to vanish, rendering it all but undetectable. In the next moment, it reappears, unleashing its immense power upon Zhang Feng's Rayquaza. Thus, upon realizing Giratina's advantage, Zhang Feng erupted with all his psychic abilities. Perhaps buoyed by the presence of Rayquaza, Zhang Feng's psychic reach expanded significantly. As Giratina prepared to unleash its Shadow Sneak once more, Zhang Feng made the first move. Rayquaza, positioned at 11 o'clock on the left front, unleashed a Dragon Pulse. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Rayquaza transformed its trepidation into elation, roaring fiercely as an overwhelming dragon-type energy surged into the inverted world. As the colossal dragon apparition materialized, a series of thunderous explosions echoed throughout. The accosted Giratina howled in fury, emerging from its previously concealed state, incredulously regarding Zhang Feng and Rayquaza. Human, how could you possibly know my location? In that moment, Giratina seemed to grasp the uniqueness of this human. From acquiring the Platinum Orb to understanding the entrance to the inverted world, possessing formidable psychic prowess. And now confronting the legendary Rayquaza, a fellow deity of the first rank. Each aspect underscored Zhang Feng's singularity. Curious to know why? Then obediently become my Pokémon, and I shall reveal it. At this juncture, upon hearing Zhang Feng's declaration, Giratina's pride as a legendary beast ignited its anger. If it could not even vanquish Rayquaza, how could it possibly pursue its vengeance against Arceus? Therefore, Giratina resolved to defeat this human and Rayquaza at all costs. Seeking destruction, as Giratina uttered these words, it darted once more into the shadows. This time, however, Giratina concentrated its power, shifting its target from Rayquaza to Zhang Feng. When a terrifying dragon silhouette emerged from the darkness, Shadow Claw materialized before Zhang Feng, its colossal talons appearing as if they were about to rend him asunder. Witnessing this, Rayquaza's eyes flared with rage, roaring defiantly. Giratina, dare you? Chapter 29. The deities unite to subdue Giratina. Although Rayquaza was in a furious state, its immediate ability to aid Zhang Feng seemed improbable. After all, its massive form lacked the stealth capabilities possessed by Giratina within the inverted world. Thus, the inverted realm resonated with Giratina's maniacal laughter and Rayquaza's furious roars. No matter, I can still obtain the Platinum Orb by killing you. Just as Giratina launched its assault on Zhang Feng, in a critical moment, Zhang Feng's eyes suddenly shimmered with a violet radiance. An intense purple glow emanating from the corners of his eyes as he floated through the inverted world. In the next instant, an extraordinarily potent psychic force coalesced into a violet shield that enveloped Zhang Feng. As Giratina's Shadow Claw descended, the shield emitted a creaking sound of impending shatter. Yet, when the attack ceased, Zhang Feng emerged unscathed. Witnessing this, Giratina was left incredulous. Impossible? As Giratina found itself astonished by a mere human's ability to withstand its formidable attack. Rayquaza's counterstrike arrived instantaneously. Dragon Ascend descended upon the battlefield. For Rayquaza, safeguarding Zhang Feng was of utmost priority, and the audacity of Giratina to assault its trainer was a grave transgression. Thus, with a thunderous roar, Rayquaza enveloped itself in an even more colossal, vigorous dragon apparition. Crashing violently into Giratina, the immense force propelled Giratina backward, suffering considerable damage from this dragon-type attack. In pain, a bloodthirsty glint flickered in Giratina's eyes, and it was utterly infuriated. A mere human could withstand my assault. This is inconceivable. It appeared that Zhang Feng's actions had incensed Giratina, leading it to question its own might. Had it weakened due to prolonged confinement within the inverted world? With such combat prowess, was seeking Arceus tantamount to courting death? At this moment, Giratina was ensnared in a web of confusion. Then, Rayquaza instinctively activated Mega Evolution. With the arrival of a radiant spectrum of colors, a magnificent dragon adorned with flowing golden whiskers materialized. Thus, Mega Rayquaza stood undaunted even against Giratina, empowered by the inverted world, and perhaps even stronger. However, Zhang Feng was not one to be easily trifled with. He understood that Giratina, a symbol of brutality and bloodlust, would remain obstinate even if captured. Therefore, It was imperative to subdue it thoroughly. In the next moment, Zhang Feng summoned several Master Balls into his grasp. Giratina, should you strike at me? Can you fathom the consequences? With his chilling words echoing, 3 beams of crimson light reappeared. Soon, another massive Black Rayquaza emerged, positioning itself behind Giratina to thwart any escape. Likewise, Kyogre and Groudon flanked Giratina on either side. In an instant, the 4 legendary beings encircled Giratina completely. Now, even if Giratina attempted to use Shadow Sneak again, evading one of the 4 deities was impossible. That divine skill had all but been sealed. As Giratina beheld this scene, sensing the presence of these legendary beings and surveying the 4 deities whose auras nearly matched its own, it finally lost its composure. How is it possible for you to possess 4 legendary Pokémon? In truth, Rayquaza and the others, being flying-type deities, could naturally soar through the skies. Though Kyogre was a water-type deity, its original form was that of a Hoenn, thus flight was entirely reasonable. Only Groudon, the ground-type deity, could not ascend into the air. Had Zhang Feng not intervened with psychic abilities at the moment Groudon appeared, it would have plummeted into the depths of the inverted world, never to join the other 3 deities in encircling Giratina. Yet, Groudon was elated, for following Zhang Feng had allowed it to frequently manifest in the skies. It was as if it had finally rid itself of the moniker of being flightless. Following such a master was indeed a source of great joy. Observing this spectacle, Kyogre couldn't help but feel perplexed. How could its eternal rival now take to the skies? In response to Kyogre's confusion, Groudon roared defiantly. I could always fly. With this proclamation, Kyogre glanced at Zhang Feng and instantly comprehended. This scoundrel had tricked him. Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza. This fiend was about to strike at me, annihilate him. Groudon, you wouldn't want to be grounded indefinitely, would you? Kyogre, you wouldn't want to see Groudon soaring above every day, would you? By employing psychic abilities to separately nudge Kyogre and Groudon, 2 adversarial deities, their hearts ignited with fury. Indeed, as age-old enemies, despite now being tamed by Zhang Feng, their mutual enmity remained far from extinguished. Upon the thought of enduring the insufferable antics of that scoundrel daily, Kyogre could no longer withstand it, and promptly declared his intent to unleash his full power to vanquish the dread Dragon Lord, Giratina. Similarly, Groudon shared this sentiment. Eager to soar through the skies with psychic abilities each day, Groudon too prepared to engage fiercely against the Dragon of Death. In a flash, the 2 deities activated their primal reversion, and thus, the primal forms of Kyogre and Groudon emerged. Meanwhile, the 2 Shadow Latios, being rewards bestowed upon Zhang Feng by the system, needed no special mention, as the Black Shadow Latios had already initiated its mega evolution, gearing up to confront Giratina. Faced with 4 legendary beasts in their augmented forms, not even the Dragon of Death could withstand the onslaught, let alone the Black Shadow Latios itself. Thus, within this moment of upheaval in the distortion world, a thrilling battle, aptly named the Ruthless Assault on Giratina, commenced. The Mega Latios and the Black Shadow Latios, upon achieving their mega evolutions, unleashed the signature move Dragon Pulse, exuding an unmatched might that struck Giratina with tremendous force. The ferocious attack, a dual strike, sent Giratina hurtling through the air, resulting in a massive explosion that even a legendary beast could not endure. Simultaneously, Primal Kyogre unleashed a primordial wave, while Primal Groudon executed the Cliff Blade, both strikes landing squarely on Giratina. In an instant, as 4 powerful moves struck the Dragon of Death, it could no longer withstand the assault. With a flap of its wings, it prepared to flee. There was no alternative when faced with such overwhelming power. The Mega-Evolved Latios alone was enough to put Giratina at a disadvantage. With Zhang Feng and 3 other legendary beasts, either in Mega Evolution or Primal form, what hope did Giratina have? However, Giratina was no fool. Had it been naive, it would not have survived this long, having evaded the wrath of the Creator God. After all, it was on its own turf, and if it truly wished to escape, Giratina could certainly do so. Yet, it seemed Giratina had forgotten one crucial detail. The current Giratina was not contending against 4 legendary beings, but 5. For Zhang Feng was among them, possessing psychic abilities rivaling that of Mutwo. Zhang Feng was also capable of unleashing his own moves. Witnessing Giratina's cowardice and its intent to escape, Zhang Feng immediately employed the Psychic Bind move, manifesting powerful psychic energy that locked onto Giratina. Thus, any attempts to flee became futile. Firstly, Psychic Bind could immobilize Giratina, and secondly, with the Psychic Lock in place, no matter how far Giratina ran, Zhang Feng would always know its location. Sensing Giratina's form ensnared, the Mega Latios joined forces. In an instant, two dragon pulses slammed into Giratina. The immense force knocked Giratina down, crashing it into a town below. However, as the town within the distortion world was not truly real but composed of dark matter, it remained unscathed and intact even after the fall of a legendary beast. Seizing this opportunity, Primal Kyogre and Groudon unleashed a water cannon and solar flare, respectively. Though they were sworn enemies, their simultaneous assault led to an unexpected fusion of their moves, the union of grass and water striking Giratina with tremendous force. The relentless barrage finally shattered Giratina's defiance. All right, I concede. Just please, stop hitting me. Upon hearing this from Giratina, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smirk. This old fellow had finally begun to acknowledge his defeat. Ding dong, Giratina's intimacy with you has increased, current intimacy level, 70 points. Thus, when the four legendary beasts surrounded Giratina from all sides, thwarting its escape, Zhang Feng teleported directly in front of Giratina. Have you submitted now, Giratina? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Giratina, though still harboring some resentment, recognized the futility of resistance in light of the overwhelming might surrounding it. Gazing at the formidable figures before him, Giratina felt a surge of frustration, but ultimately acquiesced. Fine, it's all my fault. You have my respect. Please, let me go? Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng produced a Master Ball once more. Letting you go is out of the question. Instead, become my Pokémon. This way, you can leave the distortion world and be free. If you behave and refrain from harming humans and Pokémon, I might even consider releasing you into the real world. Hearing Zhang Feng's proposal, Giratina was naturally reluctant to be bound, yet the prospect of freedom sparked contemplation. It realized that being a solitary dragon unable to best Zhang Feng and his four legendary beasts was entirely reasonable. Thus, if it aligned with this human, with his multitude of legendary Pokémon, perhaps they could together confront the Creator God. What a splendid plan that would be. Considering this, Giratina nodded in agreement. Very well, but I have an enemy. Should you be willing to assist me in seeking vengeance against him in the future, I shall follow you wholeheartedly. Otherwise, even if you capture me, I shall remain but a vessel. My heart will never accept you. Upon hearing Giratina's words, Zhang Feng furrowed his brow. An enemy? You mean the Creator God, Arceus? Upon Zhang Feng's immediate identification of its nemesis, Giratina expressed surprise. How did you know? However, upon reflection, with Zhang Feng commanding for legendary beasts, including Giratina itself, knowledge of Arceus was not extraordinary. All right, I accept your terms. My goal has always been to capture all the Pokémon I desire, and Arceus is certainly among them. Witnessing Zhang Feng's audacious ambition to capture Arceus, Giratina was torn between mocking his naivety and admiring his courage. Yet, this aligned perfectly with its own revenge scheme. Thus, the two established a shared objective. And as Zhang Feng opened the Master Ball, Giratina was successfully captured. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for capturing the Dragon of Death, Giratina. At the very moment Zhang Feng captured Giratina, a dramatic upheaval transpired atop the summit of Celestial Mountain within the Sinnoh Pokémon League. Following the obliteration or capture of the Galactic Team's cadres across various bases, the rogue leader, Cyrus, sought vengeance against the Sinnoh Pokémon League, directly bringing the deity, Palkia, to Celestial Mountain. As he gazed down at the headquarters of the Sinnoh Pokémon League, a dangerous smirk crept across Cyrus's lips. Sinnoh Pokémon League, you dared to strike against my galactic team. Today you shall witness true power. With that, Cyrus turned to Palkia, gripping the white jade orb that controlled it, and commanded. Palkia, unleash the spatial rend. As Cyrus issued the command to Palkia, the latter, glancing at the orb in Cyrus's hand, hesitated but ultimately roared in compliance. In the next moment, a formidable dragon-type move erupted alongside Palkia's roar, shaking the very summit of Celestial Mountain. Long before, it was known that the fiery sun wielded one of the dual deities of the Sinnoh region, Perukia. Even prior to the arrival of the fiery sun, Cynthia, in her capacity as the champion, had summoned the mightiest trainers of the entire Sinnoh Pokémon League to convene at the headquarters. Now, in the face of this apocalyptic battle, Chapter 31, the might of Perukia, hasten and summon Zhang Feng. Upon witnessing the fiery sun's arrival with Perukia in tow, the formidable trainers at the headquarters of the Sinnoh Pokémon League, alongside their Pokémon, emerged in response to their trainers' commands, employing defensive maneuvers. Yet, despite the prowess of their Pokémon, all of whom were at least quasi-champion level or higher, the overwhelming pressure of a first-tier deity created an insurmountable chasm. Even with their numbers, it was not enough to instigate a qualitative change. Under the assault of the Distortion Slash, half of the Sinnoh Pokémon League headquarters was obliterated. The once magnificent structure crumbled to ruins. Fortunately, those gathered at the headquarters were all formidable trainers from the Sinnoh region, with every gym leader being at least a quasi-champion. Among them were 5 champion-level trainers, consisting of the Elite Four and the gym leader of the electric type, alongside Cynthia, a half-step master-level regional champion. Thus, as the debris fell, the Pokémon of each trainer sprang into action to intercept it. Garchomp unleashed Dragon Pulse, Lucario, Aura Sphere, Togekiss, Aura Sphere, Bronzong Galade, and the Sun Pokémon employed Psychic. Infernape executed Fire Punch, Mega Tyranitar, Rock Smash, Scyther, Fury Cutter, Electivire, Thunder Punch, as commands were issued. The trainers managed to mitigate the aftermath of Parukia's Distortion Slash. "Damn you, Fiery Sun, you shall pay," roared the irascible Yi. Witnessing the destruction of the Sinnoh Pokémon League headquarters by Parukia, his eyes aflame with fury. Alas, his voice and strength were far too feeble. Even with champion-level power, he was powerless against the divine beast. At that moment, high above, the Fiery Sun, emboldened by Parukia's might, bore a sinister grin. "Return my subordinates." In the face of the Fiery Sun's threat, Cynthia glanced at the gathered individuals behind her. Having long understood the formidable nature of the divine beast, she nodded at Wusong. Receiving Cynthia's cue, Galade, positioned behind Wusong, utilized his psychic abilities to summon the 3 leaders of Team Galactic, along with Dr. Cyrus. Upon witnessing their leader, now in command of Parukia's power, forcing it to submit, the likes of Cyrus and his cohorts erupted in laughter. "Our leader has succeeded. I knew it. From this moment forth, the Sinnoh Pokémon League shall grovel at the feet of Team Galactic. Parukia, what magnificent power you possess. Is this the might of an unparalleled divine beast?" Hearing the words of his subordinates, the Fiery Sun also summoned his own minions. One could say, the bonds among these villains appeared to be rather reliable. In the latest developments, several Team Galactic officers were still striving to rescue the Fiery Sun, attempting to open a rift in time and space to liberate him. Now, upon learning that his subordinates had been captured, the Fiery Sun took the initiative, arriving at the Sinnoh Pokémon League headquarters with Parukia. Indeed, the Sinnoh Pokémon League had been beset by crises of late. First, Zhang Feng had stormed in, single-handedly wreaking havoc upon the entire Sinnoh Pokémon League, and now, the Fiery Sun, empowered by the Divine Beast, had come knocking. At present, half of the Sinnoh Pokémon League headquarters lay in ruins. What hope was there left? Today marked the potential annihilation of the Sinnoh Pokémon League, as Parukia unleashed another Distortion Slash. With the Fiery Sun issuing the command, Parukia once more gathered formidable Dragon-type energy and unleashed a devastating blow. Just then, reinforcements had finally arrived, responding to the distress signals from the Sinnoh Pokémon League headquarters. The closest reinforcements came from the Hoenn and Johto regions, so naturally, they were our old acquaintances. From Hoenn, the ever-occupied Daisuke and Mikuri hastily arrived at the scene. From Johto, the investigator Ryudo and the head of the Johto Elite Four, Kona, promptly joined the fray. In a critical moment, Dragonite, Skarmory, Gyarados, and Mizmime all unleashed their skills, but this time, their attacks were directed not at Parukia, but rather at the Fiery Sun. Consequently, to safeguard his own well-being, the Fiery Sun commanded Parukia to cease its assault, using its immense power to shield him from the onslaught of the 3 champions. Parukia changed targets. Thus, a water cannon was unleashed, intercepting Dragonite's Hyper Beam, Gyarados' water cannon, and Skarmory's Air Slash. Following this, Mikuri, Daisuke, Ryudo, and Kona descended, joining Cynthia and the others. As a result, the strength of the Pokémon League had significantly bolstered. Although they still could not withstand a first-tier deity, the presence of so many champions and master-level Pokémon could not be without merit. Upon their arrival, Daisuke turned to Cynthia and inquired, "Where is Zhang Feng? Wasn't he here to assess the gym leaders of the Sinnoh Pokémon League? Why has there been no word?" Hearing Daisuke's remark, Mikuri echoed, "Indeed, if he were present, how could Team Galactic act with such audacity?" Ryudo, having heard the latest news, interjected, "I heard that Zhang Feng had a conflict with your Sinnoh Pokémon League. Earlier, when the 2 dragons appeared, they intimidated the Sinnoh Pokémon League, which is why he has not shown up." At this statement, the members of the Sinnoh Pokémon League, Wusong, Yi, and the gym leaders Tsuya and Alu, exchanged glances of alarm. Even Kona couldn't help but facepalm, exclaiming, "This champion truly knows how to speak." Then, Cynthia clarified, "Previously, it was merely a misunderstanding. I had already contacted Zhang Feng. He is likely in an area without service, possibly chasing after some divine beast or rare Pokémon." hence his absence. With Cynthia's explanation, the three champions finally comprehended the situation. So what is the current state? After Wusong briefed the three champions and Kona on the circumstances, they understood that Team Galactic had gained control over a powerful divine beast, and this crisis was akin to the previous divine beast battle in the Hoenn region. All present wore grave expressions. Regardless, the Sinnoh Pokemon League could not sustain further heavy losses. Everyone immediately dispersed to distract the fiery sun and Palkia. Upon receiving this directive, Ryudo, Cynthia, Mikuri, and Daisuke sprang into action, splitting into 4 directions to confront the fiery sun and Palkia. Kona, Wusong Yi, and the electric-type leader all remained below to hold them at bay. Chapter 32. The Return of Zhang Feng, the Divine Presence. It is worth noting that this was Kona's first encounter with the name Zhang Feng. Although, from Ryudo's words, it seemed this latest champion from the Hoenn Pokemon League possessed the strength to effortlessly defeat ordinary champions. Yet, at this moment, so many champions and elite trainers present seemed to yearn for the appearance of this formidable individual. That was indeed intriguing. So, does this imply that Zhang Feng's true strength surpasses that of these champions? When did such an unknown yet uncelebrated powerhouse emerge? Moreover, upon arriving in the Sinnoh region, Kona had heard tales of Zhang Feng single-handedly challenging the 4 elite members of the Sinnoh Pokemon League, which was truly astonishing. It was precisely this that piqued Kona's interest in Zhang Feng. What manner of individual could possess such formidable strength? It almost felt as though Ryudo had also suffered defeat at Zhang Feng's hands. Truly, a kindred spirit. At the level of trainers like Kona, further advancement in strength was exceedingly arduous. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary talents of Zhang Feng, who can seemingly defy the odds. The Pokemon of others must endure countless battles, undergo rigorous training of their moves, and perfect their skill combinations to achieve even the slightest advancement. Should they neglect their training for an extended period, their strength may regress. Nonetheless, as the Ice-type champion capable of subduing the Dragon Master, Kina's prowess is undoubtedly at the championship level, with her ace Pokemon, Steelix, having already transcended the Master tier. Otherwise, how could the Dodo Pokemon, Yulongdu, fail to triumph over Kina? It is indeed peculiar that champions across various regions typically dominate the Elite Four. Yet in the isolated Kanto region, Yulongdu cannot best Kina and is instead at her mercy. Thus, despite Yulongdu's formidable strength, to the onlookers, he merely appears as a common weakling. Dodo, you fail to comprehend. My early appearance has cost me dearly. Otherwise, a mere Dan Emperor would have met his demise at my hands. Sister Mealy, summon your Dragonair, unleash Blizzard. When confronting Dragon-type Pokemon, Ice-type moves are undoubtedly the most reliable, prompting Kina to deploy her Dragonair and initiate the Snowfall technique. This is her strategy against Yulongdu. Observing this, Yulongdu scoffed and distanced himself from Kina, evidently traumatized by the relentless onslaught. Subsequently, Dragonite and the Crimson Gyarados emerged, both unleashing Dragon Rage upon Palkia. Similarly, Mikoli summoned 2 Pokemon, Gyarados and Milotic, to unleash Dragon Pulse upon Palkia. Meanwhile, Dawu unleashed his ace Metagross and Skarmory, both firing destructive beams with ferocity. Witnessing the powerful reinforcements springing into action, Sharona promptly commanded her Pokemon to engage. Seizing the opportunity, the formidable quintet of Yi, Wusong, Dianci, Juyi, and Alu positioned themselves to assault Palkia. The remaining gym leaders also maintained their positions on the periphery, occasionally drawing aggro. In this scenario, Palkia and the Blazing Sun were indeed restrained by the collective efforts. After all, Palkia's thoughts were manipulated by the White Jade Orb. Consequently, after enduring a barrage of attacks from various powerful adversaries from different directions and timings, Palkia became increasingly agitated. Initially intent on eliminating Dragonair and Sister Mealy, he found that, with the assistance of the psychic Pokemon, once locked onto, Sister Mealy and Dragonair executed teleportation to evade Palkia's assault. It must be said, they are truly the top-tier champions of this era, possessing their own methods to counter divine beasts. Observing this, Wusong instructed his Pokemon to provide support, immediately executing teleportation upon detecting any of their Pokemon being targeted by Palkia. In this manner, most of Palkia's attacks were deftly evaded by these champions. Witnessing the effectiveness of their tactics, the Pokemon League members could not help but display a semblance of relief. However, upon seeing this, the Blazing Sun could no longer restrain himself. Palkia unleashed the maximum power of Spatial Rend, attacking the Sinnoh Pokemon League headquarters without hesitation. Realizing he was restrained, the Blazing Sun commanded Palkia to unleash its full might, disregarding the various attacks from all directions. and aimed straight at the Sinnoh Pokemon League. Observing this scene, the onlookers felt a sense of helplessness. The full-force skills unleashed by a deity are not something mere mortals can withstand. Furthermore, should Palkia act recklessly, the entire Sinnoh Pokemon League could very well be obliterated today. At this juncture, even the Sinnoh Elite Four, who had suffered at Zhang Feng's hands, could not help but reminisce about this demonic figure. Whether it is Zhang Feng or anyone else, as long as they can withstand Palkia's rampage, it matters not. And Sharona, as the champion of the Sinnoh Pokemon League, bore a fierce glint in her eyes. Garchomp, unleash your Dragon Rush with all your might, charging towards Palkia. Following Sharona's command, this Pokemon, arguably the strongest dragon type in the Pokemon world, enveloped itself in draconic energy and charged menacingly towards Palkia. Such a seemingly suicidal assault, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, evoked a hint of disdain from the blazing sun. Truly, a quest for death. In the next moment, a terrifying dragon-type move erupted from Palkia's maw. The overwhelming force obliterated everything in its path. Witnessing this, Sharona's heart raced with urgency. Garchomp, just as the situation grew dire, a chilling yet familiar voice, reminiscent of celestial music, resonated through the heavens. Rayquaza Dragon Pulse. Time rewound 30 minutes prior, when Zhang Feng had just captured the Giratina in the Distortion World. Both he and his Pokemon were united in their quest to locate Arceus, one seeking vengeance, the other, capture. Thus, Giratina's loyalty surged, achieving a bond level of 200 points. With the support of the Distortion World's sovereign, Zhang Feng naturally traversed the realm aboard Giratina. After placing the Platinum Orb at a designated location within the Distortion World, Giratina could now freely traverse between the Distortion World and the real world. Consequently, the Distortion World would not collapse due to Giratina's absence. Subsequently, after capturing a champion-tier Scyther, Zhang Feng departed the Distortion World. Just as he emerged, he witnessed Sharona commanding her ace Pokemon Garchomp to charge recklessly into danger. Inescapably, as her partner, Zhang Feng was compelled to intervene. Thus, upon summoning Rayquaza, Palkia regarded him with utmost seriousness, fixating its gaze ahead. Chapter 33, Versus. The Blazing Sun, the Battle of Divinity. When a dragon pulse of equal might, with effects that shrouded the heavens, erupted from Rayquaza, Palkia's spatial rend was effortlessly countered. The collision of the two moves resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, generating a terrifying shockwave, which sent Garchomp flying. However, thanks to Rayquaza's assistance, Garchomp sustained minimal damage, as his attack and the residual waves neutralized each other, allowing him to successfully retreat to Sharona's side. Even so, Garchomp gritted his teeth, lamenting his own inadequacy. Why could he not partake in such a grand battle? It was clear to all present that when Rayquaza made its entrance, everyone understood. The man who resembled a god had returned. Kinna, what godlike man? I have not heard of him. At that moment, upon the azure-scaled dragon stood a young man clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and light blue jeans, his sleeves billowing in the high winds. Coupled with Zhang Feng's remarkably handsome visage, he embodied the archetype of a heroic figure. Zhang Feng. By heavens, I adore him. Sinnoh cannot do without him. Rayquaza, it is Zhang Feng. Whoa, mother, I thought I would perish under Palkia's spatial rend. But thank the heavens Zhang Feng and Rayquaza saved me. From now on, should anyone dare to speak ill of Zhang Feng, I shall confront them. In this moment, even the gym leaders and the Elite Four, witnessing Zhang Feng's divine appearance, felt a surge of joy within. At this juncture, no one cared about his previous solo challenge against the entire Sinnoh Pokemon League. Moreover, this matter was inherently the League's own fault. Zhang Feng was blameless. Conversely, the current sentiment within the Sinnoh Pokemon League mirrored that of the citizens of Hoenn, overflowing with gratitude towards Zhang Feng. He is the hero of the Sinnoh region. Even Yi, at this moment, was wiping a bead of cold sweat from his brow as he uttered those terrifying words. I have truly fallen in love with him. Zhang Feng. Is this the Zhang Feng that everyone speaks of? The Beastmaster? The possessor of the legendary Rayquaza? At this instant, Kona gazed at Zhang Feng soaring through the sky, finally beholding this mythical figure, and could not help but adjust her golden spectacles. This scene, illuminated by the sun's rays, witnessed the stunning beauty of this enchanting lady radiating her full allure. If XP had a glasses attribute, it would surely be infatuated. After all, Kona's dimensions were quite astonishing, and it was evident that within the entire Pokemon world, none could rival her beauty. Remarkably youthful, and not bad-looking at all. After a moment of reflection, Sharona beside her also revealed a knowing smile. Even as a champion, when faced with the calamity of a divine beast, one can sometimes feel powerless, Fortunately, behind her stood an even stronger man. In this moment, Sharona had no further doubts about her choice. He, Zhang Feng, is my man. Even the mightiest champion of Sinnoh cannot resist certain crises, and in such times, admiration and affection for a greater power blossom fervently. Even Ryoga, Daigo, and Mikuri, upon witnessing Zhang Feng's appearance, breathed a sigh of relief. From this point on, they would no longer need to play the role of the primary attackers. Meanwhile, Akatsuki, the leader of Team Galactic, frowned at the sudden emergence of Rayquaza and Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, Rayquaza. Although Akatsuki was unfamiliar with Zhang Feng, he could discern the relief on the faces of the elite members of the Pokémon League, as well as the formidable Rayquaza that had thwarted the attack of Palkia. Akatsuki understood that the man before him was indeed the true trump card of the Pokémon League. No wonder they exuded such confidence. It turns out they had Rayquaza as their ace. With a light chuckle, Akatsuki regarded Zhang Feng with a scrutinizing gaze, and a new thought suddenly struck him, prompting him to say, "Hey, kid, given your divine beast, why not join our Team Galactic? I can offer you the position of vice leader. Together, we can create a brand new ideal world. What do you say?" At that moment, upon hearing Akatsuki's proposal, a large question mark appeared above Zhang Feng's head. This was indeed the first time he had encountered a scenario where an evil organization sought to recruit him. Was Akatsuki out of his mind? Zhang Feng possessed 5 first-tier deities and was the leader of Team Sky. Not to mention, he could easily claim the title of the Pokémon League's chief if he so wished. It was merely a matter of desire. Thus, in response to Akatsuki's invitation, Zhang Feng smiled. "How amusing. In light of your invitation, I shall spare you this time. Instead, you can join Akai and Mizuki in prison for a lifetime." As his casual words fell, Akatsuki's expression shifted dramatically. "Kid, don't be ungrateful. Do you really think you're invincible just because you have a Rayquaza?" He had thought that Zhang Feng was a special individual due to his possession of Rayquaza. Hence he extended his invitation to help create a new world, only to have his goodwill brushed aside. Palkia unleashed Hydro Pump at Rayquaza. With both sides having failed to reach an agreement, the divine battle commenced, and everyone promptly retreated. The 3 commanders of Team Galactic, along with Dr. Giratina, were swiftly apprehended by Sharona and her companions. Now, with Akatsuki completely restrained by Zhang Feng, he had no energy left to manage his subordinates. "Rayquaza, let him witness what true divine beast power entails. Mega evolution. Divine beasts possess ample stamina, even after a prolonged battle against Giratina in the distortion world. Rayquaza's energy was nearly at its peak. Therefore, following Mega Evolution, the Super Rayquaza once again showcased its invincible form. Witnessing the golden whiskers of the Super Rayquaza, everyone involuntarily inhaled sharply. Judging by appearance alone, this creature undeniably belonged to the elite echelon of first-tier deities, and its prowess was equally impressive. Rayquaza, Dragon Ascent. As the command echoed, the clash of Hydro Pump and Dragon Ascent erupted, and the orange-yellow energy beam instantaneously dispersed the Hydro Pump. Subsequently, unrelenting, Dragon Ascent collided with Palkia. Struck by such a tremendous blow, Palkia let out a cry of despair and plummeted from the sky. Observing this, Zhang Feng directed his gaze toward Akatsuki. This fellow was clutching a precious gem. Chapter 34. The Capture Battle of Palkia. The Curious Dialga. The object that controls divine beasts must not fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. Murmuring softly, Zhang Feng swiftly appeared before Akatsuki, and in his incredulous gaze, he utilized his psychic abilities to immobilize him, then effortlessly snatched the white orb from Akatsuki's grasp. Witnessing Zhang Feng so easily take the object capable of controlling divine beasts from his hands, Akatsuki wished to protest, but found himself utterly incapable. A faint purple glow had completely ensnared him, rendering him motionless. With a casual wave, the leader of Team Galactic now found himself before Sharona and her companions. Observing this scene, Sharona, aware of Zhang Feng's psychic abilities, immediately understood and commanded her Garchomp to restrain the mastermind who nearly obliterated Sinnoh. In the next moment, Garchomp delivered a powerful chop, effortlessly knocking Akatsuki unconscious. Thus, Team Galactic was utterly defeated. Witnessing their leader's swift downfall at the hands of Zhang Feng, the underlings, including Giratina and the 3 commanders, were left in utter disbelief. Was this individual truly human? Meanwhile, the members of the Pokémon League rejoiced. Collaborating with Zhang Feng to capture these evildoers was nothing short of exhilarating. After all, from top to bottom, not a single one could escape. This was what one might call a 100% capture rate. Simply astounding. On this note, Ryoga and Mikuri, who had previously fought alongside Zhang Feng, shared a deep understanding of this sentiment. Contemplating this, Ryoga couldn't help but think of a way to have Zhang Feng accompany him to the Kanto region to eradicate the Rocket Gang, this festering tumor. After all, the evil organizations in the Kanto region posed the greatest threat, and in the special episodes, it seemed even the Elite Four had members of Team Rocket. Even in this reality, Sakaki, the leader of Team Rocket, could serve as the gym leader of the Tokiwa City Gym, illustrating the decay of the Kanto Pokémon League. Meanwhile, Kona, observing Zhang Feng's seemingly inscrutable abilities, stood agape in astonishment. This person was astonishingly powerful. No wonder, even as a beast master with a first-tier deity Rayquaza, he could command such respect from numerous regional champions. Thus, Kona's intrigue in Zhang Feng intensified further. After the white orb fell into Zhang Feng's possession, Palkia, who had been engaged in battle with Super Rayquaza, halted its assault. With the orb now in Zhang Feng's hands, Palkia naturally obeyed his command. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Feng declared, "Palkia, I wish to capture you." Upon uttering these words, he immediately stored the white orb into his system space. Consequently, with Palkia no longer under the control of the white orb, it regained full consciousness. Ding. Palkia's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Palkia. Divine Role, God of Space. Level 100. Ability, Pressure. Type, Dragon, Water. Potential, Shiny. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Origin Form, Unlocked. Skills, Wave of Water, Power Gem, Spatial Rend, Hydro Pump, Meteor Shower, Earth Power. Affinity, 70. Experience, a divine beast awakened by the summoning of the galactic team, now has gained consciousness due to its host, harboring a certain fondness for the host. Hobbies, enjoys brawling with Dialga. Observing the attributes of Palkia, Zhang Feng nodded inwardly. On the other hand, upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Palkia let out a fierce roar. As a top-tier divine beast, and one of the deities of time and space, Palkia's unique abilities are formidable. Originally, it felt a sense of gratitude towards Zhang Feng for restoring its rationality. Now, upon hearing Zhang Feng's challenge, Palkia displayed a hint of a human-like smile. Saved by him. Just to engage in a fair battle, a capture battle, is something every Pokémon yearns for. Even divine beasts are no exception. Thus, a voice resonated in Zhang Feng's mind. "Alright, let us do this. If you win, I will follow you." Just as Palkia agreed to Zhang Feng's challenge. The tumultuous battle between Mount Crown and the Distortion World sent ripples into alternate spaces. As deities of time and space, they are inherently linked. Moreover, the three deities of Sinnoh were created by the Creator God, hence they share a bond within the same realm. Upon sensing the powers of Palkia and Giratina, Dialga awakened in the alternate space. What are these two up to now? Have they started fighting? Let us go see. Just as Zhang Feng prepared to engage Palkia in a capture battle, a blue spatial fluctuation appeared. A magnificent beast, its body a blend of blue and silver, emerged. Seeing the sudden appearance of the creature, Zhang Feng was unfazed. After all, these divine beasts often enjoy startling others with their unique abilities. Dialga, recognizing the unexpected arrival, Palkia disregarded Zhang Feng and Rayquaza, fixating its gaze upon Dialga. Out of irritation towards this rascal, Palkia immediately assumed a battle stance. In the next moment, Spatial Rend began to coalesce, launching directly at Dialga. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. Indeed, these dual deities are brutes. Upon meeting, they lose all reason, intent on a life-or-death struggle. Ding dong, Dialga's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Dialga. Divine Role, God of Time. Level 100. Ability, Pressure. Type, Dragon, Steel. Potential, Rainbow. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Origin Form, Unlocked. Skills, Roar of Time, Metal Claw, Dragon Breath, Metal Burst, Iron Tail, Meteor Shower, Dragon Claw. Affinity, 0. Experience, awakened by the powers of Palkia and the renegade Pokémon Giratina, it arrived in the real world, ready to investigate. Hobbies, enjoys brawling with Palkia and watching the drama unfold. Upon viewing Dialga's attribute panel, Zhang Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Seriously? The God of Time has such hobbies? Watching drama? The conflict between Palkia and Dialga is rather straightforward. One embodies space, while the other embodies time. In terms of capability, Dialga, as the God of Time, can effortlessly switch timelines, targeting Palkia at its weakest moments for a thorough thrashing. Moreover, Dialga's penchant for gossip leads it to eavesdrop on the secrets of various divine beasts. As a result, Giratina and Palkia have grown increasingly exasperated with him. Were it not for Dialga's overly powerful time abilities, this gossip-loving creature would have long been thrashed to the point of being unrecognizable, even by the Creator God. Chapter 35. Battle of the Dual Deities, Unleashing Time and Space. At this moment, observing the sudden appearance of Dialga, who had originally been prepared for battle with Zhang Feng, Palkia's attention was drawn to Dialga. These two deities of time and space, fundamentally, are no different from Groudon and Kyogre. They are also the type that loves to bicker upon first meeting. However, compared to those two from Hoenn, the battles between Dialga and Palkia often see Dialga inviting trouble. Why? Because one loves to eavesdrop, aware of all the secrets of the Sinnoh region's divine beasts, using its time powers to intrude upon their privacy. How could it not get beaten up? Just as Palkia's spatial rend roared towards Dialga, the fabric of space seemed to freeze for an instant. Feeling the intensity of Palkia's assault, Zhang Feng began to understand. The Palkia controlled by the Red Sun earlier had not unleashed its full strength. At the very least, it had not utilized its ability to lock space. No wonder. Logically, as the god of space, Palkia's power should not have required two spatial rends to demolish a headquarters of the Sinnoh Pokémon League. Now Zhang Feng comprehended that this creature had been unwillingly controlled by Red Sun, thus not exerting its full potential. However, upon encountering its old rival, the god of time, Dialga, it unleashed all its power. Clearly, Palkia harbored deep-seated grievances against Dialga. Moreover, these divine beasts tend to charge at their nemesis. Facing Palkia's spatial rend, Dialga, who had initially come to observe, wanted to see whom Palkia and Giratina were battling. Yet, as soon as it peeked out, it got hit, igniting its fury. Utilizing the power of time, it returned to the exact moment Palkia initiated its attack, opening its maw wide. A roar of time shot forth, crashing directly into Palkia. Witnessing the two deities brimming with combat fervor, Zhang Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. There was no way, if they continued fighting, the Sinnoh region might very well be reduced to ruins by these two. Just look at Mount Crown, which had already lost a layer from the summit due to their battle. A swift resolution was necessary. Mega Rayquaza, Dragon Pulse, unleash a sweeping attack. Following Zhang Feng's command, Mega Rayquaza opened its gaping maw, unleashing a wave of blue energy that surged forth in an instant. The god of time and the god of space, who had been entangled in their own brawl, were oblivious to the external attack, their entire focus on each other. Caught off guard, they were unable to evade in time. A thunderous boom echoed as both Palkia and Dialga were struck by Mega Rayquaza's assault. Realizing the unexpected shift, both time and space deities turned their gazes towards Zhang Feng and Rayquaza simultaneously. "You little rascal," Dialga cursed, infuriated. How could the battle between the deities of time and space be interfered with by outsiders? In an instant, a terrifying attack emanated from Dialga, enveloped in the might of time, rendering it impossible for Mega Rayquaza to evade. For, with time in play, no matter how Mega Rayquaza attempted to dodge, the moment it was struck was already preordained. Withstanding Dialga's onslaught, Mega Rayquaza unleashed a devastating beam of energy that nullified the roar of time. Following this, Rayquaza erupted with power. In an instant, boundless flying energy began to coalesce around Mega Rayquaza. Accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar, a massive dragon silhouette erupted, striking Dialga directly. The successive explosions caused this gossip-loving giant to plummet from the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, Palkia couldn't help but smirk as it unleashed an attack. Thus, it transformed into a scene where both Palkia and Rayquaza confronted Dialga. Feeling as though he was targeted by all, Dialga roared in fury. "Are you all engaged in some sort of entrapment, luring me out only to slay me together? If so, let us cease this charade." In an instant, a ghostly blue light flickered once more. The power of time manifested immediately. Zhang Feng felt a fleeting blur before, in the next moment, he found himself returned to the original timeline. At this moment, Dialga had merely emerged from the alternate dimension, not allowing Rayquaza and Palkia a moment to react before a time roar echoed. It swept through, striking both Palkia and the mighty Rayquaza simultaneously. In pain, both dragons erupted in wrath. In that instant, Palkia unleashed the spatial rend once again, ensnaring the entire space and preventing Dialga from wielding the power of time. Consequently, a faint purple circle and a blue circle began to form in a tug of war. Simultaneously, the mighty Rayquaza ferociously swung its colossal tail, delivering a heavy blow to Dialga. The next moment, Rayquaza utilized its immense physique to coil around Dialga, tightening its grip. Feeling the overwhelming force upon him, Dialga could only feel a sense of indignation. He had merely been roused from a restful slumber by the powers of Palkia and Giratina, intending to ascertain what was transpiring. Yet, he found Palkia and an outsider, Zhang Feng and Rayquaza, launching a fierce assault against him. What a grave injustice for this dragon. roaring in response. Dialga was enveloped in a silvery glow. Boom! The resounding explosion echoed across the summit of Mount Coronet. The metal burst technique was activated. This skill allows one to return the power of previously received attacks back to the opponent with maximum force. Previously, Dialga had simultaneously endured the assaults of Rayquaza and Palkia. And this time, the metal burst unleashed both the Dragon Ascent and Spatial Rend back upon them. With Dialga's explosive counter, Rayquaza was forced to release its grip. Once free, Dialga unleashed another Time Roar. Realizing this opponent was quite formidable, consistently using his power of time to revert to a prior undamaged state, Zhang Feng was thoroughly vexed. If one is ineffective, then two shall do, and if two do not suffice, then five it shall be. In the next moment, yet another Master Ball materialized in Zhang Feng's hand, as the Black Rayquaza, radiating an aura of invincibility, made its entrance once more. Simultaneously, the Requiem Dragon, Giratina, emerged with its colossal head from the Distortion World. Chapter 36. Dialga. So, do you desire a legendary Pokémon? With Giratina's emergence, another Black Rayquaza appeared alongside Zhang Feng. As the three legendary Pokémon encircled Dialga, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Sensing the scrutiny of these deities, the Steel Dragon, Master of Time, nearly faltered. What is happening? Where did all these legendary Pokémon come from? And why are they all fixated on me? Is it such a crime to enjoy a bit of gossip? Upon hearing Dialga's words, Giratina immediately roared in indignation. You scoundrel! If you were to spill our secrets, wouldn't that ruin my plans? Who else should I strike if not you? Dialga was well aware of Giratina, who incessantly lamented in the Distortion World about seeking vengeance against Arceus, the creator. Knowing this secret, Giratina wasted no time in attacking Dialga. After all, from Giratina's perspective, if Arceus were to be forewarned, what would happen to him? It can be said that Giratina held a complex view of Arceus. Created by Arceus, he inherently felt a sense of closeness, yet, having been cast out, he harbored a profound hatred towards Arceus. It was a duality of belonging yet resentment, yearning to confront Arceus. Palkia's little secret involves reveling in showcasing his presence and spatial powers across various worlds, always craving adoration. However, in the main world, when appearing before humans or other legendary Pokémon, he adopts a rather serious demeanor. It is a somewhat hypocritical nature. Thus, it is understandable that Dialga, knowing too much, frequently finds himself on the receiving end of punishment. Yet, neither Rayquaza nor the Black Rayquaza were familiar to Dialga. He had no knowledge of their secrets. Why then were they here to confront him? Filled with profound confusion, Dialga felt his composure slipping. Sensing this unease, Zhang Feng grew intrigued. He swiftly positioned himself at the center of the 5 divine dragons, as though he were the orchestrator, addressing Dialga. Dialga, I intend to capture you. Now, choose from Rayquaza, Black Rayquaza, or Giratina. If you can defeat one, I shall let you go. But should you lose, you will obediently become my Pokémon. Meanwhile, atop Mount Coronet, the Sinnoh Pokémon League and the powerful allies who had come to assist watched Zhang Feng commanding Rayquaza and the 2 divine dragons with exhilaration. However, upon Giratina's appearance, Cynthia, Dawn, and Brock couldn't help but worry for Zhang Feng. The members of the Sinnoh League were acutely aware of Giratina's prowess. This Requiem Dragon, steeped in tales of fury and bloodshed since ancient times, was not easily trifled with. Even with 2 Rayquazas, could Zhang Feng withstand the might of the 3 legendary dragons of the Sinnoh region? Yet, as they continued to observe, they became increasingly perplexed. Why did it appear that all the legendary Pokémon were targeting Dialga? What kind of enchantment had Zhang Feng cast to command their obedience? Moreover, although Giratina's presence was overwhelming, it obediently followed Zhang Feng's lead. Could it be? A dreadful hypothesis suddenly flickered through the minds of the onlookers. Previously unable to contact Zhang Feng, could he have captured Giratina while in the Distortion World? The more they pondered, the more plausible it seemed, leading them all to collectively draw a sharp breath. Giratina, the mightiest legendary Pokémon in the Sinnoh region, second only to Arceus, could indeed be tamed by Zhang Feng? And how had Zhang Feng discovered the entrance to the Distortion World? Regrettably, no answers were forthcoming for these queries. However, Kina, upon hearing their discourse, regarded Zhang Feng with an increasing curiosity. This man was truly intriguing. At that moment, upon hearing Zhang Feng's declaration of intent to capture him, Dialga clenched his teeth. This human seemed oddly familiar. What could it be? Wait, let me think this through. Grant me 3 minutes. Upon hearing Dialga's words, Zhang Feng understood that this creature was clearly preparing to utilize its unique power of time to glean insights related to himself. I almost forgot. Shalebi also possesses time powers. Could it be a deity of time as well? Or perhaps this mythical creature embodies the essence of both time and space. This mere mythical creature possesses the dual powers of time and space, and it seems Shalebi has a whole lineage, not just one. The officials have not assigned Shalebi a definitive title, merely referring to it as a time traveler. Enough of this. I shall ascertain the truth when I encounter Shalebi next. With that thought, Zhang Feng willingly granted Dialga the time it sought. If Dialga had witnessed the future in which he was bested, he might have effortlessly subdued the steel dragon without a single blow. After all, regardless of whether they are legendary beasts, they are guided by their hearts, wouldn't you agree? Meanwhile, observing that Zhang Feng had ceased his attacks, Palkia appeared somewhat bored. Yet, witnessing Dialga's display of submission brought him a sense of secret delight. This fellow is indeed a worthy trainer whom I have chosen. It seems that following Zhang Feng would not be a poor choice after all. Soon, upon Dialga's return from the future, his gaze towards Zhang Feng was imbued with newfound admiration. Let me ask you, do you require legendary Pokémon? Would you care for a legendary? Upon hearing Dialga's words, Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. Even Palkia and Giratina, who were well aware of Dialga's nature, exhibited expressions of astonishment. What on earth did Dialga see that led him to appear so eager to become Zhang Feng's Pokémon? Goodness! Seeing Dialga's current adorable demeanor, having completely shed the pride and dignity of a legendary, the other legendary beasts collectively felt their defenses falter. Ahem, since you've put it that way, it would indeed be unreasonable not to accept you, wouldn't it? With a light cough, although uncertain why Dialga was so overtly submissive, how could he refuse when Dialga was actively seeking to become his Pokémon? Thus, when Zhang Feng produced a Master Ball, Dialga willingly touched it. In the next moment, the Steel Dragon, the god of time, was encapsulated within the Master Ball, fully captured. Ding! Congratulations, host, for capturing Dialga. Chapter 37, Deceived and Captured Palkia. As the Master Ball emitted a crisp sound, it signified that the last appearing Steel Dragon, the god of time Dialga, was the first to be captured by Zhang Feng. Although uncertain about what Dialga had seen in the future to elicit such respect, it did not deter Giratina and Palkia from their curiosity. Once they all became Zhang Feng's legendary Pokémon, they would surely inquire further. After all, Giratina knew that Zhang Feng possessed the three Hoenn deities, even though he and Dialga, along with Palkia, may not be the best of companions. They were fundamentally the three dragons of Sinnoh, were they not? Ding! Dialga's intimacy has increased. Current intimacy level, 225 points. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Feng was momentarily stunned. This intimacy level rose at an astonishing rate, even faster than that of Giratina. What could the god of time have witnessed in the future to place such trust in him? Shaking his head, Zhang Feng ceased to ponder the future. For only by seizing the present could the future possibly unfold according to his desires. Otherwise, even if he knew the future, if he continued to slack off, a splendid future would never materialize. After capturing Dialga, Zhang Feng turned his attention to Palkia. Now, the only remaining legendary beast left unclaimed was this very Palkia. While he could not comprehend why Dialga was willing to become Zhang Feng's Pokémon, he still held on to his own pride as a legendary beast. Come, as always, defeat me, and I shall become your Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng smiled at his assembled legendary Pokémon and said to Palkia, "Then, choose your opponent." Seeing Zhang Feng allow him to select his adversary, Palkia glanced around and ultimately decided to battle the god of time, Dialga. After all, he had a grudge against Dialga, and fighting him would be far more exhilarating, without the need for excessive caution. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng withdrew the other legendary Pokémon, Giratina and Rayquaza, into their Master Balls. To be honest, Palkia was quite astute. Although all these legendary beasts were of the first rank, there were varying strengths among them. Giratina and Rayquaza were evidently far stronger than the others. Thus, Palkia chose Dialga, a fellow first-rank legendary of his own caliber. Soon, at Palkia's request, Zhang Feng produced Dialga's Master Ball. As the red light illuminated, the blue steel dragon reappeared. Dialga, your opponent has been chosen by Palkia. Do not let him outshine you. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Dialga nodded. In this one-on-one battle, would Palkia truly think he could intimidate him? Roar! In an instant, both dragons unleashed thunderous roars, and the battle commenced once more. Dialga, use Dragon Pulse. Following Zhang Feng's command, Dialga unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. As the blue dragon-type energy surged towards Palkia, the water dragon promptly countered. Simultaneously, Palkia opened his mouth wide. A formidable attack, radiating unmatched might, clashed with Dialga's Dragon Pulse. A colossal explosion ensued, engulfing the summit of the sky-crowned mountain in a cloud of dust. Now, Dialga, time roar. With Zhang Feng's command issued, Dialga's body radiated a blue light, channeling fierce temporal power to execute his skill. At this moment, Palkia also let out a roar. A pale purple spatial rend surged forth, roaring as it was unleashed. With a resounding crash, the forces of time and space collided violently, ultimately tearing open a massive spatial rift. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Feng's expression shifted as he activated his formidable psychic abilities to mend the shattered space. Swift victory metal burst. As he activated the skill once more, Dialga suddenly communicated telepathically with Palkia. Don't you want to know why I chose to become Zhang Feng's Pokemon after witnessing the future? Upon hearing Dialga's transmission, Palkia stood frozen in place. However, at that moment, the metal burst skill struck Palkia, sending him hurtling away. When he regained his senses, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. You scoundrel, was that deliberate? No, I merely intended to showcase my prowess in defeating you, thus making it reasonable for Zhang Feng to capture you. Palkia, do you desire a higher divine position? Upon hearing Dialga's words, Palkia's gaze grew contemplative. Are you suggesting that by following Zhang Feng, we could become stronger and attain higher divine ranks? In response to Palkia's inquiry, Dialga smiled and affirmed, precisely. And why would you be kind enough to share such fortunate news with me? With Palkia's skepticism evident, Dialga explained, it's simple. Legendary Pokemon from various regions tend to band together. I only know you, Giratina, and that foolish Rayquaza. With the trio of Hoenn deities and 2 Rayquazas, it is clear that in the Sinnoh region, it is just the 2 of us against them, and we must unite for warmth. After contemplating Dialga's words for a considerable time, Palkia suddenly emitted a mournful wail, feigning severe injury from Dialga's metal burst attack as he plummeted from the sky. Observing this, Dialga was filled with excitement. That's it. Subsequently, he unleashed another time roar, intensifying Palkia's injuries. Though Zhang Feng was puzzled as to why Palkia had suddenly become so weak, being overpowered by Dialga. However, perhaps this fellow was too embarrassed to relinquish the pride of his divine beast and intentionally allowed himself to be captured by Zhang Feng in a mock battle against Dialga. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng utilized his psychic abilities to summon a blank Master Ball amidst the ruins of the Sinnoh Pokemon League headquarters. He hurled it fiercely towards Palkia. As the Master Ball flashed with a brilliant red light, Palkia was successfully captured without putting up any resistance. Alas, these creatures are so obsessed with their pride. Chapter 38. The Sinnoh Crisis Averted. Assessment concluded. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for capturing Palkia. Following Zhang Feng's successful capture of Palkia, his collection of divine beasts was elevated to 7 first-level gods. Ding dong. The host's current attribute panel is as follows. Host, Zhang Feng. Age, 19. Funds, 2. 5 billion poke dollars, continuously increasing. Special items. Mega Evolution Stones for all main battle Pokemon. 1. Keystone. 1. Creation Plate. Fire 1 Inclusion. System Space Ability. Psychic Power, comparable to Mutewo. Organization. Sky Team, 600 members. Special members of Sky Team. Cynthia, Jay, Izumi, Hounn, Ash, Jesse, James, Meowth, May. Brock. First-level gods. Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre, Black Rayquaza, Giratina, Dialga, Palkia. Mythical beasts. Latios, Latia's second-level gods. Regirock, Azelf, Uxie, Mesprit. Main battle Pokemon. Sceptile, Pidgeot, Milotic, Shiny Bagon, Metagross, Infernape, Aerodactyl, Glaceon, Leafeon, Sylveon, Shiny Gardevoir, 2. Honchkrow, Houndoom, Blaziken, Charizard, Serperior, Croconaw, Torterra, Absol, Dragonite, Gigantamax Gengar, Shiny Drakazalt, Shiny Riolu, Sizer, Machamp. Observing the number of Pokemon on his panel, an overwhelming sense of accomplishment surged within Zhang Feng. All the main battle Pokemon he had captured were his favorites, which he intended to train. Moreover, with these divine beasts, if the 7 first-level gods were to appear in unison, it was likely that no one in the entire Pokemon world would stand a chance against him. Of course, excluding the creation god Arceus for now, Zhang Feng currently had no effective means of dealing with him. To confront the creation god in battle would likely prove futile. It seems that he must rely on his influence instead. However, there remains over a year before the creation god awakens to seek out humanity, and by that time, Zhang Feng's strength may have undergone a monumental transformation. Perhaps then, he would be able to contend with him. As for his current role as the gym leader assessor, it was time to relinquish that position. He needed to expedite the assessment of the gym leaders in the Sinnoh region. After all, the month-long deadline was fast approaching. The Elite Four Challenge in the Hoenn region was also about to commence. Zhang Feng was eager to return and defeat the 4 elite members of the Hoenn region to claim the championship title. After returning all the divine beasts to the system space, Zhang Feng swiftly appeared before Cynthia and the others. Witnessing her beloved man resolve the crisis in the Sinnoh region with such prowess, compelling even the legendary divine beasts of Sinnoh to bow before him and voluntarily allow themselves to be captured, stirred deep emotions within Cynthia, prompting her to leap into Zhang Feng's embrace. In that moment, regardless of how many girlfriends Zhang Feng had, Cynthia cared not. She only knew that, at this instant, Zhang Feng was hers. Seeing this scene, Kona adjusted his golden glasses, while Ryudo, Daigo, and Mikuri exchanged knowing smiles tinged with playful mockery. This lad truly had remarkable fortune. The beautiful champion of the Sinnoh Pokémon League had quietly fallen into his grasp. How enviable. Typically, one would expect Wusong and Day to be furious. But witnessing Zhang Feng and Cynthia in such an embrace, they felt only that it was a match made in heaven. Only a man like Zhang Feng could win over their Sinnoh champion, cradling Cynthia's voluptuous form, having just played the role of a world-saving hero. Zhang Feng had indeed reached the pinnacle of what everyone fantasized as the perfect state, embracing an unparalleled beauty while commanding the mightiest divine beasts. He effortlessly resolved the cataclysmic crisis. Now, the people of the entire Sinnoh region were deeply grateful to him, including the Hoenn region. Zhang Feng had effectively saved 2 major territories. After the crisis in the Sinnoh region was resolved, Zhang Feng turned his gaze towards the gym leaders who had just arrived. At the very least, they had all stepped forward in the face of danger, which was commendable. After scanning their Pokémon, most of which were at the quasi-elite level, Zhang Feng reported the details of the battle against Team Galactic and the Divine Beasts. Consequently, the remaining 6 gym leaders in the Sinnoh region had their assessments concluded. Now, with all gym assessments in the Sinnoh region completed and rated as excellent, Zhang Feng expressed his hopes that they would continue to strive and contribute their strength for the Sinnoh region. After delivering this message, Zhang Feng cast a glance at Cynthia. Understanding his intentions, Cynthia felt her cheeks flush, but still addressed Wusong. Wusong, the matters at the Sinnoh Pokémon League headquarters are temporarily entrusted to you. I need to step out with Zhang Feng for a moment. The next moment, with Zhang Feng's psychic powers guiding them, the two returned to Cynthia's home to freely express their affections, leaving behind a somewhat wry and helpless Wusong to clean up the aftermath of the Sinnoh Pokémon League. With the crisis in the Sinnoh region resolved, both Ryudo and Kona returned to the Kanto region. However, Kona found himself intrigued by Zhang Feng. Regardless of age or strength, women naturally gravitate toward the powerful. Meanwhile, Mikuri could only chuckle at the situation. He had intended to discuss the rules of the Elite Four Challenge with him, but with the event fast approaching, he decided to wait until later. At this juncture, Mikuri turned to Daigo and inquired, "Would you like to join in the fun? Are you truly willing to relinquish the championship title to Zhang Feng so readily?" Upon hearing Mikuri's words, Daigo responded with a smile. "I know you're about to escape the burdens of the championship title to focus on your grand contest, but don't think of pulling a fast one on me. Just wait until the audience in Hoenn sees Zhang Feng defeat you, champion." With Daigo's remark, Mikuri's expression soured. "You scoundrel." Chapter 39, Returning to Hoenn. The upcoming Elite Four Challenge. Setting aside the playful banter between the two friends, Daigo and Mikuri, on the other side, Zhang Feng and Cynthia, having battled through the night, lay entwined in one another's arms. The Sinnoh Pokémon League has suffered a severe blow, yet you, the champion, have abandoned the headquarters. Is that truly wise? Hearing Zhang Feng's teasing remark, Cynthia's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, "Isn't it your fault?" Chuckling, Zhang Feng playfully patted Cynthia's curves and replied, "Nevertheless." With the Elite Four Challenge in the Hoenn region on the horizon, and news from the organization about the potential discovery of the Steel Pillar and Ice Pillar ruins, I must depart from the Sinnoh region for a while. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Cynthia's expression revealed a hint of reluctance. Thus, the battle reignited. Ding dong. Cynthia's affection for the host has reached its maximum value. After parting ways with Cynthia, she participated in the ceremony for the reconstruction of the Sinnoh Pokémon League headquarters. As a farewell gift, Cynthia bestowed upon Zhang Feng a golden-rated Garchomp. This extraordinary creature is a semi-divine Pokémon of the Sinnoh region, being the finest descendant of her own Garchomp. With this new addition, Zhang Feng promptly released the Garchomp from its Pokeball. Subsequently, the system assessed the current attributes of the Garchomp. Ding dong. The current attributes are as follows. Pokemon, Garchomp. Divine Role, None. Level, 21. Ability, Sandveil. Types, Ground, Dragon. Qualification, Gold. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Origin Form, Unlocked. Skills, Sand Tomb, Dragon Breath, Stomp, Dragon Claw, Dig, Sandstorm, Twister, Metal Claw. Affection, 70. Experience. The most formidable descendant of today's Garchomp, inheriting the powerful genes of her lineage, now encountering the host. Hobby. Aspires to grow stronger and enjoys eating dirt. Zhang Feng. This little fellow also loves to eat dirt. At this moment, gently patting Garchomp's little head, Zhang Feng decided to recall it. Being a dragon-type semi-divine Pokémon, he would temporarily entrust its training to Dragonite and Bloodwing Dragon. If that doesn't suffice, there are still 5 level 1 dragon-type deities in the system space. That should be ample for the little one to grow swiftly. Currently, the strength of the Pokémon in Zhang Feng's possession has nearly surpassed that of the Elite Four. Even the Nidoking and Nidoqueen he captured in the reverse world, along with Scyther, Machoke, Electabuzz, and Snorlax, have all reached the initial level of the Elite Four. At present, only the shiny Lucario, Dragapult, and Garchomp have yet to fully break through to the Elite Four level. However, since they were recently captured, Zhang Feng was not in a hurry to urge them to grow rapidly. He preferred to let things unfold naturally. Afterward, Zhang Feng took out the Pokeball containing Latias, releasing the legendary Pokémon. He mounted her and set forth towards the Hoenn region. After spending some time, he finally returned to Hoenn and noticed the changes in the region. Upon arriving in Orange City, he heard many people bustling about, preparing for something. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the residents of Orange City were enthusiastically hanging banners and erecting signs, reminiscent of a fervent fan frenzy, all centered around none other than Zhang Feng himself. With only 3 days left until the Elite Four challenge, it seemed certain that Champion Flannery would be ousted from the Elite Four ranks. Yet, it was also possible that Champion Michael, eager to develop his grand festival, might voluntarily relinquish his title after being defeated by Zhang Feng. In that case, the Elite Four would remain unchanged. Nonetheless, Zhang Feng was eager to witness the battle between Champion Steven and himself. Although Michael was graceful, he found himself far more intrigued by the contests among trainers. The audience for the Grand Festival could never rival the fervor of trainer battles. Thus, Michael had been tirelessly promoting the Grand Festival, yet as both the Hoenn Champion and the Grand Festival Champion, his dual identity leaned more towards the Grand Festival, which left many trainers in Hoenn feeling disgruntled. Naturally, the former champion Steven was also a topic of discussion among the crowd. Realizing this, Zhang Feng, in an effort to avoid being recognized, concealed his appearance with psychic abilities and entered the Pokémon Center. Upon returning to Hoenn, his first priority was to find his beloved girlfriend, Nurse Joy. After entrusting his Pokémon to her care and catching sight of the familiar Milotic, Joy suddenly exclaimed, You are Zhang Feng, aren't you?" It was only upon seeing Joy that Zhang Feng reverted to his original appearance. Following this, a wave of heartfelt affection washed over them. Zhang Feng continued to reside in the luxurious suite unique to the Pokémon Center, a place that had become almost exclusively his, as it was where his journey with Joy had commenced. That night, Zhang Feng was once again ambushed. "I will be there to cheer for you at the Elite Four Challenge." Upon hearing Joy's words, Zhang Feng embraced her tenderly. He felt a sense of indebtedness toward this woman. "All right, once I win the championship, I will publicly announce our relationship." Upon hearing this, Joy froze in place, and an even more intense wave of love surged within her. "Zhang Feng, I love you." Ding dong, Joy's affection for the host has reached its maximum value. In the Pokémon world, there are no legal stipulations regarding marriage, allowing for more than one partner. The upper echelons of the league are known for their numerous companions. Despite his age, President Damaranch was quite the charmer in his youth. Professor Oak, too, it is said, had the two sisters, Granny Orange and Granny Kikuno, vying for his affection when they were young, leading to a rift between them. Consequently, Granny Orange moved to Sinnoh to become an Elite Four member, rather than staying in Kanto. Additionally, there are whispers of an unusual connection between Professor Oak and Ash's mother, Delia, which is quite intriguing. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable for Zhang Feng to currently have 2 official girlfriends. Of course, excluding Jay, Izumi, and Fire Goose, as they are merely his subordinates, at most serving as personal secretaries. After a few days of lingering in Orange City with Nurse Joy, the first match of the Hoenn Pokémon League Elite Four Challenge is set to officially commence tomorrow. As this is the most grandiose event in the Hoenn region, held every 4 years, the entire population has paused their work and studies. A nationwide festival is about to begin. Upon learning of Zhang Feng's challenge against the Elite Four, familiar faces such as Ash, May, Brock, and others returned, along with gym leaders and the 4 elite members converging in Satopolis City. All await the commencement of the Elite Four Challenge tomorrow. The first battle, Zhang Feng versus the 4th seat of the Elite Four, Flannery. Chapter 40. The Elite Four Challenge begins. The first match. as the Hoenn Pokemon League's Elite Four Challenge is fervently promoted over the course of an entire month. This highly anticipated battle is on the verge of commencing, heralding its grand opening. Thus, Ash and his companions temporarily concluded their travels in Kanto's battle frontier and returned to Hoenn once more. Gym leader Kenta of Orange City, along with Nagi from the Verdanturf Gym, and many others with past connections to Zhang Feng gathered in Satopoly City to witness this grand event held every 4 years in the Hoenn region. Even Kanto's champion, Drayden, and the Elite Four member Corona arrived in Hoenn. The champion of Unova, Alder, also made a personal appearance. Although Cynthia from Sinnoh longed to attend, she was unable to do so due to significant upheaval within the Sinnoh Pokemon League. However, a new character emerged this time. The champion of Kalos, known as the birthplace of Mega Evolution, Karina, accepted the invitation from the Hoenn Pokemon League. This clash between the Elite Four and champions, gathering champions from multiple regions, is indeed a rare occasion. To be frank, throughout the entire Pokemon world, regardless of the region, the frequency of changes among the Elite Four is remarkably low. Typically, the original champions and Elite Four members remain constant, unless there truly exists an individual of formidable prowess, one who possesses the qualifications to challenge the Elite Four and the champion. The roster of these esteemed titles is unlikely to change. Alternatively, it may occur that as the strong warriors age and their strength wanes, they might voluntarily relinquish their positions, allowing opportunities for the younger generation to rise. Thus far, only the Hoenn Pokemon League has witnessed a change in its champion list, with the former champion, Wallace, now succeeded by the current champion, Maylene. Similarly, in the Unova region, the esteemed champion Alder has passed his mantle to his apprentice, Iris, following his own decline in power. However, this transpired during the timeline when Ash became a member of the Elite Four. As it stands now, Alder remains the reigning champion of Unova. These instances represent the rare occasions of champions being replaced within the vast Pokemon world. It is well known that Zhang Feng possesses extraordinary strength, having triumphed over every previous tournament champion, yet he has yet to defeat even the lowest-ranked member of the Elite Four. Ultimately, the conflicts arise from the internal struggles between the Elite Four and the champion themselves. Under normal circumstances, the Elite Four challenge in the Hoenn region would not attract such fervor. However, due to the recognition of Zhang Feng's remarkable abilities, both Chairman Damaranch and Champion Maylene have virtually regarded him as the next potential champion of the Hoenn Pokemon League. Consequently, a plethora of league champions have been invited to witness this event. Countless individuals from various regions flock to Satopoly City, which once again stands as the epicenter of the Pokemon world. Even figures such as Jess, James, Misty, Brock, and others are tuning in via satellite to observe their boss's Elite Four challenge. Finally, as the main venue in Satopoly City opens and two figures are raised upon the battlefield, the cheers of the crowd resonate through the heavens. It's Zhang Feng. I see Zhang Feng. Upon hearing Ash's exclamation, Misty, Brock, and others instinctively look down, and indeed, the familiar silhouette of Zhang Feng comes into view. On the other side, Yeyue and Tetsuya have also arrived in Satopoly City to witness this formidable champion, who is of their generation and has risen to prominence alongside them. What level has he achieved now? Even Wallace, the former champion of the Hoenn Pokemon League, has paused his rock-digging endeavors to attend and observe Zhang Feng's battle. With Chairman Damaranch's address and Champion Maylene's summary concluded, the first match of this Elite Four challenge, Zhang Feng versus the last member of the Hoenn Elite Four, Flower Moon, is finally underway. As the referee steps into the arena and announces, we now commence the Hoenn Pokemon League Elite Four challenge between the tournament champion, Zhang Feng, and Elite Four member Flower Moon. Both sides may utilize 6 Pokemon, with Flower Moon attacking first. Upon receiving the referee's command, Flower Moon tosses her Pokeball and, looking at Zhang Feng, cannot help but smile. Zhang Feng, I have awaited this battle for a long time. Prepare to experience the grand gift I have prepared for you. With that, she releases a Pokeball, and in a flash of red light, a Slydog appears. Possessing a golden aptitude, chlorophyll ability, and boasting a level of 69. This Slydog proves to be a commendable opponent. However, such a level does not necessitate the deployment of Zhang Feng's primary battle Pokemon. Those are reserved for even stronger adversaries. Bloodwing Dragon, I entrust this to you. With that, Zhang Feng summons his Pokeball, revealing a magnificent blue dragon with crimson wings. Ding. The current attributes of Bloodwing Dragon are as follows. Pokemon, Bloodwing Dragon Roll, None, Level, 71, Ability, Overconfidence, Types, Dragon. Flying, Aptitude, Red, Bond Evolution, Unlocked, Mega Evolution, Mega Bloodwing Dragon Skills, Dragon Dive, Body Slam, Dragon Breath, Dragon Claw, Mind Hammer, Big Bang. Affection, 255. Having evolved from a once humble dragon-type Pokémon, Bloodwing Dragon now possesses a champion-level strength. Given his current tier, he undoubtedly holds an advantage against Flower Moon. Remarkable. This little fellow has transformed into such a powerhouse in just over 6 months. Upon hearing Maylene's words, Chairman Damaranch expressed his astonishment. After Maylene's explanation, it became clear that this Bloodwing Dragon, originally gifted to Zhang Feng, has swiftly reached champion level. Truly, a terrifying feat. The sly dog, with a flash of electricity, lunges towards Bloodwing Dragon, executing Crunch. Following Flower Moon's command, the sly dog swiftly closes in on Bloodwing Dragon. However, as a semi-divine being of the flying type, how could he be so easily struck? Just as the sly dog approaches, Bloodwing Dragon flaps its wings, unleashing a fearsome roar and shockwave. With a swift motion, Bloodwing Dragon ascends into the sky, evading the sly dog's attack. Cursed be. Use wing attack. Show him what you're made of, Bloodwing Dragon. Big Bang. Chapter 41. Zhang Feng vs. Flower Moon, the last of the Elite Four. With a resounding explosion, the sly dog plummets from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Bloodwing Dragon darts toward the sly dog with incredible speed, executing Steel Wing. As the sly dog descends rapidly, Bloodwing Dragon takes advantage of its inability to dodge, unleashing a torrent of flames and swiftly dispatching Flower Moon's first Pokémon. Ding! Bloodwing Dragon has defeated the sly dog, earning 4,895 experience points, and has leveled up to level 72. In this first battle, Zhang Feng easily claimed victory over Flower Moon's initial Pokémon. Witnessing his primary Pokémon fall so effortlessly to Zhang Feng, Flower Moon, though mentally prepared, felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, Zhang Feng had neither summoned a legendary Pokémon nor utilized his true mainstay Pokémon from prior competitions. It seems that in merely a month, this individual's strength has undergone a revolutionary transformation. Next up, I call upon you, Mytina. Mytina, a canine Pokémon with the Intimidate ability, possesses a singular Dark-type attribute and holds a purple aptitude at level 68. Observing Flower Moon's second Pokémon, Zhang Feng smiled. Bloodwing Dragon. Continue to press forward and secure victory. With Zhang Feng's encouragement, Bloodwing Dragon roared, emanating an even more formidable presence. Thanks to its overconfidence ability, having defeated the sly dog, its attack power has increased. However, upon Mytina's entrance, the Intimidate ability diminishes Bloodwing Dragon's attack power slightly, effectively neutralizing the benefits of its overconfidence. Mytina unleashed a powerful howl. Following Flower Moon's command, it roars with ferocity at Bloodwing Dragon. The relentless sound begins to irritate Bloodwing Dragon. Bloodwing Dragon, Dragon Dive. Mytina, dodge with a quick flash. As Bloodwing Dragon soars through the air, a phantom dragon appears, enveloping it in a powerful aura. Subsequently, an overwhelming offensive strikes down upon Mytina. Even at this moment, despite the great wolfhound exerting its utmost effort, a flash of lightning streaked past in a brilliant blaze from behind. Yet it could not evade the onslaught of the Bloodwing Dragon. With a resounding crash, the dragon god successfully dove down and struck, sending the great wolfhound soaring through the air. Now, unleash the destructive beam. A calm voice from Zhang Feng resonated, and in an instant, an orange-yellow energy column coalesced in the maw of the Bloodwing Dragon. The overwhelming destructive force obliterated the great wolfhound in an instant. Ding dong. The Bloodwing Dragon has defeated the great wolfhound, earning 700 experience points. Following the defeat of the great wolfhound, the Bloodwing Dragon executed a consecutive strike. Witnessing this, the Flower Moon King could not help but grit his teeth and exclaim, "Onward, Dream Cacturn." Dream Cacturn, also known as Dream Cactuar, is the evolved form of Desert Cacturn. Possessing a humanoid physique cloaked in vibrant green with sharp spines, resembling a fierce Pokémon. Ding dong, Dream Cacturn's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Dream Cacturn. Level, 69. Ability, Water Absorb. Types, Dark Grass. Potential, Gold. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Skills, Poison Sting, Destiny Bond, Seed Bomb, Pin Missile, Energy Ball, Sandstorm, and Rooting. Observing the attributes of Dream Cacturn, with its hidden ability Water Absorb, indicates immunity to water-type moves, and possessing Destiny Bond adds a layer of complexity. One must be cautious of this Pokémon's Destiny Bond, otherwise, the Bloodwing Dragon may very well succumb. However, Destiny Bond has its quirks. It may not be as effective as anticipated. Bloodwing Dragon, be wary of your opponent's desperate counterattack. Unleash Flamethrower. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, the Bloodwing Dragon roared fiercely and unleashed a torrent of flames, charging towards Dream Cacturne. In response, the Flower Moon King promptly commanded, Dream Cacturne, Sandstorm. As the swirling sandstorm engulfed the arena, Dream Cacturne's form gradually faded within its tempest. The flamethrower attack missed its mark, failing to connect with Dream Cacturne. Now, unleash Poison Sting. Seizing the opportunity while the Bloodwing Dragon's attack went awry, Dream Cacturne surged forth from the sandstorm, launching a dark purple poison sting directly at the Bloodwing Dragon. Intriguing. Once more, Inferno Blast. As the poison sting approached, the Bloodwing Dragon opened its mouth to unleash an even fiercer blast of flames. The poison sting was extinguished by the fiery onslaught of Inferno Blast. The Bloodwing Dragon intensified the sandstorm with its relentless Inferno Blast. Following Zhang Feng's command, the Bloodwing Dragon's eyes gleamed with ferocity as a more potent flame ignited, continuously fueling the sandstorm. Gradually, the sandstorm transformed from a dusty yellow to a vibrant orange-red. This signified that the sandstorm had now become a fire sandstorm. In desperation, Dream Cacturne was forced to emerge from the swirling tempest. Dream Cacturne invoked Destiny Bond against the Bloodwing Dragon. As anticipated, the peculiar skill manifested once more. When Dream Cacturne's eyes turned jet black, a spectral form materialized before the Bloodwing Dragon. Even if the Bloodwing Dragon attempted to resist, it could not halt the inevitable. It could only watch helplessly as the spectral entity entered its body. Should Dream Cacturne lose its ability to battle, the effect of Destiny Bond would ensure the Bloodwing Dragon's downfall as well. Was this a ploy to take down one of its own Pokémon? To make this Elite Four member's reputation seem less fragile? With a hint of jest, Zhang Feng retrieved a Pokeball. Subsequently, the Bloodwing Dragon was called back. In its place emerged a formidable Charizard. Charizard unleashed a burnout against Dream Cacturne. Damn it, Dream Cacturne, let us clash head-on with a full-force destructive beam. Unfortunately, the coalescing speed of the destructive beam was significantly slower than that of burnout. As the searing heat enveloped the battlefield, Charizard radiated a fiery glow, and with an insurmountable might, it crashed into Dream Cacturne. Then, tranquility reigned. Dream Cacturne lost its ability to battle, and Charizard emerged victorious. Since the Flower Moon King had already lost 3 Pokémon, the first half concluded, and a 10-minute intermission began. Ding dong, Charizard defeated Dream Cacturne, earning 300 experience points, leveling up to LV68. Chapter 42, Continued Battle, Flower Moon's Reluctance. As the first half of the battle concluded, the Flower Moon King, the final member of the Hoenn Elite Four, specializing in dark types, found himself bereft of 3 Pokémon. Regrettably, he had yet to defeat a single Pokémon of Zhang Feng. In the audience, as spectators watched Zhang Feng's overwhelming prowess in defeating 3 of Flower Moon King's Pokémon, they erupted in applause. This fellow Zhang Feng seems to have grown even stronger. Hearing Ash's lament, nearby, Paul quipped sarcastically, Ash, it seems you will never catch up to Zhang Feng. Your every challenge ends in utter defeat. Upon hearing Paul's remarks, Ash clenched his teeth, determinedly retorting, No, next time, I will definitely defeat Zhang Feng. Observing Ash's unwavering confidence, Paul, May, and others exchanged wry smiles. While acknowledging Zhang Feng's strength, they also needed to consider Ash's feelings. Thus, May promptly covered Paul's mouth. Witnessing this, Brock couldn't help but display a knowing smile. As Zhang Feng's next opponent, the third member of the Hoenn Elite Four, Flora, revealed a glimmer of fervent combat spirit in her eyes. If Flower Moon could not impede Zhang Feng, then I shall take my turn. Upon hearing Flora's words, Stephen replied with a smile, No worries, I am already prepared for the next match. Let this battle be my last, and relish the joy of the contest. With Stephen's words, Flora and Bonnie both beamed with smiles. Indeed, the Elite Four Challenge is an ongoing contest. As the champion of the tournament, one must consecutively defeat the 4 elite members, Flower Moon, Flora, Bonnie, and Stephen, until all 4 are vanquished before facing the Hoenn League champion. This explains why many cannot ascend to the ranks of the new Elite Four or champion. The reason is simple. To become champion in this manner, either the challenger's 6 core Pokémon must possess extraordinary strength to sweep through all 5, or the challenger must devise targeted strategies against each elite member and champion. The number of trained Pokémon must also increase, with each possessing formidable power. Of course, should the Elite Four challenge extend for too long, challengers are afforded ample rest after defeating an elite member. The real world, unlike games, is not devoid of compassion. It does not demand challengers to swiftly vanquish 4 elite members and regional champions. Soon, as the second half of the match commenced, the Flower Moon King's 4th Pokémon, Moonlight, level 69, possessing golden potential, and at the pinnacle level of the elite, appeared before Zhang Feng. I count on you, Blaziken. With Zhang Feng once again summoning his starter Pokémon, it was clear that Blaziken was not Zhang Feng's primary force. Blaziken, with a flash of speed, executed Absorb Punch. Absorb Punch, a tool for sustained combat, not only attacks the opponent, but also siphons their vitality to replenish Blaziken's own. Thus, with the acceleration of Blaziken's abilities and Absorb Punch as a means for prolonged engagement, it could continue to fight. Indeed, when it comes to speed, Moonlight could not possibly rival Blaziken. As the battle raged on, the speed of the Blaziken, bolstered by its innate ability, increased exponentially, until it became a streak of orange-red lightning. With a single punch, the Moonlight Elf fell to the ground. After yet another defeat, the Flower Moon King had grown somewhat immune to failure and summoned his Sharpedo, yet he was still bested by Blaziken's lightning punch. Thus, the Flower Moon King was left with but one final Pokémon, his ace. I entrust you with this, Absol. Pokémon, Absol level, 70 ability, Pressure type, Dark Potential, Gold Bond Evolution, Unlocked Mega Evolution, Unlocked Moves, Thunder Fong, Swords Dance, Knock Off, Night Slash, Future Sight, Perish Song. At level 70, Absol had already reached the pinnacle of champion rank. No wonder the Flower Moon King had previously declared he had prepared a grand surprise for Zhang Feng. However, he underestimated Zhang Feng's prowess. Champion level, who could claim to be anything less? Blaziken charged forward, executing a shoulder throw against Absol. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Blaziken leaped into the air, soaring behind Absol. As Absol attempted to evade, Blaziken, with even greater swiftness, seized Absol and lifted it off the ground. In the next instant, the shoulder throw was unleashed with ferocity. A thunderous boom resonated as Absol was slammed into the earth. The immense impact created a crater on the battlefield. Shaking its head, Absol slowly regained consciousness from the daze. That blow had nearly sent it packing. Enraged, Absol retaliated with a Night Slash. Blaziken, with brute force, shattered the Night Slash. Blaziken's fighting style was relentless. Facing the oncoming ferocious Night Slash, it did not flinch. As its muscles bulged, a surge of formidable power erupted from its body, allowing it to grasp the Night Slash with both claws. With incredible wrist strength, it utterly crushed the attack. Witnessing this, the Flower Moon King realized his defeat was imminent. Yet he still yearned to fight to the bitter end. Absol, unleash Perish Song. As Absol emanated a dense wave of dark energy and began to chant, Blaziken's gaze sharpened. It prepared to deliver a final blow, burning its energy to the last ember. As the command echoed, Blaziken unleashed a terrifying column of fiery energy, and Absol cried out, succumbing to the flames and losing its ability to battle. Ding! Blaziken defeated Absol, earning 735 experience points, and leveled up to LV 70. Ding! Blaziken broke through to champion level. Absol lost its ability to battle, and Blaziken emerged victorious, as all 6 of the Flower Moon King's Pokémon were incapacitated. In the first round of this Elite Four challenge, Zhang Feng triumphed. Zhang Feng had dispatched the Flower Moon King in a mere half hour, including a 10-minute intermission. It was evident that, with his current strength, the champion level posed no challenge to him whatsoever. Zhang Feng, do you wish to immediately challenge the second Elite Four member, the third seat, King Furong, or do you prefer to rest? At this moment, upon hearing the referee's words, Zhang Feng, under the gaze of countless cameras, calmly declared, I will continue the challenge. As this proclamation rang out, the arena erupted in cheers that soared to the heavens. Chapter 43, Battle with Furong, the Ghost-type King. As the crowd's cheers resounded, the battle between Zhang Feng and the third seat of the Hoenn Elite Four, the Ghost-type King Furong, was about to commence. Now, let the duel between challenger Zhang Feng and Furong of the Hoenn Pokemon League begin. Both sides may use 6 Pokemon, with Furong to attack first. With the referee's announcement, Furong's first Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. It was a Night Stalker, also known as the Duskull. Ding! Current attributes of Duskull. Pokemon. Duskull level, 69 ability. Pressure type, Ghost Potential, Gold Bond Evolution, Unlocked Mega Evolution, Unlocked Moves, Shadow Punch, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Strange Light, Future Sight. A level 69 Duskull is indeed quite rare. Normally, this Pokemon should have evolved into a Dusclops by now. However, despite the prowess of these elite trainers, they still pale in comparison to Zhang Feng. Now, I entrust you with this, Moonlight Elf. As Zhang Feng's Moonlight Elf entered the fray, boasting a champion-level strength and a level of 74, it established a complete dominance over Duskull. Moonlight Elf unleashed Dark Pulse. Dark-type moves are effective against Ghost types. If the Moonlight Elf played its cards right, it might achieve a remarkable 1-against-6 victory. However, there was a caveat. Ghost-type Pokemon typically possess the move Destiny Bond, a skill that could lead to mutual destruction if struck. Duskull executed Shadow Punch. Shadow Punch is an infallible move, generally. Ghost types and psychic types are quite troublesome. Yet when one's strength is overwhelmingly superior, such nuisances become inconsequential. As Shadow Punch and Dark Pulse were unleashed simultaneously. Shadow Punch struck first, landing squarely on the Moonlight Elf's head. Nevertheless, Dark Pulse radiated a rich glow, sending Duskull hurtling backward. In truth, by type advantage. The Flower Moon King should have had an edge over King Furong. Yet, how was it that Furong's strength surpassed that of the Flower Moon King? It seems that King Furong is a true master of reverse typing. Wouldn't you agree, Dodrio? Duskull lost its ability to battle, and the Moonlight Elf emerged victorious. Witnessing the swift defeat, Furong's expression shifted dramatically, and soon, her second Pokémon made its appearance. I entrust you with this, Cursed Doll. Pokémon, Cursed Doll level, 71 ability, Insomnia type, Ghost potential, Gold Bond evolution, Unlocked Mega evolution, Unlocked moves, Nightshade, Will-O-Wisp, Shadow Ball, Phantom Force, Shadow Sneak, Destiny Bond. Another with Destiny Bond? How troublesome. Upon reviewing the Cursed Doll's attributes, Zhang Feng furrowed his brow. Sure enough, as King Furong summoned Cursed Doll, the Destiny Bond activated first. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Feng recalled the Moonlight Elf, evading the Destiny Bond. Next, the Speed Star made its entrance. Swapping Pokémon, eh? This works in my favor, otherwise. You might have swept through me with just one Pokémon, and as the Ghost-type King, I would truly have to retreat. Exhaling lightly, King Furong promptly commanded Cursed Doll. Cursed Doll, use Phantom Force. In an instant, Cursed Doll vanished from sight, and upon witnessing this, Zhang Feng instructed, Speed Star, unleash Flare Blitz. In the next moment, engulfed in flames, Speed Star charged forward. No matter from which direction Cursed Doll emerged, it would surely encounter the flames enveloping Speed Star. Thus, the Phantom Force would be unable to unleash its full potential. Speed Star surged forth with all its might. As Zhang Feng effortlessly discerned the onslaught of the Cursed Doll with his extraordinary abilities, the Swift Hound immediately altered its course, colliding fiercely with the blazing charge and stealthy strike. After a mere 2 seconds of stalemate, the Cursed Doll was sent flying by the power emanating from the Swift Hound. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a massive inferno. The searing flames erupted, ensnaring the Cursed Doll entirely within their grasp. The relentless burn continued to sap the doll's stamina. When the Cursed Doll finally landed, its body was charred black. One more time, a fateful strike. Swift Hound, do not grant it an opportunity. Dash forward with all your might, and unleash a blazing charge. Accelerating with incredible speed, the flames enveloping its form erupted once more. And before the Cursed Doll could execute its fateful attack, the Swift Hound collided forcefully with it. The immense force caused the Cursed Doll to collapse entirely. Ding dong. The Swift Hound triumphed over the Cursed Doll, earning 637 experience points, and leveling up to LV71. After losing yet another Pokémon, Furong exhaled deeply, regaining her composure before sending out her third Pokémon. This time, Furong summoned a nightmarish spirit, the evolved form of the Wandering Spirit. At level 73, it possessed formidable power. In the face of this adversary, the Swift Hound fought valiantly and ultimately managed to defeat it. However, this exertion nearly depleted the Swift Hound's stamina. Prevailing against the odds, it had performed remarkably well. With the Wandering Spirit rendered incapable of battle, the Swift Hound emerged victorious, leading to a 10-minute intermission due to Furong's 3 Pokémon being incapacitated. Compared to Huaiwe, Furong proved to be significantly more challenging. It took Zhang Feng nearly half an hour to bring down her 3 Pokémon in the first half. Alas, if it weren't for the infuriating fateful skill, Zhang Feng wouldn't still be struggling against Furong. It seemed that in the second half, he would need to unleash his true strength. Just as Zhang Feng pondered this, Furong was also deep in thought, contemplating how she could possibly defeat one of Zhang Feng's Pokémon. After all, she was a formidable member of the Elite Four, and it was evident that Zhang Feng's Pokémon were not his main force. If this continued, she would have a 0-win record. But with the fateful skill still at her disposal, was it not too fortuitous? It was clearly a matter of talent. Chapter 44, The Invincibility of Sableye. Once Zhang Feng and Elite Four member Furong stood once again on the battlefield, the surrounding cheers were incessant. Zhang Feng, go! Lord Zhang Feng must become the champion of our Hoenn region. Furong, do not lose so disgracefully. Listening to these words, the luxury ball in Zhang Feng's hand radiated a red glow, summoning forth an elegant Sableye. Upon seeing Zhang Feng's Sableye, Furong's brow furrowed. An unfavorable type matchup. Zhang Feng was indeed audacious. In response to Furong's mesmerizing gaze, Zhang Feng surprisingly deployed a psychic-type Pokémon, which was inherently weak against Ghost-type Pokémon. Not to mention, the Mesmerizing Gaze also possessed Dark-type attributes, rendering Psychic-type moves ineffective against it, thus entering a state of immunity. Quite intriguing. Ding dong. The current attributes of the Mesmerizing Gaze are as follows. Pokémon, Mesmerizing Gaze. Level, 73. Ability, Keen Eye. Type, Ghost, Dark. Aptitude, Gold. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Moves, Disable, Shadow Sneak. Knock Off, Delay, Shadow Claw, Power Gem, Trick Room. Observing Furon's increasingly powerful Pokémon, Zhang Feng could not help but reveal a faint smile. Mesmerizing Gaze. It seems the opponent has underestimated us. Bring it down with a full-force Trick Room. Sableye, having evaded the opponent's attack through teleportation, unleashed a dazzling spell. In the current theoretical framework, the Fairy type had not yet been fully established. Many pondered why certain Psychic-type moves were not immune to Dark-type Pokémon, yet inflicted greater damage. Consequently, with the appearance of Zhang Feng's Fairy-type Pokémon, researchers such as Dr. Otamaki, Dr. Okido, and Dr. Hong Daoshin collaborated on this mystery. They discovered a brand new move type and intended to report Zhang Feng's name as part of the discovery of the new Fairy-type attribute. However, the Pokémon League headquarters was still reviewing this matter, and the attribute had yet to be fully integrated into the 18 major types. As a result, the Pokémon League and various elite members remained unaware that Sableye actually possessed Fairy-type attributes. Likewise, Fairy-type attributes also exerted a restraining influence on Dark-type Pokémon. As Mesmerizing Gaze raised the jewel upon its forehead, emanating formidable power, it charged directly towards Sableye. Unfortunately, for the Psychic Queen, the speed of Mesmerizing Gaze was simply too slow. In an instant, Sableye teleported away from its original position, causing Mesmerizing Gaze's attack to miss entirely. The next moment, Sableye appeared behind Mesmerizing Gaze. A surge of powerful Fairy-type energy struck Mesmerizing Gaze with tremendous force. The immense impact elicited a cry of anguish from Mesmerizing Gaze. Finish it off, Moonlight Power. As a colossal moon appeared in the sky, seemingly plummeting like a meteor toward Mesmerizing Gaze, it exhibited a fierce expression, roaring as it unleashed its signature attack. However, against the might of the enormous moon, it was utterly futile. With a resounding boom, the powerful explosion sent Mesmerizing Gaze hurtling through the air. Ding dong, Sableye defeated Mesmerizing Gaze, earning 937 experience points, and leveling up to LV 75. This Sableye's strength seemed to surpass that of the previous Moon Spirit by several degrees. What could be the reason? With a hint of anxiety, Furong was compelled to summon her remaining 2 Pokémon. I entrust this to you, Dream Eater. As Zhang Feng beheld the dark purple Dream Eater before him, a slight smile crept upon his lips. This Pokémon possessed a unique ability to create dreams, ensnaring both people and Pokémon in a trance. However, alas, in Furong's eyes, this was a weapon against Zhang Feng. Yet, as a powerful Psychic-type user with a Psychic Pokémon, how could he possibly be ensnared in a dream? Ding dong. The current attributes of Dream Eater are as follows. Pokémon, Dream Eater. Level, 73. Ability, Levitate. Type, Ghost. Aptitude, Gold. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Moves, Curse, Scare. Magical Leaf, Shadow Sneak. Magical Flame, Shadow Ball, Trick Room. Dream Eater, create a dream and ensnare Sableye within. The moment Furong issued this command, Huaiwe, who had already been defeated, suddenly turned pale. For as a Dark-type elite, her loss to the Ghost-type Furong was predominantly due to this very Dream Eater. There was no other reason. The capabilities of Dream Eater were simply too overpowered. The illusion of dream creation rendered Huayue's Pokémon unable to resist, each succumbing to the dream and losing their combat capability. Thus, when a bizarre space emerged, Sableye came to a halt, utterly motionless. Witnessing this scene, Furong's face lit up with joy. Finally, even Yuanji's Pokémon would succumb to my dream space. Zhang Feng, this round is yours to lose. Just as Furong was about to conclude her statement, Dream Eater suddenly emitted a terrified shriek. As the Dream Demon conjured the realm of dreams, Shinado seamlessly integrated her psychic energy into this ethereal domain. To the astonishment of the Dream Demon, it became apparent that this space no longer belonged to him. What could possibly be happening? Simultaneously, the formidable figure of the underworld dragon, Giratina, materialized before the Dream Demon. Having encountered Giratina before, Shinado was able to exquisitely replicate the appearance of Giratina within this dreamscape under her dominion. As the sovereign of ghost-type Pokémon, the spectral dragon Giratina instilled fear in all ghost types. Thus, when the Dream Demon realized that its adversary had transformed from Shinado into Giratina, its fighting spirit crumbled instantaneously. Not every Pokémon dares to engage in battle with a legendary creature, especially those who have never faced a true deity in combat. Consequently, this led to a rather remarkable scene. At that moment on the battlefield, the Dream Demon was shrieking in terror, as if confronted with something utterly horrifying. Before collapsing in a faint, with the Dream Demon incapacitated, Shinado emerged victorious. Although the manner of the Dream Demon's defeat was unclear, it was evident that Shinado stood triumphantly in the arena, signifying her victory. Meanwhile, having previously experienced the devastating move of Champion Florina, Hanayuki, Bonnie, and Champion Gingy exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile. Florina had truly met her match. Her most powerful technique had been effortlessly countered by Zhang Feng's Shinado, which had transformed into his strength. Consequently, Champion Florina was left with but a single Pokémon remaining.